One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 821 to 840. Chapter 821 Complete Body Zylu. As if to symbolize that he is the king of everything in the world, the crown is perfectly inlaid on the top of his head, making him look elegant and cold. Not huge or thin, he is in line with the golden ratio. Standing there, the new Zylu has a style that people have to ignore. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on Zylu's face. Perfect. In Zylu's mouth, 2 words were gently spit out. It seems that he is sighing about his means, and he seems to be talking about his new power. Recalling the sorrowful years of the past, it will not be easy for Zylu to come again this way. In the vast future world, there are few human beings, and it is not enough for him to complete the evolution. In desperation, he went through battles and came to the present time and space. And at the beginning of his weakness, he could only hide his figure, and when he encountered a strong enemy, he did not even dare to face it head-on, so he could only flee in shame. However, everything is about to change at this moment. He is perfect, and his strength has reached the peak. Absorbing the power that number 17 and 18 gave him, it was extraordinary. That vast breath, just a faint feeling, has already made him admire. It's just perfect. Unable to bear, Zylu praised again. At this time, Zylu completely ignored everyone present and was immersed in his own world. His perfect level of power is absolutely qualified to ignore anyone. Slowly clenched fists, then punched. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The crisp sound of breaking the air quickly sounded, and Zylu stood quietly in the same place, punching and kicking, with a quiet smile on his face. He transformed into a complete body, as if returning to the original, and even his temperament seemed to have undergone a huge change. He lost the panic and childishness of the past, removed the dross of the past years, and left behind the most perfect innocence. That is the pursuit of battle, and his self-confidence. He firmly believes that he has become the world's number 1 and the king of the world, but at the same time, he is also eager and looking forward to a decisive battle at the top. Slowly raising his eyes, Zylu glanced at Kaylin, number 18, and shook his head slightly. These people are not his opponents, nor are they qualified to fight against him. He turned his eyes away again and put Vegeta and Faku in his eyes. After transforming into a complete body, it seems that all the shame in the past has disappeared, and it is impossible to cause the slightest wave in his heart. Not only has his strength been transformed, but his temperament has also been sublimated. Calm, confident, proud, indifferent, cruel. He gathered the genes of the Frieza clan, humans, and Saiyan clan as one, and even his personality inherited the characteristics of these people. Keeping Vegeta and Faku's slightly cautious and dignified eyes at the moment, Saru let out an unintelligible smile. What are you laughing at? Vegeta didn't feel that Saru's breath had increased much at the moment. He strode forward and shouted coldly. Although the appearance of this monster had changed, it made him hate it even more. Especially the laugh just now, as if contemptuous, hurt his self-esteem. What are you laughing at? Sirius raised his eyebrows slightly, continued to throw his fists, tested his strength, and faced Vegeta's questioning with a calm expression. Laugh at your weakness. Suddenly, his fluttering words were sent out. Vegeta's expression changed suddenly, and these words caused a critical blow to the proud prince. Damn it. He even threw the Faku directly, and quickly ran towards Zylu. Don't get excited, Vegeta. Faku's face changed, but he faintly felt that Zylu was not easy to deal with, and blocked the road. Get out of the way. However, Vegeta waved his hand, opened Faku's hand, and rushed over. Vegeta, who passed through the spirit time room, was already confident enough to be conceited. He didn't think there was any power in the world that could surpass himself, the power beyond Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta had come to Sirius. Looking around, Saru's state at the moment passed into Vegeta's eyes. The casualness and indifference made Vegeta realize that the other party didn't care about him at all. Damn it, I'll let you know how good I am. I'm Super Vegeta. With a loud shout, Vegeta's fist as big as a sandbag was raised, and he punched Shuru fiercely. Sirius, who has been slowly punching and testing his own strength, seems to not care about Vegeta's attack at all. His every punch, every kick, was so slow that Krillin felt that he could catch it, and even swept through the air, making the air crackle. In such a situation, it doesn't look like a furious Vegeta's opponent. Bang! This punch was very quick, hitting Xilu's face and making a dull sound. Xilu's movement to test his own strength was suddenly a stagnation. However, he didn't have the powerful force of this punch to fly, and he was stabilized just by eating all over his body. Then, his brows furrowed, and he seemed to be angry. The smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared quickly, and Saru turned his head, staring at Vegeta's fist so hard. His indifferent eyes made Vegeta tremble in an instant, and there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. How is that possible? See this. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Cecil's state, Vegeta took a few steps back in shock. That punch, he used all his strength, but the latter, unexpectedly, did not hurt at all. It's like being bitten by a mosquito. Xilu's indifferent voice came out. Oh no, mosquito bites can make people ticklish, but your fists can't even tickle. Plain words are simply the greatest mockery. Vegeta was furious all of a sudden. He shouted loudly, not believing that his full-strength blow could not cause any damage to the opponent. Ah, you wicked fellow, die! The fists were slammed alternately, and the huge force immediately suppressed the void and set off a strong airflow. Hoo-hoo! The gust of wind swept through, and Xilu smiled at the corner of his mouth in the face of this continuous attack. He seemed to try his speed and began to dodge. His movements were not big, his feet didn't even leave the ground, but only moved from the waist up. Vegeta's fist was so incredible that it almost turned into a phantom, but Saru's head swayed left and right, dodging all his fists without leaving a single one. 30 seconds passed quickly, and none of Vegeta's fists were hit. Vegeta. You are no longer my opponent. Xilu smiled coldly and said so. Chapter 822. Are you interested? Every punch was thrown with all his strength, and the speed and strength had reached the limit that Vegeta could achieve at this time, but the consequence was that not a single punch was hit. How can that be? Not only Vegeta himself was shocked, but even the people watching the battle were amazed by this incredible scene. There was a trace of fear in number 16's eyes. Others didn't understand the horror of Xilu's complete body, but there was information in his mind that it was an unstoppable and extremely terrifying force. Its enormous energy is enough to destroy the world. Faku's eyes kept shrinking, and he couldn't see through the power of Xilu at all. This newborn guy seems to have completed a sublimation, and has transformed from the inside out. But there is no doubt that his power has surpassed himself. How strong Vegeta is, Faku, who has played against him, naturally knows, but the scene at this time is so surprising. Impossible. A loud roar came from the field, full of unwillingness and anger. Vegeta stared at Saru closely, clenching her fists, but stopped attacking. His whole body trembled a little, and Saru's power shocked him. Nothing is impossible. Sirius sneered. You weak, you are no longer my opponent. It's impossible. Vegeta roared again, and his body once again spread out a larger power, energy fluctuations, and the next second, he rushed to Saru again. However, the battle soon ended. Sirius just took a step forward, his head tilted slightly, and he had avoided Vegeta's punch. It seemed that the opponent's attack was full of loopholes in his eyes. Immediately after, his body swayed again, and he was already in front of Vegeta, face to face with him. The terrifying speed made Vegeta completely unable to react, and his thoughts were sluggish for a moment. Ha tilde. With a sneer, Xilu's fist clenched, and then suddenly swung out. Bang! The powerful chi slammed into Vegeta's stomach, causing him to bend down immediately and retching. The terrifying aftermath directly shattered the combat uniform behind him and charged out. Cough cough. Vegeta took a few steps back, her body gradually fell down, and she knelt on the ground. Vulnerable. Xylu took a few steps forward and punched Vegeta on the head again. The terrifying force directly knocked the latter out, slammed it into the ground, punched a big hole in the ground, and the whole island trembled. Trembling. Dad. Trunks shouted loudly and rushed towards where Vegeta was, looking anxious and worried. Trunks. A strange expression appeared on Saru's face. As soon as he moved, he was about to defeat Trunks, but a black shadow flashed in front of him, but it was already in front of him. Slightly stunned, Xylu reacted with a playful expression on his face. Faku, you want to block me? Faku raised his eyelids, but did not say a word. His body stood firmly in front of Xylu, and there was no trace of fear and panic at all. It's interesting, and it saves me from looking for you to get back the shame of the past. His eyes became cold in the blink of an eye, and there was a trace of killing intent on Xylu's body. I still remember how arrogant Faku's posture was when he initially transformed, and the disdainful eyes deeply hurt his heart. The greatest pain in life is not failure, but after failure, being ridiculed and looked at with disdain in eyes, that kind of indifferent eyes will blow all fragile hearts to pieces. Xylu raised his feet, and Faku put his hands in a good posture and waited solemnly. It's pointless. I don't know what it is. These 8 words popped out of his mouth, and Xylu's figure instantly disappeared in front of Faku. The terrifying speed made Faku's pupils shrink immediately. Too soon. He couldn't see the other party's movements at all, and he couldn't catch the other party's trace. The ground trembled, and suddenly, a figure had come to the front of Faku. Between the blurred vision, Faku saw a fist approaching quickly and getting bigger. Buzz. The space seemed to tremble under this punch, and the terrifying power made Faku immediately understand that this punch was not something he could block. That is to say, with this punch, he will be instantly killed. Terrible. Bang. This punch hit Faku's stomach without any hindrance, and the terrifying power immediately spread to the whole body, which directly dissipated the power gathered by Faku. Da da da. Faku took a few steps back, blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his vision was a little erratic. This punch shattered all his strength, making it difficult for his entire body to maintain a steady posture. For a time, he stood there, shaking a little. Die. Xylu sneered, strode forward, clenched his fists again, and waved slowly towards Faku. This punch went straight to Faku's head, and the angle of its swing was extremely tricky. If it hit, Faku would surely die. Woo! The gust of wind started, and the punch quickly approached Faku, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Faku's temple. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing the next moment, this punch is about to blast Faku's head. At this moment, a figure twisted, from blurred to clear, and suddenly appeared. Then, Xylu's fist was tightly grasped by a hand, and he could no longer advance an inch. At this moment, Xylu's fist is only less than 1 centimeter away from Faku's temple, but within this millimeter, he can no longer move an inch, as if it was frozen. Stop, he's already lost. The plain words came out, causing Xylu's right hand to tremble violently, his pupils contracted, and his body retreated 10 meters. Faku's sight also became clear at this time, and after seeing the person in front of him, he whispered in shame. Master, I'm sorry, I lost. It doesn't matter, you are not his opponent. The person who suddenly intervened was Yangqing. He turned his head and looked at Xylu coldly. The power of the full-body Xylu can even be said to be invincible in this era. It's you. Xylu's pupils shrank, and his eyes became solemn when he looked at Yangqing. Just now, with the sensitivity of his 5 senses, he didn't even notice how the person in front of him appeared. Xylu, you are indeed very powerful when you have transformed into a complete body. Yangqing's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be very interested, and laughed softly. Then, are you interested in playing against me? Chapter 823 Escape as soon as possible. Yang Qing was about to make a move. Facing the complete Xiaolu, he finally couldn't bear the itching feeling in his hands and wanted to try the opponent's strength. In the original book, the guy in front of him can be described as the ultimate boss of a generation. Its ruthless character, powerful strength, and forbearance means can be called a typical case of villain boss. Compared to others, like Frieza, Majin Buu, etc., this man is a real character with both means and strength. Who are you? Xiaolu has not yet figured out who Yang Qing is, but just seeing the respectful look of Faku, you can roughly guess that this guy must also be a powerful person. You can call me Qing. Blue. With a puzzled expression on his face, Saru didn't know who this guy was. Blue. At this time, Trunks, who came to Vegeta and found out that Vegeta was not hurt much, also murmured. In the legend, Qing is the strongest in the universe, and no one can beat him. Even if it was Uncle Monkey King and his father in that era, their strength was far worse than their younger counterparts. However, Trunks has never seen Qing shot. Qing, are you finally going to shoot? Whispering these words, Trunks looked at the field with anticipation and excitement in his eyes. It's him. Number 16, who was lying on the side, also squinted at Yang Qing, carefully recalling the information about Yang Qing in his mind, but there was no progress. Kaylin, the two Tianjin fans who just felt it, also looked at the two people standing quietly in the field with a dull expression. It's him, the one who came here with Trunks. They had met Yang Qing when Trunks traveled through time and space, so they were somewhat familiar. Just looking at Vegeta who fell on the field and Faku who was seriously injured, the corners of Krillin's mouth showed bitterness. The situation is getting more and more complicated. What should I do? That person, I don't know if he is Xiaolu's opponent. Goku, what are we going to do? He also knew in his heart that Sun Wukong at this time was no match for Xiaolu at all. Moreover, the opponent's target is Sun Wukong. If Wukong appears, he will definitely die. Damn it. Krillin clenched his fists, angry at his powerlessness. God's Palace. Salu has become a complete body. Vic was seriously injured in the battle just now, and Vegeta was also seriously injured. Hearing the news one by one, Sun Wukong's face became serious and solemn, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Dad, what should I do? Sun Wukong looked at the people around him worriedly. In everyone's heart, the most reliable person is Sun Wukong. Habitually, everyone will think of him when they encounter an invincible enemy or difficulty. Don't worry. Although Sun Wukong hadn't thought of anything for a while, he touched Gohan's head and smiled at him. At any time, Sun Wukong always looks confident, and his attitude also makes the people around him relax. Sun Wukong was comforted, but also nodded and relaxed. At this time, Sun Wukong put his mind down and sensed the breath below. What a powerful breath, is this the complete Saru? He hasn't completely released his breath, but it's just a little bit, but it's already surprising. At this moment, Sun Wukong has just come out of the spiritual time house, and his golden hair seems to be normal. This is the practice of their father and son. After training in the spiritual time room, Sun Wukong can be said to have already broken the bottleneck, but even so, he is still not sure about Xiaolu. It's just a little strange, there are no enemies around Xiaolu, why is his anger so cautious? It seems to be afraid of what? Sun Wukong suddenly sensed that a questioning look appeared on his face. For Yang Qing, he didn't feel it at all. On the island, waves of waves rushed towards the shore of the island, setting off waves. The sea breeze blew slowly, brushing the cheeks of everyone present. Yang Qing still stood there quietly, and did not take the lead, and Xiaolu, from the beginning, his eyes were full of solemnity. I don't have any information about you in my mind. Sirius suddenly spoke. No, maybe it's time for you to think about it again. After all, we came from the same place. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth, and said softly. With just one sentence, Xilu's face was startled, and his heart began to turn upside down. He actually said that I came from the same place as him. Where am I from? He knew where he came from, but, did the person in front of him actually come from that place? But who is he? Sweeping Yangqing's face into his mind, Xilu began to recall it carefully. As if the pages of a book were being turned, Xilu quickly searched for information about Yangqing. A face and a name are enough to make Xirud. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A lot of information came out. There is a large amount of martial artist information stored in his mind, which is also an important treasure trove for him. After more than 10 breaths, Xilu suddenly shook his entire body, raised his eyes again to look at Yangqing, and his eyes were already full of incredible and shocking. You are blue. This sentence is already full of fear and shock. In the back of his mind, there is a piece of information that is not very complicated and detailed. Compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others, this piece of information is simply created by a swipe. However, the meaning of this piece of information can make countless powerhouses in the universe flinch and panic. Qing, the first known Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan, taught Vegeta to successfully transform, and Sun Wukong couldn't hold a round in his hands. According to the information returned by the exploration, it is the #1 powerhouse in the universe. It has the terrifying energy to destroy the galaxy, and even more mysterious power is hidden in it. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and the years have not left any traces on him. This is a mysterious #1 powerhouse in the universe. If you encounter it, escape as soon as possible. The information is not long, but the meaning it represents makes Xilu's whole body tense. Especially the last sentence of this piece of information made him tremble. If encountered, escape as soon as possible. Chapter 824 enough to deal with. Whether it's Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or Sun Wuhan, their information is extremely detailed, and they are full of desire, hope and confidence to defeat them. But, only this person. In the end, he turned out to let himself escape quickly after encountering it no matter what the situation is. This is simply too shocking to Xilu. Just a short paragraph in the information has already explained how jealous the doctor is for this guy. Even, in the data, it is also described that this person has a son named Shaya, who is also extremely terrifying and is an existence that can destroy everything. Yes, he is Qing. Xilu, are you afraid? Trunks also heard Saru's voice at this time, sneered, and shouted loudly. What? This sentence surprised everyone present. He looked at Yangqing in shock. Who is this person? Listening to Trunks' tone and looking at Sirius' current expression, it seems that Sirius can be extremely jealous. Woo. Taking a deep breath, Xilu looked at Yangqing even more solemnly. Doctor, I'm afraid you thought you were already dead. The seriousness in his voice can be heard by anyone. According to records, you were about 20 years old when you appeared. Oh no, according to the doctor's analysis, you were about 40 years old when you first appeared on Earth. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed, and you should be 50 years old anyway. However, looking at your face, skin and hair color, you still look like you are about 20 years old. Time can't leave any traces on you at all. What a horrible person. Xilu seemed to be sighing, but the information in it made everyone present tremble. Trunks also shivered. He only looked at Yangqing's face, but he forgot that he seemed to be a generation older than his father. I'm sorry, I'm an immortal existence. Yangqing shook his head, not caring what Xilu said. Immortal. Xilu was startled, then shook his head. It's really enviable. Come on, let me see how strong your power is. Don't worry, I won't kill you. As if afraid that the other party would not make a move, Yangqing also reminded him, making everyone present speechless. Who is this mysterious young man? To be so confident, it can even be said to be arrogant. But what made them strange was that Sirius didn't seem to be angry at all, instead he looked a little relieved. This can't help but shock them. Could it be true what this young man said? Thank you so much then. Since there is no danger of life, Xilu's eyes have a little less fear, and in Yang Qing's eyes, the desire and hope of fighting have increased a lot. In the doctor's data, your strength is very powerful, just to see it. With both hands clenched, Xilu's eyes became cold. Once the battle started, Xilu's demeanor was completely different, and the aura on his body was even more powerful. Immediately afterwards, his muscles tightened and he let out a loud roar. Ha! Just listening to the sound of boom, the terrifying breath rushed out from the depths of Xilu's body in an instant, spreading mightily in all directions, and its terrifying airflow caused changes in the sky. Boom! Lightning and thunder, the sky in a radius of thousands of miles. Oh no, the celestial phenomena of the entire Earth have been affected. The weather became gloomy, the clouds were dense, and the huge lightning bolts tangled and circled, neighing and making a huge noise. And this scene, especially the sky above Xilu's head, is the most serious. Dao Dao's terrifying energy centered on him, heading towards the surrounding area. Tsunamis burst out on the sea, and countless bubbles spit out from the mouths of countless swimming fish, and their eyes were full of panic. Where to escape? In the city, human beings look at the suddenly changing sky, their eyes are full of confusion, and a sense of fear arises in their hearts for unknown reasons. God, why is it suddenly dark? People raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the densely shining thunder and lightning, their hearts were faced with the terrifying power of heaven, and they were afraid. Is this the full power of Sirius? It's terrible. Sun Wukong put his hand on Gohan's head, and his face became very solemn. He did not have the confidence to defeat such a Xilu. Buzzing. The space was trembling madly, the airflow was chaotic, and the dust covered the sight of everyone on the island. The people present were all discolored by the huge chi in Xilu's body, and only one person's expression remained the same as before. That's all your power, it's amazing. Yang Qing sighed in admiration. At this moment, the mighty aura and energy on Xilu's body was indeed terrifying to the extreme. In his opinion, this power even surpassed that of Dapra, the king of the demon world. It's an incredible thing, but it just happened abruptly. And, this is not just beyond, but a realm beyond Dapra. It is also because Yang Qing has a high opinion of Sun Wufan's power. How powerful is Sun Gohan, who can burst out terrifying power after being angry, and kill Xilu with 3 punches? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Are you dealing with me in this state? Xilu, who burst out with all his strength, looked at Yang Qing coldly, and said coldly. It is also true that your current strength is indeed beyond my current state. Although Yang Qing is confident, he also knows that just relying on his original state, he is no longer Xilu's opponent. Clenched his fists, just with a poof sound, his hair and eyebrows had turned golden, and his pupils had turned green. This is. Seeing Yang Qing transform, Trunks' eyes lit up, and Vegeta's weak eyes shone with light. He can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Kaylin, Tianjin Fan and others were stunned. Moreover, compared to Vegeta's transformation, Yang Qing's transformation did not have the slightest smell of fireworks, and he didn't even feel the increase in chi. That's the power of the Super 1 stage. Facing Xilu, Yang Qing explained softly. The strength at this stage is very difficult to cope with you, I need to improve again. Poof. The whole body trembled again, and Yang Qing's golden aura became even more surging. This state is called Super 1 full power. It's enough to deal with you. You can have a good fight. Chapter 825 Sun Wukong arrives. Everyone watched the golden arrogance burning in the field, but it did not cause any changes to the surrounding environment, and Yang Qing, who did not even leak a breath, had his pupils shrunk to the limit. What's going on? I can feel his Super Saiyan transformation, tyrannical, powerful, but I can't feel the presence of air. He turned into a Super Saiyan, how powerful is he? It's so weird. I can't feel any breath, but my heart is trembling. Trunks, Keelan, Tianjin Fan, Vegeta, who was weak and sober, looked at Yang Qing in the field, and their hearts were trembling and shaking. It was a strange feeling, knowing that the other party must be extremely powerful, and even his appearance was unimaginable, but when I felt it with my heart, there was no sense. Super 1, Full Power. Xilu will not be confused by Yang Qing's appearance at this time, because he is also like this when he transforms into a complete body, and his breath is not leaking, but the power of his gestures is extremely domineering, and no one can resist. It can be seen that the realm of the other party is at the same level as his own. But, just in the first stage of Super Saiyan, do you want to deal with me? With a sharp look on his face, Xilu has a contemptuous anger. Try it first. Yang Qing still had a smile on his face, very relaxed and casual. After he transformed, it seemed that apart from the change in appearance, his aura had not changed at all. In front of the Temple of Heaven, there was a hint of surprise on Sun Wukong's face. He could feel that Xilu's aura had become incomparably powerful. This was clearly a strong enemy, but he couldn't feel the existence of another breath, as if that person was in his consciousness. In the induction, it is completely invisible. It's so strange, who is Xilu's opponent? I can't even feel him. His brows furrowed tightly, and Sun Wukong couldn't hold back a little in his heart. In his current state, it is not clear whether he is Xilu's opponent, but he is quite confident that he can escape from the opponent's hands. Gohan, stay here, there is something strange in Xilu, I'll take a look. Well, Dad, be careful. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan's worried eyes, and after a slight start, nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Gohan. Afterwards, his expression became solemn, and he carefully sensed the position of Xilu, and pressed his right hand on the eyebrows to prepare to teleport directly, but at this time. In the dark, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed. Whoa! The incomparably huge breath suddenly appeared out of nothing, and the breath that was clearly not felt just now suddenly swelled and became incomparably huge. In an instant, it filled Sun Wukong's mind, causing his movements to be stagnant. Shocked eyes appeared. Too powerful. It was an indescribable and powerful aura, like a thunder hidden in the depths of Jushao, among the dark clouds. He never probed, only when he found the target, when the storm was about to come, would he show his hideous face and claws. Suddenly appeared among the world, causing great destruction. This breath is too bursting, too powerful, and even as soon as it appears, it has already competed with the aura of Xilu, and confronted violently. This is another person's breath. Sun Wukong suddenly affirmed, and his eyes were even more shocked. Because of his rough feeling, he found that this power was even stronger than the power he obtained when he came out after training. Who is it? He was even more curious in his heart, and he couldn't contain his surprise at all. In an instant, Sun Wukong disappeared from the Temple of Heaven and came to the island that was caught in the chaos of war. His arrival was immediately felt by everyone present. Goku, Goku, Uncle Goku, Kakarot. The first time everyone present saw Sun Wukong, they were either excited or surprised. You came out early. Tianjin Fan wondered. According to time, Sun Wukong has not arrived from the day he entered. Well, the expected goal of cultivation has been achieved, and it is useless to stay any longer. When Sun Wukong saw the people present, he nodded slightly, and then looked at the field with solemn eyes. The first thing that came into view was Xilu, his new body. What a huge, evil aura. Sun Wukong's face was solemn, his right hand was clenched tightly, and he was extremely jealous of Xilu. At the same time, Yang Qing's blonde hair also caught his eye, and he was immediately taken aback. In a sense, the state of the two at the moment is almost the same. The same blonde hair, golden eyebrows, there is very little strong aura on the whole body. Super Saiyan full power state. At the first sight of Yang Qing was shocked. So powerful. Immediately after he saw Yang Qing's face, his expression changed rapidly, and he actually had a natural look. It turned out to be him, no wonder. In the field, the two people who quickly passed a blow also stood apart, and their eyes were placed on Sun Wukong's at the same time. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Body. Sun Wukong, you finally came out. I've been looking for you for a long time. Xilu's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you Xilu? Really strong? Haha, Sirius sneered. I'm afraid I'm not your opponent at this time. I have to practice for a while. I'm sorry, I can't play against you. Sun Wukong said calmly, without any embarrassment or concealment. In this sentence, Kaylin and others were shocked. They did not expect that even Sun Wukong was not the opponent of Xilu. What about the next battle? If it wasn't for an accident, you wouldn't be able to escape today. Xilu said coldly, and glanced at Yang Qing from the corner of his eye. That's not necessarily true. Sun Wukong chuckled, but then looked at Yang Qing. Hello, we meet again. You are really strong, and I really look forward to the next battle with you. You are growing up so fast. If I give you some more time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to defeat you. After watching Sun Wukong carefully, Yang Qing said with admiration. At this time, Sun Wukong may have already reached the primary stage of Super Tournament 2, but he felt that this stage was too physically exhausting and affected the battle, so he chose other methods to improve. So, he's already at the stage of Super Saiyan full power. It can be said that among the entire Longzhou, the most talented and the fastest progressing is none other than Sun Wukong. Chapter 826_. When the people present heard Yang Qing's words, they all looked at Sun Wukong with strange eyes. How powerful Yang Qing is. Just by fighting against Xilu just now, you can see that this is the only strong person who can fight against Xilu. But the latter actually said that Sun Wukong would not be able to have such power for a long time. Looks like I'll have to spend my time eliminating you soon. Xilu's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Sun Wukong's killing intent. He would not take Yang Qing's words as a deaf ear. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, ignored Xilu's words, and nodded to Yang Qing. There was no more words in the field. Yang Qing turned his eyes to Xilu again. Let's fight on. After transforming into Super 1 full power, Yang Qing took the lead in launching the first attack. When the punch was only revealed, an earth-shattering aura erupted, and it was also the first time his whole body was exposed. The breath of that moment made countless people's faces change greatly. After a blow, Yang Qing and Xilu passed by, and then stood still. At this time, Sun Wukong just appeared. Come on then. Xilu, who had a preliminary taste of Yang Qing's power, was also high-spirited, his hands stretched out, and he was ready for battle. The sea breeze was blowing, and the dark clouds above the sky seemed to be about to disappear without being deterred by the powerful strength of the two for a while. But at this moment, between heaven and earth, a huge thunderbolt suddenly crossed. Boom! Lei Gong was furious, and the sea rolled. At this moment of shock, the figures of the two people moved, as if they were suddenly struck by thunder, and suddenly the two of them were approaching quickly. Yang Qing's right fist was raised high and swung out brazenly. Xilu roared, his fists were like phantoms, and before they reached Yang Qing, they swung alternately. In the sky, the clouds were dense again, and countless thunders roared and squeaked, making the dark sky shine. Boom! With a roar, the two quickly fought each other, and thunderous thunders fell on the island, raging wildly, triggering many sparks, but the tidal waters driven by powerful forces rushed to the shore of Shanghai City, and instantly extinguished them. The battle between the two began in an instant, and then became incandescent. The violent power shocked the onlookers inexplicably. The power of each blow was enough to shatter the entire planet. This was an incomparably majestic power and energy. The fists are constantly alternated, the feet are moved, the two of you come and go, and in the place of 100 meters, you retreat and I advance, and I retreat and you advance. What surprised everyone even more was that their power was rarely exposed. Even on this fragile island, every punch and every kick contained a powerful force, but it did not cause much damage to the ground. Xilu's face was solemn, and he took every blow from Yang Qing seriously, even if the power of each punch was not enough for him to use his full strength in his opinion. However, despite his reputation, there is no vacuous person, and the information recorded by the doctor in his mind is enough to make him pay attention. Yang Qing's every punch and every kick is extremely free and easy, and he uses the rules of force to achieve the maximum attack power with the smallest force. Even if it is just a transformation of Super Saiyan 1, it can still compete with Xilu. Of course, this also has a lot to do with his powerful original combat power. Time passed quickly, and the two of them were only the most basic punches and feet, and the rest of the attacks were not displayed. The comparable strength also shocked everyone around them for no reason. The energy fluctuations released between the two people's battles were really terrifying. The complete Xilu is really strong. Suddenly, Yang Qing, who quickly dodged Xilu's fist, exclaimed in admiration, but looking at his expression, he did not show any fear or panic, but still looked relaxed. Unfathomable. These 4 words suddenly appeared in Sun Wukong's heart, as if no matter how powerful the enemy was, this person would have enough strength to deal with it. HMPH, for an opponent like Xilu, the master killed not 2,000 but 1,000. Faku snorted coldly at this time. Although he didn't know why Yang Qing didn't kill the other party. But in terms of the fighting power that Xilu showed at this time, it was only the middle and upper demon gods in the demon world. With this kind of power, even if you don't need to use all your strength, the master can easily kill it. What did you say? Trunks opened his mouth wide, incredulous. However, Faku did not respond. Xilu naturally heard such words, and his eyes flickered slightly. Qing, you are really strong. The number 1 powerhouse in the universe, this title is not something that can be hung up casually, it is the news detected from countless alien planets, that is to say, the guy in front of him was in his era, not only in the Earth activities, and even the entire universe are all over his reputation, such a character is absolutely no trivial matter. Even the doctor can set a target for Sun Wukong, but he doesn't even dare to mention this person. Forget it, let's go here today. If you increase your strength a little bit, you will no longer be my opponent. It looks boring. Yang Qing's words were very rude. Xilu's heart twitched, but he didn't say much, just silently accepted it. PFF'd, the blonde hair turned black, and Yang Qing turned and left. Faku, let's go, today's fight is quite interesting. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. The battle with Xilu was only interesting to him, and he didn't even move his muscles and bones. Yes, master. Looking at Xilu coldly, Faku followed Yang Qing and flew away. And as soon as the two left, the people present were a little stunned. The two who were fighting just now will not fight now. However, if the two do not fight, what will they do? Xilu is not that person's opponent, so he doesn't dare to mess around, but when that person leaves, he will never be polite to them. Goku. Seeing Xilu walking step by step with a cold face, Kaylin and the others became nervous. Siruru. The blonde Sun Wukong looked at Xilu solemnly. The terrifying aura began to spread out in all directions centered on the two of them. The meteorological change that occurred when he confronted Yang Qing just now appeared here again. In the sky, the dense thunder and lightning are wantonly vertical and horizontal, the rumbling is deafening, and the waves are raging, slapping the coast, as if the island can be submerged at any time. Your target is me. Suddenly, Sun Wukong spoke up. Chapter 827 You will fail. Feeling the momentum on Sun Wukong's body, it was no less than Yang Qing just now, and Xilu's eyes were a little dignified. Sun Wukong really deserves to be Sun Wukong, it's a bit interesting. Shuru said. You are strong, but I am not without the strength of a war. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. Oh. When Xilu faced Sun Wukong, he was not at all like Yang Qing, he seemed very confident and domineering. It's not my intention to fight you now, we'll leave first today. Sun Wukong continued to speak slowly. There is no fear of Xilu's powerful power in his voice, but he is very confident, and the Grand Master's bearing is undoubtedly revealed. You want to leave? The corner of Xilu's mouth showed a smile, and there was a hint of ridicule in the smile. He didn't think that the other party could escape in his own hands. However, Sun Wukong did not respond to Xilu's words again. You hold me, don't let go. He just said to the people who had gathered around him. When he saw the injured number 16, he was slightly stunned, and nodded, signaling the other party to do the same. Number 16's eyes flashed, and his right hand was placed on Sun Wukong. Go away. With a hello, Sun Wukong's right hand was also pressed between his eyebrows. Then, Sun Wukong's eyes looked at Xilu, and in the unbelievable eyes of the other party, his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared. Everyone around him disappeared at once. Seeing Sun Wukong disappear in front of his eyes, Xilu's eyes were obviously shocked. How did he leave? Where did he go? For a while, Xilu couldn't feel it at all. In the Temple of Heaven. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong and his entourage surprised Sun Wufan, and then it was a surprise. Dad. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at the crowd, but did not find Piccolo. With a frown, his figure disappeared here again. When he appeared again, Sun Wukong's figure appeared on the shore of the island, and Piccolo was under him. There's still breath. With a sigh of relief, Sun Wukong grabbed Piccolo. At the same time, Xilu sensed the aura of Sun Wukong and rushed over quickly. Watching Xilu rushing fast, Sun Wukong's figure gradually became blurred. When Xilu punched Sun Wukong, he had completely disappeared. This punch was completely empty. It disappeared like this again. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and Xilu was very confused by the magical disappearance method of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who came to the Temple of Heaven again, with a solemn expression, fed the immortal beans to the injured people. When he saw that the faces of everyone had returned to ruddy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xilu is really strong. I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. The repeated sentence made everyone present feel heavy in their hearts. How can this be done? Krillin said worriedly. Number 16 looked at everyone. His eyes were calm and deep. No one could see what he was thinking. The scene fell into a deep depression. Everyone was speechless, and Xilu's pressure shrouded their hearts, making them lose the mood to do anything. That Ching, he is very powerful. Is it possible to help us? Tianjin Fan suddenly asked. Everyone's eyes also lit up. Xilu's fear of Ching, everyone sees it. If he makes a move, there is great hope. Impossible. However, Trunks shook his head quickly. In the future world, the Earth was severely destroyed on the 17th and 18th, and he didn't even make a move, and it's even more impossible here. Then, Trunks hesitated again. I always feel that Ching seems to have some limitations. Although he has great power, he can't shoot at will. Well, there's no hope at all. Krillin spread his hands and said in despair. No, we still have hope. As long as we practice for a while, it is not impossible to defeat Xilu. Sun Wukong smiled. Cultivation. Everyone was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, it was true. As long as they were able to move forward and their strength became stronger, Xilu would naturally not be their opponent. I'm going into the spirit time room. Vegeta stood up. The breath on her body was extremely sharp. As Prince Vegeta, he is an arrogant person who cannot tolerate others being stronger than him. At the same time, he is also working hard for the honor of the Saiyans, giving his sweat and blood. For this, he is willing to pay all the hard work. As long as I practice in it for a longer time, I will definitely be able to defeat Xilu. However, Bo's explanation shattered his idea. The spiritual time house cannot continue to cultivate continuously. If a person has more than 2 days in his life, the exit will disappear. I'm still going in. Vegeta didn't hesitate. He was a person who thought of doing it, stood up and walked towards the spiritual time room. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and smiled. Me and Gohan will not go in. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Now that I have cultivated to this point, I feel that there will not be much progress if I go in. He has always maintained the mode of Super Saiyan 1, and it is not much different from normal, which surprised everyone present. Of course, what was even more surprising was Sun Gohan, and so did he. Afterwards, Sun Wukong was going to go home with Sun Wuhan to recuperate for a period of time to hone the normal mode of Super Saiyan 1. Super 2 requires a lot of physical strength. By doing this kind of training, you can quickly become familiar with the power of Super 2 and become stronger. At the same time, in his heart, he had actually given up on his plan to fight Sirius this time. He could clearly see the battle between Xilu and Ching, and he was still not sure about fighting the latter. In this battle, the greatest hope is still with Gohan. Huh. With a slight sound, Sun Wukong and Gohan have come to Karen Cat. King Karen, I want to ask you to help me with one thing. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Is it Wukong, you say? King Karen nodded. I release all my breath, please make a judgment for me, if I fight Xilu, how much the winning rate can be. Okay. King Karen agreed without hesitation. Soon, Sun Wukong released the breath of his body, and the huge breath immediately shocked everyone in the Temple of Heaven, and even thought that he could defeat Xilu for a while. However, in the end, King Karen still shook his head. No, you have a very high chance of failure if you fight him. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. I've already prepared again, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Chapter 828 You have provoked me. The golden arrogance is surging, and half of the sky is dark in color, and countless thunder and lightning are spreading and hissing in it. The aura displayed in Sun Wukong's body at this moment is extremely huge, but it is still useless. In the comparison of King Karen, he came to the conclusion that he is not as good as Saru. However, in the face of such a result, Sun Wukong was not disappointed, he seemed to have already estimated. Thank you, King Karen. Sun Wukong smiled and thanked him, then touched Sun Wufan's head, and the two disappeared together in the Kalen Tower. During the process of Sun Wukong releasing his breath just now, Sun Wufan's face was always calm, and he didn't seem to be surprised at the powerful aura on his father's body. On the contrary, King Karen was amazed that Sun Wukong was already so powerful in a short period of time. In the next time, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan returned home. They didn't do any hard training. Instead, they lived as usual, but the two of them kept their Super Saiyan state, making the people around them secretly surprised. On the other side of the earth, after Xilu wondered about Sun Wukong's strange way of leaving, he flew up and left the island. Sun Wukong. Flying all the way, an evil smile appeared on the corner of Xilu's mouth. You seem to be avoiding me on purpose. After thinking for a while, Xilu understood. Sun Wukong is not an impulsive player. Although he is single-celled, he is very intelligent. He is very clear that he is not the opponent of Xilu at the moment, so he chooses to retreat and try to prolong the time for cultivation to become stronger. When he is sure, he will appear again. But how could I possibly give you a chance? His eyes flashed, and a cruel look appeared in Xilu's eyes, and he had already made a decision. He wants to force out Sun Wukong. There are so many people on Earth. With the characters of Sun Wukong and other Earth warriors, it is impossible for them to not care. Half an hour later, Xilu had already appeared in the sky above a city on the mainland. Just start here. Boom. With a gloomy smile, Xilu's hand had already appeared a radiant qigong wave, and the huge energy shook the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, he casually pointed his right hand. Huh. The qigong wave slid across the air and quickly fell towards the bottom. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the monstrous flames filled the entire city in the blink of an eye, and countless screams and screams sounded. In the blink of an eye, a huge city was destroyed in the hands of Xilu. The action here quickly attracted the Earth Army, and a large number of troops came to meet Xilu. But there is no doubt that in the face of the powerful Xilu, the fate of these earthlings can only be destruction. Time was fast, and in less than half a day, Xilu destroyed 10 cities. Every time he destroys a city, he will leave a sentence. Monkey King, you better come out quickly, or I will destroy this planet. Xilu acts cruelly, unscrupulously, without scruples, and doesn't care about anyone's eyes at all. And all this, back home, the peaceful life of Sun Wukong does not know. The plot, in fact, has already begun to change slightly, although it is not much different from the original history, but after all, there is still more Yangqing. Kaylin and others were in a hurry and flew towards Sun Wukong's house quickly. They must tell Wukong this news, otherwise, the earth will really be destroyed. The scene around him quickly moved backwards, and Xilu flew in the air with an indifferent and confident expression. In this world, except for that person, no one is his opponent. He is like the king of the earth, ruling the world, and the enemy will not dare to follow. Suddenly, his figure stopped again. He saw a small city, not big, but in this open area, it was a peaceful life that was not available in other places. How can Xilu tolerate it? As the big villain, the boss, how could he let go of this city he accidentally discovered? With a trembling of his hand, the Qigong wave was ready, and then, with a big hand of Xilu, the Qigong wave swept through the void and quickly fell towards the bottom. At the same moment, in a restaurant in the city, a figure who was originally very leisurely, suddenly frowned, and suddenly looked up at the sky. "Master, what's the matter?" Faku said vaguely while eating. "Annoying fellow, it seems necessary to teach him a lesson." Yangqing said lightly, and with a flick of his body, he disappeared into the restaurant. But strangely, his departure didn't surprise anyone in the restaurant, as if he wasn't there in the first place. In an instant, Yangqing had appeared in front of the Qigong wave that was flickering with violent energy fluctuations. With no expression on his face, Yangqing smashed the Qigong wave with a punch. In the sky, Xilu's originally dull eyes shrank violently, and he looked in the direction where the Qigong wave was swept away. At this moment, his whole body trembled, and the breath on his body suddenly became much sharper. "Huh!" The splendid Qigong wave turned back in reverse and flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. He tilted his head, and the Qigong wave rubbed his ears and rushed towards the sky. The rapid speed even caused a gust of wind, and the wind blade was like a blade, cutting his body and rubbing his cheeks with subtle traces. Phew! Suddenly, his expression has become extremely cold. Until this chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, the figure of the flying Qigong wave just appeared in his eyes. "It's you." Xilu's pupils contracted violently, and he had already seen the figure standing in the void below. Different from what I saw last time, this time the figure contained an extremely fierce aura, which was extremely oppressive. With just one glance, his original anger was shattered, and then a trace of fear rose from his heart. This is a coercion from the soul. It seems that he is a lot different from the opposite in nature, like a dimension. Xilu didn't know what was going on, but he knew very well that the feeling in his heart at this moment was called fear. He was afraid. "Xilu, I have to say, you are really a qualified villain. But you annoyed me." Yangqing stood in the void with a very calm expression, but in that calm, there was a strong ruthlessness, as if at any time, he would take action and destroy everything in front of him. No, you listen to my explanation." Xilu panicked, but before he finished speaking, he saw Yangqing below. A head of black hair turned golden. Chapter 829 The Fear of That Kick. Golden flames lingered all over the body, and the breath became hateful, but it was not over yet. Xilu was horrified to find that the other party's transformation this time had surpassed the previous super competition one full power appearance. After the transformation in the first stage of the super competition, it is a slight one, and Yangqing's hairstyle has undergone tremendous changes. The messy blonde hair is still hanging in front of his forehead, forming domineering bangs, the other hair is standing upright, and his eyes have become extremely cold. What made Xilu even more terrified was that the fine golden lightning flashed violently around the opponent's body, as if it was caused by the leakage of the aura in the body. This is Super Saiyan 2. It can easily smash you into pieces. The indifferent voice sounded in Xilu's ear, which shocked his whole body, and secretly exerted all his strength. The doctor's fear of the person in front of him came from his soul, so the information recorded in his mind was also the same, which brought him natural fear. However, with the bloodline and character in his bones, he has the courage to fear no one. This contradictory feeling made him fear at this moment, but also had a sense of excitement to face a powerful enemy. It's easy, then you try it. Under the fear, Xilu became angry, and immediately shouted at Yang Qing. I don't know what it is. With an indifferent voice, Yang Qing's figure suddenly disappeared. Its terrifying speed made Shiluan not react at all. He only felt a gust of wind blowing, and a figure had reached his back. You can't even sense me, how can you be so arrogant? Xilu's whole body was shaken, and the courage just now disappeared instantly, turned into fear again, and his whole body trembled. Too fast. It's so fast. Incredibly fast, he turned around quickly and punched. But what hit was just a phantom. A punch was swept out, the punch was fierce, and the phantom was torn into powder. But the voice came from behind him again, causing his pupils to shrink. You are too slow. Impossible. After the panic was over, it was unbelievable, Xilu roared, waved his long arms, and waved back again. However, as last time, it was still empty. I said, you are too slow. The indifferent voice sounded again, but this time, accompanied by a strong force, it hit his ass and buttocks fiercely. Xilu snorted, only feeling that his ass and butt were blooming. That huge power instantly turned him into a cannonball, slashing thousands of meters out of the air, and then fell to the ground ruthlessly. Directly smashed a mountain 3 kilometers away. Boom. The mountain collapsed, and the rocks submerged Xilu. Boom. After 3 breaths, a dazzling light flashed out from the rock, and Xilu's figure appeared again, but it could be seen that his movements were a little awkward, as if he was deliberately moving forward. Damn. He was kicked and his farts exploded, and Xilu was extremely angry. He immediately glanced at the sky, looking for Yang Qing's figure, but after a breath, that frightening voice resounded from behind him again. Can't find me. Don't. Xilu's heart trembled, trembling and shaking coldly. However, Yang Qing obviously wouldn't listen to him, raised his right foot, aimed at the swollen ass and butt, and slammed it hard. Boom. A mountain was smashed by Xilu again, and then he flashed again, shattering the rocks, his face ashen with a trace of pain and fear. He felt that his farts had been cracked, and the bone-piercing pain made him let out a groan. Do you know what fear feels like? Then, the voice that made him collapse sounded from behind again. Bang! Yang Qing's right foot kicked Xilu's white, oh no, green and tender farts again. Click, sound could be clearly heard, as if something had broken. Ah! Sirius moaned and groaned in pain, and the sweat on his forehead came out. His farts were completely numb, and he could no longer feel the pain at this time, but the pain in his whole body made him messy, as if a part was missing, and it was so painful that he couldn't breathe. This time, Xilu did not hit the mountain again, but his face was close to the ground, and only after drawing a 1,000-meter-long ditch and gully on the ground, did he stop the trend. Standing up tremblingly again, Xilu's eyes were full of fear. His whole body was covered with bruises, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, especially the backside and buttocks, which were more than 3 times larger than at the beginning. Do you want to come again? This voice made Xilu shout out in horror immediately. Don't. The sound was like a cuckoo crying blood, and the weak woman screamed in terror in the face of the gangster, making people cry with sadness, and the chrysanthemums and flowers tightened. Bang! This kick was still kicked down fiercely, and Yang Qing wanted to let Xilu know what it was like to be afraid. Flying up again, Saru was desperate, and was about to collapse. His ass and butt fell. Such pain is worse than killing him. From the beginning to now, he didn't even see the other party's face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He was kicked in his ass and buttocks again and again and again, 3 and 4 times. His delicate and tender farts have blossomed and become no longer it. Pain, sadness, and despair swept through Xilu's body and mind. If it wasn't for the man's strength, he would have already wept. This time, he didn't even get up again, but lay on the ground in despair, like an ostrich, burying his head in the ground, not wanting to open his eyes to see the world again. Da da da. The slight footsteps came into his ears, and Xilu shook his entire body, and the chrysanthemum and flowers felt tight. What is he going to do? Don't want it again. OMG, don't. Remember, the fear of this foot. A playful voice in indifference came into Xilu's ears, causing Xilu's whole body to shake violently. Remember, don't. Xilu was like a sullied and defiled little girl, with a sad expression, sadness and despair on her face, which made people feel sorry for her. I'm impressed. I hope you will remember what I'm saying now. This sentence made Xilu have a bad premonition again. Immediately after, he felt a huge force coming from his ass and buttocks again. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Ah! The sound was astonishingly loud, and there was a vibrato caused by the pain of the human hand. Chapter 830 Pain. It hurts so much. Xilu can't even imagine this kind of heart-piercing pain. It stands to reason that his heart is iron-hearted, and no matter how much pain he suffers, he will not feel the pain. However, the fact made him unbelievable. This time, he completely remembered the pain of Yang Qing's kick, and he also understood why the doctor was so afraid of this person. He's not human, he's a devil, he's a monster. I'm not interested in your business. No matter how powerful you are, in my eyes, you're just a bigger ant. I can kill you with a single finger. But don't interfere with the lives of these ordinary people. Speaking of this, Yang Qing's tone was already a little heavy, and it was stern, which made Xilu tremble. You have affected the balance of the universe, and I have the right to obliterate your existence. And the next sentence made Xilu cold. He couldn't understand what Yang Qing said, but the aura that seemed to be the majesty of the universe made him fear from his soul. What Yang Qing said is indeed correct. It's nothing to fight Xilu and Sun Wukong, but to wreak havoc on the earth and slaughter civilians. It has indeed interfered with the operation of the universe, the laws of nature. As the preliminary king god, he has the right to kill each other. Whereas Sun Wukong, I will inform you that in 10 days, you will have a battle. The result of winning or losing is discussed by yourself, and I will not interfere. In these 10 days, if you hurt a civilian, I will kill you directly. Leaving this sentence coldly, Yang Qing flew away. Until the back was calm and he couldn't feel the terrifying aura, Xilu shook his whole body and pulled his head out of the ground, but his expression was still lingering, and he couldn't hide his fear. It's terrifying, he's far beyond my full body. At the same time, what Yang Qing said was deeply imprinted in his heart. After a long time, Xilu just returned to calm, and his powerful recovery force also made his wounds heal quickly. Woo! After a long sigh of relief, Xilu's complexion became complicated, and he became cold again. It won't interfere, that's fine. It's just the words of Sun Wukong and the others, I am sure of victory, and then everything will not be up to me. Just thinking of that kick again, Xilu's whole body trembled. This was the fear that lingered in his life. After Yang Qing packed up Xilu's meal, he came to the restaurant again and ate. Is it serious? Faku felt the breath and asked aloud. Well, get rid of him. Yang Qing nodded. Master, why don't you just kill him? Faku is very strange. Yang Qing's battle in the demon world is by no means a person who will be merciful. Why is it like this when he comes to Xilu? I shouldn't have killed him. Yang Qing just smiled mysteriously, causing Faku to scratch his head. Let's go to the play. Then, he said another sentence, which made Faku even more puzzled by the second monk. Immediately afterwards, the two walked out of the restaurant and flew high into the sky. Next, I have to go to Sun Wukong's place. Yang Qing is very curious about Sun Wukong's practice during this period. It can be said that the reason why Sun Wukong can improve so fast is closely related to the foundation he laid when he was a child and his unique cultivation, but his talent. Because of his Saiyan blood, he is far from Vegeta, but he is the most distant. And whether it is future cultivation or strengthening, in fact, it has a great relationship with the cultivation method during this period. Therefore, Yang Qing went to look for Sun Wukong this time, not only to inform him of the information to let him fight with Xilu in 10 days, but also to see what is special about his cultivation. He knew very well that after the first battle of Xilu, in a few years, Sun Wukong would cultivate in the underworld to break through the realm of Super Saiyan 3. And this realm, it took him a lot of time to achieve. The hardships I put in, and the time Sun Wukong spends, are absolutely the difference between heaven and earth. What is the reason for this? Yang Qing is very puzzling. It stands to reason that he is in a priesthood, and he has the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, or even the Super Saiyan God, so he will not be slower than Sun Wukong. It is true that his current strength is already very strong, and it is difficult to break through. However, there must be something wrong with the road he has traveled before. This time, I took the time to observe Sun Wukong's cultivation, and also had a reason for examining his own cultivation in the past. With Faku, the two walked all the way to the place where Sun Wukong was. It only took half a day for them to see the mountain top of Sun Wukong's house. That's it. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing pointed to the top of the mountain ahead. I have to say that the address chosen by Sun Wukong's family is very beautiful, and it is quite far away from the city. And this charm, let Yang Qing see, there is a unique feeling of hidden world. It's no wonder that Sun Wukong can calm down and cultivate. It is quiet here, and one can go far. Although cultivation is related to one's own will, it is also closely related to the environment around him. Sun Wukong was considered a genius before he became an adult, but when he became an adult, his ambition was sparse, and it had a great relationship with the environment he was in. This great talent was wasted in vain. Yang Qing. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Shaking his head. In the original novel, the most unfortunate talent is Sun Gohan. When it comes to the talent of cultivation, this man has great potential, even surpassing his father. But his ambition is not to cultivate, but to learn what to do. As everyone knows, what is the most useless knowledge in this long pearl world? If you encounter a strong enemy, how can you protect your relatives without strong power? This is the relationship between the environment. After Sun Gohan became an adult, he lived in the city, interacted with everyone in the school, and was completely integrated into the life of Earthlings. This is like a long in a snake dwelling. The Saiyan's nature and blood have been completely wiped out. How can he reach the management level of martial arts, and his current state is even more ignorant, forcing the latter to learn. When Sun Wukong was a child, he had a great interest in cultivation. It's a pity. In words, Yang Qing is even more pity. This time, if possible, he would like to reverse this pity. If taught carefully, Sun Gohan might not be weaker than his father. This is a very potential and talented martial artist. Chapter 831 Kiki's Nagging. After pondering for a while, Yang Qing increased his speed, streaked a stream of light in the void, and quickly walked towards the small house where Sun Wukong was. The breeze is gentle, and the surrounding of Sun Wukong's home can be said to be a shade of greenery. The fragrance of plants is refreshing, and all kinds of birds are chirping. If you add fairy clouds, it can be called a fairyland on earth. At this time, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong were not at home, they were naked by a river. The river was rushing, and a white belt was pulled out in the forest, and it went far away, as if there was no limit. "Dad, how can it be so difficult to catch fish?" The blonde-haired Sun Gohan looked speechlessly at the fish that had slipped away from his hands several times, very embarrassed. He clearly remembered that with his speed and strength, he could easily catch the fish in the water. Haha, Gohan, don't be in a hurry. Although you turned into a Super Saiyan, you haven't mastered the power in this state, and even I'm still far behind. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, strength, speed, and energy all increase dramatically, but this surge of power is difficult to grasp for a while. In ordinary activities, you stamped a footprint at home, this is the makes sense. Also, the speed of catching fish is either fast or slow. You need to gradually familiarize yourself with the power of catching fish in your normal activities. Others such as walking and eating must be paid attention to. Sun Wukong explained with a smile. He stretched out his hand, grabbed it like water, and then retracted his hand in embarrassment. Well, Dad, I see. Sun Gohan nodded. The sudden increase in strength is like a long process for a born baby to learn to walk. When Sun Wukong reached a bottleneck in his cultivation in the spiritual time house, he realized this problem after breaking through. Compared with the power of Super Saiyan Stage 1, Super Saiyan 2 also consumes more physical strength, and correspondingly, it takes more effort to control its power. Even at the beginning, they couldn't control this huge power into small details. 400% of the power, but only 50% can be exerted. Like a baby wielding a heavy hammer, this massive hammer even carries the baby around. The two of them stood barefoot, standing in the river, their eyes watching the flow of fish in the river, and from time to time they reached into the water to catch fish. However, because of the huge Super Race 1 energy after the transformation, it is difficult to control the strength, and it often splashes a large amount of water, making them embarrassed. During this period, because of this embarrassed appearance, the father and son also laughed at each other. Ha ha ha, Dad, you are so embarrassed. Also said to me, Gohan, that your clothes are all wet, and when you go back, Kiki will talk to you again. Compared with other fathers and sons, Sun Wukong is not strict at all, but very gentle. His relationship with Sun Wuhan is more like a friendship between friends, very casual. Compared with maintaining the image of a strict father, it is obvious that the single-celled Monkey King prefers such a harmonious atmosphere. The two were playing with each other, but in the process, their control of their power was slowly adjusted and progressed rapidly. While they were fighting, Yongqing and Faku had already arrived in front of a small wooden house. This is Sun Wukong's home. Nodding, Yongqing said softly. Faku understood, and then stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. Bang bang bang. The sound of his percussion was short, and heavy, and each sound was exactly the same, clearly caused by percussion at the same location with the same force and speed. Who is it? A clear female voice came from the door, and then the wooden door opened with a creak, revealing a handsome young man. With a woman's face, she looked at Yongqing curiously. Who are you? I'm here to find Sun Wukong. Faku's face was cold, and his voice was even lower, and he didn't look like a good person. Chi-Chi immediately became nervous and vigilant. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to Wukong? Hee, you're Sun Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi, right? Hello, I'm Qing, we're here to find him without any ill will, but there are some things that need to be notified to him. Seeing Faku's poor communication method, Yongqing covered his forehead and was speechless. If you talk to people like this, everyone will be scared away by you. What's the matter? Seeing Yongqing's normal human appearance, with a big smile on his face, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. I'm afraid I have to see him in person. What about Mr. Sun Wukong? Yongqing asked curiously. He saw that there was no one in the room. He took Gohan to practice. Chi-Chi looked at the two of them again and again, and found that there was no malicious aura about them, so she said. Can we go in? We can wait for him to come back. Yongqing asked with a smile. Glancing at Yongqing again, Chi-Chi nodded, but let the two of them in. After she entered the wooden house, she looked at Faku curiously while pouring tea, isn't he an earthling? He doesn't look like an earthling. Well, Faku is from the devil world. Yongqing smiled and nodded. The skin is so weird, even weirder than Piccolo, This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The temper is also weird. Kiki muttered. Faku sat in a chair and listened to others talking about him. His eyelids trembled, but in the end he didn't pay attention, just drinking the tea that fell down silently. If nothing else, this tea is very good, and he enjoys it quite a bit. The devil world is too barren. Where can there be so much food and drinks on the earth to enjoy? Hee, Faku has lived in the demon world all his life since he was a child, so he is a little withdrawn. Yongqing nodded, not caring about Faku's expression, and said with a smile. A man, that's pitiful. Chi-Chi took one more look at Faku, and there was actually sympathy in his eyes. Faku looked awkward, and he felt uncomfortable drinking tea. What does Mr. Sun Wukong do when he is at home? When he had nothing to do, Yongqing opened up the topic and asked at will. Goku him. At the mention of Wukong, Chi-Chi first sighed, and then said with some anger. He really doesn't care about this family. He knows how to cultivate every day. He hasn't done the work in the field for a long time, and he doesn't cook every day. If the land is so large, if I hadn't forced him, I don't know how long it will be abandoned. Quote. Faku was startled, and the tea in his mouth almost spit out. Chapter 832 Cultivation. Sun Wukong has seen it before. In his eyes, it is a powerful warrior who has surpassed Vegeta and has been able to compare with the master's first stage transformation. But here, it was so unbearable to say it in the mouth of this woman, which made him feel like his worldview was collapsing. Don't do farm work. Don't go out to make money regardless of family affairs. A martial Taoist who ranks among the top in the universe would be entangled with these things. Faku really can't figure it out. Although he has never been out of the demon world, he also knows that in the outer universe, it is more than enough for a warrior of his level to be the overlord of the galaxy. But a character like Sun Wukong was blamed by his wife for these trivial things, which was beyond his imagination. Hee, Mr. Sun Wukong is very good at learning martial arts with all his heart. Yongqing understood the reason, but he didn't say much. Looking at this simple wooden house again, everything is so simple, but neat, and there are forest flowers and plants outside. In this close-to-nature environment, perhaps the troubled hearts of human beings will calm down and do what they think is right, and they will be firm and unshakable. If you are in a noisy city, this quiet heart, it will be very difficult. Perhaps it was Sun Wukong's growing up living environment that made him choose this remote place, but it was also a coincidence. Cultivation is normal. I thought Sun Wukong was cultivating when he was cultivating, but when I came here, I realized that I was wrong. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yongqing finally understood why the speed of Sun Wukong's cultivation was so changed. His talent is not very good, but the way he cultivates is incredible. Such as Vegeta, himself and others, they are only called cultivation when they are cultivating. But what about Sun Wukong? In his ordinary life, he is also cultivating, honing his state of mind, and exercising his own physique. Even if he is cultivating the land and doing farm work, he is exercising his arm strength and speed. On the way to practice. If this goes on, how can progress not be fast? Is this the secret to his rapid progress? There is a way to do something regularly, instead of trying hard and recklessly. Sun Wukong's practice also includes rest and hard times. But on the whole, his cultivation is not like Vegeta, giving people a feeling of hardship and pain, but very relaxed and enjoyable. A person is deliberately pursuing, and a person is enjoying it easily. If this goes on, the gap may be large in the early stage, but in the later stage, the gap will become wider and wider, unless Vegeta also finds her own cultivation in the future. Thinking about it carefully, Yongqing always had a smile on his face. At this time, Chi-Chi was still talking about Sun Wukong's disregard for his family, but this was different in Yongqing's eyes. Cultivation in peace, sharpening in daily life, relaxed and harmonious, and reaching the other side. Is this the practice of Sun Wukong? From beginning to end, Sun Wukong's practice is actually very simple, but the effect is also very obvious. Eating is practice, walking is practice, labor is practice, crying is practice, laughing is practice, wife's scolding is practice, children's laughter is practice, everything in life, in the eyes of Sun Wukong, is practice. Life is the practice of Sun Wukong. Let me ask, under this kind of practice, who will not make rapid progress? Of course, what Yongqing figured out at this time is just the outline of Sun Wukong's practice, which is a general statement, and the details need to be observed before you can savor it carefully. When the cup of tea was finished, it was already in the afternoon and evening. Watching the sunset, listening to Chi-Chi's nagging and complaining about the various things about Sun Wukong, Yongqing actually felt a sense of life, and couldn't help feeling very emotional. On the contrary, Faku, who seemed to have been unable to bear Chi-Chi's long-winded words, closed his eyes, blocked his hearing, and sat there, looking out of sight and out of mind. When the sun went down and the sky gradually became dark, two figures also appeared outside the wooden house. Yongqing's eyes flashed and he looked outside the wooden house. Chi-Chi heard the movement outside one step later, and said with a smile, "Wukong and the others are back." Although he said that Sun Wukong was not, but Yongqing clearly saw the happiness and warmth in Chi-Chi's eyes at this time. Just as he was talking, Sun Wukong had pushed the door and entered the room. In an instant, Faku's eyes opened, and the shielded five senses unfolded instantly. When Sun Wukong saw the two people in the room, his face changed immediately and he shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Sun Wukong also noticed the existence of Yongqing at this time, and reached out to stop Gohan. "Gohan is fine, don't be nervous. They are here to find Wukong. This is Qing, this strange-looking person is Faku, and they said they are looking for you to inform you of something." Kiki explained at this moment, then waved at Gohan. Gohan came over. "Why didn't you pay attention? How dirty your clothes are. How did Mom teach you? You are not obedient all day long." Sun Wukong's face turned bitter. He glanced at Wukong, and walked towards Chi-Chi with his mouth closed. Wukong laughed while watching Kiki teach Gohan a lesson. "And you, Wukong, why are you laughing? How old are you? And you're still like a child, huh? Look at your clothes, they're dirtier than Gohan. What the hell are you doing out there?" Poor. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I am alone, helping you clean, cook, and do laundry at home. Why am I so miserable? Sun Wukong's laughter stopped abruptly, and he couldn't laugh any longer. The father and son looked at each other and laughed bitterly, very helpless. After some tossing and fussing, and after changing all the clothes on Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, Chi-Chi allowed the two to come out and talk to Yongqing. "Hee, sorry for making you wait so long." Sun Wukong came out and scratched his head, and said to the two of them embarrassedly, "It's okay, I'm here to inform you of something." Yongqing waved his hand, but he didn't mind. These scenes of Sun Wukong's family made him sigh. This is the life of an ordinary family. As the most powerful man in the universe, Sun Wukong, in this family, he is just an ordinary member. "Oh," Sun Wukong questioned. "It's about Xilu." Yongqing gave Sun Wukong a deep look, and then said. In an instant, Sun Wukong's eyes became solemn. Chapter 833. Do you want to become stronger? Sun Wukong, who has personally seen Xilu, naturally knows very well how terrifying this monster is, although it has been around for a short time. After training in the spiritual time room, he had broken the temporary bottleneck and reached the current limit. He was already very powerful, but facing Xilu, he still had shortcomings and was not the opponent's opponent. What happened to Xilu? Sun Wukong asked in a deep voice, and his expression became very serious when it came to such an issue. I met Xilu, Yongqing said softly. When he saw Sun Wukong's gaze, he explained with a soft smile, after talking to him for a while, he promised to start a battle with you in 10 days. Quote. If he wins, he won't shoot anyone on Earth again. If it fails, then he will kill you and destroy the Earth. In this one, because it has been agreed, within these 10 days, he will not shoot against the people of the Earth because he can't find you. Staring at Sun Wukong, Yang Qing said sentence by sentence. At this moment, everyone present was looking out of the wooden house, including Sun Gohan. After 3 breaths, several figures flying at extreme speed came to Sun Wukong's wooden house. Keelan, Tianjin race. Sun Wukong looked at the coming figure in surprise, and cried out in surprise. Wukong, something is wrong. The 2 figures quickly came to the front of the wooden house, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and shouted loudly. What's the matter? Are you all here? Looking at the person coming, Sun Wukong wondered. Xilu is looking for you. He has destroyed more than a dozen cities. The purpose is to force you to come out and fight against him. Krillin said anxiously, very nervous. Sun Wukong's face suddenly became serious. With his understanding of Xilu, this kind of evil monster is absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Well, I'm here to inform you about this. At this time, Yang Qing on the side also said with a smile. Only then did the 2 of them notice Yang Qing and the 2 sitting in the room, and they couldn't help being surprised. It's you. Hello, Keelan. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. Faku just glanced indifferently. Ah, hello. Keelan said nervously. Yang Qing's strength, he had seen clearly before, and he was naturally very afraid of such a powerful character. Ha. Yang Qing just smiled. Not much. Then he looked at Sun Wukong and continued the previous topic. Actually, when Xilu came over the city where we were, the master was eating. Faku spoke lightly. He disturbed the master's meal, so the master taught him a lesson. He only became honest at this time, so the master agreed with him that 10 days later, you will fight. Faku, who was taciturn, suddenly opened his mouth to attract everyone's attention. It was only at this time that Sun Wukong understood this matter. It must have been Xilu's destruction everywhere, and it happened to meet Qing, so there was this agreement. The master values you very much, and I hope you won't disappoint him. Faku whispered again, and then fell silent again. Everyone was surprised. What was surprised was that Yang Qing could easily make Xilu change his mind. To his surprise, Yang Qing intervened in this incident. In fact, after that incident, they also asked Trunks and learned that although Qing was extremely powerful, he would not easily interfere in human affairs. So, this time, do you have confidence in Monkey King? Yang Qing asked softly with a smile. I bought 10 days specifically for you. In an instant, everyone in the room turned their attention to Sun Wukong. Under everyone's attention, Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly, and then said embarrassedly. Frankly, 10 days is too tight, I'm not sure. Yang Qing was not surprised by this result, but he could see the disappointment flashed in the eyes of everyone in Keelan. He pursed his lips and smiled, and turned his eyes to Sun Gohan, who had been silent for a while. How about you, Gohan, are you sure? When asked by Yang Qing, Sun Wufan was obviously a little surprised, and he didn't react for a while everyone in the room was a little stunned, and all looked at Wufan. Dad doesn't even have confidence in me. He scratched his head and didn't say more, but everyone could hear the meaning. So, do you want to be stronger? Yang Qing did not let Sun Wufan go, but continued to ask with interest. Get stronger. Sun Wufan was taken aback for a moment, then thought for a while, and said seriously, I think so. Why? I want to protect Mom, Dad, Uncle Pick, and Keelan, Tianjin Fan, and Earth. Sun Gohan was still young, but he always had a passion in his heart, as well as his own dreams. He wanted to protect everything, but all along, he was helpless. He didn't have enough power. From a young age, he understood the importance of power. But every time, he has become a burdensome person who cannot help others. Very good. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Then, he spoke to Sun Wukong again. Understand. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Kong, do you mind if I practice with you during this time? Sun Wukong was obviously a little shocked by this question, and then a big smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his right hand and said loudly, "Of course I don't mind, ha ha ha." Sun Wufan secretly stood aside, looking at Yang Qing. He always felt that this person was very different. After that, Yang Qing and Faku collected materials on the spot in the nearby forest. Yang Qing just waved his hand, and a golden light flashed. A small wooden house has appeared in the same place, and an open space has been cleared next to it. This is exactly the role of divine power. As a reserve realm god, it is easy for Yang Qing to read the countless divine books in the Tibetan scripture pavilion and transform between substances. On the second day, Kaylin and others left. Now that the matter has been dealt with, they will naturally have no effect if they stay here. Everything just waited 10 days later, that earth-shattering battle. At dawn, Sun Wukong brought the spirited Gohan to the wooden house of Yang and Qing. Squeak. The wooden house was pushed away by Yang Qing. Looking at the two men with blonde hair who were already standing in front of the wooden house, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. "Hi, Qing, let's start practicing." "Haha, okay, let's practice together." Yang Qing laughed loudly, followed by Faku, and walked towards Sun Wukong and his son. Chapter 834 The Lost Cub. The four of them joined together, and Sun Wufan glanced at Yang Qing a few more times. He always felt that this young man seemed to take him seriously. Noticing Sun Wufan's eyes, Yang Qing smiled and touched Wufan's head, making the latter a little shy. "Haha, Gohan, are you interested in practicing with me?" On the way, Yang Qing spoke to Gohan, which surprised Sun Wukong, then smiled and didn't interrupt. Sun Wufan glanced at his father, saw that the latter did not object, and nodded. "Okay, we will practice cultivation for a while," Yang Qing said with a smile. After a while, the four entered the jungle. "Wukong, how do you usually cultivate? Let's just follow the way of the past today." "Well, okay." Sun Wukong nodded. Everyone looked at Sun Wukong, only to see him nodding at Sun Wufan. Their eyes flashed, and then they were ready for action. The first thing is to point out the way home for the little animals who have lost their way. With a big smile on his face, Sun Wukong laughed. Then, with a flick of his figure, he had disappeared in front of several people. Faku's eyes flashed, and he followed closely. Since Sun Wufan is in a group with Yang Qing, then he is naturally in a group with Sun Wukong. "What did your father mean?" It wasn't until Sun Wukong left that Yang Qing asked Gohan with a bewildered expression. Every day in the forest, there are many animal babies who act randomly but can't find their home. Our practice during this period is to send these lost animal babies back to their homes. Sun Gohan explained. But this explanation made Yang Qing's mouth twitch. Well, I have to admit that Sun Wukong's strange cultivation method completely broke his thinking. "Go ahead, Uncle Qing." Sun Wufan laughed, moved and disappeared quickly. Looking at Sun Wufan's back, Yang Qing squinted and smiled. "Well, let me feel the way this family is different from other people's cultivation methods." Also, Sun Gohan is indeed a guy with amazing potential. He actually already has such strength. He noticed that Sun Gohan's current strength was completely on the verge of breaking the calm of Chaosai too, and he could enter the next field at any time. After this period of practice, if he is fully familiar with the power of Super 1, that is, if he reaches the full power of Super 1, then once he enters the field of Super 2, the unexpected power that erupts will definitely shock everyone. People. After just 3 flashes, Yang Qing was already behind Sun Wukong and fell tightly behind him. "Here's one." The two shuttled through the forest and moved quickly. After about a minute, Sun Gohan's eyes lit up and he landed on the ground. Yang Qing followed him and looked forward, only to find that it was a young leopard, looking at the front in confusion, as if he couldn't tell which way was the way home. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong took the young leopard into his arms. "Haha, don't be afraid, I'll send you home right away." During the speech, Gohan's figure had already moved. He quickly shuttled through the jungle. In less than 30 seconds, he had already found the mother and mother of the young leopard, and placed it in front of the mother and mother of the leopard. "That's it." Son Gohan nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he turned his head to face Yang Qing. "Uncle Qing, did you see it?" I guess I get it." Yang Qing folded his arms and nodded. This kind of practice examines eyesight, insight, and observation. In the forest, it is definitely not easy to complete this task quickly. First of all, you need to find the lost baby animal, which requires the insight to quickly find the target in the rapid crossing. Second, you need to observe the target animal's smell, appearance, and determine where its home is located. It can be said that this kind of practice is definitely not easy, but it has been extremely effective in cultivating people's fighting qualities for a long time. In battle, it is necessary to observe the terrain and judge the environment, which requires extremely precise insight and observation. After the two looked at each other, they quickly separated. About 3 minutes later, Yang Qing found an animal, and then through analysis, he judged where its home should be. But, to his disappointment, his judgment was wrong. My power of observation, my insight, is a bit lacking. Through this failure, Yang Qing understood something. After Sun Wukong discovered the target, he was able to determine its location only once, but he obviously hadn't reached it yet. This was related to the first time he did this kind of cultivation, but it also proved that in his past cultivation, he still hadn't taken into account some aspects. It's interesting. Slowly, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. This kind of cultivation can make oneself stronger. When I always thought that I could no longer improve, I suddenly found another breakthrough. This is undoubtedly a happy thing. Next, within an hour, the two of them removed all the animals that were lost on the east and west sides of the forest. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The ministry moved home and gathered in the middle of the forest. At this time, Sun Wukong and Faku were already standing there waiting for them. "Hi, are you guys done too?" "Yes, Papa. Uncle Qing is very good. The first time he did it, he was not inferior to me at all." Sun Wukong laughed loudly. Wukong glanced at Yang Qing, and then smiled. "Mr. Faku, it's also amazing." Faku stood aside indifferently and didn't say much, but his eyes swept over Sun Wukong from time to time, obviously unconvinced. Within an hour, he began to feel that this matter was nothing special, but when he did it himself, he found the horror of this smiling guy beside him. His speed, observation, and attention were simply perverted. There is no doubt that in this confrontation, he has already lost to Sun Wukong. Next, we're going to prepare lunch for noon. Sun Wukong twisted his neck, his fists collided, and sparks shot out of his eyes. At noon, we eat fish. Yesterday, he caught a day's worth of fish, but because his control of power was not complete enough, he didn't catch a single one. Today, it is natural to continue this practice. "Oh, Qingyu and Dharma, you don't need to practice this, it shouldn't be of any use to you." Yang Qing smiled and shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 835 Sun Wukong didn't understand Yang Qing's words, but after that, he saw that with a wave of Yang Qing's hand, a brilliant golden light burst out from Faku's body. This is... Faku was shocked. He felt that his power was inexplicably imprisoned a lot, and even he could not exert all his original power, as if he was carrying a mountain. The four of them came to the river, and then they all rolled up their trousers, jumped into the river naked. "Let's start. If we have dinner at noon today, we'll see if we make progress." Sun Wukong shouted and took the lead. His speed was very fast, his hands turned into phantoms in an instant, and the strength was even more terrifying. Half of the river was almost shattered by him. However, the hair was useless, and not a single fish was caught. His hands stayed in the air. Sun Wukong was very embarrassed, and the three people next to him all looked at him with dull expressions. "Dad, come on." Only Sun Wufan gave a soft encouragement. Faku's face was indifferent, ignoring a few people. His eyes focused on a fish, and he concentrated his energy. In his sight, the speed of the fish became extremely slow. When he wanted to come, it was not too easy to catch this fish. Then, suddenly, he reached into the water and grabbed the fish. But in an instant, there was a very uncomfortable feeling in his whole body, and his face was a little ugly. Poof! The hand entered the water, but did not catch the fish. He couldn't control his own strength perfectly, glanced at Yang Qing next to him, and Faku suddenly understood that it was the master who made his practice more difficult. "Come on, if you can catch the fish, your strength will rise to the next level," Yang Qing said with a smile. Faku nodded, and then worked hard without saying a word. At this time, the three of them have already started their own cultivation. Yang Qing closed his eyes slightly, then opened his eyes, clenched his hands, and his whole body was shocked. Black hair turned blonde, eyebrows turned blonde, pupils turned green, and then, in a shock, fine lightning appeared around his body, his hair stood up high, and only a few bangs hung down on the front of his forehead. Strangely, the transformation in such a state did not reveal a trace of breath, which was felt by the three people around him. This is the power of God. He perfectly conceals his aura. As long as the opponent does not reach the strength of God, it will be difficult for him to find himself. This is simply fatal in battle. Then, right after that, Yang Qing's face became hideous. The fine thunder and lightning all over his body became more distant. His golden hair was elongated little by little, his forehead was bulging high, and the whole person became hideous, his whole body imposing, even more with a little bit of wickedness. 3 seconds later, the state of Super Race 3 has been transformed by him. This is. Looking at Yang Qing's state at the moment, Sun Wukong's face changed greatly. Just now, a trace of breath leaked out and was sensed by him. It was an indescribably vast aura, as if it could destroy the entire galaxy. The chi he has at the moment is like a child in front of the other party, and he has no power to fight back. This is the state of Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan 2, which is Super Saiyan 3. After Yang Qing's transformation, a cold temperament appeared on his body, and his words became a lot more indifferent. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong was inexplicably shocked. He had never seen such a powerful force. Even the power of Super Saiyan 2, he doesn't have full control at the moment, let alone Super Saiyan 3. What made him even more terrifying was that he had never known that the person in front of him was already so terrifying. He is very aware of the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Every time he surpasses the limit, he will obtain a terrifying and incomparable increase in strength. On top of the original combat power, it will increase again 1,000 times and 10,000 times. The power after the increase, how terrifying, simply startling. Yang Qing turned into Super Saiyan 3. He found that it was still difficult for him to control this huge power to the level of nuance. This power is too great. It seems that I was negligent before. His eyes flashed, and he also stared at the fish in the water. This kind of cultivation still applies to him. Boom! The huge force caused the entire river to burst, and the water splashed, directly submerging the three people next to it. But none of the fish were caught. Yang Qing touched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Cough, hee, the power is not well controlled. After explaining a sentence, Yang Qing quietly retreated dozens of distances under the watchful eyes of the three, and opened the distance to practice alone. Immediately afterwards, the four of them kept a distance from each other. Their strength was very strong, and they were not well controlled. If they were not careful, they would directly burst the river, and the splashing water droplets had a very strong penetrating power. Although it does not cause harm to the four people, it is inevitably troublesome. Bang bang bang. One morning, in the river, there was almost such a sound, continuous, very loud and spectacular. Until noon, the four of them were speechless and embarrassed. They didn't even catch a single fish. The power that could not be controlled was like a galloping angry horse, which was difficult to control. What's for lunch? Yang Qing is a little embarrassed. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Opening his mouth, a lot of movements in the morning made his physical exertion a little huge. Well, I didn't catch the fish. How about we go to the forest to catch some wild animals? Sun Wukong was also very speechless. Although he had made some progress in his practice in the morning, it had not reached the normal level after all. That's all. After that, when everyone moved, the beasts on the ground were obviously much slower than the fish in the water. A few tens of meters apart, several people controlled the intensity of the Qigong wave, and they could solve one with just one shot. Soon, a fire broke out, and 4 or 5 huge beasts were placed on the flames. With a wave of Yang Qing's hand, these beasts turned and roasted by themselves. 10 minutes later, the fresh and tender taste of meat came out, making everyone drool. I am so hungry. Sun Wukong wiped his saliva, then grabbed one and ate it. Seeing that they have already started, other people are naturally welcome. Among them, especially Faku, he has never experienced this kind of cultivation. He only feels that he is in a state of confusion all morning, and he is already dizzy when he is hungry. Ah, it's delicious. With a vibrato admiration, Faku, the demon god, has become less like a demon at this moment. Chapter 836 Battle. I have to say that Sun Wukong's cultivation method is extremely unique. He is different from most people in the universe and has his own unique set of theories. Effort and ease coexist, but can achieve a multiplier effect. Next, in the afternoon, several people separated and conducted battle training. If there is no Yang Qing, then the 2 people who are fighting will naturally be Sun Wukong and Master Wu Fan. Since there are 2 more people, and the strength of Faku is not weak, it is a team with Sun Wukong to fight each other. The 4 quickly flew away from the surrounding forest and found a secluded plain area. The breeze was blowing, but the distance between the 4 of them was very far away. Their combat power is extraordinary. Although they can be suppressed, their enormous destructive power cannot be underestimated. Gohan, do you know how strong you are now? Standing opposite Sun Wufan, Yang Qing asked with a smile. I'm weak. Sun Wufan didn't have much confidence. He knew that Uncle Baibek, even Keelan and the others, were still children, and their strength was not strong. You feel weak. Yang Qing smiled a little playfully. Being able to transform into a Super Saiyan has already broken the boundaries of living organisms, exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. You have completed the transformation of a Super Saiyan, and your own strength is already too strong. Shaking his head, Yang Qing said softly. Now, Gohan, come and attack me with all your might. Sun Wufan nodded solemnly, knowing that the strength of the person in front of him was far from his own. He was shocked, the surging golden aura was burning, and the terrifying energy wave was turbulent, shaking the void. Great power. Yang Qing's black hair, under the blowing of this explosive breath, shuddered, his eyes flickered with light. Sun Wufan is definitely not as weak as he said. On the contrary, at this moment, Sun Wufan is very powerful. Before he knows it, he has surpassed his father and walked even further than Sun Wukong. Speaking of which, the descendants of the Earthlings and Saiyans are stronger from one generation to the next, but the will to fight is weaker than the next generation. Perhaps, because of the fusion of the 2 genes, the potential of the Earthlings has profoundly affected Saiyan people, but at the same time, the militant factor in their blood has also decreased. It has to be said that this is a very contradictory thing. Saiyans are a fighting nation because of the ferocity and belligerence in their blood. But it is obvious that the descendants of Saiyans and Earthlings are more talented than the next generation. Sun Wufan can transform into a super competition at the age of 10, and when it comes to Sun Wuxian, it is even more terrifying, and he can complete this achievement at a few years old. But at the same time, their stamina is not enough, and they are not comparable to purebred Saiyans. While thinking, Son Gohan has raised his own strength to the limit. This strength is very strong, but it is still at the stage of Super Saiyan 1. Come on, Gohan. Yang Qing, who is not transformed, unfolded his body and said to Sun Wufan. His eyes narrowed, and the next second, Sun Wufan suddenly stepped on the ground, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into a bow and arrow, and with a swoosh, he shot directly at Yang Qing. Buzz. As the air roared, Sun Wufan was already in front of Yang Qing's eyes, but his low figure contained extremely strong energy. Bang! Yang Qing raised his hand and firmly grasped the fist that the opponent was attacking. Watch out, Gohan! With a reminder, he suddenly lifted his big legs and slammed into Son Gohan's abdomen fiercely. The latter trembled all over, his legs forced, and he flipped 3 times to the rear and stood still, dodging this ferocious attack. With a twinkle in his eyes, Son Gohan attacked again. Yang Qing stood on the spot, did not move, and defended the fist that Sun Wufan attacked again and again. During this process, Yang Qing did not move a step, showing a strong defensive ability. It seems that no matter how Son Gohan attacks, he can't touch Yang Qing's body. Gradually, more than 10 breaths passed, and there was a gap in Sun Wufan's attack. How amazing is Yang Qing's insight! He punched into the attack screen that Sun Wufan was hitting, directly interrupting the opponent. Just a flash of effort, this punch had already reached Sun Wufan's face. Suddenly, Sun Wufan's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. In his pupils, a fist quickly enlarged and reached the center of his eyebrows. It's over. However, after a breath, the imaginary attack came. He opened his eyes and saw a smile on the face of the person in front of him, then turned his fist into a palm and flicked his fingers. Boom! Sun Wuhan flew towards the rear, flying straight for a distance of 1 kilometer before hitting the ground. This huge noise caught the attention of the 2 Sun Wukong who were fighting enthusiastically. Gohan is working hard. Sun Wukong smiled. You still have time to look elsewhere. Faku gave a low drink and launched a fierce offensive. The latter let out a long laugh and happily fought with Faku. Gohan, get up, come again. Your attack rhythm is not right, and your control is not enough. Yang Qing's voice sounded. In the deep pit, Sun Wufan stood up and touched the position between his eyebrows, only to feel very painful, but he suffered. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Injuries are minimal. Uncle Qing, thank you for your mercy. The training he had experienced before was merciless, especially Bic. Every punch and kick was a real injury. Our purpose is to fight, don't think about it, come again. Yang Qing laughed softly, and then his eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly. But you have to take it seriously or you will suffer a lot. This time, it's my turn to attack. Huh. In just a moment of effort, Yang Qing reached Sun Wufan, his fists turned into phantoms, and they attacked continuously. Sun Wufan's expression was serious, he raised his fist, and quickly attacked. Very good, defensive posture is very good. Next, try again. Yang Qing smiled with satisfaction. At the same time as his fists attacked, his feet also began to move. Just bending his legs, his knees slammed towards the top. Sun Wufan's eyes flickered with light, and at the same time, his feet began to step down suddenly. The next second, the 2 legs slammed together. Boom! The ground trembled, and a large crater appeared. Immediately afterwards, the movements of the 2 almost turned into shadows, and their figures began to move quickly in the plane. Gohan pays attention. I'm going to speed up. During the battle, Yang Qing's voice sounded again. Chapter 837 Annoying. Sun Wufan's eyes condensed, staring at Yang Qing's every move. In the next second, his pupils shrunk suddenly, only to feel a gust of wind blowing against the wind, and the convenience has come to him. Bang! Terrifying power poured out frantically, and Sun Wuhan raised his hand to meet him, using his full strength to take over all the opponent's attacks, but at the same time, because of that power, he kept retreating. Good. Seeing that Gohan took over his attack, Yang Qing shouted loudly and stepped forward, increasing his speed by another level. Faster. After being reminded by Yang Qing, Sun Wufan's eyes flashed brilliantly for his debut, and the speed of his attack increased by another level. This time, Sun Wufan still perfectly blocked Yang Qing's attack. Beautiful. A series of attacks came from Yang Qing's hands, and he suddenly shouted. Be careful. With a jump, Yang Qing suddenly jumped into the air, his right leg suddenly straightened, and with a pop sound, he kicked Gohan fiercely. Its speed and strength suddenly accelerated. So fast. Gohan's pupils shrank again, and he quickly blocked his arms in front of him. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the ground under Gohan's feet cracked. Until then, Yang Qing's wave of attacks seemed to have come to an end. However, it's not over yet. Yang Qing, who was in the air, exerted a force on his waist and swayed suddenly. Om! The void trembled, his left leg lifted, his figure twisted, and he kicked Gohan's arms again. Crack! When the crisp voice came, Gohan's whole body shook, and his entire body retreated 10 meters. But it wasn't over yet. With the help of the power that had just turned, Yang Qing actually turned again and threw out his right leg, but in an instant, he had already crossed a distance of 10 meters and arrived in front of Gohan. Boom! This time, the final blow in the 3-hit combo appeared, directly hitting Gohan's body. The latter immediately trembled, and his body flew out. It hurts. After a few breaths, Gohan's painful voice came, and he stood up slowly, only to feel pain all over his body. Just now, Yang Qing's 3-battery attack was so terrifying that it sent the power all over his body, causing every cell, muscle, and bone in his body to hum. Very good, Gohan, you are already very strong now. Yang Qing took a few steps and smiled at Gohan. Uncle Qing is really amazing. Before he turned into a Super Saiyan, he was already so scary. Son Gohan said enviously. Why, do you envy my current powerful strength? Yang Qing said with a smile. Yeah, if I have the power of Uncle Qing, I can protect Mom, Uncle, protect. Having said that, Sun Wuhan scratched his head embarrassedly, but did not say any more. Who else do you want to protect? Yang Qing asked curiously. Protect Dad. Sun Gohan then said firmly. This sentence made Yang Qing stunned for a moment, then laughed, and patted Sun Wufan's shoulder fiercely. Very good, I can rest assured if I have this ambition. Judging from the current situation, Sun Wufan really has the heart to become stronger. He knew that Sun Wukong was stronger than him, but he still wanted to protect his father. Want to become stronger? During this period of time, just practice with me. Taking a deep look at Sun Wufan, Yang Qing said softly. Well, trouble Uncle Qing. The two rested for a while and started fighting again. The foundation of Sun Wuhan can be said to be quite solid. With the teachings of the two most powerful martial arts masters on earth, Piccolo and Sun Wukong, it can be said that almost all aspects of Gohan are perfect. Strategic layout, battle rhythm, as well as insight, speed, power, and angle of shot have all formed their own systems. In the battle with Yang Qing, his terrifying talent also showed. In just one short afternoon, Sun Wufan has made rapid progress. Although he didn't feel it himself, Yang Qing was keenly aware that the aura in Sun Wufan's body was stronger than before. What a great talent! Nodding secretly, Yang Qing was very satisfied with Sun Wufan's talent. The union of Earthlings and Saiyans gave birth to a more outstanding next generation. The day passed quickly, and the four of them were exhausted from fighting all afternoon, but they all had satisfied smiles on their faces. At dusk, when they returned home, Chi-Chi did not nag anymore, but was already prepared. I know that Wukong and the others eat a lot, so I prepared food for you. In Sun Wukong's house, rice is served in a basin, the size of a bathtub, and the dishes are huge beasts like a hill, which have been roasted. These are all prepared by Chi-Chi herself. She is very skilled and can handle some weak beasts. It smells good. Faku's nose was shaking, and he had already started to swallow. The four of them took a big mouthful and started to eat wildly. Chewing and chewing food continued to spread. These four people can be said to be gobbling. The next day, the practice of the four continued. On the other side of the earth, a green, perfect Xilu is walking slowly on the ground. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There are still 9 days before the battle, and Xilu's mood is not very beautiful. His butt and buttocks are still aching at the moment. Compared with the pain in his body, his psychology is even more shadowed. That guy. Thinking of the farts that were still in pain, Xilu clenched his teeth and had a desire to kill. At this moment, the alarm bell rang loudly in front of him, and Xilu raised his head. In front of him, a train made a woo-woo sound, and a frigid wind blew past him. He just stood in front of the high-speed train, expressionless, and he didn't know what he was thinking. However, the people in the train had already seen him. When they saw the indifferent expression and the familiar appearance, their expressions quickly changed from stun to panic. My God, it's Xilu. It's the monster Saru, help. He will kill us. The passengers on the train panicked instantly, stood up in horror, and quickly squeezed together towards the other side, as if this would make them feel a little more secure. Regarding the noise on the train, Sarun's keen hearing was naturally extremely clear. Gradually, his expression changed from calm to somewhat angry. These annoying flies. With a low drink, the red light in his right hand flickered, and he was about to shoot, but suddenly, his face froze, and he stopped again. Chapter 838 Induction. The crimson light slowly disappeared. At this time, the train had also reached the end, and it ran fast in front of Xilu with a long cry. Damn! Clenching his fists, Xilu's face was very ugly. At the moment of the shot, Yang Qing's threat flashed in his mind, making him give up the idea of shooting. Moreover, Xilu has his own pride, and he will definitely do what he promises to others. Dang dang. The bell rang, and the interception that blocked the pedestrian was withdrawn. Xilu stepped forward and walked towards the opposite side. At this time, the people who were blocked by the train also saw Xilu. Suddenly, their faces became exactly the same as those on the train just now, and they screamed in fear. Run, it's Xilu. This terrified voice was extremely sharp, and it entered Xilu's ears, making the latter have an urge to cut people. The originally dense crowd immediately began to run around, and in front of such a world-destroying demon king, they didn't even dare to stay. On the way to escape, several cars even collided with each other, and the driver ignored the car, opened the door, and ran away quickly. In less than 10 seconds, everyone disappeared without a trace. Really disgusting flies. Xilu's face was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. After standing on the spot for more than 10 breaths, Xilu's mood slowly calmed down, and his clenched fists loosened. After 10 days, I will destroy everything on this planet. He secretly made this decision in his heart, and at this moment he was already uncomfortable wherever he looked. HMPH, what a nasty place. He snorted coldly, flew up, and flew in an unknown direction. Running all the way, sprinting in the sky, Xilu is like an old driver flying in the air. He was experiencing the thrill of rushing, and after a full hour, Xilu breathed a sigh of relief, and his face became calm. I can't change the duel 10 days later, but the rules of the game have to be decided by me. His eyes flashed, his figure turned, and he immediately rushed down. Half an hour later, Xilu found a secluded area, looked at the mountains in front of him, and sneered. It's right here, with beautiful mountains and rivers, it's just right as their burial ground. With a trembling in his hand, the light flashed, the mountains and peaks were flattened by him, and then a spacious competition platform appeared. Then, Xilu smiled coldly, closed his eyes, and began to wait. At the same moment, Yang Qing, who was cultivating with Sun Wufan, suddenly felt his brows beating wildly. He immediately avoided Sun Wufan's attack and dignified aside. An ominous premonition. What the hell is going on? For some reason, in his heart, the alarm bell rang wildly and kept ringing. He just felt that something extremely close to him, very important and dangerous was happening, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. What the hell is going on? Under the frantic beating of his eyebrows, it actually caused him to suffer unbearably and groaned in pain. Uncle Ching, what's wrong with you? Sun Wufan said nervously. He noticed Yang Qing's abnormality. It's okay, you practice first. With a wave of his hand, Yang Qing flew up, found a secluded place, and immediately began to sit and meditate. His divine power radiated and gathered between his eyebrows, trying to figure out what was going on. But when all the divine powers were condensed together, the eyebrows were still beating violently, and even the two eyelids were beating wildly. His eyes were actually stimulated and started to cry. What the hell is going on? Yang Qing's heart trembled. He actually felt a strong sadness. Unable to control his lacrimal glands, the tears flowed wildly. There was no way. Yang Qing thought that there was an old Jia Wang Shen in the Jia Wang divine sword. Maybe he would know something. As a result, a ray of light flashed in his hand, his mind condensed, and he immediately entered the Realm King divine sword. At this moment, the old Realm King is living a very leisurely life. Although he can't get out, there is one more person and one beast in the sealed space, which allows him to enjoy himself. At this moment, he was riding on the huge king of demon beasts, and another demon king woman was massaging his shoulders. Well, comfy, go down further. Oh, yes, your little hand squeezed just right, really good. The old king god closed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards his face, and the demon king next to him flew out immediately, and the old god of the realm couldn't open his eyes for a while. In addition to the monster below, there was an angry roar that seemed to be extremely sad. Old king god. A familiar voice came, and the old god of the realm opened his eyes. Yo, you're a kid, why are you free to see me? When he saw it clearly, the old god of the realm was even more amazed. The guy in front of him was bursting with tears, as if he was extremely sad, but he couldn't stop the tears. What's the matter with you? The tears can't stop flowing. I don't know either, but all of a sudden, my eyebrows hurt so much, and then the tears kept streaming down. Yang Qing said in pain. Tears filled his eyes, and he couldn't even see what was in front of him for a while. That's weird. The old realm king was amazed. I have an alarm bell ringing in my heart. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It seemed that something extremely important was happening that was very closely related to me, which made my brows tremble, but I gathered divine power between my brows, but I didn't see anything. A faint barrier blocked my true eye, preventing me from seeing what it was. Yang Qing explained quickly. Generally speaking, the gods have subtle senses, and once something closely related to them happens, they will be pulled by strange phenomena. Such as the dream of the god of destruction. Yang Qing's brow pain is the same. But this kind of thing, the parties involved can use divine power to investigate, and it is easy to come to a conclusion. You mean that the sharp pain between your eyebrows is related to your induction? The old realm king then became solemn. The induction of the gods is generally not trivial. Even if a planet is destroyed, it will not make them feel anything, but once this kind of induction occurs, it must be a big deal. Yes. The old god of the realm thought about it carefully. His expression became more and more solemn, and finally glanced at Yang Qing. His face was also difficult to look at. I'm afraid it's not good. Obviously there is a sense, but it can't be detected through the eye of reality. This is very important. Moreover, it is very likely that someone close to you is going to have an accident. Chapter 839 The Power of Anger. Think about it carefully. In this world, will your relatives and friends be in danger? With just one sentence, Yang Qing's face suddenly became solemn. But he thought about it again. His relatives and friends are either by his side or in the future world, and in the future world, they are also in the realm of the gods, and generally they will not encounter any danger at all. No, they have already been arranged by me on the planet next to Zhuang Shengxing, and there will be Zhuang Shengxing when they are in danger. Even if they die, they won't be like they are now, and I can't stop crying. The old god of the realm was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This is, after a mortal dies, you won't have such a reaction, and you can sense it directly. Unless, this person is a god." Suddenly, Yang Qing was startled. Gods. The only gods he knew well were the realm gods. But the realm king god, who has been in the realm king god realm, is unlikely to have an accident at all. In addition, the god of destruction is closely related to him, and it is almost impossible for anyone to put his life at risk. So what's going on here? Gradually, with the passage of time, this strange feeling was also reduced, the beating of Yang Qing's eyebrows became weaker, and the tears stopped. "It's over." Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, wiped the tears from his face and said in confusion, "If you think about it again, this matter is no trivial matter. It is related to the gods, and it is definitely a big event." The old god of the realm was also very concerned about this matter, urging Yang Qing Dao. "I know." Nodding, Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to sit down with his knees crossed. He began to stroke it over and over again, calculating all the powerful enemies in his mind that could destroy gods. Majin Buu. No, it shouldn't. Trunks hasn't gone back. Majin Buu is still sleeping, not him. Who else is there? Could it be Sha? It shouldn't be. Although his aura is strong, he doesn't know the realm of the gods, and he can't break the barrier between them. He has never seen the realm, and it is impossible to know where the realm of the realm is. Shaya was excluded by him second, as he thought, and it was true. However, he underestimated Shaya's ability, which shocked Yang Qing, who saw Shaya again. Black Goku. That's impossible. Black Goku is extremely powerful, but it hasn't appeared yet. After filtering through the enemies in his mind, Yang Qing has never found anyone else who has such an ability to threaten the life of the Kaiwang god. I still can't think of it, there is no clue at all. Yang Qing said helplessly. Then don't know. The old god of the realm shook his head, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. After that, the severe pain between Yang Qing's eyebrows finally stopped, and the feeling in the dark disappeared completely. He said goodbye to the old realm king and appeared outside again. What is it? This question has always troubled Yang Qing, causing him to have doubts. But there is no clue, so we can only talk about it later. As for returning to the future, Yang Qing has not thought about it for the time being. Time travel is a big sin. If the realm king knows where he has gone during this time, he will definitely not be able to forgive him. It can be said that it is easy to go back, but it is difficult to come back again. Returning to Sun Wufan again, after watching the latter practice for a while, Yang Qing was still thinking about the reason for the situation just now, but there was no clue and he could only give up. In the Realm King Divine Sword, the face of the old Realm King was less of a joke and indifference, but more helpless and worried. Hey, this kid has such a feeling, 80% of the time it's something happened to that kid from the Realm King God. The induction is so short-lived, I'm afraid it's too late to take any measures now. In the words, the old Realm King was extremely solemn. Many years ago, there was a demon Buu, who dared to attack Kaiwang, but this time, who was it? Even the highest priest in the universe, the most powerful Realm King, can't stop it. It's messed up, the world is going to be messed up. Helplessly shaking his head, the old Realm God had nothing to do. It's okay for him to help out, but he's out of date and can't get involved in such a big deal anymore. Time passed slowly, and before you knew it, 5 days had passed. This day, Yang Qing looked at Sun Wufan and suddenly asked, Gohan, do you know that there is a powerful potential in your body? Potential. Gohan said strangely and shook his head. He doesn't feel that he has any power, all his power comes from his hard work. Although Dad, Uncle Bick kept saying that there was a huge power hidden in his body, but he didn't feel the slightest bit angry. Have you ever tried to make yourself angry? Yang Qing asked with a smile. Angry. Sun Wufan was taken aback, then shook his head again. He is usually not angry, inheriting his father's character, and Sun Gohan has always been peaceful. The unique bloodline of Saiyans makes them stronger when they are angry, or when they are on the verge of life and death. But this unique characteristic is invisibly magnified in the bloodline generated by the combination with the Earthlings. Yang Qing looked at Gohan and said slowly. With you, it is especially clear. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Obviously, as long as you are angry, a powerful force will erupt from the depths of your body, and this power of anger will be your powerful means of defeating the enemy in the future. Anger generally makes humans irrational, and an irrational human being is like a beast with no reason at all. Naturally, he will not be so powerful and will be easier to defeat. However, for Sun Gohan, who combines Saiyan blood, his anger will make him gain an incomparably powerful power. This power is like dynamite. It is usually hidden in the body, but as long as he is angry, once it is drawn out, it will explode. Angry. Although Sun Wufan himself is rarely angry, he knows that he does have such a situation. As a child, because every time he erupted, he would lose consciousness. However, as he grew up slowly, he gradually discovered that anger really gave him terrifying power. It's just here, it's terrible, he can't control it, and he is worried that it will hurt the people around him. From now on, until the battle with Sirius, I will help you and draw out the power of anger within you. As long as you can master that power, get angry and let yourself go berserk. Then, maybe, this time, you can really protect your dad. Smiling, Yang Qing said something that made Sun Wufan's pupils shrink. Chapter 840 Extreme Strength. Protecting the people around you is easy to say, but it is not easy to do. For a long time, Sun Wuhan has not had enough strength to realize his dream, but it does not mean that his heart is not eager and longing enough. On the contrary, he wants to become stronger every moment, to protect Dad, protect Mom. Without enough strength, he was afraid of his own weakness, so he never dared to show it. However, at this moment, the person in front of him said with a smile, he can do it too. Can I? Muttering, for the first time there was anticipation in Sun Gohan's eyes. Of course. Yang Qing stared at Gohan and said deeply, a real strong man, he believes in his own strength very much, even to the point of being conceited. Gohan, you have to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Sun Wufan's eyes were a little confused. From birth to now, has he believed in himself? Only by believing in yourself can you become someone's support and make others believe in you. Gohan, take courage, this time, you must believe in yourself. Yang Qing smiled and encouraged the child in front of him. Gradually, the first ray of firmness appeared in Sun Wufan's eyes, and slowly, he became more confident. I see, Uncle Qing, I will try my best. Well, look at Vegeta, he is confident to the point of being conceited every time, and although he fails every time, he has never given up on himself. At this point, you have to learn from him. A strong person should be like him. No matter what he experiences, he will not give up easily. After slightly hacking Prince Vegeta, Yang Qing admonished Gohan with a smile. Seeing the light in the eyes of the young man in front of him getting brighter and brighter, Yang Qing nodded secretly. The words he said worked, and this time, the power that erupted from Sun Wufan's body would shock everyone. Sun Wuhan and Faku on the side continued to fight. The combat power of the two, although Sun Wukong was stronger after doing his best, but Faku was not weak. In the case of not releasing all his strength, the two were evenly matched, but it was abnormal fiery. Come with me, we both need to avoid them in our cultivation. Slowly flying up, Yang Qing flew to the side quickly. Sun Wufan did not hesitate and followed Yang Qing closely. Uncle Qing's strength. Sun Wufan is very clear, and he is very excited to be taught by such a master. After half an hour, the two came to a desert. Wind swept through the sky and the sand filled the sky. The climate here was extremely harsh, and the high temperature made the sweat of the human body evaporate quickly. However, neither of them cared about such a bad climate. Right now, there's no one around here, so, Gohan, unleash all your power. Staring at Sun Wukong, Yang Qing said in a serious voice. Full power. There was a trace of confusion in Sun Wukong's eyes. He cultivated in the spiritual time house. He only knew that he had made great progress. From the original ordinary strength, to transforming into a Super Saiyan, and then one day, inadvertent anger, made him seem to break the bottleneck of his body again. However, how powerful he is, and what will happen after releasing the power of his whole body, even he himself does not know. Gohan, don't hesitate. While thinking about it, Yang Qing's cold voice came again, making Sun Wukong return to his senses and took a deep breath. Uncle Qing, I don't know how strong my power is, but I think it's very powerful. Please be careful. Hearing the arrogant words in this young man's politeness, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Well, that's how Saiyans should be, confident and arrogant. Come on, show me all your power. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong already had his hands on his waist and his eyes narrowed slightly. It can be clearly seen that the blue veins on his arms burst out, and his face slowly becomes hideous. Suddenly, Sun Gohan let out a deep roar. Ha! Om! The air trembled inexplicably, and in the next second, the golden aura of Sun Wukong rose up, and the wind became even stronger. It turned into a whirlwind, moving towards the sky, rolling up the yellow sand in the sky, forming a huge long roll. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose into the sky. Okay, I can't believe that there is such a huge amount of energy in your body. Feeling the boiling violent aura in front of him, Yang Qing was startled, and then said with joy. Keep releasing, this is not your limit. Sun Wukong's face at this moment has become extremely cold, and even looks a little cold. Golden flames are burning all over his body, the ground under his feet is constantly sinking, and he himself is suspended in the air, staying abruptly in the air. Ah! A manic roar came from Sun Gohan's mouth, the ground trembled again, and then split apart. To Yang Qing's surprise, the golden flame around Sun Wukong expanded again. The majestic energy aura, shaking the void, made the entire desert seem to be afraid. It is completely unimaginable that Sun Wukong, who is no longer hiding, has such a huge amount of energy in his body. This power fluctuates infinitely. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Close to Super Saiyan 2, but not enough. Muttering, Yang Qing realized this. Although Sun Wukong's progress is astonishingly fast, his strength at this time is still not his limit. Super Saiyan 1 is still not enough to defeat Sirius, nor is it the terrifying power that erupted when he was angry at that time. Go on, Gohan, you haven't reached the limit yet. Hearing this sudden sound, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Uncle Qing, how do you know this is not my limit? He was amazed at Yu Qing's understanding of him, and even his father, he believed that he would not know so clearly about him. However, Qing did it. Indeed, he did not reach his limit. In that case, Uncle Qing, prepare to be surprised. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked a little wicked and charming, and became extremely confident, and a strange smile appeared on his face. It was only after a short while that his appearance became hideous again, his head drooped and his arms exerted strength. Ah, ah 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 ah. Roaring loudly, the golden aura on his body became more surging and condensed, and the incomparably terrifying aura, billowing like wolf smoke, rushed into the sky. The next second, the sky changed. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 841 to 860. Chapter 841 Drive Anger. Boom. Dark clouds unknowingly shrouded the sky above this desert, and the sturdy electric longhairs wandered endlessly, emitting dull roars. Right below it, a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, and half of the sky that shone was bright white. And under this golden light, a figure surrounded by thunder and lightning, with a cold face, like a predator, was standing there. Its arms are thick, and the two strong muscles in the mouth are exposed, as solid as granite. He is not tall, but the sense of power faintly conveyed in his body at this moment makes the void feel heavy. Crackling. The violent thunder and lightning flickered on Sun Wuhan's body, making him like the king of thunder and lightning, and his momentum was extremely amazing. Strong. Even Yongqing had to sigh when he saw Sun Wufan in this state. Different from Vegeta's virtual transformation, Sun Gohan at this moment has almost mastered the state of the full power of Super Tournament 1 after training, and can exert the power of Super Tournament 2 more strongly. Therefore, in the feeling he gives at the moment, there is a kind of thick and steady momentum, not vain. Uncle Qing, I have only just discovered the power of mine, and I can't transform at will. But, in my opinion, he is already my most powerful force. Sun Wufan's voice also seemed a little low at this time. His originally mild child face now has a maturity that does not match his age. It's good, but it's not enough. Yongqing nodded and commented. It's still a long way from Xilu. That's right, Sun Gohan's Super Tournament 2 state is already very strong, but he still can't compare to Xilu. Xilu is such a changeable and strong person. He wins by himself, but it does not mean that others can also win. Now, attack me. Seeing him silently, Yongqing transformed into Chaos-I-1. His body was not aura, nor was the golden flame burning, which made him look bland. Sun Wufan nodded without hesitation, but with a flash, he was already in front of Yongqing. Soon. With a sigh in his heart, Yongqing's head quickly avoided. PFF'd. There was a sound of being pierced in the air. Sun Wufan's powerful punch actually cut through the air of nothingness. When it passed by, the powerful force formed a strong wind blade, and it moved towards Yongqing. Attacked head-on. Scary. Yongqing's figure flashed, dodging the wind blade. The wind blade pierced through the void and stabbed the desert, cutting the desert into a few huge holes. When he missed a hit, Sun Wuhan was not discouraged. He pursued again with a calm expression, and threw a punch again. This punch was stronger and faster. Yongqing blocked with a fist, and the two fists collided fiercely in the next second, making a bang. The ground burst, and the two took a step back. Very good. Let's fight first. Stepping forward, Yongqing launched an attack. At this moment, the cells in his whole body were boiling, the blood was surging, and the infinitely powerful force was surging continuously towards the whole body. In just a moment, it had reached his limbs, and then through his fists and feet, it was transmitted again, heavy and heavy. The bombardment of Sun Gohan's body. The latter is also extremely powerful, and its defensive ability is even more terrifying, but under Yongqing's sudden attack, he can only keep retreating. Bang 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 bang. Yongqing punched and punched Sun Wufan's arms, leaving a bang. Under this wind-like attack, Sun Wufan avoided its edge and was just defensive. Finally, Sun Gohan found the opportunity, twisted his body, and hit his elbows sideways. Bang! This elbow hit Yongqing's face, the latter's figure froze, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha, good. Being able to hit him already represents how powerful Sun Wuhan is at the moment. If the anger in his body is drawn out and this power is taken to a higher level, then, is it possible to force himself to transform into Super Saiyan 2? As soon as he stepped on the footsteps, the violent power immediately exploded in Yongqing's body. Without hesitation, Yongqing raised his hand and gave Sun Wufan a punch. Bang! This punch hit Sun Wufan's face so hard that it also raised his head. Their eyes shrank, and the two of them started a close hand-to-hand fight. At this moment, there are no more tricks. Fist to flesh, any of their punches can hit each other. It's not that they can't dodge, but the distance between the two is already very close. After the first punch, the body stiffened, making it difficult for them to step back. If you retreat or dodge rashly, you will usher in a more violent attack from the opponent. At that point, you'll fall back into an even bigger disadvantage. A dull voice came from the two of them fighting. Gradually, the speed of their heavy punches slowed down. In the end, they all closed their fists. Uncle Ching, I still can't beat you. The voice was blurred. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, his nose is blue and his face is swollen, the sides of his face are swollen high, and the eyebrows and eyes are all bruised. Haha, you are already very good, I played very well. Yang Qing laughed, there were not many scars on his body. Although Son Gohan's power is strong. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. But there is still some distance to cause damage to him. You're cool, but hurts. Sun Wufan took a breath and said painfully. Just help you recover. You played with my uncle, and my uncle won't treat you badly. Yang Qing smiled and patted Gohan on the shoulder. Afterwards, a golden light flashed on his body, gathering towards Sun Wuhan's whole body, and in an instant, he wrapped the latter. Immediately after 3 breaths, the golden light disappeared, revealing the fully restored Son Gohan. I'm fine. Seeing that he had suddenly returned to normal, as if he had eaten fairy beans, Sun Wufan said in surprise. Hee, don't worry about this, then, next, you need to get angry. After smiling, Yang Qing's expression became serious. How powerful is Sun Wufan's power after his anger? Can he control this power and prevent himself from falling into a rage? Yang Qing had no way of confirming this. Get ready, Gohan. Next, I will remind you of the most angry scene in your mind and make you enter this state. Remember, you must uphold your heart and keep your kindness. Don't be driven by anger and become an angry puppet. It's about driving anger and making it work for you. Driven anger. Gohan muttered. Chapter 842 I see, Uncle Ching, come on. After a pause, Sun Wufan said seriously. I'm ready. Very well, then, here it is. Yang Qing took a deep look at Sun Wufan, put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together, and then gently pressed it on Sun Wufan's eyebrow. For a moment, Sun Gohan's whole body trembled. Divine power swept Sun Wufan's mind, and within a 10 millionth of a second, all the things that made him most angry, desperate, and fearful were reflected in front of Yang Qing's eyes. Just a random wave, Yang Qing changed it and integrated it into all the scenes that happened in the future time and space. In Sun Wufan's consciousness, when he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, looking a little confused. Here, where is it? As far as the eye can see, there are ruins that can't be seen. High-rise buildings collapse. On the ground, among the ruins, countless human corpses are lying there. Here, it is like a hell on earth, with broken limbs everywhere. He tried to take a few steps forward to disperse his sense of breath, but what made his face ugly was that he didn't sense the existence of a person. Along the way, Sun Gohan quickly traveled throughout the city. What made him depressed was that the whole city was in ruins, and there were human corpses everywhere. The tragic feeling made him want to vomit, and at the same time, there was a monstrous anger in his heart. Who the hell did it? It's maddening. Don't let me catch you. He rose into the sky. Looking down from a high altitude, he saw more than a dozen places in the city were full of large pits and mottled, obviously caused by the shock wave of the explosion. The current state of the city was deliberately destroyed by people with a heart. For the kind-hearted Sun Wuhan, this matter is completely unimaginable, that someone would be so cruel and callous to destroy a city and kill all the human beings in the city. This made him clench his fists even more, and his eyes turned red. Unspeakable anger filled his heart, making him uncomfortable. He lowered his head and glanced again, but did not find any living person in the city. With a flick of his body, he quickly flew in another direction. After half an hour, his figure suddenly froze, his head turned quickly, and he looked towards the south. There, he felt an incomparably powerful aura that was erupting. There's a fight there. Without hesitation, Sun Wuhan rose into the sky, increased his speed to the limit, and charged towards the south. His speed was astonishingly fast, and in less than 10 seconds, he had already seen the two people who were fighting. One of them, with golden light flickering all over his body, was surging with an incomparably powerful aura. He was wearing an orange-red martial arts uniform, and his aura was faintly familiar to him. The other person, just seeing it, made his pupils shrink. Siruru. That figure floating in the air with a cold and indifferent face is Xilu. Then what is the other figure? With a hint of doubt, Sun Gohan once again stood opposite Xilu. Dad. The moment he saw it clearly, Sun Gohan cried out in shock. The person who had a huge breath, but was obviously vain, and was seriously injured was his father, Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong, his face is pale, his forehead is sweating, and the weak and the powerful are mixed together, which seems very contradictory. Such a monkey king is exactly the scene when Yang Qing extracted the future world before he died. A dazzling scene broke out, a short-lived spectacular. Ah! With a roar, Sun Wukong's aura became stronger. He roared and rushed to Xilu. It's useless, you're too weak. Xilu sneered, facing the rushing Sun Wukong, just waved his elbow. Bang! The Sun Wukong, who came from the impact, was only hit by Xilu, and he was hit hard, hitting the ground and making a loud noise. And with this blow, Sun Wukong spurted out blood from his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. Dad! Sun Wufan roared anxiously, flew up, and was about to rush over to stop it. But Xilu was faster. He was already in the sky above Sun Wukong at this moment. Without hesitation, he stepped on it indifferently. Die, Sun Wukong! Boom! This foot gathered a powerful force and stepped on Sun Wukong's body ruthlessly. Crack! The sound of broken bones and joints sounded, and blood flowed out of Sun Wukong's mouth like no money. The whole person trembled and lost his breath. Dad! Sun Gohan let out an incomparably angry cry and roar, and the violent aura of his dashing figure instantly increased. Boom! In just an instant, he completed the transformation of Super Tournament 2, the fine electric current flowed, and the violent breath madly passed out. Finally, Sun Gohan came behind Xilu, and he threw a punch. However, something shocking happened to him. This punch actually passed through Xilu's body, as if Xilu was transparent. No, I am transparent. Sun Gohan discovered the fact that he is transparent in this world. His anger, transformation, Xilu did not react at all. Another one, hee. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The voice of Xilu came from his ear, and Sun Wufan was stunned and looked into the distance. A golden breath came quickly, and soon, the face of the person who came was revealed, so that Sun Wuhan could see clearly. Uncle Vegeta. The person who came was Vegeta. Not far behind him, there are several figures. It is Kailin, Bai Kai, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha and others. They're all here. They're all here for death. With a sneer, Xilu muttered to himself, and then a cold light appeared in his eyes. That icy killing intent, Sun Wufan stood in front of him, could clearly perceive it. No, don't come here, you guys don't come here. He yelled anxiously at Vegeta and the others, but the other party seemed to be completely inaudible, and in just a blink of an eye, he had come to the opposite side of Saru. Kakarot, Goku. Everyone was angry when they saw Sun Wukong die. The next scene made Sun Gohan almost lose his ability to think. Dead, all dead. Vegeta, Keelan, Uncle Pick, and Tianjin Fan were all brutally killed by Saru, and all died in front of Sun Gohan's eyes. The blood gathered and flowed into a small river, exuding the smell of blood. Next, it's time to destroy the planet. At this time, Xilu's icy voice entered Sun Wufan's ears again. Suddenly, Sun Wufan raised his head, his eyes were flushed, and his face became extremely hideous. Chapter 843 Angry Gohan. The violent aura surged wildly, and dense small lightning, crackling, surrounded his body, and his body shape became extremely harmonious and perfect at this moment. Just at first glance, it gives people a very burly and robust feeling. It is a kind of strength that is quite eye-catching. Although Sun Wufan is still young at this moment, and his figure has not grown up to his peak, but all parts of his body have perfectly matched a kind of secret proportion. Strong and great. Ah! His vision was blurred, and the mad anger filled Sun Wuhan's heart, causing him to completely fall into a frenzy at this moment. Terrible power appeared continuously from the depths of his body, and quickly rushed to his whole body. At this moment, he understood the powerful hidden power Qing said, but at this moment, Sun Wuhan was also swayed by anger. He wanted to destroy everything in front of him. A huge desire for destruction, hope, and a ferocious desire for destruction swept his mind, making him crazy at this moment, but terrifying. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill you. Roaring in a low voice, his red eyes made Sun Wuhan look like a god of death in the Asura hell at this moment. He stepped out abruptly, punching hard. Surprisingly, with this punch, he actually hit the indifferent and arrogant Xilu. Xilu was stunned at this time, as if he couldn't sense where the attack came from. Boom! Under this punch, his body flew out directly, knocking down 18 high-rise buildings in a row, and just hit the ground heavily, flattening a large area of the ground. Who is it? Xilu shouted in shock. He was afraid. The power of that punch was beyond his power, and he was seriously injured in an instant. The next second, in front of him, the angry Sun Gohan appeared, and the huge power surging around him collapsed the void, and the shocked Xilu became frightened. Who are you? Without a response, the mad Sun Gohan was completely dominated by anger. He stepped out with one foot, and the terrifying speed brought out a gust of wind. Under the diffused lightning, it had come to Xilu's eyes. Then, a punch hits hard. Boom! This punch exploded with extremely terrifying energy, and it seemed to emit a brilliant light. The direct hit by Xilu bent over and vomited, his eyeballs would burst out, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Who are you? Sirius was terrified, and this guy who looked like a child in front of him was not an opponent at all. Die! Like a low roar, it came from Sun Wufan's mouth, and the faint madness in his voice actually made such an evil person like Xilu feel cold. Crack! Sun Wufan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared the next moment, he had already kicked his stomach fiercely. Immediately afterwards, Xilu felt a terrifying pain strike instantly, making him want to shout, but he couldn't say it, because he was horrified to see that his body was actually broken in two. No, no! Sirius became frightened and begged for mercy loudly. His body was broken in two and still falling in the air at the moment, but he was not dead yet. The powerful vitality allows him to survive despite his physical disability. This is the ability that Frieza and Bic gave him. But his heart was trembling and shaking, and the person in front of him was too powerful, giving him a kind of horror from the soul. Sun Wuhan, who was in anger, had already been controlled by the anger, and naturally ignored Xilu's fear. He leaned on his side and stretched out and out with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the light blue light had already begun to flicker, but in less than a breath, the originally small qigong wave suddenly expanded to the size of a person, surging with strong energy fluctuations. Om! The air seemed to be scorched by the high temperature brought by the high heat, and the void began to distort. This terrifying qigong wave suddenly rushed to Xilu's eyes. No! Fear made Sirius scream instinctively, but it was useless. It was only in a matter of seconds that this terrifying qigong wave swelled again, directly engulfing Xilu's body, and then the trend continued unabated, and it blasted tens of thousands of meters forward again, before a loud explosion. Furious, Sun Gohan has completely stopped thinking about the existence of planets or the existence of living beings. His attack was full of madness and destruction. This qigong exploded, causing the flames to burn in the sky, and nearly 1/10 of the earth was blown out of a deep pit. The terrifying plate movement caused the underground magma to flow to the ground, followed by the volcanic eruption. The climate changed rapidly, the atmosphere ruptured, and the earth began to split and collapse at this moment. Dead, die, die. Kill you, kill you. However, Son Gohan, who was controlled by anger, still did not wake up. Suddenly, the world in front of him shattered, and the flames that rushed towards him disappeared immediately. Son Gohan's consciousness fell into darkness, but his body did not stop moving. In the real world, Yang Qing's expression became a little dignified. 4 or 5 minutes have passed since he clicked the moment between Sun Wufan's eyebrows, and then now. The aura of the young man in front of him seemed to be going berserk from the very beginning, completely uncontrollable. He was angry, it was. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Real anger. It's a horrible smell. Next, in the virtual world of thought, everything was as real, which made Gohan completely explode. Boom. The terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky unscrupulously, and a scorching golden flame suddenly erupted, and Sun Wuhan's body flashed dense lightning. Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wuhan completed this process at an almost terrifying speed, but then, the momentum of this Super Tournament 2 was still rising like crazy. His potential has been drawn out. Let me see what a terrible potential this is. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he transformed himself into a Super Saiyan Stage 2. He faintly felt that the power that Son Gohan was about to explode would be extremely terrifying, enough for him to use his full strength at this stage to deal with it seriously. Om. The void began to tremble, Sun Wufan's eyes were still closed, and his body began to change. The originally thin body swelled a little at this moment. But this expansion is not awkward, on the contrary, it is a perfect harmony, which makes people feel happy and full of visual impact. Chapter 844 The Power of Terror. Muscles that are not hypertrophy, but not weak, look solid and powerful, and with the height of Sun Wuhan at the moment, it gives people a strange impact, which is very attractive. His body was surrounded by shimmering thunder and lightning, and the huge aura was constantly fluctuating. The momentum is still growing, what a terrible potential. Yang Qing observed carefully, his fists clenched slightly. At this moment, the power that erupted in Sun Wufan's body was already terrifying. It hasn't stopped, the majestic aura of power in Sun Wufan's body is still growing. This power is already approaching the limit that Yang Qing himself has reached at the Super Saiyan 2 stage at the moment. This shocked Yang Qing, but also felt very happy. Sure enough, his body contains incomparably terrifying power. He doesn't know if this power has reached the level that erupted during the battle with Xilu in the original book, but in his senses, this power is already extremely powerful, making him tremble, making him excited to start the battle immediately. Field. However, the growth of this power has not stopped. Buzz. The void made a tremor humming, and under this power, everyone seemed to be afraid. He is still growing, as if there is no end. This rising aura actually made Yang Qing feel a sense of horror in his heart. It really shocked me. The bloodline after the union of humans and Saiyans is really terrifying. Surprised, Yang Qing quietly adjusted his strength to the limit of Super Saiyan Stage 2. With his raw power at the moment, it can be said to be very terrifying. Boom. Finally, Son Gohan seemed to have reached a critical point, and the ground shook with a terrifying shudder, and began to fall apart. At this moment, a pair of red scorpions reflected in Yang Qing's eyes. This is. For a moment, Yang Qing felt the anger and destruction contained in these eyes. Controlled and driven by anger. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing already understood. At this moment, Sun Wuhan is irrational, almost relying on anger and driving his own instincts to fight. The moment Sun Wufan opened his eyes, he saw Yang Qing in his eyes. The desire for destruction in his heart burst out instantly, and he let out a low roar almost like a beast, and disappeared immediately. Hu, tilde. This crazy and violent aura made even Yang Qing startled and shocked by it. At this moment, Yang Qing had a dazzling confusion, which was caused by the ferocious aura too terrifying. Even the gods couldn't bear such a demonic breath. Normally, Son Gohan is kind and well-behaved, but when the rationality in his heart disappeared and he was driven and controlled by anger, with his terrifying potential, Saiyan instinct turned into a creature that was even more terrifying than a demon. Boom! Suddenly, the violent force had bombarded Yangqing's body, and in just an instant, his body had already flown out. So strong. The angry Son Gohan has already unleashed his most powerful potential, and Son Gohan, who guided the almost infinite potential, has become so strong that it terrifies the gods. Silently wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, Yangqing's eyes became serious. At this moment, the power of Sun Wufan's explosion was almost the same as his, and even he faintly felt that under this anger, the anger was burning, and the former's strength was still expanding. Saiyan blood, instinct, gives Son Gohan almost unlimited energy. The breath on his body burst out again, and Yangqing also burst out with his most extreme strength at this stage. Boom! Two golden flames in the void collided frantically, and the shock waves from the collision landed on the ground, causing countless ground vibrations, bursting with dust, and the ground was blown out one by one. And the two people fighting in the air, their movements have turned into phantoms, flashing quickly. Bang 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 bang. A series of dull and thunderous voices came out, and even the sky was already covered with dark clouds, and countless golden lightning flashed in it, and there were even several electric lights that seemed to be pulled by 2,000 huge energy, bombarded down, and landed on two man's head. The two people in the battle did not pay any attention to this huge lightning force and ignored it. Crackling. The lightning struck the two of them fiercely, but it suddenly collapsed, and then merged into the lightning entwined on their bodies, adding a chance to their power. Boom! With a punch, Yangqing fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a deep pit, and blood again flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power that Sun Wufan burst out at this moment is simply huge and shocking. If Sun Wukong and others saw Sun Wufan at this moment, they would never imagine that the young Sun Wufan would possess such terrifying power. In this short confrontation, Yangqing actually fell into a disadvantage. It's really interesting. His eyes flickered suddenly, and the aura on Yangqing's body finally began to be exposed. The golden flames burned on his body, and the aura that was close to the limit actually expanded again. 100% power control has always been a taboo for gods. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. To deal with ordinary powerhouses, I don't need the power to control 100%. But, Son Gohan, your power surprised me. His eyes suddenly became cold. Yangqing slowly stood up, and a low voice came out. Power control, 80%, open. Boom. Suddenly, Yangqing's whole body trembled, and his breath did not change much, but inexplicably, it made people feel that he was even more terrifying at this moment. Hey! There was a long cry from the void, and in the next instant, Yangqing had already risen from the ground, came to Sun Wufan, and threw a punch. Bang! The aura surging over this punch was not that huge, but it was strangely smashing through Sun Wufan's power barrier, instantly hitting the opponent's face. With a bang, Sun Wufan fell to the ground, blasting a hole in the ground. When it was only an instant, Yangqing blocked his arms in front of him. A huge force, almost at the moment when he made the defensive action, has already descended on him. This majestic power blasted him thousands of meters away, and the rest of the power fluctuated continuously on his body, shaking every muscle of his. Chapter 845 Potential. The speed and strength of Sun Wuhan have reached an extremely terrifying level. Under the anger, he relies on instinct, and after encountering a heavier blow, he will continue to consciously tap the instinct deep in his body. At this moment, the endless potential was pulled out by him from an unknown corner of his body, and then turned into terrifying energy in his body. This energy was earth-shattering, and even Yangqing was no match for a while. His sight and sensing ability were no longer able to keep up with the speed of Sun Wufan's shot. The terrifying power exploded on him in an instant, causing him to fly out with a boom, like a cannonball. At the same time as this was thrown away, Sun Wufan's body twisted and disappeared again. In just an instant, Yang Qing saw two red rays of light, like the bloody pupils of beasts. Those were Sun Wufan's eyes, and he became extremely terrifying when he was angry. Roar! Even Yang Qing heard the low roar like a beast. Boom! The violent force shot again, and Yang Qing was beaten out again. The gust of wind whistled in his ears, and all the muscles in his body trembled. That terrifying power was completely removed after 3 seconds. Yang Qing's expression has become dignified, and Sun Wufan at this moment has almost turned into a god. His physical strength has already surpassed the limit of Xilu's battle. Xilu also doesn't have such a strong power. Against Xilu, Yang Qing didn't have to release his power to such an extent. After punching Yang Qing again, Sun Wufan seemed to be addicted to his powerful strength. He clenched his fists and let out a roar. Ah! The majestic power surged out, and a whirlwind surrounded Sun Wuhan's body, turning into a golden beam of light and swirling toward the sky. Buzz! The void trembled in front of this powerful force. Wu! Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing calmed down her breathing, her dignified eyes fixed on Sun Wufan. The current state is already very dangerous, and this kid is still driven by anger. The potential in his body has long exceeded his limit. If this continues, his body may explode. Eyes narrowed, Yang Qing's eyes were fixed on Sun Wufan, and he had already seen the blue veins on the other side's low body, and he was trembling slightly at the moment. Moving, squirming, moving. This is a dangerous signal, and the terrifying power that suddenly increases, Sun Wuhan's body can no longer bear. This battle must be ended ASAP. His eyes narrowed, and Yang Qing's whole body suddenly relaxed. But at this moment of relaxation, a more terrifying force, like waking up from a deep sleep, was liberated within Yang Qing's body. On his last trip to the demon world, he did not control the blockade of his own power. But after coming out, when he didn't need to do anything, Yang Qing also imprisoned his power and released it involuntarily. This is the ancient confinement technique I learned from the Temple of the King of the Realm and the Book Collection Pavilion. It hides the breath and nourishes the spirit on weekdays. Once you need it, you can release the seal and you will gain more powerful power, which is a kind of magic. Of practice. 100% power control, liberation. Om. In the void, twisted. In the next instant, a whirlwind suddenly swept above Yang Qing's body, and the golden flames burned, turning into a dazzling beam of light, rushing into the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the thunderclouds in the sky boil even more, and the huge swimmers roared and roared, but they seemed to be afraid. Sun Gohan, you really surprised me. But, that's the end of it, and if you go on, you'll get hurt in the next fight. With cold eyes, Yang Qing suddenly moved. Huh! His speed had already broken through the limit at this moment, and even surpassed the limit that Sun Wuhan's vision could keep up with. In an instant, he was behind the opponent, and then he hugged his hands and smashed it towards the back of the opponent's head. Buzz! The void distorted, and Sun Wufan actually sensed the blow at this moment, relying on the instinct of a beast. His red bloody pupils released a dangerous aura, and the violent one did not look like a human being. Bang! This blow slammed into Sun Wufan's forehead, and the latter was just a meal, and then flew out. Roar! You can hear Sun Gohan's injury roar, the manic beast howling, very frightening. Yang Qing's figure flashed, and he reappeared on the top of Sun Wufan's head, slashing down with one foot. The speed was so fast that Sun Wuhan still couldn't react, and was slashed to the ground with a kick. Kill! Ling Lai's killing intent rose into the sky, and Sun Wuhan, who was smashed to the ground, rushed into the sky again. The breath of his whole body, in Yang Qing's shocked eyes, was surging again, heading for a higher management level. No! Yang Qing's color suddenly changed, and the current Monkey King, the terrifying aura surrounding his body, was infinitely close to the stage of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Even, as long as this chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. If you take a step of your mind, Sun Wufan will be able to take this step. Horrible potential. Now, Yang Qing finally understands how Sun Gohan has that huge energy in the future battle of Majin Buu. This bottomless potential, with a little traction, will form a terrifying and incomparable combat power. The battle must be ended quickly. Yang Qing's eyes were solemn. He saw that Sun Wufan's long golden hair was moving without wind under the shock of terrifying aura, and his muscles were constantly expanding and trembling. He will explode. Suddenly closing his eyes, Yang Qing's fists clenched, and he began to transform. Buzz. More surging energy, from Yang Qing's body, rushed into the void and drifted away. Terrible aura fluctuations caused huge deep pits on the ground below, and the sky above them was even more discolored by wind and rain. Even at this moment, the huge energy fluctuations caused the sky of the entire Earth to suddenly turn black. On the opposite side, Sun Wuhan instinctively felt this power, and the instinct of the beast urged him to growl, and he became fearful. Ah! Yang Qing let out a long growl. The next moment, his hair elongated, his forehead bulged, and his expression became indifferent. Chapter 846 Continue. Super Saiyan Stage 3. Even if Yang Qing was so clever, he couldn't imagine that Sun Wufan would actually tap his power to the current state during this time of stimulation and excitement. This is really scary. He is very clear about how many hardships and hard training he has gone through before he obtained his current strength. Although compared to the background, it is much stronger than Sun Gohan, Vegeta, any Saiyan. However, the potential of Sun Gohan is terrifying. The terrifying aura on the body is swaying, and the terrifying power that can easily disintegrate the dimensions. At this moment, the void in front of Yang Qing has actually appeared circles of invisible ripples, and there are even more difficult to detect space-time cracks. Appear. Super Saiyan 3 is no longer what should appear in the world. The raging golden flames, accompanied by small thunderbolts, fluctuated violently around Yang Qing. At this moment, Yang Qing looked extremely ruthless and indifferent, and there was a terrifying aura on his body, which made Sun Wufan terrified. However, after 3 seconds, Yang Qing's eyes were even more solemn, and he found it again. The power of Sun Wufan in front of him is about to expand again. How amazing this is. As if it's open, it can move endlessly towards a more management level. Crackling. The lightning on Sun Gohan's body flickered violently, and his long golden hair began to grow, as if he was heading towards the stage of Super Saiyan 3. Have my anger been made more violent by fear? However, that's it for now, Gohan. The faint words came out of Yang Qing's mouth, and in the next second, his body suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Sun Wufan. This time, Sun Wuhan instinctively sensed the danger behind him, but he didn't have time to turn around. A heavy force hit the back of his head severely, but his whole body froze, and his eyes suddenly turned black. The bloody red eyes immediately lost their luster, and the trend that was changing towards Super Saiyan 3 also abruptly ended. Sun Gohan's momentum quickly subsided, and his blonde hair returned to its original state. Yang Qing supported Sun Wufan in his arms, his body trembled and returned to his original state. What a horrible little fellow. With a sigh, he believed that if he didn't stop him and continued to fight, it was possible for Sun Gohan to enter the realm of Super Saiyan 3. That it's hard to say what the consequences of Sun Gohan will be after entering the third stage of the Super Tournament. Different from the previous transformation, the explosive power of Super Saiyan 3 is quite violent, but at the same time, the physical strength and energy consumed every minute and every second are not affordable for ordinary people. Gently placing Sun Wufan on the ground, Yang Qing also sat up cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to cultivate himself. In a battle, his entire body's strength was almost exhausted. After half an hour, Yang Qing recovered and opened his eyes. At this moment, Sun Gohan is still sleeping. Compared with Yang Qing, the load on Sun Gohan in this battle team is even greater. After a full 4 hours, Sun Wufan woke up with a tired face. Uncle Qing. I'm so tired. The weak Sun Gohan's words seemed weak, but he just got up and sat down, which almost exhausted his full strength, leaving him full of doubts. You went into a frenzy just now and spent too much energy. Yang Qing put one hand on Sun Wufan's shoulder, and the golden light flashed, restoring his strength. Hearing Yang Qing say this, Sun Wufan was taken aback for a moment, and then he said in a loss, "Did I fail?" "Failed. The power you get out of anger is amazing, but you lose your sanity." Yang Qing nodded. Seeing that Sun Wufan was disappointed, Yang Qing persuaded again. "But you don't need to be disappointed. The power in your body is very huge. Once you run wild, it will be more difficult to control, and it's only the first time. As long as you try a few more times, you will definitely be able to control this power." After Sun Wufan heard this, he regained his confidence and nodded heavily. "Well, trouble Uncle Qing." Touching Gohan's head, Yang Qing smiled and nodded. "Break meeting, let's stop here today. Starting tomorrow, we will continue this practice." Half an hour later, the two rose to the ground. When he took off, Sun Wufan just saw the earth with a radius of 10,000 miles, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. What's going on here? Into the eyes, there are deep pits everywhere, as if countless bombs exploded here, blowing everything into pieces, making him terrified. This is the result of the explosion of the potential deep in your body. Yang Qing glanced at Sun Wufan and said deeply. "What?" Sun Wufan opened his hands and said in horror, "Is there such a powerful force in my body?" "Yes, your body's potential is almost endless. Even if it is me, if you want to suppress your power, you have to use all your strength." Yang Qing nodded. "So, Gohan, you need to control the power of anger as soon as possible, otherwise, once it goes wild in the future, it will bring disaster to everyone." Sun Wufan's heart trembled. He saw that in a radius of 10,000 miles, almost all life was extinct, and the earth was collapsing. No need to think about it. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He knew that this power had already surpassed his imagination. If such a force erupts, it will really be a disaster. After a long time, Sun Wufan took a deep breath and said seriously. "I know, I'll ask you later, Uncle Qing. I will definitely help you control this power, Gohan." Yang Qing smiled. With such potential, if you don't cultivate well, it would be a waste. Sun Wufan's potential, it can be said that even if he doesn't practice much, just drawing out this potential can make him an extremely powerful warrior in the universe. Such talent can be said to be quite rare. The two went back together, and after a night of cultivation, they came here again the next day. "Today, continue the practice of yesterday and control your anger," Yang Qing said in a low voice. "Stop being driven by anger." Sun Wufan also had a serious face and nodded heavily. But 3 seconds later, the red eyes opened again, and Sun Gohan fell into a frenzy. Yang Qing frowned, and directly transformed into a realm that surpassed the power of Sun Wufan at the moment, and shot the latter without hesitation, knocking the latter into a coma. After a while, Sun Gohan woke up again. "Go on." This time, Yang Qing is no longer fighting, everything is to help Sun Wufan practice. Chapter 847 This time. Taking a deep breath, Sun Gohan closed his eyes again. Yang Qing stretched out his hand a little, and as the golden light flickered, Sun Wufan's expression began to change drastically again. The practice of controlling anger is on the agenda, which is indeed a very difficult test for Sun Gohan. What is the hardest thing to control in the human body? There is no doubt that it is the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as it is a creature, as long as it has thoughts, all kinds of strange thoughts, the fetters will be entangled and entangled for life. There are things or people that are valued, and there will be anger, jealousy, hope, and despair. Feelings like this are completely uncontrollable. Gradually, in Sun Wufan's mind, all kinds of tragic and dreary things happened again. Under Yang Qing's control, these events were all real, making Sun Wuhan uncontrollable. Control your anger. Drive anger. Don't be controlled by anger. Just when Sun Wufan's eyes became more and more red, a majestic shout came from the sky, which shocked his ears. Uncle Ching. Speaking softly, Sun Wufan fell into a strange state. He was still angry, and he could feel the power in his body roaring, boiling, roaring, and neighing, which had already surpassed any step he had achieved before. However, the blood red in his eyes faded, and he became rational. For the first time, he maintained this feeling of anger and let the power in his body run with the anger, but he did not lose his mind. He finally got his anger under control and made it work for him. Woo! Sun Wufan opened his eyes, and his green pupils flashed in different colors, but when the eyeballs turned, it clearly conveyed a characteristic that he was thinking. Success. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. After 2 failures, Sun Wufan succeeded, and I have to say that he is indeed the son of Sun Wukong. Of course, this is only the first time. In the future cultivation, there will still be failures, but there is no doubt that this is a good start, isn't it? Uncle Ching, this feeling. Extending his hands, Sun Wufan felt the burning power in his body, his extremely clear mind, and the violent thoughts surging from time to time. His pupils paused indifferently, and said again. It's weird. Experience this feeling carefully, and remember him. It's like you transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, but this state is more difficult to control than a Super Saiyan. If you don't pay attention, you will lose your mind. Yang Qing explained softly, guiding Sun Wufan. Just remember, in this state, don't lose your mind and control your anger. Clenching his fist, Sun Gohan began to try to punch, trying to experience the new power. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of fist wind breaking the air quickly came out, and his fist easily broke the sound barrier, reaching a terrifying level. So strong. Surprised, Sun Wufan felt that his power at the moment, even his father would not be his opponent. It turns out that my body really has such power. Some dazed words, he has only vaguely felt it, but he is not sure. Come on, Gohan, come and try to attack me. Yang Qing reached out and moved, signaling Sun Wufan to attack. The latter turned his head, nodded, and launched an attack without hesitation. The two fought another battle, but this time, when Sun Wufan regained his sanity, the power he controlled was obviously not as powerful as when he lost his will. Under Yang Qing's attack, he was easily crushed. The intensity is not enough. Next, try to increase your anger again and draw more potential in you. Yang Qing suggested softly. Sun Wufan nodded, and probably understood what to do. Once again, Sun Wufan didn't need Yang Qing's divine assistance this time. Closing his eyes, after 3 breaths, his face became cold, his body was quickly surrounded by golden aura, and the surging aura began to flow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, but his body had already transformed into the second stage of the super competition. At the same time, the endless potential began to surge in his body, rushing wildly. Yang Qing watched carefully and nodded lightly. This time, the awakening potential of Sun Wufan's body was much greater than the last time. But along with that, he took a lot more risk. Anger is the hardest to control. It is unimaginable that a person can do stupid things when he is angry. Sun Gohan tried his best to control the surging anger, but at a certain moment, when the power in his body began to collapse recklessly, the fire of his anger also began to burn. Boom! The vast breath erupted again, and Sun Wufan's pupils were once again blood red. Failed. Yang Qing sighed. The power of this outbreak is very powerful, but unfortunately the anger required is also very large. Sun Wufan can't bear it. As soon as he stepped out, Yang Qing also transformed. Then, with a bang, Sun Wufan fell to the ground again. 3 minutes later, when he touched the back of his head, which was aching, Sun Wufan. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Stand up. Failed again. Looking around, Sun Gohan said with a bit of frustration. Go on. In the face of Sun Wufan's distress, Yang Qing was only a faint word. For 3 consecutive days, Sun Gohan spent in such training. Among them, Sun Wuhan has made a little progress, and he has been able to control his anger at a low level. In a state of anger, he is 30% stronger than usual. A total of 83 failures and 29 successes. Sun Wuhan was getting stronger little by little, and before he knew it, he had surpassed his previous self and surpassed his father, when the afternoon of the third day was approaching dusk. Buzz. Suddenly, Sun Wuhan opened his eyes. The pupils are incomparably green with indifference, but the mighty power around him is terrifyingly powerful. This breath, even with a slight shock, the void will tremble, and the celestial phenomena will change color. Good. Yang Qing finally sighed and strode over. You did it. In my estimation, this is the greatest anger you can control at the moment, and it is also the most powerful force you can exert now. Gohan, your dream, what you've always wanted in your heart, will come true. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Sun Wufan's heart trembled, and he silently clenched his fists. Finally done. Dad, this time, let me protect you. Chapter 848 Grow Up. For a long time, Sun Wuhan always used the reasons why he was still young and weak, and his father, who could handle everything, to stop himself and become stronger. He doesn't think he can replace his father to save the world and protect other people. He's still young and he doesn't have enough strength. His heart that wants to endure and become stronger is hidden in a corner of his mind, and even he can't find it. But at this moment, when he felt the madly surging power above his fists, deep inside his body, he finally woke up. That trace of a stronger heart, accompanied by anger, rushed out of the closed heart, but it filled his mind in an instant. I can too, I can become stronger, and I can protect you too. Slightly clenched his fists, the air-bursting sound immediately came out. That violent power, just moving at will at this moment, will cause the air to distort and the airflow to move. It is too strong, such energy that breaks through the limit can destroy everything in Sun Wuhan's perception. Thank you, Uncle Qing. Although his eyes were cold, Sun Wufan's eyes looking at Qing were full of respect. It was this person who made himself from being timid, daring to bear, to become brave, drawing out the throbbing in his heart and making himself stronger. Sun Gohan even had a hunch that from this moment on, he would embark on a completely different path than before. Feel the power, remember the limits of your anger, remember the rhythm of the wave of power. After this, you will have the whole world. Gently patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder, Yang Qing said with a smile. Sun Wufan nodded and slowly closed his eyes. He began to follow Yang Qing's words, using his senses to remember the feeling of anger, and using his body to familiarize himself with this surging power. This will be his most powerful reliance on Xilu in the near future. Gradually, the superfluous leaked power of Sun Wuhan began to shrink, and the powerful aura of his body began to diminish. In the end, although the aura surrounding him was still very powerful and frightening, a large part of it had already been controlled. When he opened his eyes again, there was enlightenment in his eyes. He succeeded, recording the feeling of anger this time, and also realizing the fluctuations in this power that need to be controlled. Yang Qing silently watched Sun Wufan do all this, and nodded secretly. There is nothing to say about this kid's talent, but there is a problem with his thinking, but in the future, with him, such a thing will not happen. Soon, in the long history of beads, there will be a powerful Sun Gohan who has never existed before. After practicing for a while again, the two returned home. While eating, Yang Qing also felt the faint power of Sun Wukong and Faku. The strength of these two guys has also become stronger. As soon as his eyes moved, Yang Qing praised in his heart that Sun Wukong was worthy of being a Sun Wufan, and he was improving almost all the time. But he glanced at it again, and by this time he had regained his calm, and the smiling Sun Gohan shook his head. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, at this time he is still no match for Sun Wuhan, who draws out the potential in his body. It can be said that under the action of anger at this moment, Sun Wuhan's potential power is enough to kill too many people in this universe. With a blink of an eye, the time for a formal duel with Xilu finally came. On this day, Son Gohan opened his eyes from his sleep, and his pupils were shining brightly. Everything is today. Uncle Ching's teaching to me, the huge power in my body. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, I'm going to surprise you. Putting on his clothes quietly, Sun Wukong was not in a hurry. Under Yang Qing's training, after gaining powerful strength, his temperament was gradually changing. At this moment, there is actually quite a grandmaster's state of mind that Taishan is pressing on the top and his face does not change. After stepping out of the room, Sun Wukong saw that Sun Wukong, Yang Qing, Faku and others had arrived here. Hi, Gohan, this time has changed a lot. Sun Wukong keenly noticed that the momentum in Gohan's body was a little strange, and asked in doubt. What made him even more curious was that Son Gohan's state at the moment was no longer the Super Saiyan 1 that had been maintained, but the original appearance of black hair. Dad. Sun Wukong greeted Sun Wukong with a smile, and when he rolled his eyes, he saw Yang Qing waving at him. After making eye contact, the latter stretched out his fist and extended his thumb to him. Come on. Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes full of confidence. In the past few days of cultivation, he has completely consolidated and mastered the knack of transforming into anger and drawing out his potential. In this battle, he is very confident. After a while, several streams of light descended from the sky and landed on the power of the courtyard in front of Son Gohan's room. Goku, Gohan, Krillin and others said hello. It was Keelan, Bic, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Vegeta, Trunks and others who arrived. Hi everyone. Sun Wukong waved his hand with a smile in his eyes. Different from the father and son, the eyes of Kling and others were full of tension, including Vegeta. There was a trace of worry and fear in their eyes. I see that your father and son are both relaxed. Have you found a way to defeat Xilu? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Piccolo asked in a condensed voice. Hearing this question, Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. Although I have been cultivating desperately these days, I will defeat Xilu. I really don't have a clue, I just try my best. Cut. Vegeta made a sound, too lazy to pay attention to Sun Wukong. Compared with the former, he is just the opposite. Sun Wukong does everything in a hurry and is very relaxed, but he keeps his nerves tense, sweating and blood. Then let's go. Xilu must have been impatient to wait. Yang Qing spoke up. His words immediately made everyone present look solemn, and all of them have not forgotten that they have a major task in this trip. Sun Wukong looked at everyone present, and his heart was calm. It was different from the first time Vegeta invaded the Earth and the encounter with Frieza on Namek. At that time, he was frightened, worried, and insecure, and all he wanted was to rely on his father. But at this time, he is full of confidence and is not afraid of any challenges. Suddenly, there was Mingwu in Sun Wukong's eyes. I've grown up and I'm no longer the weak me. Reaching out and shooting, he saw that he gradually grew up and became a strong body. Chapter 849 The decisive battle begins. Suddenly, when he was about to set off, Sun Wukong made a request to Qing. Uncle Qing. He suddenly spoke out and turned everyone's attention to him. Gohan. Yang Qing smiled and looked at Sun Wukong. I want the same clothes as you, okay. He knew that Yang Qing had magical powers, and he had seen it in his practice these days, so he brought it up. Of course, no problem. After being stunned for a while, Yang Qing nodded and said, he is wearing a black martial arts uniform at the moment, but it is somewhat similar to the black Wukong costume in the future, but there is a gold-trimmed, green, on his back. This martial arts uniform is quite simple and elegant, and it is very mysterious. As soon as he pointed out, the golden light flashed, and Sun Wukong's clothes were exactly the same as Yang Qing's. Everyone was amazed when they saw Sun Wukong, who had suddenly changed into a suit. Compared to before, the current Son Gohan feels confident and calm, as if he has grown up overnight. Coupled with this black martial arts uniform, it made him full of evil spirits. Gohan seems to have grown up. Krillin said blankly. It's a little different. Bik said softly. Gohan brother. Trunks' eyes were full of light. In the future, Son Gohan died in advance for them. This was the greatest regret and grief in his heart. At this moment, seeing the flat smile on Sun Wufan's face and the faint confidence, he seemed to see the future world again, and looked back at him and smiled at Sun Wufan. Thank you, Uncle Ching. Sun Wufan smiled and thanked. The sunshine is generous. This kind of acting style and temperament different from the past once again surprised everyone. On the other hand, Sun Wukong, who has no head and no brain, seems to have not seen it. He is naturally happy with the growth of his son. At the same time, I am also amazed at Yang Qing's mystery. The two have not been together for 10 days in total, but Sun Wufan's change has been huge. Immediately afterwards, everyone flew up and rushed in the direction of Xilu. The powerful Xilu is very arrogant and domineering. In the past 10 days, the huge momentum on his body has not been hidden at all. He is waiting for the challenge of Sun Wukong and others, so as to end this boring battle. On the earth, he is not afraid of anyone except the mysterious guy who came from the future world. Even if it is thousands of miles away, everyone can feel the dazzling aura that is as dazzling as the sun after closing their eyes. That is Xilu. He's there. Sun Wukong opened his eyes. His eyes were sharp. He accelerated, and took the lead in rushing towards where Xilu was. Half an hour later, they saw that in the center of a wasteland, a huge competition platform was cut and stood on the ground. Xilu, on the other hand, was standing on the competition stage with his eyes closed and his arms folded, waiting for the crowd. At a distance of more than 10 miles from the competition platform, a piece of the wreckage of Earth's war weapons lay there, and the army soldiers who had summoned the courage to fight had long since disappeared. Several people fell quickly and stood below the competition platform. At this moment, Xilu finally opened his eyes. You guys are finally here. The voice was cold and flat. Who is he talking about? Is he waiting for us? Cowardly, the Satan people standing in one place trembled, thinking in their hearts. They have not seen the horror of Xilu, but rely on their own judgment to think that Xilu is nothing special. Hey, I kept you waiting, Suru. Sun Wukong greeted with a solemn expression. Others were either silent or swallowed their mouths in water in fear. Is this your confidence to beat me? They don't think so. Xilu looked at Yang Qing who was standing quietly beside him with an ugly face, and said in a dark voice. Whether it works or not, you'll know if you try it. Yang Qing's face was relaxed, and there was a faint smile on his face. Okay, then I'll see how they beat me. Xilu said angrily. He seemed to think of the fear of being abused that day, with both anger and deep fear in his eyes. Who will come first? Glancing around again, Xilu said coldly. As soon as Sun Wukong touched his hands, he was about to take the stage, but at this moment, one of the Satan Legion immediately jumped up. Xilu's face was cold, and he ignored the people who came to power, still staring coldly at Sun Wukong and the others below. The man felt Xilu's contempt for him, and immediately became angry and attacked Xilu. Xilu didn't dodge or evade, and he didn't even have eyelids. Bang bang bang. A series of voices came. The man hit Xilu, and his face immediately showed a triumphant smile. But at this moment, the muscles on Xilu's body suddenly bulged, and the huge force instantly lifted the man out, and fell heavily on the ground 100 meters away. Sun Wukong, who will come first? Sun Wukong was helpless. The order of his appearance was robbed, and he was about to step forward again, but at this time another member of the Satan Legion came on stage again. This is embarrassing. Sun Wukong scratched his head. He must not interfere in the battle on the martial arts stage. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Spreading his hands, he can only wait for the next time. The second person was still solved by Xilu effortlessly. In the third time, Satan finally came on stage. still 1 second ahead of Sun Wukong, occupying the position of Sun Wukong. You bastard, you can only use tricks. I have seen through all your attacks, let's capture it. As soon as Satan came on stage, he mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. No matter whether he is powerful or not, Yang Qing still supports this kind of courageous behavior. However, Xilu's eyes didn't even float to him, just stared coldly at Sun Wukong below. Damn, dare to underestimate me. Satan was angry, and he saw that the gaze in Saru's eyes was no longer contempt, but pure neglect. Steady, there was no trace of him in Xilu's eyes. Yang Qing watched from the side, only feeling amused and tight, and the smile on his face deepened. When Sun Wufan saw Yang Qing's expression, he felt very strange, and he didn't know why he was smiling. Finally, Satan launched an attack on Sirius. It can be seen that Satan has the courage to come here, and his strength is also very strong in ordinary earth. He can split 8 bricks with his bare hands. In world fighting, he has won the championship and won countless rankings and honors. He is the strongest. At this moment, Satan was full of firepower and ran towards Saru. The grim look on his face, the running legs and legs of Sa Wanzi, and the short-lived 3 seconds later, made the people present feel embarrassed. Chapter 850 Change. Satan finally slammed into the street, and was punched by Saru, and he disappeared without a trace. Is that all right? This farce. Xilu's face was very cold, except for the camera and the host with the microphone, there was no one else below. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly, and finally jumped onto the competition stage. This time, no one was interfering with them. Kaylin and the others below all took a deep breath and watched the battle on the competition stage solemnly. They know that this decisive battle is very important, and perhaps, the fate of the earth will be decided from now on. For a while, the field was silent. Everyone was very nervous, secretly clenching their fists. Xilu, you are really strong. It can be said that you are stronger than any opponent I have ever met before. Sun Wukong spoke calmly, withdrew his legs, and assumed an attacking stance. Oh, Sun Wukong, in my eyes, you are also a formidable opponent. With a slight smile in Xilu's eyes, he also assumed a posture similar to that of Sun Wukong. The same movement of the two instantly changed the expressions of everyone present. But the doctor created me just to defeat you and satisfy his ambitions, and I can't keep my hands on you. Xilu said again, with a cold light in his eyes. Yes, his birth not only possessed great power, but also brought all the negative emotions in the hearts of Frieza, Demon King Bick, Vegeta and others into it. Therefore, he was born cold and ruthless, bloody and cruel. Sun Wukong's eyes became more solemn, and the momentum on his body increased a little again. Everyone was even more nervous. They knew that the battle would start at any second, and both eyes were fixed on the competition stage. Then, no more words came out. After about 10 breaths, Sun Wukong took the lead. His speed was extremely fast, his footsteps stared at the ground, and his shadow disappeared in an instant. So fast! Kling and others exclaimed. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared behind Xilu and punched out, but what he hit was just an afterimage. The latter appeared behind Sun Wukong at the same time, and also swept out with one foot, but it was also Sun Wukong's remnant. Film. At this moment, the way the two fought was almost exactly the same. This scene made everyone familiar with Sun Wukong's fighting style immediately change color. Sir, this guy, how can it be? Piccolo said in shock. The two began to come and go on the competition stage, constantly staggering back and forth. Their speed is getting faster and faster, and they have gradually reached a state that ordinary people can't see at all. Ah, where are the two contestants? The host looked at the contest stage in confusion. He couldn't see a single figure. He moved the camera to the sky, but there was nothing. But after looking at the strange group of people, they can see that they are shaking, their eyes are constantly rolling, and they seem to be paying attention to something. No, it's too fast. I can't keep up with them. Yamcha gave up first, his face full of frustration. Unconsciously, Sun Wukong has exceeded his realm too far. I vaguely remember that in the first battle, he was still on a par with Sun Wukong, but it was today. He can only sigh. Time flies, white clouds king dogs. Sun Wukong is no longer the Sun Wukong of the year, and his Yamcha is still the salted fish that he used to be. After another 10 seconds, there was a roar in the sky, like a dull thunder. Kalen also began to gradually fail to keep up with the speed of the battle between the two, so he had no choice but to give up. These two people are too strong. Sun Wukong glanced at Keelan, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan and the others from the corner of his eye, and doubts appeared in their eyes. Can't see clearly. Why in his eyes? He can easily observe the traces of Dad and Xilu. He retracted his gaze and continued to observe Xilu. Dad is fighting with Xilu. This is his best chance to get familiar with Xilu's fighting style in advance. Finally, the two appeared on the stage again. Compared with the flat clothes at the beginning, the two of them are a little messy at the moment, but the light in their eyes is exceptionally brilliant. As expected of Sun Wukong, you have impressed me. But if it's just this power, I'm afraid it's not enough. Xilu laughed out loud, his eyes full of indifference. Everyone's hearts were raised, only the host on the side looked confused. Nani? What? We didn't understand anything. Why did the two suddenly disappear for a while, and Xilu popped out such a pretend 13. But the next moment, they felt the air tremble, and there was a feeling of trembling in their hearts. Buzz. A terrifying breath rushed out of Xilu's body, but in an instant he surpassed Sun Wukong and everyone present. Its terrifying aura, even among the lightning and thunder, lifted the host and others away, and threw them far away. Monkey King, you deserve all my strength. Sirius said coldly, pretending to be 13. So strong. Siruru is too scary. God, this chi, is this the true power of Xilu? Krillin and the others immediately panicked. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Admiration, eyes full of worry. Sun Wukong glanced at everyone in confusion again, not understanding why they felt that Xilu was powerful. Isn't his anger strong enough? And Dad, who's far from doing his best? It's just that at this time, he was not easy to say, and still watched the battle calmly. Once again, the battle between Xilu and Sun Wukong begins. Xilu, who burst into power, was obviously too powerful, and Sun Wukong fell into a disadvantage in an instant, causing everyone to worry and nervous. But within a few seconds, Sun Wukong also broke out, and the two were evenly matched again. The terrifying thunder continued, and the void trembled. From the battle till now, none of the people below can keep up with the speed of the two of them. Even Piccolo's face is ugly. At this time, he could only barely see the actions of the two. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly trembled, and he looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. He saw that Sun Wukong's eyes kept rolling, his face was very calm and he was watching this peak-to-peak decisive battle, and there was no helplessness and panic in his eyes. Does this mean that Gohan can see the battle between the two? How can that be? When did Gohan become so powerful? Being able to keep up with the fighting speed of the two, on the one hand, means that the power of Sun Wukong has surpassed him. Chapter 851 Admit Defeat. Gohan, how come? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. How long has it been since Gohan's growth has surpassed him? At this moment, Piccolo noticed that a gaze was looking at him, and he couldn't help but turn his eyes to look at that gaze. Is it him? Turning his gaze, Pic saw Yongqing, who gave him a slight smile and nodded. His eyes narrowed, Piccolo withdrew his gaze and continued to watch the battle. On the competition stage, the speed of the two was getting faster and faster. By this time, Piccolo could almost only see a shadow flashing past, and then he could see nothing. After more than 10 breaths, there were only bursts of roars in the sky, like muffled thunder, but there was no shadow. Finally, a shadow cut through the sky and fell heavily on the competition stage. The complete competition stage was immediately knocked out by a huge gap. The figure showed its shape, and when everyone looked at it, their pupils shrank. Goku! Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. The person who fell on the ground was Sun Wukong. Boom! There was a tremor in the air, and everyone felt a surging Qigong wave breath. Turtle School Qigong. Looking at Xilu, who showed his figure in the sky, everyone was shocked. How could it be? How could he? Those who are familiar with Sun Wukong can easily distinguish that this trembling aura fluctuation belongs to the Turtle School Qigong wave. The light blue brilliance bloomed, and Xilu's hands were placed on his waist, and the group of brilliance continued to expand, emitting hot energy. Below, Sun Wukong rolled and stood up immediately. His hands were placed on his waist at the same time, and the light blue light also bloomed. Turtle School Qigong wave. At this moment, both of them released the signature skills of this long pearl world. With Turtle School Qigong wave to Turtle School Qigong wave. After 3 breaths, the aura they were brewing had reached the strongest point. At the same moment, both of them pushed their hands from their waists and shouted loudly. Buzz! The terrifying energy fluctuations trembled into the void, producing a trace of ripples, and rolling airwaves spread from all directions, causing everyone to close their eyes. The 2 dazzling rays of light quickly touched in the void, and at a certain point in time, they finally touched each other. Then, boom! A terrifying sound came out, bigger than the dull thunder, and in an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted. The Qigong waves of the 2 collided together. Zitza! Violent electric lights flickered, and both of them shouted loudly. At this moment, the momentum on their bodies reached its peak and was still growing. At the beginning, Xilu's Qigong waves were invincible, and they rushed all the way to the place where Sun Wukong was. The amazing energy fluctuations shocked everyone. If this huge energy really bombarded the Earth, then there is no doubt that the Earth will be destroyed in an instant. This guy, Xilu, didn't even think about this issue at all. Ah! Sun Wukong broke out at this moment. He shouted and was born, and his amazing breath rolled out. The results of his cultivation with Faku during this period of time were finally displayed. The terrifying energy aura surging and rolling, shocked everyone watching the battle. In the sky, Xilu's pupils contracted even more, and his heart jumped abruptly. This astonishing aura was already approaching his peak. Peak time. This guy Kakarot. Vegeta clenched her fists secretly, her face ugly as hell. The outbreak of Sun Wukong was only for a moment, almost in the blink of an eye, and the Turtle School Qigong suddenly expanded, and then quickly pushed towards Xilu. As expected of Sun Wukong, Xilu's figure flickered, and it was too late to resist this wave of attacks, so he had to dodge quickly. Huh! The dazzling light quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes, and disappeared as a light spot in the distant sky. Another flash of effort, Xilu appeared in front of everyone. The blood dripped on the ground, and one of his arms was too late to dodge, and was affected by the Qigong wave and was directly vaporized. Monkey King, you really amaze me that you have such power. Woo! Sun Wukong still maintained the posture of pushing out his hands, breathing a little heavy. The Qigong wave just now was already his ultimate strength. On the opposite side, Xilu's whole body trembled, his arm trembled violently, and then a complete new arm appeared. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes became even more solemn. The powerful Saru is terrifying, but the Saru who can be reborn from a severed limb is even more terrifying. Sun Wukong's eyes became more serious, and he suddenly realized that the breath of the other party had only dropped a little by this time. And myself, it's almost bottoming out. Sure enough, I'm not his opponent yet. His whole body tightened, and he slowly assumed an attacking stance again. This time, he has to use his full strength to try, just how far is the gap between him and Saru. Xilu also slowly took a stance, and the battle between the two began again. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A gust of breeze blew, and the figures of the two distorted and disappeared again. This time, the two did not lift off, but only fought on the competition stage. Bang bang bang. A series of collision sounds came out, and everyone who could not see the figures of the two could clearly see that a series of cracks began to appear in the originally complete competition stage due to the duel between the two. After a full 5 minutes, a figure appeared and was beaten and flew out. It's serious. Great, Goku has the upper hand. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. However, Son Gohan's eyes became serious and became a little nervous. He clearly observed that his father's breath had dropped to the lowest point. This means that Sun Wukong's physical strength has bottomed out, and his weak breath and trembling body also means that he himself has reached the limit. Sure enough, the next moment, Xilu jumped from the ground and came to the front of Sun Wukong, and then hit hard, and Sun Wukong flew out. Sun Wukong, who stood up again, was a little shaky, and his eyes were not as bright as before. Seeing that Xilu was ready to attack again, he waved his hand. I admit defeat, I am not your opponent. Immediately afterwards, he directly lifted the Super Saiyan, then changed into the original state, and jumped off the competition stage. After jumping off the competition stage, Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly at everyone. I'm sorry, I am not his opponent at this time. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while, even Kakarot was no match for him. Chapter 852 Gohan appears. He was trembling all over. On the one hand, he was afraid of serious power, but on the other hand, he couldn't restrain the instinct of Saiyans and wanted to fight Cyrus again. It's only me. Vegeta clenched her fists and was about to charge. In his opinion, besides Kakarot, he is the most powerful here. Kakarot was defeated, so he should be the one to stand up. This is fine. But the next moment, a figure has already entered the competition stage. When Vegeta saw it clearly, his face was ugly. What is this kid doing? Are you impatient? It was Son Gohan who set foot on the competition stage, and Gohan's attack surprised everyone present. Gohan him. The crowd opened their mouths, and they were about to call him down. At this time, Sun Wukong gave Gohan a deep look. Let him go, if he can't win, then there's no hope for us anymore. His words shocked everyone present. What does it mean? In other words, Monkey King is stronger than Sun Wukong at this time. But how is this possible? Did Sun Wukong just let you die like this? When Xilu saw Sun Wufan, he was also a little stunned, and then he sneered. He didn't think that Son Gohan could do any harm to him. Salu, I will beat you. However, Son Gohan's words were sonorous and powerful, with a serious expression. Such an expression made everyone present feel that this young man was serious, that he really thought so, not just joking. Fun. Xilu's face was startled, and then he smiled. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Off stage, Vegeta quarreled with Sun Wukong. Kakarot, do you want that kid to die? In this case, let me go up. However, in the face of Vegeta like this, Sun Wukong just said something seriously and lightly. Vegeta, you are not Saru's opponent. In an instant, Vegeta's face burst with blue veins, clenched his fists, and his anger went up. You bloody bastard. Watch the game well. At this moment, Yang Qing spoke lightly. His words were calm, but full of power, and Vegeta, who almost fought, immediately fell into peace. I'll just see how capable this kid is. Looking at the competition stage calmly, Yang Qing was full of expectations at this time. Gohan, my training with you is over. However, your growth path has only just begun. Come on, use your full strength and let everyone see your great power. Go ahead, show your own brilliance, and surprise anyone who sees you. He thought silently in his heart, and had great expectations for Sun Wufan. Only he knows the power of the latter. And there is another person who has the same expression as Yang Qing. Gohan, are you okay? At this time, Sun Wukong still had some doubts and worries about his son. In the past few days with Qing, what have you experienced? You can see that you have grown very fast. But, facing Xiaolu, are you sure? Of course, Sun Wukong didn't really say these words, but said silently in his heart. In the process of growing up, he took on too much, sheltering from the wind and rain for the earth, for his relatives, and for his friends, which is also a powerful driving force for his growth. But this time, the burden will fall on his son. Sun Wukong's worries are natural. While everyone was holding all kinds of thoughts, Sun Gohan on the stage slowly took a stance. The posture of the battle preparation made everyone stunned. What is he doing? He didn't turn into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo growled that he was too worried about Sun Gohan, so he was even more angry. This kid, after watching Wukong fight for so long, how dare he be so careless? Yang Qing, who was on the side, showed a smile at this time. Very good, Gohan, strong self-confidence is the foundation of victory over everything. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Sun Wufan's mood was calm, and for the first time he realized how heavy his father's courage was. At this moment, he stood here as if he had taken on everything. He finally understood what his father was facing. Strong enemies, and worried friends, elders, and the earth. All of this put a lot of pressure on him. This pressure is so huge that it is hard to breathe. If you can't bear it, you will be crushed to pieces. But if he can bear it, it will become a more powerful driving force, making him stronger. Fortunately, Sun Gohan had already withstood the pressure in just an instant. Then, he became more confident. Although he was still young, facing Xiaolu, everyone was in a trance and saw from him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The appearance of Sun Wukong. This is a kind of Grand Master's demeanor that he is confident that he can defeat any enemy in the face of it. Afterwards, he seemed very calm. In his eyes, this battle, which even Sun Wukong had to concentrate on and deal with nervously, was unusually calm. You're a little different. I'm interested in you. Xiaolu noticed the change in Sun Wufan's temperament, and his eyes flashed. But I'm not going to show mercy. Prepare to die in my hands. The indifferent words entered Sun Wufan's ears, and the latter smiled calmly and said softly. Come on then. Huh. The battle started instantly, and Xiaolu's figure disappeared in an instant. Just as Xiaolu moved, Sun Wufan also took 2 steps forward. Hey! The sound of breaking the air came out, and Xiaolu's elbow hit the air. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the first blow to be avoided by Sun Wufan so easily. Immediately afterwards, Xiaolu disappeared again, and Sun Wufan took 3 steps back. The fist wind was fierce, wiping Sun Wufan's nose. This punch, he dodged again. Xiaolu's eyes flickered, and the expression on Sun Gohan's expression became slightly solemn. It's incredible to me, boy. Sun Wufan waved his hand with a grim expression. Xiaolu, you need to be faster. In a word, Xiaolu's face became cold again, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Under the stage, a relaxed smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Gohan, finally grown up. Maybe, there is real hope for this victory. Chapter 853 Crack. The battle was only the beginning, and Sun Gohan's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone knows how strong and how fast Xiaolu's power is. Even Vegeta knew very well that even if he turned into a Super Saiyan, it would be difficult for him to escape the burst attack just now. But this kid did it. How can that be? On the competition stage, Xiaolu stepped forward again, came to Sun Wuhan, and threw a punch. His moves are simple and straightforward, but they don't require much thinking. Because he is strong enough and fast enough. Just relying on speed and strength, the enemy can no longer resist, where is the routine used? In the face of this punch, Sun Wuhan just bent over and easily dodged the punch. He even put his hands on the ground, his feet left the ground, and he kicked Xiaolu's waist fiercely. hit. It's just that the power of this blow is a little small, and it does not cause damage to Xilu. After a few tumbling, Sun Gohan flexibly distanced himself from Cyril. The two confronted each other again, but their expressions were a bit serious. I underestimate you, boy. Xilu's voice was heavy, and after several rounds of battles, he recognized the boy in front of him, and there was indeed something special about him. Come on, Saru, just like this, you can't beat me. Sun Gohan hooked his hands, a relaxed smile on his face. Don't be ashamed. Xilu became hot, and the figure flashed again and disappeared from everyone's eyes. But the next moment, when he appeared in front of Sun Gohan, the latter still easily blocked his attack. Immediately afterwards, the two started a quick attack at close range. It can be clearly seen that Xilu's strength and speed are far beyond that of Sun Wuhan at the moment. Under the attack of the former, Sun Wufan quickly retreated and could only be forced to block, and could no longer fight back. Is that what you are? Xilu roared loudly, increased his strength, and punched heavily, hitting Sun Wuhan's arms again. Chi chi chi. The powerful force knocked Sun Gohan back 10 meters before stopping. Glancing at Xilu slightly, Sun Wufan muttered to himself in a low voice. This kind of power is really hard to fight. In that case. He clenched his hands suddenly, his hair instantly turned golden, and his aura became dozens of times stronger than the previous moment. This transformation surprised Xilu, as well as the Monkey King and Vegeta below. He has actually reached this level. Vegeta whispered in disbelief, filling her mind with 3 words impossible. Gohan. Sun Wukong was also a little shocked. Kaylin and the others on the side couldn't understand what was the difference between Sun Wufan's transformation and asked loudly. What happened to Gohan? You are so surprised. Krillin, Gohan is amazing. Trunks said with a look of admiration at this time, and his face relaxed at the same time. This time, maybe, there is a real hope of defeating Xilu. What the hell are you talking about? Krillin and the others were still confused. Generally speaking, the transformation of a Super Saiyan, because the sudden surge of power is very large, more or less at the moment of transformation, there will be a powerful aura bursting out, and even after transformation, these powers are hard to control. Quote. The transformation time will last for a long time, generally it takes 5 to 10 seconds, the first transformation, or if you are not skilled, it will even take 10 seconds to more than 20 seconds. But, Gohan he. Having said that, Trunks looked at Sun Gohan again and was amazed. He did it almost in an instant. It shows that he has completely mastered the power of Super Saiyan 1. Quote. I have only seen the characteristics of this transformation in one person. Inadvertently, Trunks glanced at Yang Cheng. It's impossible, how is it possible? This boy. Vegeta was on the side, still looking unbelievable. It's okay to be overtaken by Kakarot, now, has even his son walked ahead of him. He is a proud Saiyan prince. At this time, the one who is the happiest is naturally Sun Wukong, who can hardly close his mouth with laughter. Wukong, eat this fairy bean quickly and recover. Keelan stuffed a fairy bean into Sun Wukong, who smashed it into pieces, then swallowed it, and his physical strength recovered instantly. Let's continue watching. This time, it's Gohan's stage. Sun Wukong said with a smile. The others all looked at the competition stage with complex expressions. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan's power has increased dozens of times than before, and this surging breath makes Saru slightly change color. He was keenly aware that Sun Wuhan's power at this stage might have surpassed Sun Wukong. In other words, this little boy actually possesses the power that is closer to himself. How is this possible? Xilu also felt unbelievable in his heart. However, the next moment, Sun Gohan was the first to attack. Serious eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Z immediately squinted, instantly judging in his mind the direction of the former's appearance. Front. He punched forward, but missed. At this moment, a yin wind hit the back of the neck. Xilu's face changed, his figure was immediately twisted, and he quickly avoided. Wrong. He actually made a mistake. How is this possible? Sun Wukong attacked again. His speed and strength were still not as good as that of Xilu at this time, but in the routine, he seemed to have seen through Xilu, and every move perfectly restrained the former. Gradually, after the two fought for 3 minutes, Xilu also noticed this with an ugly face. I was seen through by him. Everyone will have their own set of fighting styles, such as from which angle to cut in, what posture to use when defending, and after detecting the enemy's flaws, they will choose to crack or gain momentum, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. These are all unique fighting styles. At this moment, Saru is very clear that his fighting style has been completely seen by Sun Wukong. At the same time that Xilu saw this, everyone in the audience also discovered this. Goku, is that you? Krillin said in surprise. Hee. Sun Wukong just smiled, but didn't answer. Uncle Wukong comes on first, fights serious, and lets Gohan observe serious fighting style below. That's why, after Gohan came on stage, he could easily decipher all of Saru's actions. Trunks suddenly realized. Chapter 854 On and off the stage, everyone looked different. Sun Wukong's side was full of smiles and relaxed after being surprised. In this way, Gohan seems to be much more reliable than Goku. The indifferent and calm Grandmaster's demeanor instantly convinced everyone. Gohan, maybe there is a real hope of winning. Krillin said expectantly. On the other hand, looking at Xilu, at this moment, his face was extremely ugly. A mere boy with a hairy head, who actually saw through his routine. What is this? Xilu, you have been seen through by me. Sun Wukong said lightly. In this battle, I will definitely defeat you. With these words again, Xilu's face darkened and became ashen. You group of Saiyans, really love to talk big and beat me. Xilu's eyes turned cold, and he grasped his hand, making a crunching joint sound. Even if you know what I'm going to do, can your attack hurt me? Shaking hands suddenly, a more terrifying aura surged up from Xilu's body, and the violent aura formed an air current at this moment, which actually smashed the competition platform into smashes in an instant. The gust of wind swept through, and the people watching the battle below the stage blocked their hands in shock. Xilu, he hasn't used his full strength yet. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and his face became solemn. This sudden burst of breath was much stronger than when he was fighting. When I was fighting with him, I already felt faintly. Xilu, he still has a huge power hidden, as expected. That Gohan. Everyone was worried. I don't know what will happen to Gohan, but I can only pin my hopes on him. Now, he is the only one who has the most hope of defeating Sirius. Sun Wukong said seriously. On the competition stage, oh no, the competition stage has turned into a pool of gravel under the impact of Xilu's violent airflow. The gust of wind calmed down slowly, and the dust dissipated, revealing Xilu's figure. The battle between us, the small competition stage, is already unbearable. Son Gohan, you surprised me. I can feel that there is a huge power hidden in your body. Let's release it. There is no need to hide. Sirius shouted loudly towards Son Gohan. But on the opposite side, Son Gohan just smiled plainly, then showed his hands and probed. Its contemptuous attitude, full of confidence. Damn. Xilu's face became extremely ugly, and his anger filled his mouth. You are courting death. With a loud shout, Xilu's feet suddenly exploded, and the figure that followed him disappeared. At this moment, his speed exploded, and it was 3 times faster than before, but he appeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant, and then threw a punch. Sun Wukong blinked, and the opponent's terrifying speed made him not react. Bang! With a dull sound, Sun Wukong was punched out. I said, your current strength is simply not enough to fight against me. Xilu's figure flickered, and he rushed in front of Sun Wukong again, punching violently, and swung towards Sun Wukong fiercely. Sun Wukong raised his arms to fight, and his figure kept retreating under the huge power of Xilu. Die! Xilu shouted loudly, strengthened his strength again, and suddenly punched out. Boom! Sun Wukong was blasted hundreds of meters and slammed into the hill behind him. This time, the atmosphere fell silent, and everyone looked there worriedly. Gohan, it's too careless. Maybe, he has his own plans. Sun Wukong recalled Gohan's calm expression from beginning to end, and said thoughtfully. Click. The stone crumbled, and a figure slowly walked out of it. It was Sun Wukong. Silently wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. His expression was still indifferent and calm, as if the physical injury did not affect him. Sir, is this your power? The faint re-export made Xilu even more furious in an instant. You are courting death. With a loud roar, Xilu instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and then punched a ladder in the face, and a series of dull sounds came from his body. At this moment, Sun Wukong seemed to be unable to fight back under Xilu's attack. He couldn't make an effective resistance and could only be beaten passively. 30 seconds later, Xilu's attack stopped. At this time, Sun Wukong's arms were slightly lowered, his head was lowered, and he seemed to have been seriously injured. It's not as strong as me at all, how dare you be so arrogant? Sirius said coldly. He can feel that the guy in front of him has been seriously injured, and no one can survive his own series of attacks. This power, I really can't use the current power to fight against you. Is the difference a bit big? A low murmur sounded, and the voice instantly shrank Xilu's pupils. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. What? He looked at the opposite side in shock, and saw that Sun Wukong, who should have been severely injured by his heavy punch, slowly raised his head, revealing his severely injured face. But there was no trace of injury on this face. How is this possible? Xilu was shocked and couldn't believe it at all. Compared to Uncle Ching, your strength is still far behind. The low voice sounded, and a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Sun Wukong's body, rising straight into the sky, circling endlessly. Crackling. Intensive lightning circled around him, sounding like firecrackers. The violent airflow scurried wildly, forming a huge whirlwind, which rolled up the ground where Sun Gohan was, causing a deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters. After a full 5 or 6 interest, the fluctuations stopped. But at this time, the aura on Sun Wukong's body changed everyone present. Gohan him. It is. But, how is it possible? Super Saiyan 2. Everyone was stunned when they sensed this explosive force. Even Sun Wukong's face showed a hint of surprise, as if he had not expected it at all. It's very strong, but it's not enough. However, Yang Qing, who had been watching the battle silently at this time, shook his head and said, Master, are you saying that Gohan's strength is not enough to defeat Sirius? When Faku heard this sentence, he couldn't believe it. In his opinion, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the energy contained in it is much stronger than Vegeta. However, this power is not enough to defeat Xilu. How can that be? Chapter 855 Xilu's Wisdom. I have fought against Sirius, although that battle was crushed all the way. However, the strongest aura that erupted from him was far beyond this time. Yang Qing squinted slightly, only he knew how strong Xilu's power was. In his opinion, if Dapra, the Lord of the Demon World, is here, he might not be enough to defeat Sirius at the moment. The energy in Xilu who absorbed number 17 and 18 is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. So strong. Faku said in shock, his eyes could not help but look at Saru in the field. At this time, Xilu also showed a look of shock in his eyes, and there was even a panic expression on his face. It looked as if he was afraid of Son Gohan. However, from the perspective of Faku, Yang Qing's words are the most accurate. It's just, what happened to Xilu's appearance at this time? Salu, I said, I will definitely defeat you. Sun Wukong stepped out step by step, the momentum on his body rushed into the sky, shaking the void, and the lightning crackled continuously, making him at this moment as majestic as a god. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? Xilu seemed to be completely unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Sun Wukong replied indifferently, and then stepped out. The figure had already twisted and disappeared. Xilu seemed to be completely unable to see Sun Wukong's actions in front of his eyes, and he was a little flustered. At this moment, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Xilu, and then punched out directly. This punch, Xilu did not catch. The fist hit Xilu's face fiercely, twisting his neck and bending his entire head. Excellent. Aside, Krillin jumped up happily. However, after a breath, Xilu did not make a painful cry. Sun Wukong's expression changed, and he had a bad premonition. Looking at Xilu who suddenly didn't move in front of him, Sun Wukong realized where the premonition was coming from, and he was about to retreat, but it was too late. A heavy force hit his stomach directly. In just a split second, Sun Wukong bent down and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Xilu's head slowly lift up. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. You saw through my actions. But what if I don't move? 2 sentences, let the people present, and let Sun Wukong understand what happened to Xilu's strange appearance just now. Your fist is too weak to hit me in the face without feeling at all. Like a mosquito. Xilu's words came out slowly, and then he withdrew his fist and punched it again. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was actually shaken towards the sky by this punch, and then fell to the ground. At this time, his face became a little pale, and there was sweat oozing from his forehead. Why don't I just beat you straight? Because I think it's kind of funny. Hee, let you think that you have enough power to defeat me, and then show you my invincible power to make you fall into despair. Also let them know that I am invincible. Xilu said, glanced at Sun Wukong and others, his eyes were full of indifference and disdain. You are still too young. He kicked out a kick, and directly kicked Sun Gohan to the ground on the side, stirring up dust. Now, is there any hope for you? Xilu turned his attention to Sun Wukong and others. This scene made the faces of the people present look ugly. Damn, Gohan actually fell for his trick. This sly fellow. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Is Gohan okay? He was attacked so hard. Krillin said worriedly. Everyone's eyes were on Gohan, full of concern. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to one side again, and Xilu's eyes narrowed slightly. On the ground, Sun Wukong, who was seriously injured, suddenly burst into anger, came to Xilu's side with lightning speed, and then waved his fist. This sudden attack and the terrifying speed made Xilu actually not react. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a series of attacks fell on Xilu's body, causing him to retreat step by step. Great, Gohan is fine. Xilu couldn't be beaten slowly, this wave did a pretty good job. This kid, let me worry in vain. Everyone watched the battle and cheered up again. Sun Wukong was fine, and he also launched an attack on Xilu. This attack was so violent and so unstoppable. After punching hundreds of punches, Sun Wukong just retreated. At this time, Xilu recovered his strength and raised his head, his face was terrifyingly cold. Son Gohan, you really surprised me. Xilu raised his head, causing Sun Wukong's eyes to shrink immediately. On serious. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. There was no harm at all. Sun Wukong's violent attack just now couldn't even hurt Sirius. The tactics are good, but your strength is too weak. Suddenly, Xilu disappeared again, rushed in front of Sun Wukong, and punched out. Boom. Sun Wukong was beaten out, and his entire body was unable to stop the trend and was not controlled by the huge power. Boom. A light blue Qigong wave appeared, and Xilu quickly pushed out his hands. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong suddenly stopped his figure, and then pressed his hands towards the front. At this moment, his face became solemn. Xilu's strength is beyond his imagination. After watching his father's battle with him, he thought that Super Saiyan 2 would be enough to solve the battle, but now it seems that it is far from enough. Boom! The Qigong wave hit Sun Wukong heavily, causing him to retreat dozens of meters before it stopped. Ah! With a loud shout, Sun Gohan gathered the chi of his whole body and slammed the turtle Qigong wave in front of him towards the sky. Hey! The powerful Qigong wave was thrown out directly by him. However, Suru's attack was far from over. At this time, Xilu was already standing in the air, and his hands suddenly waved down. Shish! A series of Qigongs were thrown out of his hands, and in just an instant, a terrifying Qigong wave was formed. Sun Wukong's face changed, and his figure moved quickly. His speed became extremely fast at this moment, and he shuttled in the Qigong wave. Beside him, behind him, and in front of him, the sound of explosions kept coming. The scorching flames rushed towards the face, and the shock wave was almost everywhere. But at this moment, Sun Wukong's heart became extremely calm. Chapter 856 _ As if he had eyes on his body, he could see attacks from any direction. With an extremely flexible and fast body, he actually ran in this dense Qigong wave screen. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions quickly exploded around him, and the sky-high flames covered the entire space, but cleverly did not stain him at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong's speed has reached the fastest speed, reaching a point that is beyond the reach of ordinary people's naked eyes. The 10-odd breath passed quickly, the dust in the sky dissipated, the flames disappeared, and Sun Wukong's figure was revealed. At this moment, Piccolo's anxious voice suddenly entered his ears. Gohan, be careful. Sun Gohan turned around abruptly, but it was too late. Your reaction is very slow. Xilu jokingly scorned and threw a punch. Bang! Sun Gohan flew out again, flying straight to the rear. Xilu's knees bent, reaching the top of Sun Gohan's head, and then his elbows suddenly hit. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Sun Wukong's face turned pale. At this moment, his figure also slammed into the ground, and the strong airflow even formed a huge crater on the ground. But then, he reacted quickly, and his fists attacked like the wind. Bang 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 bang. The collision sound was like a dull thunder. He was on the ground and quickly duel with Suru, who was standing in the air. The two sides collided with nearly thousands of punches, and just then he breathed a little, and then quickly backed away. Sun Wukong's eyes became dignified, and Xilu's eyes were still very relaxed. The power of Sun Wukong at this time did not cause any harm to him. Although it was also very powerful, it was still a little bit worse. Even if it is only a trace, but the difference is 1,000 miles away, but it is enough to decide the outcome. You are strong. Taking a deep breath, Sun Gohan said solemnly. Yes, Xilu's power is beyond his imagination. Based on the opponent's battle with his father, he has already speculated that Xilu's combat power is very strong. However, it is still not enough. He is far stronger than he imagined. It seems that I can only use all my strength. He let out a breath, and Sun Gohan's eyes were full of seriousness. When Xilu heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed again. You haven't done your best yet. Haha, it's a little ridiculous. Suddenly, his face became gloomy. Then try it and see if you can beat me. I really don't want to use this new force. Slowly, Sun Wukong started to speak. Because, it's too powerful. Strong enough to kill you easily. This sounds like no one else, and the words are extremely arrogant, so that Xilu's expression is immediately full of anger. This hateful boy is still so arrogant to this day. It seems that the lessons I have taught you are far from enough. His hands clasped, there was a click sound, and Xilu had the intention to kill. Next time I attack, I will kill you. No, serious, this power will allow me to completely destroy you. Sun Wukong said coldly. Then, he just closed his eyes and began to slowly feel the power guided by that anger. Xilu folded his hands and looked at Sun Wufan coldly. He didn't think the opponent's improved strength could defeat him, he just thought he was bluffing. Aside, Kaylin and others were puzzled. Can Gohan be stronger? It's terrifying, this kid is growing up so fast, he actually has new powers, and after listening to Gohan's words, he can kill Xilu directly. Goku, is it because you gave the vitality bomb to Gohan? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said solemnly. No, Gohan didn't practice with me during this time. He is with Ching, and Ching must have taught him some powerful tricks. In a word, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Qing. Yang Qing just looked at the field with a faint smile on her face. Teach Gohan powerful tricks? Huh, unfortunately not. What he did was to guide the potential in Sun Wufan's body. This is just the most obvious and simplest trick. If it were the old world king god, and directly guided by the ritual, Sun Wuhan would be hundreds of times stronger in an instant, and that terrifying power would be even more shocking. He will release his most powerful light. Watch carefully, Gohan will make you gasp in shock. When he spoke lightly, everyone's eyes lit up. Is Sun Gohan really that strong? In the field, Sun Wufan with his eyes closed, the fire of anger in his heart gradually grew stronger and stronger. Control your anger and drive it for yourself. Through these days of training, he has become extremely skilled. Release the anger in his heart and let him grow rapidly to reach his peak. Gradually, the anger reached a terrifying point. When this point is reached, Sun Gohan. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He opened his eyes suddenly, and there was a fierce spark in his eyes. It's now. Boom. An invisible power erupted from Sun Wufan's body, and the violent aura suddenly burst out of his body, and then rushed into the sky. It was as if a sleeping tiger was suddenly awakened and roared, shaking the mountains and forests. At this moment, Sun Wufan's aura suddenly burst out, making the sky a lot gloomier. What's even more terrifying is that the terrifying aura fluctuated, and in just a moment, the ground he was on was directly blasted into a big pit. Crackling. The golden lightning, flickering more intensely and with a more dazzling golden light, rushed out of his body and directly into the sky, merging with the golden lightning in the clouds. The majestic and vast energy aura, with Sun Wuhan as the center point, quickly radiated away in all directions. This amazing fluctuating aura made everyone present grow their mouths, unable to close their mouths for a long time. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, and this was what he wanted to see the most. The tyrannical Sun Gohan was born suddenly and saved the world. Is this Gohan's breath? I can't believe that there is such a huge amount of energy in his body. This is terrifying, it's simply too strong. Xilu's anger, in front of him, actually began to become small. This stinky boy, how is it possible to be so strong? Gohan, your power is so strong. Krillin, Trunks, Piccolo, Vegeta and others were all deeply shocked at this moment. Chapter 857 _ At this moment, the energy of Sun Wuhan's explosion has exceeded everyone's imagination. The flaming golden flames and the flickering lightning made him like a sun, releasing endless rays of light. Its terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding void to vibrate, with ripples appearing. It was also at this moment that Xilu suddenly realized that he was wrong, that he misestimated the ultimate power of Sun Wuhan. In the face of this surging power, his power seemed a little insignificant. This is very close to the power of Super Saiyan 3, even Yang Qing has to take it seriously, not to mention Xilu. This guy. Xilu's face was ugly, he also bloomed his own power, and quietly raised it to the maximum limit, but he still couldn't compare with the current Sun Wuhan. So strong. There was already a little fear in his eyes, and Xilu began to fear Sun Wuhan's power. Sir, are you afraid? At this moment, Sun Wufan looked over coldly. His voice made Saru tremble, and then he laughed. Scared? How is that possible? You alone want me to be afraid. However, the lack of stamina in his tone and the flickering of his eyes made everyone present clearly see his true inner thoughts. Ha tilde. With a sneer, Sun Gohan took a step. I said, I will not spare you, I will kill you. Crackling. As Sun Wufan stepped out, the golden lightning around him also flickered violently. And Xilu, shocked by this powerful aura, took a step back. Everyone saw it, and he was already cowardly. You are afraid, Saru, you are afraid of my power. Sun Wufan took another step forward, getting closer and closer to Xilu. He can obviously solve the opponent at a very fast speed, so that Xilu can't react, but he uses such a step-by-step persecution to make Xilu's heart begin to collapse first. Everyone could feel Xilu's nervousness at the moment, and the sweat on his forehead quickly flowed out. Finally, Sun Wuhan stood in front of Xilu, face to face with the latter, less than a foot away. One of them was tall and burly, and the other looked like a teenager. But at this moment, Sun Wufan looked up at Xilu, and people felt a sense of looking down. Xilu felt very humiliated, he was actually despised. But as the other party approached, he just felt that the aura of the young man in front of him was really strong and terrifying, but the aura was shocking, and it actually made his heart start to tremble. It's terrifying. Xilu's heart seemed to be about to collapse. Sun Wufan's expression was indifferent, and his anger made him very calm at the moment, like a cold-blooded and ruthless warrior. Suddenly, a cruel light flashed in Xilu's eyes. Go to hell. With a single wave of his hand, a circular slash appeared from his hand and slashed towards Sun Wufan's neck. Gohan! Krillin screamed in horror. Because he saw that the trick was his Chi Yuan slash. Serious, he can even know his tricks. Although Chi Yuan slash is a trick he invented, it is extremely sharp, and cutting mountains is like playing. Sun Wuhan was so close to Xilu, and he suffered such an attack, it was difficult to avoid. And once hit, the result. Krillin's face turned blue, and the others were also nervous. However, Xilu's face became ugly at the next moment. Chi Yuan Zan threw it away from his palm, but went straight through Sun Wufan's neck. Afterimage. Sirius muttered. His speed was already the limit he could perform, and this sneak attack completely surprised the opponent. However, even so, the other party was still able to escape. Any of your attacks, in front of me, is slower than a snail. Sun Wufan's voice came slowly from behind him. The indifference and killing intent in it made Xilu feel cold all over. No, don't kill me. In a flash, Sun Gohan stood in front of him again. But this time, he didn't give Xilu a chance to sneak attack, but threw a punch. Bang! This punch hit Xilu's stomach, and the latter immediately bent down like a shrimp, spitting out a big mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough. Xilu coughed violently, as if spitting out his stomach and organs. Bang! Sun Gohan threw his fist again, another punch. This punch hit Xilu's chin and lifted the latter directly, causing his jaw to be almost broken. This power, too violent, too strong. The terrifying boxing, speed, and strength have all reached the point where Xilu is unbearable. With just one punch, Saru flew straight towards the sky and ran away. Sun Wufan raised his head and looked at Xilu, who had disappeared. His knees were slightly bent, and the next moment, like a cannonball, he shot up into the sky. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the sky above Xilu, then clasped his hands together, his eyes indifferent. No, don't! Sirius cried out in horror. Bang! Sun Wufan waved his arm indifferently, and slammed it directly into Xilu's face. PFF'd. The blood sprayed, and Xilu's face was directly deformed as if it was hit by a giant hammer, and then slammed into the ground, causing a small earthquake. The ground was torn apart, and Xilu lay on the ground with big characters, his face was completely distorted and deformed. However, the next moment, Sun Wufan suddenly fell to the ground, and his feet stomped on Xilu's stomach. The latter spit out a mouthful of blood in the sky again, and has become extremely weak. Until this time, under Sun Wuhan's neat and tidy attacks, Xilu had completely lost his human form, and he had no fighting power at all. Kaylin looked at the situation on the field and was very sluggish. It was so easy to solve the big demon Saru. Looking at this tragic situation in the Xilu field, no one knows how long this guy will not live. However, what frightened them even more was that Sun Gohan had become so powerful. The battle at the beginning is easy to say, but just now, it was clearly crushing. In the face of Xilu, Sun Wuhan can crush him perfectly, which is simply unimaginable for them. Is it in a dream? Suddenly, Xilu coughed loudly, and his body began to vibrate violently. No, don't. A terrified voice came from Xilu's mouth, and his mouth suddenly opened and became very large. Chapter 858 Degeneration. Everyone's eyes are looking at Xilu again, serious, for fear that something will happen. Sun Wufan looked at Xilu under his feet indifferently, and stepped on it again. Bang! The ground was torn apart, and Xilu's mouth opened wider. Yuck! The sound of vomiting came out, and the next moment, a figure spit out of Xilu's mouth. Kaylin saw the figure clearly, and immediately called out. Number 18. At this time, Xilu was hit hard by Sun Wufan and even spit out number 18. Yang Qing smiled and watched all this with relish. It seems that although he has made Sun Gohan stronger, the plot result has not changed much. Sun Wufan, who saw this scene, finally had a funny look in his indifferent eyes, and then he stepped on it again. Bang! The ground cracked again, and Xilu was terrified, but there was nothing he could do, and he vomited again. It's number 17. Everyone saw that Xilu actually spit out number 17 again. Looking at each other speechlessly, Kaylin and others felt a little speechless, but they didn't expect that Xilu would be able to spit out the person who swallowed it. At this time, Xilu, who was lying on the ground, began to tremble violently. Trembling, his eyes were full of confusion and fear. He seems to have realized what will happen to his body in the next moment. From low to high, after getting used to everything in a high position, he was beaten back to his original shape again. That kind of pressure is difficult for ordinary people to bear. At this moment, Xilu has a feeling of despair. His body changed greatly, and he once again turned into the ugly appearance he had when he first grew up, and even his strength had shrunk a lot. Xilu, he has degenerated. People looked at Xilu and sighed. Originally the mighty Xilu, when it became this way, everyone sighed. However, they will not have superfluous sympathy. This guy is purely a monster. I don't know how many human beings he has killed. He is simply cruel and ruthless, and it is not a pity to die. Do you have any last words? Sun Wufan, who jumped off Xilu's body, suddenly stretched out one palm, saying indifferently. Saru hesitated for a moment, then burst out laughing. I have a last word. That's why you die. Suddenly, Sun Wufan's eyes flickered, and his palm shot out an incomparably dazzling brilliance, and a light blue qigong wave suddenly shot out and directly bombarded Xilu's body. Ah! With a scream, Xilu was directly vaporized in front of Sun Wufan by the qigong wave. This guy, he still wants to blow himself up. Fortunately, Gohan responded in time. Piccolo and the others gave a false alarm, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. A monster like Saru, who knows how powerful his final self-destruction will be. At the very least, it will be easy to blow up the entire Earth. Quietly glanced around, Sun Wufan saw that the enemy had been destroyed by himself, and he didn't know what to do for a while, so he looked back at everyone. His blonde hair came back to normal again. Now, what to do? Asked with some doubts, Sun Gohan restored the boy again. Haha, Gohan, you are so powerful, so powerful. Krillin came over and patted Gohan on the back hard, who touched the back of his head and just smiled. Dad, I'm finally seated, and I can protect you too. In his heart, he said silently. The battle this time made Sun Wuhan clearly aware of the power in his body, and it also made him realize that he was not powerless in the face of everything. Surrounded by the admiration of friends and elders, Sun Gohan silently made a decision in his heart. He suddenly pushed the crowd away, and then walked in front of Yang Qing. What's wrong, Gohan? Yang Qing asked with a smile. Uncle Qing, I want to take you as my teacher, can you teach me to become stronger? Sun Gohan bowed respectfully. He knew that he was able to become so powerful and even defeat Xilu because of this mysterious person in front of him. Even his father didn't dare to let him train with a complete burst of strength as he did a few days ago, but the person in front of him could. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Have you thought about it? My training is very hard. Sun Gohan nodded excitedly. Yeah. I've made up my mind. I'm going to become stronger. Okay, I'll accept your apprentice. Yang Qing simply agreed and sighed in his heart. In the future, you will not have such good luck. When Sun Gohan fights in the future, he is accumulating information on Zhuang Shengxing to make himself stronger. The people around looked at this scene, and only then did they know why Sun Wufan had changed so much. It turned out that everything was because of this person. Even Sun Wukong ran over embarrassedly, clasped his hands together, and faced Qingdao. Hey, Qing, can you teach me to practice? I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. He has always pursued martial arts, never giving up, becoming stronger is his only thing. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Momentum, this time, will naturally not miss such an opportunity. Of course, but my focus is on Gohan. I can only give you some pointers, and... After a pause, Yang Qing didn't say anything. Also, it won't take long for you to surpass me. This sentence, Yang Qing said silently in his heart. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency, the terrifying cultivation potential of Sun Gohan, and the Sun Gohan who was about to catch up with him. Their growth is terrifying. Maybe it's time for me to take that step too. Since ancient times, the boundaries between humans and gods have been insurmountable. However, the race of Saiyans has forcibly crossed over. They transformed step by step, and in the end they were able to transform into the state of Super Saigon. It is such a tyrannical race that has become a god. The fusion of the two great powers also made Yang Qing's advancement path more difficult. Compared with Monkey King, Vegeta turned into Super Blue, and his bottleneck is even more difficult. All along, he has been accumulating for this step. As early as many years ago, red has been awakened in his hair. And there has been no progress for so many years. This is not his talent. He is accumulating and suppressing. The blood of the Saiyan god was forcibly suppressed by him in a certain corner of the depths of the body's cells. Everything is just to make this bloodline truly merge with the identity of the gods. At that time, if he makes another breakthrough, he will become stronger. Chapter 859 Face Again. Once accumulated, once a certain day, Yang Qing's power in the body is advanced, and the kinetic energy that can be generated by the fusion at that moment will be turned upside down. I can't imagine how terrifying that power would be, but Yang Qing always looked forward to it. From the very beginning, his path was different from that of Sun Wukong and others. No matter how powerful they are, they will die after 100 years, but he will not. He took a road to becoming a god, a road that mortals could not walk. This road is destined to be extremely difficult, but he will not give up. Ahead, Kling and others have already focused on how to deal with the 17th and 18th. The final result is indistinguishable from the original. In this time and space, these two androids did not cause much killing or slaughter. Afterwards, everyone left and came to the Temple of Heaven, and with the help of God Long, all the humans who died in the previous battle of Xilu were resurrected. The earth fell into peace again, the earth's super soldiers separated, and began to scatter and practice penance again. Yang Qing and Faku, on the other hand, continued to live near Sun Wufan. Yang Qing instructed Sun Wukong to practice on weekdays, but he did not stop him from studying. In Yang Qing's view, learning knowledge is also a form of enlightenment. Stupid and ignorant people will naturally not become so powerful. The body and trunk are strong, but the knowledge is short, and that is not enough. Even he has completed a process of accumulating knowledge reserves in the Temple of the Realm King. And Sun Wukong also came to Yang Qing in private. In response, Yang Qing waved his hand, and Sun Wukong's body suddenly sank, and his whole body felt like he was being crushed. I have added a weight of 300 tons to your body and limbs. You are familiar with this force during this period of time. After completing this practice, continue to the next process. Yang Qing said softly. Sun Wukong nodded excitedly. He felt the difficulty, which meant that he still had a chance to move forward. Afterwards, Sun Wukong went to practice excitedly. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Qing didn't know what to do. This kind of weight-bearing cultivation method is suitable for Sun Wukong and others, but it is not necessarily suitable for himself. As a god, he can perfectly control any power. With the help of divine power, let alone 300 tons, even if it is 30,000 tons, he can easily lift it. This kind of pure power cultivation is no longer useful to him. What he needs more is a kind of improvement in realm. Breathing out slowly, Yang Qing closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. There are many secret skills and cultivation methods in the palace of the Realm King Temple, which he is not familiar with. At the moment when the Earth's time and space fell into peace, Trunks from the future had also bid farewell to everyone and returned to the future time and space. However, this time, Trunks, who had just returned to the future, returned home excitedly, but his face changed drastically. There was a figure standing beside Bulma, a young figure. This figure is very attribute, but it makes him tremble all over at the moment. That figure, sensing the approach of Trunks, turned around slowly. The indifferent expression, without the slightest emotion that a human being should have, spoke lightly. Trunks, don't you know me? The person standing beside Bulma was none other than Char. No one could have imagined that Shia would appear on Earth again at this moment. He once went to hell, reached a place beyond the reach of mortals, and tore apart the barriers of dimensions, and appeared in the universe again. He has been to countless planets in the universe, destroying an unknown number of stars. Everyone thought that a barren place like the Earth would not attract his attention. However, he came back again. Shia, what are you doing? Seeing Shia standing quietly beside Bulma, Trunks was shocked, and immediately shouted angrily. He was worried about Bulma, worried that his mother and mother would be hurt by Shia. Why are you so angry? And so scared? What are you angry about? What are you afraid of? Trunks, long time no see, you've changed a lot. There was a little emotional ups and downs in Shia's tone, but it was still calm. Damn, let go of my mom. Roaring all over, Trunks quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then his limbs swelled, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan stage. Watching Trunks' actions quietly, Char did not change his mood. Leave Boomer's side. With a loud roar, brilliant golden light erupted from Trunks' body, and in just a flash, he came to Shia, and then threw a punch. He cultivated with Vegeta in the past time and space, and he already had power beyond Vegeta, but it was estimated that his father's dignity had never been shown. But at this moment, because of his concern for Boomer, Trunks unleashed all his power. Boom! The violent airflow broke out instantly, and Trunks retreated at a faster speed, knocking down 8 abandoned buildings in a row. Looking at Shia at this time, her hair has turned golden and her pupils are green, and she has also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks! Boomer shouted. In the blink of an eye, Trunks charged back again, tightly protecting Boomer behind him. His eyes were full of shock. In the past practice, he has been very difficult. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He also thinks that he has grown up, not the weak self he used to be. But when facing Shia, she is so powerless. I just want my aunt to make another time machine for me. Charya gave a rare explanation, her expression still cold. A time machine. Trunks narrowed his pupils and glanced at Boomer, who nodded. What the hell are you going to do? I have been to the celestial realm, but to my disappointment there is no power to go back to the past. Shia spoke lightly, but the news revealed in it shocked the two of Trunks. Even the Realm King has no way to go back to the past time and space. But I have to find him and beat him. I also studied Boomer's production map, but I was disappointed that although I understood everything, I couldn't travel through time or create a medium to take me to the past. Although he said that he was disappointed, there was not a trace of human expression in his expression. This guy has long been out of the low-level emotional category of human beings, as if he is a real god. Trunks and Bulma listened to each other's calm narration, only to feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 860 Babidi. At this moment, Shaya's performance was like that of an aloof spirit. There was no change in the light in his eyes, and it was as calm and terrifying as a pool of stagnant water. The eyes that looked at Trunks and Boomer didn't look like they were looking at a human being. No feelings. Him. Trunks felt a chill in his heart, only fear. A guy who is a human, has he abandoned all his emotional changes? Anger, sadness, disappointment, Shia is gone. What the hell are you going to do? He asked loudly. As I said, I just want to find him and I will do whatever it takes to do that. Shaya's voice was still calm, but the two of them trembled in their hearts, and they both knew that the person in front of them was serious. The time machine can't be built again. Boomer shook his head and sighed. You can't go back in time either. Char's eyes rolled and looked at Trunks. He's back, and you don't need to make another one. Trunks was tensed all over by Char's sight. It's useless, the time machine's fuel has run out, and it's hard to find it on Earth. Bulma spoke again. Char didn't respond, just stared at Trunks silently. The latter was helpless, and could only open the universal capsule. After a burst of smoke, a time machine appeared in front of them. Silently walking to the front of the time machine, Shia glanced at it, and knew everything about the time machine as Shang. He knew that Boomer was right. It is difficult to build a time machine, even he can't do it, and the fuel of this time machine has indeed been used up as Boomer said. Frowning slightly, Shia seemed to be distressed. Can't we just wait for him to come back? After glancing at Trunks and Boomer again, the latter figure distorted and disappeared in front of them. Seeing Shia disappear, Trunks Boomer let out a heavy sigh of relief and visibly relaxed. How strong is this guy? At this moment, such an idea suddenly appeared in Trunks' mind. He compared Yang Cheng, but found that no matter what, he couldn't see clearly which of these two mysterious guys was stronger. Putting away the time machine, Trunks' eyes slowly condensed. He looked up and looked at the sky in the distance. Now, it's time to deal with those two guys. He has not forgotten the original intention of returning to the past. At this moment, he has become stronger and has enough power to kill the two murderers who destroyed everything. Mom, wait for me to come back. Bulma looked at the golden light on Trunks' body at this time, and nodded with a smile on her face. She knew exactly what Trunks was going to do, and she also believed that this child would definitely be able to accomplish it. After that, there is no difference from the original. The mighty Trunks easily solved number 17 and 18, and even found the hidden Sirius. At this time, Sirius, far from being as powerful as the complete body of the past time and space, was also killed by Trunks. Since then, the future time and space has finally returned to peace. On the 17th and 18th, the death of Xilu made all the horrors in the past disappear. People start to work hard and fight for a new life. At the same time, Shia was standing on a desolate planet, seemingly in a daze. Beside him, a gentle woman leaned on her quietly, silently saying nothing. Is there really no way to go back to the past? Muttering, Shaya's expression seemed to have a disappointed expression. The gentlewoman knew Shaya very well and knew that Shaya was very depressed at this time. She gritted her teeth and hesitated for a while before speaking in a low voice. When I was in the underworld, I faintly heard someone say that the realm king god seems to be able to reverse time and space. Shaya was startled, and suddenly looked up at the woman. The realm king god. When he was in the heavenly realm, he had never heard the name of the realm god. He thought that the old man was already the highest deity, but is there still a higher one? Well, the king of god is the supreme god, the god who rules the entire universe, but he belongs to the legendary character, the general god, and there is no possibility of even hearing about him. He has the ability to reverse time and space. The woman said seriously. Shaya couldn't help but glance at the woman. How do you know such a secret? After hesitating for a while, the woman sighed and said. My ancestors once followed an evil archmage, his name is Babidi, who once left a secret about the Kaiwang god. Babidi. Shaya's eyebrows raised. However, he ignored the magician and asked directly. Where is the king god? I don't know about this either. The woman shook her head. Perhaps, Barbadi knows. Shaya slowly raised his head, the top of his head was a splendid Milky Way, and his eyes were calm and deep. Imagine Barbadi's breath in my head and I'm going to find him. The indifferent voice came, and after the woman was stunned, she closed her eyes and began to imagine the Babidi breath left by her ancestors. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At the same moment, bright lights appeared in Shaya's mind. Watching these lights calmly, judging the breath above these lights, Sha went all the way up. Finally, in a remote corner, he found a slightly dim light. It's not right to say it's dim. There is a dark atmosphere around the light, and it seems to be swallowing the light. Is that him? In a low voice, Shaya's figure and the woman disappeared here in a twisted manner. In a dark place, Babidi is studying new magic. Hey, it's not far away. When I research more powerful magic and pick out the strongest warrior in the universe, as long as I go to Earth, I can release Majin Buu. When the time comes, Realm King God, you will surely die. In the entire universe, I, Babidi, call the shots. Suddenly, a breeze flickered, and the faint light in front of Babidi suddenly became darker. Who is it? A sharp voice came out, and Babidi asked sharply. Beside him, Dapra immediately stood up and stood in front of him. Are you Babidi? Charya ignored the burly Dapra and asked in a cold voice. The gloomy and evil aura on his body, and even more so the two of them, actually caused the two of them to shudder in fear. I'm Babidi, what are you guys? How did you get here? Shaya looked at Babidi carefully, and then said indifferently. It looks ugly. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 861 to 880. Chapter 861 Very hungry. What did you say? Babidi was instantly enraged, and he screamed. No one has ever been in his presence so disrespectful to him. Once, his father's figure was able to fight with the Kaiwang god, and he naturally regarded himself very highly, thinking that he was the person with the highest status in the universe. However, now, the guy who came out of nowhere dares to call himself ugly. Dapra. With a loud shout, Dapra rushed out immediately. Poof. Dapra spat out a mouthful of saliva without hesitation. The saliva was extremely fast, but it arrived in front of Shaya in an instant. The latter did not react at all to this saliva. Bah! The saliva stained on Shaya's clothes, making him feel a little sick. Ha ha! A smile appeared on Dapra's face. The man was stupid enough not to avoid his saliva, waiting to be turned into a stone statue. Crack! The sound of solidification sounded, and Shaya lowered her head and saw that her legs, and waist quickly turned into stone, and finally, it extended to her head, and her entire body became a stone statue. Dapra, hee, this guy is really stupid. He actually dares to face your saliva and doesn't dodge it. Yeah, Lord Babidi, a fool from nowhere. Dapra nodded and smiled. HMPH, but if he dares to call me ugly, I must let him die. Babidi snorted. No problem, Lord Babidi, I'll kill him. Dapra rode. Afterwards, Dapra took a step and came to the side of Shaya's stone statue. He was about to stretch out his hand and hunt the stone statue with one punch. As long as this stone statue is broken, then Shaya will naturally die. This is the power of his magic, which is very strange and powerful. But at this moment, the stone statue began to collapse spontaneously, and a figure stepped out directly from it. Before Dapra could see clearly, a fist had already slammed into his face. Bang! With a dull sound, Dapra had already flown out. Babidi's mouth opened instantly. Shaya, who was already standing beside Babidi, stretched out one hand, and then lifted Babidi directly with a trembling. Interesting trick, but useless. Shah said indifferently. Now, tell me, are you Babidi? It hurts, it hurts. Babidi screamed miserably, his feet trembled, and he felt that powerful force, as if it would crush his head. Are you Babidi? The cold voice came again, and Babidi immediately shouted. I am, I am. The strength to clasp the head is still there, but it doesn't continue to grow, and it stops there. Do you know the king god? Kaiwang god. Babidi froze for a moment, then quickly said, I know. Take me to him. Shaya said coldly. What are you doing with the king god? Babidi asked curiously, but the next moment, the pain came again, making him cry out in pain. At this time, Dapra and other Babidi's guards ran up. But it was only for an instant, and then he was beaten back by Shaya. This terrifying combat power made Babidi's heart freeze. This guy is too powerful, where did he come from? Even Dapra is no match for him, and what is he going to do with Kaiwang god? You're asking too many questions. The indifferent voice came, and the hand loosened, allowing Babidi to speak again. I don't know where the Realm King is, but I have a way to lead him out, and I also have to deal with him. We can join forces. Babidi shouted, sweat rolling down his forehead. Shaya's eyes flickered, and he threw Babidi in the open space in front of him. Let's go then. Where to? Babidi froze. Start your way. The corners of Babidi's eyes trembled, wanting to say if you could not be so anxious, but thinking of the opponent's fighting power, his eyes rolled, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, without the power of Majin Buu, this guy can also bring unimaginable blows to Kaiwangshan. After pondering for a moment, he spoke quickly. Let's go now, to Earth. After the order was given, Babidi's men moved quickly. I have to say that Babidi, the evil magician, is still very capable. For example, where he is now is an absolutely hidden planet created by his magical control and the power of Dapra and other servants. Even the King of Gods couldn't get the exact location of this place through divine power scanning. Taking the aircraft prepared by Babidi's men, Xia followed the group of people, quickly left here, and set off towards the Earth. He can use teleportation to go directly to Earth, but this group of people can't. And, during this time, he also needed to get some intelligence through Babidi. The speed of the super aircraft is very amazing. In less than 2 months, Babidi and others have come to the Earth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Outside the atmosphere. This is it, Lord Babidi. According to the breath we detected, Majin Buu is hiding on this planet. The subordinate respectfully moved towards Babidi, who nodded and glanced at Shaya. Lord Char, it's here. As long as we wake up the demon Buu, he will definitely be able to arouse the king of the realm, and then we can take action against the god of the king. Shaya glanced coldly at Babidi, who shivered all over. Come on. Those 2 words made Babidi feel cold. He instructed his men to act quickly. An hour later, the aircraft settled over Majin Buu. As in the original book, where Majin Buu's egg was located, a deep pit was dug out, and his single was at the bottom. This is Majin Buu. Shaya stood in front of the dome, stroking and touching its surface with his right hand, and could sense the hidden fluctuations in it, like a heartbeat, but it was a long time apart. Char, according to legend, the demon Bu is an ancient evil god, and even the Kaiwang god couldn't defeat him. In the end, he relied on the seal to end the battle. This thing is very dangerous, the gentle woman said to Shaya worriedly. Babidi glanced at the woman, but was surprised that this soul knew so much. At the moment, Shaya completely ignored everyone around him, and closed his eyes. Faintly, he actually felt that the blood in his body could devour the guy in this egg. I feel very hungry. Hungry. Chapter 862 Swallow. Yes, the moment Shia felt that he was touching this giant egg, the blood in his body began to boil, and they were expressing a strong emotion to themselves, which was transmitted from the depths of the body, genes, and chromosomes. They are hungry, very hungry. Want to devour. Muttering, Shah said the exit. What? When Babidi heard these words, he was a little puzzled. However, Shaya ignored Babidi's question, but took a closer look at the giant egg and gently stroked it with one hand. Touch. He could clearly feel the pulsation from the shell of the giant egg, like a heartbeat. Dong dong dong. The sound was very slight, but under Shaya's keen hearing, it was as loud as muffled thunder. After turning around the dome a few times, Shaya's icy face was expressionless. How can this guy wake up? You want to summon it? Babidi said incredulously. He didn't think anyone who knew the power of Majin Buu would be so stupid to ask this question. Although the person in front of him is indeed powerful in Babidi's eyes, he is probably still slightly inferior to Majin Buu. Answer the question. The cold words made Babidi shudder. Just inject power into him. Very quickly, Babidi answered the question. Injecting power. Shaya closed his eyes, and started to gather energy by holding down the right hand of the giant egg, but in less than 3 breaths, a light blue light shone on his right hand. Dong dong dong. The dome seemed to be beating more powerfully, and when receiving energy, he began to express his excitement and joy. It seems to be a lost person who has been hungry and thirsty in the desert for a long time, greedily devouring the energy in Char's hands. These kinds of things, Shaya, who closed his eyes, can clearly perceive them. It's kind of interesting. His eyes flashed, and he pointed to Dapra. You, inject energy into this dome. Lord Babidi. Seeing Char's eyes staring at him, Dapra stood behind Babidi with some fear. Dapra, do as he says, he's helping us summon Buu. The sharp voice was a little gloomy, and the corner of Babidi's mouth hung a smile at this moment. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Shaya, as if he was looking at a stupid guy. How stupid, arrogant. When Majin Buu is born, you will know how stupid you are. Dapra obeyed Babidi's order, stood up, and began to send energy towards Majin Buu, but after a while, all the powerful energy he burst out was absorbed by Majin Buu. Shaya, who was standing calmly on the side, seemed to be thinking about something, but just watched this scene quietly. The energy is not enough, and the strong need to continue. Before Babidi could speak, Shah said coldly. I see. Babidi nodded, gesturing to Dapora. The latter quickly made eye contact with Babidi, but after 10 seconds, Dapra quickly left the earth. Afterwards, in front of Majin Buu's dome, several strong men began to hold energy-carrying instruments, constantly injecting energy into Majin Buu's egg. Of course, in Shaya's eyes, these energies are undoubtedly pitiful. However, he did not intervene, but let Babidi continue to toss. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. The quality is not enough, and the quantity is enough. Today, Buu's dome is no longer as weak as it started. It is active, and the sound of the heart beating is clearly audible. Standing nearby, the sound of the heart beating is as shocking as thunder. The huge sense of energy made the surrounding void tremble. It is conceivable that if this guy really solves the seal of Biancheng and breaks out of the egg, what kind of terrifying power it will have. Lord Char, the power of Majin Buu is still lacking, so it can be fully recovered. At that time, we will be able to go through it, go to the Kaiju God, and destroy the Kaiwang God. Nodding, Shaya stepped out, and after a few steps, she was already standing in front of the giant egg. Looking at the current dome, feeling the huge energy fluctuations in its body, a smile appeared on Shaya's face. Now you give me the desire and desire to devour. Suddenly, Shia pressed his right hand on the dome. Crack! The enormous power made Majin Buu's hugeness split immediately. Babidi watched this scene with joy and excitement on his face. Great, he's going to replenish his energy and make Majin Buu appear. Great, Majin Buu is about to be born. The majestic energy began to be transported to the giant egg from Char's body in an instant. In just a short 10-breath time, fine cracks appeared on the case of the giant egg, and it began to tremble continuously. It seemed that the next moment, it would explode. The terrifying power inside will be released, bringing fear to everyone. It's coming. It's going to be full. It's full. Babidi excitedly looked at the instrument measuring Buu's energy and shouted excitedly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But suddenly, the movement in Sha Ya's hand stopped, turned his head to him, and looked at Babidi coldly. What's the matter? Lord Sha, why don't you continue to transmit energy? Majin Buu will be born soon. You think I'm going to summon him out? It's just a pity that I let you down. Withdrawing his right hand, Shaya looked stern and stared at Babidi. His gloomy gaze greatly increased Babidi's psychological pressure, and his forehead was sweating. Sir, call him out, and we can go to Kaiwang God. Babidi is still discouraging Char. But the latter, unmoved, just retracted his gaze, turned his head, and continued to observe the dome. I'm just going to devour him. His power, I'm very interested. A faint sentence made Babidi fall into the abyss. This guy, where is the devil from? He wants to swallow Majin Buu, how is this possible? But just after a dozen breaths, Shaya's hand suddenly stuck out, slammed a claws, and turned directly into the dome. He's dead. Babidi shuddered. Although the energy is not yet full, Majin Buu will be born. This giant egg can't bear the stimulation and excitement. As long as it collides with a strong force, he will be born ahead of time. You know, this is the evil god and devil Buu. Chapter 863 Purple. Woohoo woohoo. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in an instant, and purple smoke began to appear above the dome. Shaya raised her head expressionlessly, glanced at Xian, and then withdrew her gaze. That's great. This guy prodded and excited the Majin Buu to be born ahead of schedule. Babidi was delighted aside. Only he knew what a terrifying figure Majin Buu was. It can be said that in this universe, no one can defeat such an evil god. It is an immortal existence, and its power is endless. At that time, the 4 realm gods fought against him, and 3 died in the battle, leaving only 1. From this, you can see the horror of Majin Buu. Interesting. Stronger than I expected. Shaya's expression finally fluctuated, and as time passed, the energy gathered in the dome was skyrocketing. Unfortunately, you are still dead now, otherwise, I can't do anything about you. With a sneer, he reached into his right hand in the dome and suddenly began to absorb it. The billowing purple smoke spread rapidly towards the outside of the dome. The dome was like a train, and the mist was continuously discharged from the top of the head. Woo-hoo. The sound was like a whistle, and purple smoke soon enveloped the place. However, a very miraculous thing was discovered in that dome. Drops of purple liquid. The body began to gather towards Char's right hand, and the moment it touched his hand, it immediately merged into his body. DNA helix, which represents the ultimate mystery of the organism, also began to change. The speed of this absorption is getting faster and faster, and Shaya's complexion has also begun to change towards purple. Gradually, half an hour passed. Babidi puzzled and found that the purple smoke in the basement was getting less and less, and the power of the demon Buu in the dome was shrinking rapidly. It's as if being pulled by an unknown force and absorbed by it. How is this possible? According to common sense, Majin Buu should have awakened long ago, and he should have appeared in front of him long ago. What's going on? What's going on? He started to panic, standing in the same place and turning around. Suddenly, Babidi saw the figure standing in front of the dome. He turned purple. What the hell is he doing? For a moment, Babidi was shocked. Majin Buu, he has never seen it. He only knows that it is an evil, powerful evil god who can kill Kaiwang god. But what it looks like, he has never seen. But then, the purple smoke in the room began to shrink, and the vision became clear. He's devouring Majin Buu. Babidi finally realized this incredible thing, and he fell into a panic. Where did this person come from? He was so daring that he even dared to swallow the demon Buu. At this moment, Shia's whole body, skin color has all turned purple. The energy in the giant egg, as well as the mysterious power, was completely absorbed by him. Oh, and an evil will. His eyes penetrated the shell of the giant egg and looked directly at the purple mist inside the egg. It was a kind of icy biting, evil and abnormal will, which made people feel chills all over the body. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Shia, which conveyed extremely angry emotions. It's a pity that you can't stare at me. Since I can't die, then you will die. A dazzling purple light flickered in his eyes, instantly smashing the eggshell and directly piercing the purple mist. In just an instant, the scorching high temperature completely burned the purple mist. Ah! Faintly, a scream resembling the howl of a fierce beast came out, which made the scalp numb. Damn it! Babidi finally figured out what Shia was doing, and he became angry. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, and directly displayed his hands, casting magic towards Shia. Abara, Barbara, Bara. An ancient and mysterious tone emanated from Babidi's mouth, and a mysterious force quietly enveloped Shia. As long as you have evil in your heart, you will be controlled by me, you nasty bastard. Babidi said bitterly. Originally, he could control Majin Buu, but who knew that this guy crossed the bar and ruined his affairs. Standing in front of the egg, Shia, who had absorbed all the power of Majin Buu, suddenly trembled, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Char! The woman shouted, her eyes full of worry. M-shaped mark appeared in front of Shia's forehead, which was exactly the same as that in front of Dapra's forehead. He seemed to be controlled by Babidi. As long as it is an evil creature, Babidi can control it all. Hey, let you kill yourself. Shia's eyes suddenly lost their light, and the whole person became like a puppet. Sha, come to my side. Babidi began to experiment, and he was not sure whether he could control Shia. Shaking all over, Shia seemed to want to resist, but after a flash, he stepped up and stood in front of Babidi. His eyes were indifferent, and his whole body exuded an icy aura. Haha, good. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Very good. Babidi burst out laughing. He really controlled the guy. But the next moment, Babidi's smile froze, and his face began to change towards fear. Babidi, are you having fun? A cold voice entered his ears, and he looked up at Shia at the moment. I saw the M on his forehead suddenly collapsed, and he suddenly moved his hand and grabbed his head. No, don't. Die. Coldly spit out this sentence from his mouth. Shia's right hand exerted force, and Babidi's head exploded with a bang, and the red and white were left on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shia stretched out her hands, her eyes calm. Control DNA sequencing, recombine. In just an instant, his complexion began to return to its original appearance. After 3 breaths, Shia regained the identity of the Saiyan again, but if you look closely, you can see the deep purple in his eyes, and the purple mixed in between the black hair. Majin Buu was completely absorbed by him. Until now, he didn't even know how powerful he was. When Babidi died, Dapra was the first to wake up. I'm being controlled. Damn, who are you guys? He suddenly woke up, and then looked at Shia viciously again. gathering strength in his hands, ready to tear the guy in front of him. Chapter 864 Swallow God. Facing the angry Dapra, Shia just slowly raised his head. His eyes were empty, there was no Dapra's figure, but he looked directly through the former and saw the ghostly woman. Let's go, I already know the location of the Kaiwang god. At this time, Dapra had come to Shia and punched out. The latter figure flashed slightly, and this punch hit the afterimage. Immediately afterwards, Shia's hair suddenly changed color, and her dazzling purple hair was shocking. This noble color seemed to symbolize his high status. With just one punch, Dapra didn't even have time to react before hitting him in the head. Boom! With this punch, Dapra was hit into the sky, directly breaking the underground test base, and then pierced through the Earth's atmosphere and was blasted into the universe. In the emptiness of the universe, Dapra was floating, and his head was already broken. In the face of that punch, he had no strength to resist. On Earth, Shia and the woman walked out of the basement base with just a flash. Afterwards, he nodded to the woman with an indifferent expression. In the next second, the figures of the two of them distorted and disappeared on the earth. The Realm King Divine Star, the Realm King God sitting on the throne, suddenly shrank his pupils. In the center of the originally empty hall, a figure appeared. No, it was two. Who are you? The Realm God stood up and asked solemnly. He could faintly feel that the strength of the person in front of him, that power, was actually shaking the void, causing the void particles around him to tremble. I heard that you have a way to travel through time and space here. Shia raised her head and asked coldly. Outside the king's temple, Jabez sensed that something was happening here, and flew here quickly. Lord Kaiwangshan, who is this guy? Shia stood coldly and said nothing. Tell me who you are. Why is it on you? The king's face became even more solemn. There will be, the breath of Majin Buu. Jabez trembled and looked at Char in shock. He was swallowed by me. Shia said lightly. I found you here through his memory. I know you have a way to travel through time and space, leave it to me. Calm words, as if stating one thing, without ups and downs. But the coercion of the energy on his body, as well as its faint majesty, made Kaiwangshan tense and dignified at all times. The time ring can indeed travel through time and space, but it can't be given to you. It can only be used by the king god. The king of the gods trembled, and secretly hid the ring in his right hand behind his back. The ring of time. Shia's eyes lit up, and he smiled rarely. It seems that after so long, his purpose has finally been achieved. Give it to me and I won't kill you. Happy Shia made a promise. But the king god shook his head, and he decisively rejected Shia. This is not what you should get, he can only be used by Kaiwang god. I'll say it one last time, leave it to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Shia said coldly. The Realm King's face became more solemn, and he could naturally hear the seriousness of the other party's words. If he didn't hand in the ring, he believed that the other party would indeed kill him. Damn, you kid, how dare you threaten the realm god? At this moment, Jabez shouted angrily. He moved and attacked Shia. No, Jabez, no. Kaiwangshan shouted to stop him. But it was too late. Jabez went straight to Shia's side and punched the opponent with a punch. Bang! This punch hit Shia's face neatly. Such a result made Jabez startled, and Kaiwangshan also trembled. They didn't seem to expect that the other party could be hit so easily. Strength, too light. When the 5 words entered Jab's ears, he raised his head in amazement, but what caught his eye was a rapidly enlarged fist. Boom! With one punch, Jabez was directly smashed out of the realm of the realm of the realm. The realm of the realm, which was cast with the hardest and hardest stone of the realm, could not withstand the power of the punch, and was smashed into a huge gap. Afterwards, Charya turned his gaze to Kaiwang god again. His icy eyes conveyed a tremendous amount of pressure, which made the forehead of the Realm King sweat. Jabez. His eyes were erratic, and he saw Jabes outside shaking a few times, and he was silent. Involuntarily, he closed his eyes in pain. That violent punch directly broke Jebus's life. Opening his eyes again, Kai Wangshan's eyes were filled with determination. I will not give the time ring to you, you give up. Oh. Shaya raised her head slightly, stretched out her right hand, and aimed it at the Realm King. In an instant, the cold aura enveloped the entire body of the Realm King, making his body appear stiff. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Stand up. Then, I will destroy you. The words without any emotion came out, and the real-world king was tense. He clenched his teeth sharply, and launched an attack on Shaya. But with just one punch, the Realm King was knocked back to the throne again, blood spurting out of his mouth. Okay, so strong. After he rushed up, he didn't even see how the other party shot. Immediately after that, Shaya's figure was distorted, and before the Kaiwang god could see it clearly, he had already appeared in front of him. Looking down at Kaio Shen who was half lying on the throne, Char stretched out his hand and raised Kaio Shen's right hand. You, what are you doing? This is the Ring of Time, right? With a slight smile on his face, Shaya asked aloud. It won't do you any good if you take it, only the king god can use it. The realm god gritted his teeth. Hee. Facing the words of Kaiwang god, Shaya just smiled. Just absorb you, won't it be fine? His right hand sticks out, aiming at the brow of the Kaiwang god. In an instant, a chilling chill froze the soul of the Realm King, making him unable to resist asking. You, what are you going to do? After devouring Bu, I discovered an ability in him that was very interesting. Sha said softly. His fingertips shone with purple brilliance. No. The Realm King shouted, and under the purple brilliance, it immediately turned into a piece of chocolate. As long as I swallow you, God, I will. Char's face showed a smile, swallowed the brown chocolate in one bite, and then chewed it. After 3 breaths, his body shook, and a powerful force filled it up again. Chapter 865 Slowly putting the time ring on his right finger, all kinds of enlightenment flashed in Shaya's eyes. So it is. The use of the time ring is not so easy. Only Kaioshin can use it. It's not a spoof of Kaiohami, but a true fact. Although he devoured the Kaiwang god with the help of magic power, it did not mean that he was the Kaiwang god, nor did he truly integrate the power of the Kaiwang god with himself. Majin Buu's ability is to swallow them into my stomach, but it will take time to really absorb and fuse them. After a while, Shaya figured out this ability. In the original book, although Bu swallowed many people, for powerful people, it is impossible to digest them all at once, but to store them in the body. It's not too far. After a while, when I integrate everything of the World King, I can go back to the past to find you. There was a bright light in his eyes, and he touched the time ring on his right hand. Past time and space, on Earth. In the city center of Satan, at a crossroads, it is red light time, and vehicles are quietly waiting in line. Suddenly, behind the dense convoy, there was a commotion, and there was an indirect collision. Da 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 da. The sound of gunshots suddenly rang out, and the bursting sound made many drivers looking around immediately retract their heads into the window and hold their heads tightly. Even the traffic conductor at the intersection had a terrified face, flicked his feet, and ran away without a trace. Let me out of the way, or else I'll kill you. Quick, 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 get out of the way, get out of the way. Maid, these dogs are biting so hard, I really want to kill them. There are too many of them, let's run. 3 cars in a row passed through the narrow position given up by the convoy, and then sped away. Less than 10 seconds later, the siren sounded loudly, and a dozen Jing cars quickly chased away. This was a robbery case. The robber left quickly after the robbery. The amount of the robbery was nearly tens of millions, which attracted the attention of the management of Satan City. The Jing team was astonishingly efficient and quickly began to chase. But these robbers were so skilled in their cars that they couldn't catch up with them. In addition, these people all carried guns, which made the robbers avoid the rat and dare not act rashly, so they could only hang them from a distance. Such a chase scene went on for more than an hour, adding more than a dozen streets in a row, and passing through most of Satan City, but still did not stop. "Come on, get rid of those guys in no time." The robber shouted loudly, held his gun, and kept looking back. Vaguely, they could no longer see the trace of the Jing car. After a quarter of an hour, the Jing car could not be seen behind the button buttocks, and the harsh whistle had disappeared. Only then did the robbers breathe a sigh of relief. However, suddenly, a car in the front slammed to the brakes. Chee chee chee. The screeching sound of tires rubbing the ground sounded, and they pulled forward a full 10 meters before stopping. "What are you doing?" the robbers yelled, and they were almost thrown out of the car, and their anger was uncontrollable. Looking forward, a young man wearing a black martial arts uniform with blue characters engraved in front of him was standing there with a stern face. This young man didn't seem to have any power, but he gave them a kind of coercion strangely. "Stinky boy, are you courting death?" However, there were also robbers who raised their guns, pointed at the young man in front, and shouted loudly, "You are robbers and I will not let you go." The boy's face was cold and he walked forward step by step. "Don't come here or I'll shoot." The robbers panicked when they saw that the young man was crazy, not afraid of their guns. "Now, come and surrender with me." "Ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? How is this possible?" The robbers laughed angrily and glanced behind. "Come on, kill this kid, we'll leave right away, be careful of those guys chasing after you again." The companions began to urge, and faintly, they seemed to hear the whistle of the car again. The robber who raised the gun was sweating on his head and aimed the gun at the boy. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." Without hesitation, the robber pulled the trigger. Bang! In the quiet alley, gunshots suddenly sounded. But a second later, the robbers looked at the boy standing in front of them with a fist with one hand, and their faces trembled unnaturally. "Da!" The boy opened his hand, and the bullet casing in his hand slipped quietly onto the front cover of the locomotive. Boom! After secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the faces of the robbers became even more nervous. The whistle came closer, and the robbers began to panic. But the young man stepped on it with one foot, and the huge locomotive was actually dented by his foot. The huge force immediately made the robbers fear. Immediately afterwards, the teenager stepped on the other two cars one after another and scrapped them. Then, he returned to the robber with the gun again. Hearing the sound of the car whistle getting closer and closer, This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With a smile on his face. "Listen, don't leave here, or die." Softly threatening the robbers in front of him, the boy seemed to be joking. But after seeing the terrifying power of the other party just now, the robbers will never take the other party as a joke. Well, no. They shook their heads like a rattle. At this moment, even if they faced prison, they didn't want to face this inhuman guy in front of them. Hearing their response, the teenager seemed to nod in satisfaction, snatched the gun from the robber's hand, and pulled the trigger toward the sky. Bang bang bang. The sound was crisp and spread quickly. Then he flickered, and in just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared before the eyes of the robbers. That guy, not a human. The robbers were horrified. The sound of the car whistle was getting closer and closer, and suddenly, just as he was passing through this alley, a loud shout came. "It's here. The gunshots just now came from here. I see, they're in there, in the car." Dense J-hingers poured in an instant and surrounded the gang of robbers. So, since the establishment of the City of Satan, a bizarre robbery case was solved like this. Afterwards, according to the account of the relevant personnel, it was the first time they saw such a stupid robber. After stealing the money, they could leave, but they still stood there stupidly, as if their conscience found out and they were waiting for their arrest. The robbers wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 866 Red Hair. At this time, the young man disappeared from the front of the robbers, but he turned his head and reached a height of 100 meters. He was parallel to the ground and was flying rapidly in the air. The camera zoomed in to reveal a young face. It was Sun Gohan. Compared to 7 years ago, Sun Gohan has grown a lot taller and looks a lot more mature. With a faint smile on his face, he is well proportioned and toned, and his face is full of masculinity. What is even more amazing is the powerful aura that his body leaks from the inside out. Yes, 7 years have passed since the year when Xilu was defeated. The plot hasn't changed much, and Satan is still the savior. And Sun Wukong and others lived quietly in the deep mountains. In the past 7 years, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Yang Qing, and Faku, these 4 have cultivated together, and each has improved a lot. For people on Earth, 7 years is a long time, enough to change a lot of things. Soon, Sun Gohan had entered the deep mountains, when he found that he had left the suburbs. He jumped, accelerated suddenly, and flew towards his home. Oops, the master is still waiting for me to practice, will it be too late for me? In an instant, Sun Wuhan's speed suddenly accelerated again, and the whole person was as fast as a rocket. But even so, after 3 breaths, when he looked at the watch on his wrist, his eyes flickered again. No, it's still not fast enough. Boom. The next moment, Sun Gohan turned into a Super Saiyan, and then he felt that he was not enough, and he transformed again, and it has become a Super Second Stage. At this time, he flew through the air as fast as a streamer. After about a minute, seeing the mountain in front of him, Sun Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at his watch again, his expression softened. That's great, not late. A stream of light passed by, and he fell from the sky and fell into Yang Qing's yard. At this time, Yang Qing was holding a watering can, watering the flowers and plants in the courtyard, with a faint smile on his face. Master, Sun Gohan took a deep breath and called. Gohan, your breath is a little messy today. Yang Qing said with a smile, but did not look back. Seeing that the master was not angry, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. On weekdays, his master was quite strict with himself. If he did something wrong, he would be reprimanded. Did something happen after school? Then, Yang Qing asked again. On the way home, I encountered a group of robbers, which delayed a little time. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and smiled. Well, but you're not late, so I won't say more. Get ready to start practicing. After saying this, the flower in Yang Qing's hand just finished pouring. He turned his head slowly, revealing Yang Qing's face at this time, and he could clearly see that Yang Qing's face at the moment was no different from 7 years ago, and he even looked younger. Plus, even more surprising, his hair. Yes, his hair is now crimson. This kind of scarlet color is like the bright red color of Sun Wukong when he transformed into Super Saiyan God. Good. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Sun Wukong replied immediately. The two flew up and slowly came to the waterfall behind the mountain. Cause your breathing first, I'll wait for you for 3 minutes. Yang Qing pointed to the big rock in front of the waterfall and said softly. Sun Gohan didn't respond, nodded silently, then took off his clothes and sat down cross-legged. The turbulent waterfall fell down and slammed hard on his back, but he couldn't move the impact at all. 3 minutes later, Sun Wukong stood up with a smile on his face. His breath had returned to a steady state, and his aura had become as tranquil as water. Very well, it's time to start. Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Sun Wukong's whole body trembled, and he quickly transformed himself into the second stage of the super tournament. Today's training is still the same as before. If you hit me, you will be successful. The latter nodded, indicating that he understood. This kind of training has already started in 3 years. That is, when the master's hair suddenly turns red. The bright red is very dazzling, but it makes Sun Gohan feel strange, because the color of Saiyan hair is obviously golden. But the strange thing is that from this day on, he can no longer feel the breath of his master, even if he just stands there quietly, but you can't help but ignore the other party, even judging by the breath, there is nothing can't feel it. This can only prove that his master has reached a higher level. When Sun Wukong launched an attack, his speed and strength were obviously many times stronger than those of 7 years ago. Even Yangqing 7 years ago, who transformed at the same stage, is not necessarily the opponent of Sun Wukong at this moment. However, the next battle and training made Sun Gohan very difficult. He tried his best, but still couldn't touch the master. The Yangqing in front of him was like a leaf. He threw a punch, and the huge wind force would immediately blow the opponent away. Once, he also tried to reduce the power of the attack, but it was the same as before. As his strength decreases, the leaf will float less, and it will be less effective for the final. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The result is not affected in the slightest. An hour later, Sun Wukong was tired and panting, but he still didn't touch Yangqing. Very good, you've improved a lot this year. 2 hours later, when Sun Wukong was exhausted and finally unable to support it, Yangqing smiled and praised. Avoiding Sun Wuhan's attack, he didn't even change his breath, which meant that the opponent's 2-hour attack was useless at all. Go back, let Wukong come over tomorrow, I feel that he seems to have entered another realm some time ago. Yangqing smiled again. Hearing this sentence, Sun Wukong was amazed. Has Papa gotten stronger? Yes, if I guess right, he should be in Super Saiyan 3 stage. Yangqing nodded. That's amazing, Dad. Sun Gohan exclaimed. He hasn't stopped cultivating in the past 7 years. It can be said that he is much stronger than 7 years ago, but I am afraid that now he is no longer his father's opponent. In addition, today, I heard from the master that Dad has entered the next stage, so he is no longer an opponent. You'll be there soon too, go. Yangqing smiled. Chapter 867 Blue. After watching Sun Wukong leave, Yangqing touched the red hair on his head, feeling a little helpless. 3 years ago, he rushed to combine his divine power with the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline in the Saiyan body, reaching a higher level in one fell swoop. After so many years of accumulation and the foundation in his body, Yangqing is sure to go further. But the result left him a little confused. He didn't even know whether he succeeded or failed. At this moment, he still remembers the scenes of that day. On that day, Yangqing was afraid that the breath of the breakthrough would spread and cause damage to the Earth, so he used teleportation to come to a barren planet in the universe. Looking up, there is a beautiful and boundless starry sky. This planet faces a vacuum, and ordinary creatures have absolutely no possibility of survival. For such an environment, Yangqing is very satisfied. He sat down with his knees crossed, and then began to accumulate quietly. He has been silently adjusting his mood and state, pushing everything in himself to a state of perfection, peak and peak, before he slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Yangqing's eyes shone brightly, emitting a bright light in the void. His energy was perfect and everything was ready. Then, he started to break through. First of all, Yangqing stimulated all the Saiyan blood in his body, and the violent power radiated from his body, and the tyrannical energy slammed into the surroundings, making the sky full of dust on the barren planet. It was even more so that the originally dark planet was filled with lightning at this time, shining with golden light, as if it were daytime. In a blink of an eye, his transformation has reached the Super League 2 stage. Crackling. Lightning gathered on his body, making a crisp sound. Yangqing's transformation is a perfect super race transformation. He has done all the basics extremely well. Even Sun Wukong can't compare to him in this regard. It can be said that in the same level, no one can beat him. Afterwards, his eyes widened in anger, the lightning around his body began to thicken, and a more violent breath surged out. Ah ah ah. A loud roar came from Yangqing's mouth. His forehead became taller, his long golden hair began to grow, and it stopped when it reached the waist. At this time, his transformation had reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. This is an extremely powerful force. The rolling energy aura vibrates the planet, and even the ground that is 10,000 meters round under his feet burst open. In this way, it was because he deliberately controlled this aura and prevented him from exuding it. If the Super Saiyan 3 energy that has just broken through spreads out, it can even directly shatter the planet for a moment. At this time, Yang Qing's expression became a little dignified. He knew that the breakthrough was now. Divine power, run. Taking a deep breath, he began to activate the divine power that belonged to the Kaio god within his body. His divine power has already reached the standard of becoming a realm king god, but it is still in the assessment period, so he has not received the inheritance of the realm king god. Once he controls the ring of time, he will immediately become the next realm king god. Slowly, the golden realm god began to flow in his body, and this mysterious light spread to Yang Qing's whole body in an instant, including his skin, bones, bone marrow, and even deep into the cells and nucleus. In an instant, the Saiyan cells in his body began to undergo drastic changes, flowing through this divine power. At this moment, the two collided, and it seemed that some mysterious change had taken place. Boom! The breath on his body began to rise suddenly, and the violent breath was scurrying. Ah! Unable to bear, Yang Qing let out a howl. The electric light on his body is even brighter, and it seems that the next moment, unimaginable power will erupt. Ground continued to split, and the sound of cracking continued, but in just 3 breaths, the ground in a radius of 100,000 miles was split, and several cracks were densely distributed like spider webs. The next second, Yang Qing's body began to undergo miraculous changes. His long golden hair gradually shortened, and gradually became the length of his super game 1 hour. The golden light on his body also changed from time to time, and slowly turned towards blue. But that breath was even more surging and terrifying. This is Super Saiyan. Yang Qing noticed her change and wondered in her heart. After 10 breaths, this violent force is already 1,000 times, 10,000 times the strength of the previous Super Saiyan 3, but the stability of its breath is much stronger than that of Super Sailor 3. Did it work? Yang Qing felt a little strange that he had rushed to the realm of the Super Saiyan god. He had a vague feeling of being unreal, because it was too easy. After so many years of preparation, it was so easy to rush to this new realm. Super Saiyan, those who are familiar with the original work know that this is Monkey King, Vegeta's regular transformation in Super, with more powerful power. He has now reached such a state. However, suddenly, Yang Qing's heart was shocked. Boom! It was as if a dull drum was beating, making his whole body tremble violently. At the same time, Yang Qing's expression changed suddenly. This is... He suddenly felt that the power in his body was increasing again. Breaking through Super Saiyan, I thought it was over. But at this moment... This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing understands that this is just the beginning. Ah! How many years of accumulation, once released. The fierce breath broke through the void in an instant and blasted directly into the universe. A dazzling red beam of light, extremely dazzling, like a star, shone on this barren planet. Yang Qing's strength was increasing endlessly, and the barren and huge planet under his feet began to tremble. Boom! The ground trembled, countless huge cracks appeared, and many nameless mountain ranges collapsed. In front of the power released by Yang Qing at this moment, the planet was as fragile as mud. The blue color began to change, and after a flash, it turned red, and his hair turned red in an instant. What's even more amazing is that his face has become young again, like an 18-year-old boy. But on the contrary, the majestic power in him is as vast and boundless as the universe. The red energy fluctuations fluctuated violently around Yang Qing's body. Is this the transformation of Super Saiyan? Slowly shaking hands, the air was directly squeezed. Chapter 868 Black. Crackling. A voice like fried beans came out, and a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. He doesn't know what his situation is, but in this state, he is obviously more powerful than the previous Blue. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his body, his soul, his own energy, and his own everything seemed to be out of the realm of mortals. More powerful than Blue. Moreover, this kind of transformation is more stable, its stability. Yang Qing was stunned after a little observation. I can't change back. He was stunned to discover that what he looked like now was purely the state of God created by the fusion of Saiyan blood and divine power. He has been like this ever since. Can't transform, can't go back to black hair. Is this a negative impact? With a wry smile, Yang Qing didn't have much opinion. After all, in such a state, that power was truly powerful. However, what surprised him was that at the next moment, when he felt his body, his expression changed again. This is a black energy, with a violent, fierce, and terrifying aura, suddenly awakened from the deepest cells of the body, from the deepest part of his genes. As if it was a beast that had been sleeping for a long time, it let out a roar. Faintly, in front of Yang Qing's eyes, there seemed to be a gorilla with a height of 10,000 meters, raising his fists and beating Shang. Roar. The orangutan roared up to the sky, bursting out with violent power. Just with a loud roar, the galaxy in front of him collapsed. At the same time, Yang Qing's body also changed in an instant. From his body, a black monstrous energy, black fine lightning, directly collapsed the dimension, causing cracks to appear in the void. In an instant, his power expanded thousands of times and became extremely terrifying. Roar. The tail behind Yang Qing suddenly became longer, but in an instant, it was already 10 meters long, and his figure began to swell faintly. After 3 breaths, he has become 10,000 feet tall, and his appearance has changed into a huge orangutan with red eyes. Roar. At this moment in this life, Yang Qing seemed to have lost consciousness and no rationality. With a roar, a planet in front of him, thousands of light years away, immediately burst open. The terrifying power caused the barren planet under his feet to tremble violently, and it seemed that it might break at any time. No, no one can control me. Get out of here. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came out of the gorilla's mouth. Boom boom boom. 3 times in a row, the 3 planets in front of it shattered again. Finally, 10 seconds later, the gorilla clenched his fists tightly, and the red in his eyes began to disappear, turning to pitch black. This is the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans. Actually, it just broke out at this moment. A low voice came from the mouth of the gorilla. Then, the huge orangutan began to shrink, and after 10 breaths, he returned to normal, revealing the original Yang Qing's figure. Dark hair, dark eyes, and that stern face. The body is surrounded by dark lightning, and there is a kind of terrifying power that makes people palpitate. It seems that at any moment, this young body can shatter the void with a single blow. Is this the product of the ancient Saiyan blood, combined with divine power? Suddenly clenched his fist, and with a crack sound, the dimension of his palm shattered directly. The power that can pierce through dimensions. Yang Qing's dark eyes flashed a deep light. After 3 breaths, his voice came out again. Compared to his original state, the black-haired him looked even more ruthless, as if violence surrounded him all the time. It turns out that this is the ultimate transformation that I produced after merging the 2 sides. I just didn't expect that my transformation turned out to be back to the beginning. With a tremor, Yang Qing's hair returned to red, and his appearance became young again. At the same time, the aura on that body has also become much kinder. If the scarlet-colored him looks amiable and looks like a good gentleman, then after the black-haired transformation, he is like a ferocious evil god, terrifying. Such extremes appearing on his body at the same time makes people feel very strange. Interesting, this breakthrough is really satisfying. Long-term accumulation, under the accumulation of thin hair, really did not let him down. Not only has his life form changed, but he also has the unique transformation of the Super Saiyan Black. Under that kind of power, his mind is extremely rational, calm, and has the power to break the dimension, which is simply the most perfect God's state. The only downside is that it's too brutal. After all, it is the power that stands out from the blood of the ancient Saiyans, and the strong domineering and ferocious aura contained in his blood is difficult for even young Qing to suppress. It can be said that Super Saiyan Black is the power of the beast transformed into a human form. And, in this state, he has two transformations. One is a gorilla shape like a war fortress, and the other is a human shape with black hair and red tail. Such a unique transformation, I am afraid that he has searched the entire Longzhu world, and he is the only one who can. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Finished. Now, even without the Ring of Time, I have all the abilities of a god. Smiling and nodding, Yang Qing pointed a finger, and in the distant starry sky, the three planets that had just collapsed quickly recovered, but in less than 10 breaths, the light of the stars flashed again. Now, I want to see the power of the god of destruction. Eyes flashed, Yang Qing smiled. Saiyans are belligerent. After the breakthrough, he faintly felt that maybe he could fight the god of destruction. However, instead of really looking for the god of destruction, he chose to hide the desire and hope in his heart. The new power has not yet been mastered, so let's practice for a while. At this moment, inside Yang Qing's body, the blood from the ancient Saiyans was perfectly fused with divine power. His cells turned red, and every movement was filled with enormous energy. At first glance, Yang Qing actually gave people a faint glowing feeling. Such a divine body is very powerful. You must know that this is not the state of Sun Wukong's successful transformation after gathering 5 kind Saiyans, but the state of the true God in which the blood of the Saiyans and the gods are perfectly integrated. Chapter 869 Yang Qing is very satisfied with this breakthrough. Afterwards, he stayed on the barren planet for about a month to get familiar with the state of Chao Sai God at the moment. In such a new state, the power expands, and as long as the powerful him trembles at will, the dimension may collapse. He didn't dare to go to the earth like this, it was too dangerous. If he went there, it was very likely that just a sneeze would cause an explosion in the large open space in front of him. Because, at this moment, Yang Qing's body is full of energy, even if he just takes a breath, it will contain powerful energy. After roughly being able to control his own power, Yang Qing just returned to Earth. Up to now, 3 years have passed. Yang Qing has controlled 80% of this huge energy, and the remaining 20% may escape and spread to the void when attacking. But this is already his biggest cultivation achievement in 3 years. For 3 years, he did not think about how to become stronger, but chose how to control this sudden burst of power. During the promotion process that day, Yang Qing could see clearly. In that short breakthrough process, he went through 3 transformations. The first stage, Super Saiyan, was the result of transformation. The second one is the red state he is in now, and the third one is the Super Black that he would not dare to use easily even now. His current normal state is beyond Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan has directly achieved it. It is conceivable to imagine how huge the energy and power required to be familiar with the control. Even if it was him, in the past 3 years, when he used his power, he was not careful, lest one accidentally, the earth under his feet would be directly shattered by him. When accompanying Sun Wuhan to practice, the power he used might not even be able to reach 1/10,000th. Yes, at this moment, he is so powerful. The reason for possessing such power is, firstly, the achievements he has accumulated over the years, and more importantly, the potential of the fusion of the 2 forces in his body, which has shaped him into a new life form. Perhaps, the current Yang Qing, called Chao Sai God, is more suitable for him. He is the living Super Saiyan God, indistinguishable from the gods. Sitting slowly in front of the waterfall, Yang Qing had a soft smile on her face. Super Saiyan Black is evil and powerful, and every time he transforms, his whole body is filled with violent thoughts. He had to find a way to curb such thoughts, so instead of cultivating his body, he needed to cultivate his mind more. In the normal state of red, practice kindness, so that once you turn black, you will suppress the violent killing intent. Since ancient times, they have always paid attention to the harmony of yin and yang. In the red state, he is kind and peaceful, and in the black state, he is evil and violent. For the past 3 years, he has been walking on the earth every day, helping the old lady to cross the road. In every good deed, his heart will be more peaceful, and his heart will be filled with joy. After a while, Sun Wukong came here. Hi, ow, I heard Gohan say you're looking for me. With a smile on his face, Sun Wukong stood in front of Yang Qing, who was sitting cross-legged, and waved. Opening his closed eyes, Yang Qing smiled. I feel recently, Wukong, you seem to have entered the next level, can you let me see it? Touching his head embarrassingly, Sun Wukong smiled. Hey, I was planning to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to know it already. Super Saiyan 3, in the previous era, did not appear. Haha, Yang Qing smiled peacefully. Although Sun Wukong was on the other side of the earth when he broke through, it was very far away, but as a Super Sai God, he could easily sense it. I did break out of the realm of Super Saiyan 2 and into another, deeper transformation. I call it Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong said seriously. At this time, Sun Wukong didn't know that Yang Qing had already crossed this realm. However, if there is no Yang Qing in this world, Sun Wukong is indeed the first person to reach this level. But here, Sun Wukong said, hesitated, looked around, and touched the back of his head. I see what you mean. Yang Qing nodded with a smile, then stretched out and pointed out a finger lightly, and in an instant, the scene of the two changed and they came to another place. Wow! Sun Wukong looked at the starry sky above his head and the huge competition platform under his feet, and called out curiously. Where is this place? It's a barren planet in the universe. I used divine power to move the two of us here. Yang Qing replied with a smile. The two of them are the center, and there is a huge cover that radiates thousands of miles. This is an air cover made by Yang Qing. There will be air in it. Otherwise, Sun Wukong will not be able to survive in such an environment. Moreover, the gravity here also simulates an ordinary planet, and Sun Wukong can fully bear it. Here, you can show your strength perfectly. I see, Qing, you're amazing. Sun Wukong praised that although he didn't know what kind of strength he needed to make it like this, Qing's unfathomable depth surprised him even more in his eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In these years, he and Qing rarely fight again, because he only has a big gap between himself and the other party. However, after he broke through Super Saiyan 3, he found that his power suddenly increased, reaching a level he had never imagined before, so he also gained a bit of confidence. Qing, I'm here, you have to be careful. As a reminder, Sun Wukong directly transformed into Super Race 2. Afterwards, he moved his feet and the figure disappeared. Just blinking, he was already in front of Yang Qing's eyes, and he punched out neatly. Yang Qing dodged easily, but Sun Wukong's speed was astonishingly fast, throwing out hundreds of punches in a row. After more than 10 breaths, Sun Wukong still hadn't hit Yang Qing with a single punch. This result made his face particularly solemn. Qing, you are indeed stronger. You have improved a lot from 7 years ago. Yang Qing smiled. He is telling the truth, the current Sun Wukong can easily defeat Xilu. Looks like I have to use all my strength. Be careful, Qing, this new power is difficult for me to control myself. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and interest flashed in his eyes. Come on, do your best. Chapter 874%. After a brief exchange between the two, they both looked at each other intently. Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes, and the energy in his body began to gather rapidly. After about 3 breaths, a terrible breath suddenly burst out. This breath is so amazing, but in an instant, there are lightning bolts around Sun Wukong's body. Suddenly, the sky began to thunder and lightning, and the aura around Sun Wukong became more and more violent. The golden aura became even bigger. Sun Wukong's hair began to grow longer, reaching his waist, his forehead bulged high, and his face became fierce. Crackling. Golden lightning surrounded him, fluctuating violently. This is Super Saiyan 3, ow. After going beyond Super Saiyan 2, what I've reached. Very nice. Yang Qing praised with a smile. He paid a lot in order to reach Super Saiyan 3. But Sun Wukong has been exploring alone for 7 years, but he has also entered this realm. Super Saiyan 3 feat's explosive power is quite strong, so ow, you have to be careful. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Don't worry, attack me, I'm much stronger than you think. Yang Qing said with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded and then assumed an attacking stance. The two of them watched each other carefully, and they confronted each other for a while, but did not launch an attack. After about 5 or 6 breaths, Sun Wukong's eyes squinted, and then suddenly zoomed in. In the next second, he was already in front of Yang Qing. Yes, much stronger than before. In an instant, Yang Qing felt a violent force surging wildly in front of him. He raised his hand to block, and a strong force immediately hit his shoulder. Just use 3% of your power. As soon as his mind moved, Yang Qing's body trembled, and the terrifying power also boiled instantly. Bang bang bang. A series of dull sounds came immediately, and because of this powerful force, the air was constantly making banging sounds. The two of you come and go, and attack quickly on the wide competition platform. Their fists and feet are constantly colliding, hundreds or thousands of times every second. The speed has reached a level that is difficult for ordinary people to see clearly, and the strength contained in it can shatter a mountain in an instant. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Qing punched Sun Wukong in the face. The latter was stunned for a moment, and then turned around again with another elbow, hitting Yang Qing on the shoulder. This heavy blow made both of them take a few steps back and temporarily separated. So strong. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Wukong, you are very good, you can tie me with 3% of my power. Yang Qing praised with a smile. As for that elbow, he didn't even shake his body. Just 3%. Sun Wukong murmured in a low voice, and in his eyes when he raised his head again, there was a dazzling light. At this moment, the blood in Sun Wukong's body began to boil. Ha! With a loud shout, the figure of Sun Wukong disappeared again and appeared in front of Yang Qing. Buzz! This punch broke the void, and with unparalleled power, swept towards Yang Qing brazenly. The latter, with a flickering figure, dodged a punch. Boom! But at this moment, the Qigong wave condensed in the hands of Sun Wukong, and in just a moment, it rushed towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his right fist clenched tightly, and he punched it suddenly. Bang! The Qigong wave condensed with high concentration of energy was directly smashed into pieces under this punch. Boom! The explosion occurred around the two of them, but miraculously, they did not touch their bodies at all. Sun Wukong kicked again and went straight to Yang Qing's belly. The latter's eyes were calm, and he raised his leg to block. In an instant, the ultra-high-speed melee combat began again. This time, the two offensives were continuous. For 5 minutes in a row, he maintained such an ultra-high-speed boxing. 5 minutes later, Yang Qing punched Sun Wukong in the cheek, forcing the latter to retreat. Very good, you can stop me with 4% of my strength. Yang Qing smiled. The latter was breathing heavily, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was much paler. Sun Wukong's whole body cells seemed to be shaking slightly, and he couldn't maintain such a high-intensity battle. That's it for today, Wukong, you've made great progress. Seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong, Yang Qing said. Qing, you are really strong. Sun Wukong said with admiration. It can be said that Qing is the most powerful person he has ever seen. Go back. With a wave of hands, Yang Qing and Sun Wukong returned to the place where the earth was just now. Such a method is also almost magical, which makes Sun Wukong admire. Although teleportation can also achieve this level, but it is far from so fast. Slowly closing his eyes, Yang Qing entered the practice again. Sun Wukong looked at the latter, and... This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Super Match 3 was lifted, and the whole person fell into exhaustion. I still need to keep working hard to get stronger, he secretly said in his heart, and then, he walked towards the house. Time passed day by day. Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong and others were also practicing hard every day. 3 months later, Sun Wufan came to Yang Qing's side. Master, I'm back, let's start practicing. But this time, Yang Qing did not immediately start guiding Sun Wufan, but said with a smile. Gohan, it looks like you brought an interesting person this time. Gohan was stunned, not understanding what Yang Qing meant. Look behind you. Yang Qing smiled and pointed to the sky behind Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan turned around and saw a helicopter circling towards here, and his face changed slightly. Gohan-san. At this moment, a female voice came from the helicopter. Hearing this voice, a hint of helplessness appeared on Sun Wufan's face immediately. It's my classmate, Bidili. He turned his head and explained to Yang Qing. At this time, a voice also ran over. Wu Tian, don't run around and disturb the master's practice. Sun Wufan grabbed Wu Tiandao who was running around, and after a while another figure came over. It was Trunks. The two children were gathered around, playing some kind of incomprehensible game. Yang Qing watched all this silently, with a funny smile on his face. A few minutes later, the helicopter came down, and Bidli jumped off. Gohan-san, so you are here, your home is really far away. Also, who is this classmate? Your friend. Bidili got off the plane and saw Yang Qing. She pointed and asked curiously. Chapter 871 Hearing Bai Dili's words, Sun Wufan's face changed immediately, and Yang Qing's originally calm expression instantly became dumbfounded. His appearance at the moment is indeed no different from 17 or 18 years old, but if you add the time in the realm of the gods, how to say, he is also an old man who has lived for thousands of years. Bai, Bidili, don't talk nonsense. That's my master. Sun Wufan was in a hurry, shaking his hands, and hurriedly explained. Yang Qing's expression recovered and looked at the two in front of him with a smile. Master. Bidili has double ponytails, big eyes, and looks at Yang Qing very cutely. But he is clearly about the same age as us. Master, at his age, he can be my grandfather. There are special reasons for his appearance. Sun Wufan said helplessly. Bidili blinked, walked in front of Yang Qing, and looked at the latter curiously. Are you really his master? If it's a fake replacement. Yang Qing smiled. Bidili was amazed and turned around Yang Qing for a few times, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Then you are his master, can you also fly? Fly? Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and asked back with a smile. At this time, Sun Wufan came over with a dark face, pulled Bidili away with both hands, and then danced and said a lot to the latter. Finally, he came over and looked at Yang Qing helplessly. Master, me. It seems like I can't practice cultivation today. Go and accompany your little lover. Standing up slowly, Yang Qing smiled. No, it's not like that, she. Sun Gohan immediately became anxious and waved his hand to explain. Haha, don't worry, just stay with her. Turning around, Yang Qing disappeared after a few steps. He walked neatly, but it gave Sun Gohan a chance to be alone with Bidili. After that, Bidili pestered Sun Gohan to ask why the former could fly. In order to get rid of the entanglement as soon as possible, Sun Gohan, who was forced to helpless, explained something about Qi to her. I can fly because of Qi. This invisible energy is everywhere in nature and in the human body. As long as you master this power, you can control your body to fly. In order to demonstrate, Sun Wuhan still controlled his body to slowly get off the ground. During these years of cultivation, Yangqing also explained a lot of theories about cultivation to Sun Wufan, so it is not difficult for him to deal with these. Can you really fly? Biddy Li was stunned, watching Sun Wufan easily fly up in front of him, standing taller and higher, and then falling. At this time, she began to doubt whether her father was really the most powerful person in the world as she imagined. Because both Sun Wuhan's strength and this new power are beyond her understanding of martial arts, she is even sure that her father may not necessarily know the existence of this power. Yes, in addition to being able to fly, Qi can also increase our combat effectiveness. Sun Gohan said softly. At this time, Sun Wufan ran over. He had just sent Trunks away, and he seemed bored at this time. Seeing Sun Gohan, who was teaching Bidley how to use Kai, his eyes lit up immediately. Brother, I want to learn too, and I want to fly too. Teach me air dance. Dance of the sky? Bidley asked curiously. It's the ability to fly, it's called sky dance. Sun Wufan was very helpless, turned his head and said to Wushan again, Wushan, don't disturb brother, you can play while you are. No, I don't, I also want to learn air dance. Being annoyed, Sun Wufan had no choice but to agree. So, Sun Gohan began to teach the two face to face. First, it is about the use and extraction of Qi. Be still, feel that mysterious power in your body, and control it with your mind. Sun Wufan's voice drifted out slowly, and Biddy Li closed her eyes and felt quietly. For a long time, Biddy Li didn't feel anything strange. But suddenly, for a moment, she seemed to feel that mysterious power. I feel it. She exclaimed in surprise. Control it with your mind and let it appear in the palm of your hand. Sun Gohan said softly. Do as Sun Wufan said, and soon, an invisible wind began to float around by Dilly's body, and the energy of a punch also gathered in the position of her palm. Is that so? Bidley opened her eyes and said happily. All along, she has studied and cultivated hard since she was a child, and she also thinks that apart from her father, she is the only one who is powerful. However, she suddenly discovered that there was a power far beyond her imagination, which made her mood become very complicated. Yes, Biddy Li is very talented. Sun Gohan praised. But at this time, Sun Wushan was already shouting happily in the air. Haha, is that the case with my brother? I controlled my anger and let myself fly, and I succeeded all at once. Sun Wufan's face instantly became embarrassed, and he faintly felt the gnashing of his teeth next to Biddy Li. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Tooth's eyes were fixed on him. Is my talent good? After staring at Sun Gohan for a while, Biddy Li suddenly lost. For a long time, living under the glory of Satan, she also felt that she was very strong and talented, but after meeting Sun Wufan, she saw a child who was so many years younger than herself, who was even stronger than herself. After so much, I started to doubt myself. Ah, fine. Sun Wufan scratched his head, but still replied. Compared with ordinary people, Biddy Li is already very powerful, and he is telling the truth. But, what's the matter with him? Biddy Li turned her head and pointed at Sun Wushan, who was flying in the sky. At this time, Sun Wushan waved his hand and flew down quickly. Sun Wushan grabbed his hand and immediately dragged Sun Wushan down. Let me go, brother. Sun Wushan struggled vigorously. Who is this stupid woman? Brother, teach me to practice. Also, why didn't you practice with Qing today? These two sentences made Sun Wufan's face even more embarrassed, and he immediately covered the latter's mouth. Don't mind him talking nonsense. Then, Sun Gohan explained to Biddy Li again. Unexpectedly, the latter did not lose his temper as before, but fell into silence. I see, Gohan-san. She turned around resolutely, quickly got on the plane, and drove the aircraft away from here. Ah, this. Seeing the figure of Biddy Li leaving, Sun Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment. Chapter 872, Fighting the God of War. In the distance, Yangqing saw everything that happened here. Looking at the original book, it feels completely different from watching it in reality. Although the specific details are somewhat different from the original. But there is no doubt that the love relationship between Son Gohan and Bidily can definitely be maintained. Some things can be changed, but some things are just fine. This is the attitude of the gods, who are high above and do not participate in the changes of the world. After smiling slightly for a while, Yang Qing withdrew his eyes and his face became a little more serious. Since Bidily is here, then. After a pause, he said again. Majin Buu is not far away. If nothing changes, this time, the king of the realm will also descend to the realm. It has always been one step away from the realm king god. But this time. Shaking his head, Yang Qing didn't say a word. With his breakthrough, he has already transformed into a god, and his dimensional level may have already broken through, reaching the existence of the same level as the realm. With the breakthrough, the various mysterious powers that emerged in the heart represent their own class. Only gods can possess such powerful abilities. Kaiwang God, God of Destruction, maybe I am. Yang Qing's mouth curved, and he laughed out loud. It should be called the God of War. All the abilities that have emerged are related to combat. The God of Realm is created and the God of Destruction is destroyed, while the God of War is full-time fighting. Its most obvious feature is that it is powerful and unparalleled in strength. Time passed quickly, and on the second day, Bidily reappeared in front of Sun Wufan and Yang Qing who were about to start practicing. This, Master. Sun Wufan scratched his head in embarrassment. It seemed that his cultivation could no longer go on. Gohan-san, I thought about it after I went back yesterday, and I decided. Bidily took a breath and said seriously. I want to practice with you. What? Son Gohan shouted, his voice full of incredulity. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bidily clenching her fists and looking at him with fire-breathing eyes. What? Can't you? No, yes. In the end, under Bidily's murderous eyes, Son Gohan still gave in. Master. Somewhat embarrassed, he called Yang Qing, and Sun Wufan was very helpless. Since that's the case, you can cultivate with me. Yang Qing waved his hand, but said with a smile. I practice with her, with the master. Son Gohan is a little weird. He himself knew very well how huge the energy fluctuations when the two were fighting. Did she endure such power, Bidily? Recently, we have changed the way of cultivation. Yang Qing said with a smile. I am ready to awaken the sleeping power within you to propel you to the same level as your father, Sun Wukong. With the arrival of Majin Buu, the power of Sun Wukong alone is definitely not enough. Even if Vegeta is added, it is still not enough. But if there were more such a strong man as Son Gohan, it would be different. When Sun Wufan heard this, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Really? Can I really reach the level my father is now? Of course. Yang Qing nodded. Now, go and warm up. You are responsible for teaching her to warm up, and you will come to me later. After instructing Sun Wufan again, Yang Qing stood up and quickly left here. Watching Yang Qing leave, Sun Wufan turned his head to face Bidily, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, Bidily, I can't teach you anymore. Bidily looked at Sun Wufan quietly, and the big-eyed Sun Wufan was very embarrassed. The master said that he will teach us both. You will learn a set of moves with me first, and after warming up, we will go to the master. Okay, let me see what's special about your master. I don't believe he is better than my father. The corner of Sun Wufan's mouth twitched. Satan. Don't say it's his master. I'm afraid that guy can't even take his own punch. Soon, Son Gohan taught Bidily a set of weird warm-up moves. After the two finished, because Bidily couldn't fly, Sun Wuhan could only hold her and fly up. All the way to the training ground where he practiced before, Son Gohan's speed is getting faster and faster. So fast, is this the true power of Gohan-san? Before, Bidily didn't know what such a speed represented, but after she started to cultivate chi herself, she realized the huge gap between the two. At such a speed, the gas required is simply too huge. 5 or 6 minutes later, the two had reached the sky above a spacious plain. Suddenly, Son Gohan's speed began to decrease. What's wrong, Gohan-san? Bidley asked curiously. In front, it's my dad and the master's anger, they're learning from each other. Sun Wufan's eyes narrowed, and he said after feeling it. Bidley's eyes widened, but she saw nothing. Then, too. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The person continued to move forward, and after advancing for more than 100 miles, Bidley shrank his eyes in shock. Such a voice. In front of them, sounds like muffled thunder continued, and the sky was even more overcast, with golden thunder and lightning flashing, as if a huge storm was brewing. This is my dad learning from the master, fighting. Son Gohan explained, and moved on. Soon, the two of them saw that in the void in front of them, there were two figures shimmering with golden and red rays of light, constantly colliding. With every collision, the sky is filled with lightning and thunder, with circles of shock wave ripples constantly spreading. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light bloomed, and one of the figures suddenly threw a huge streamer from the hand. Bidley's eyes widened, completely unable to understand what this battle was doing. But after a breath, when the red figure punched the golden streamer to the ground, her heart trembled fiercely. Boom! The explosion with a height of more than 100 meters suddenly exploded, hot flames spread all over the sky, mushroom clouds rolled up, and the crackling sound made her eardrums hurt. This is not true. Bidley was shaking all over. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a big explosion could be made in someone's hands. This is simply not human anymore. Where the hell did they come from? Chapter 873 The Collapsing Worldview. Boom boom boom. Then, another series of big explosions occurred on the plain below. The dense flames almost covered an area of about 10,000 meters. Even if they were far away, Bidley seemed to be able to feel the flames that were hitting her face. Listening to the constant explosions, Bidley felt that her eardrums were shaking. Her heart was filled with shock, she couldn't believe it. Is this true? Muttering, Bidley said this. Sun Wufan stood in the air with a helpless expression on his face. He knew how the latter felt, and any ordinary person would not believe it when he saw this battle scene. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Wukong was finally smashed into the air with a punch, causing the ground to make a bang, and torn apart. Ha, Ching, you are really strong, and I will come again. When Gohan is here, I won't disturb your practice. After saying these two sentences, Sun Wukong stood up and waved at Gohan. You have to follow Ao Shushu well, Gohan, come on. Well, Dad, I'll definitely surpass you. Son Gohan smiled. The latter laughed and glanced at Bidley, then disappeared in a blink of an eye. This time, when Sun Wufan brought Bidley to Yangqing again, this daring woman no longer dared to speak aloud. This guy with red hair and a face of only 17 or 18 years old has such huge power in his hands. The previous scenes deeply shocked her heart. Come with me, this place is not suitable for cultivation for the time being. Glancing at the ground below, which had been turned into red-black by their battles, Yangqing said helplessly. The earth is all good, but it is too fragile. After a while, the three came to an intact plain ground. Just here. Yangqing nodded, very satisfied with the scenery here. The wind blows the grass, the green grass is green, and the ground under your feet is full of fragrance and grass. Master, how do we practice today? Son Gohan asked suspiciously. I changed my method today, and I don't need to fight with me anymore. Yangqing said with a smile. Now, sit down with your knees crossed, and I will give you a guiding point, and then you will find the power of your bloodline within yourself. The power of blood. Sun Wufan wondered. Yes, the reason why Sun Wukong can break through the Super 3 realm is because of his hard training, forcibly breaking the bottleneck and drawing out the blood in his body, and then he reached it. But this is not suitable for you. Your body itself has a strong potential. Through these 7 years of cultivation, a lot has been drawn, but there are still more hidden. You have to draw out the power deep within your veins before this massive potential can be used for you. Yang Qing explained lightly. Sun Wufan nodded and seemed to understand, but it seemed wrong. Then he sat down with his knees crossed. Yang Qing walked over a few steps and pointed at Sun Wufan's eyebrows, but for a moment, Sun Wufan closed his eyes and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Biddy Li watched this scene carefully, and when she saw Yang Qing just pointed, she put Sun Wufan into a deep sleep and covered her mouth in shock. This crimson-haired, young-looking person has an incredible power in his body. Do you want to know how strong the Earthlings can be? Suddenly, Yang Qing's voice came over. Biddy Li was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but glance at Sun Wufan. You don't have to look at him, he's not a pure-blooded Earthling, and I'm not even an Earthling. Yang Qing said with a smile, looking directly at Biddy Li. When the two made eye contact, Biddy Li's nervous mood immediately calmed down. This incomparably powerful person, his eyes are full of gentleness and kindness, and it seems that he doesn't have to worry about what he will do to himself. Gohan, classmate, he's not from Earth. It was only at this time that Biddy Li dared to ask, and she felt strange in her heart, but also took it for granted. How could the people of the Earth change to such a level? Yes, to be precise, he should be a hybrid of a Saiyan and an Earthling. Saiyan? Biddy Li asked curiously. The Saiyans are a fighting nation in the universe. They are born with a huge power. The Saiyan babies who have just made a sound, if they have good aptitude, one person can destroy the Earth. Yang Qing took a deep look at Biddy Li. What? Biddy Li took a deep breath, her eyes full of disbelief and shock. There is such a powerful race in the universe, and what makes her even more unbelievable is that such a person is actually her classmate. There are many things in this world that you don't know. You don't have to be too surprised. It's like, 7 years ago, in the battle with Sirius, the truth you knew was not the truth. Yang Qing said again. Xilu, didn't my dad beat him? Biddy Li couldn't help but say. Ha ha. Yang Qing shook his head. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Perhaps Satan is already considered powerful among ordinary people on Earth. However, in front of Saru. After a pause, he said again. I'm afraid I can't stand it. The power of one breath. What? Biddy Li said in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Then, who defeated Xilu? She asked anxiously. Yang Qing didn't answer, just looked at Sun Wufan who was sitting cross-legged. When he followed Yang Qing's line of sight and saw Sun Wufan, Biddy Li's face became even more complicated. 7 years ago, he was not yet 16. How could it be? I said just now that there are many things in this world that you can't imagine. And you, first of all, have to do to improve your knowledge. Yang Qing smiled. Biddy Li was a little lost, frustrated, and nodded obediently. Well, now, tell me. Do you want to know, how strong can the strongest people on Earth be? With a twinkle in her eyes, Biddy Li looked expectant. She asked without hesitation. How strong can it be? Yang Qing laughed, then stared into Biddy Li's eyes and said. It can destroy the Earth in an instant. Biddy Li gasped, feeling unbelievable again. She felt that her worldview collapsed overnight. How could the Earth, which was incomparably wide in front of her and would never disappear, suddenly become so easily destroyed by others? Can you destroy the Earth in one word? Chapter 874 He's Dead. Her worldview was overturned, and within a few words of Yang Qing, most of the previous ones were overturned. If it weren't for the scene where the world was about to be destroyed when the other party was fighting just now, Biddy Li swore that she would never believe such an outrageous thing anyway. I once had an apprentice. Yang Qing's voice became a little vicissitudes, and there was a hint of sigh on his 17 or 18-year-old face. In this world, he has lived for many years, and what he has experienced a long time ago is still vivid in his mind. He will not easily interfere in the affairs of mortals, but he still has feelings in his heart. His name is Ling Yi. It's an earthling. Until this time, Yang Qing still remembered that he was a handsome, talented earth boy. Relying on the mere body of the earth, he boldly stepped into a field that even Saiyans can't jump into. Even among the Saiyans, there are many who are not his opponents. Earth people. Bidley's eyes lit up. In the beginning, he progressed slowly, and any Saiyan could beat him until he was 16. Yang Qing continued to talk slowly, ignoring Bidley's words. But after that, I brought him to the planet of the Saiyans, and from that day on, his strength started to grow by leaps and bounds. If people on Earth want to cultivate, they need to break through one bottleneck after another. In theory, their potential is endless, but this endless potential is also bound by so many terrifying bottlenecks. Ordinary Earth people, poor and strange, are also difficult to enter the field of Saiyans. But he got there. Then Dilly's eyes brighter, full of anticipation. How strong is he in the end? I don't know how many bottlenecks he broke through, but he finally gained a power that even he could never imagine, and he surpassed the realm of Earthlings. Yang Qing's voice was higher and higher. In addition to the original state, Saiyans can also transform. They call this a Super Saiyan. Among my apprentices, many people have been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Even the powerful ones are like the current Son Gohan, who can transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan. Bidley gasped. Ordinary Saiyans are so much stronger than Earth people, how powerful are Saiyans who can transform? The transformation of Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times the increase of the original strength, and the second stage is hundreds of times. Yang Qing looked at Bidili and said something that shocked the latter. Bidili opened her red lips slightly, and her small mouth could no longer be closed. Shocked, so shocked. What a powerful race this is. But Ling Yi, he has reached the realm of Super Saiyan 2. He is only one step away from entering the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Quote. A mere Earthman, relying on his own efforts and talent, he has done things that many Saiyans can't do. Yang Qing had a smile on his face. As for Ling Yi, he has admired it since he knew him. He, the one named Ling Yi, where is he now? Bidley asked. It is undoubtedly admirable that an Earthling can rely on his own strength to reach the same level of strength as a Saiyan. He's dead. Yang Qing said regretfully. Dead. Bidili was stunned. Such a powerful person. He actually died. Yes, he encountered an android and died. Yang Qing shook his head. What is an android? He is stronger than Ling Yi. Is he stronger than a demihuman? Bidley wondered. The cyborg is a genetic warrior created by a human doctor. It contains almost infinite power and is very strong. Ling Yi, and my other disciple Saiyan, were not his opponents and died in their hands. Yang Qing said lightly. So, what about the androids? Where did those androids end up? Bidili asked anxiously. She intuitively sensed that the red-haired boy in front of him had a story. In this world, they are still alive. Yang Qing's eyes were very deep, and after a pause, he looked at Bidili again and smiled. For the specific story about the android, you should ask Gohan. Now, are you going to learn about Kai with me? Bidili was stunned for a moment, then decisively abandoned her pursuit of the story and nodded hurriedly. Ha ha. After laughing, Yang Qing began to tell Bidili about the knowledge of Qi. He has a wealth of experience and a high level of his own. In addition, he has a wealth of knowledge reserves in the realm of the gods. He is naturally very clear about the tricks of these professors. In just a moment, it was an example and a demonstration, which explained it very clearly for Bidli. Now, you try to awaken the energy in your cells, guide it step by step, and extract it into the palm of your hand. This point, what you have already accomplished under Gohan's teaching before, should be very simple for you. Yang Qing's voice was gentle and passed into Bidili's ears. The latter closed his eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Start to feel. After a while, Her clothes rose without wind, and between her hands, a cloud of light blue energy was fluctuating. Is that so? Opening her eyes, Bidley asked expectantly. Yes, that's right. You only need to speed up this process and become familiar with the process of extracting qi, and then you can start the next cultivation process. Yang Qing nodded. To be honest, Bidley's talent is not good, but it is not bad. After all, Satan is a troublemaker, but his strength is indeed strong among ordinary people. His daughter, no matter how bad it is almost nowhere to be seen. Start cultivating. As long as you extract qi over and over and become familiar with the energy in your body, the faster you will progress. Things only progress under constant familiarity, so as to have a further understanding of them. Maybe there are tricks and shortcuts in other areas, but with effort, there is never any short circuit. Bidley listened to Yang Qing's guidance and began to get in touch with this unfamiliar energy. And Sun Wufan, at this time, the aura on his body began to explode and became unstable. His breath suddenly surged, and in just a split second, his hair had turned golden, and with one more breath, he was already surrounded by golden lightning, and he was at the stage of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Okay, what a horrible gas. Bidley, who had just come into contact with qi, felt a shudder from her soul just as soon as she felt it. Chapter 875, Keep It Simple. Compared with the familiar classmates in front of her, the qi she had just gathered was like a drop of water, the difference from the entire ocean. It was so vast that with just one glance, her whole body trembled and trembled with this breath. This is the instinctive fear of human beings when facing powerful creatures. Don't be afraid, Gohan has been practicing in front of me for many years, and his own talent is also strong. It is normal to have such strength. Yang Qing's faint voice entered her ears, making Bidley inexplicably calm down. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Qing. Bidley felt that this red-haired boy was very mysterious. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing observed Sun Wufan for a while before speaking again. It seems that he has inspired the deeper Saiyan blood of himself, and it is not far from entering the next realm. Son Gohan, who inadvertently turned into a Super Saiyan, doesn't know how he manifests in the outside world. In his sea of consciousness, his face was solemn, looking at a figure that looked the same as him, but with red eyes. Who are you? Sun Wufan said in a deep voice. Who am I? I am you, ha ha. From time to time, he let out a low growl, and the red-eyed Sun Wufan said fiercely. How could you be me? Who the hell are you? Sun Wufan shouted loudly. You go deep into your bloodline and want to inspire my power to be used by you. Don't you know who I am? The red-eyed Son Gohan laughed. Sun Wufan's eyes narrowed, and then he glanced around here. In the sea of consciousness, the sky is full of crimson, the foot is barren, and the gravity is 10 times that of the earth, which can be called a very harsh environment. After 3 breaths, his eyes narrowed. That is. A black-haired youth, shivering behind a hill, looked at the two of them in the sky, his eyes full of fear. That is you of the blood of the earth, you are really weak waste. The red-eyed Son Gohan sneered. At this time, Sun Wufan just woke up. He understood that the scene in front of him must be his master, who used an unknown force to send him here. You are my Saiyan blood. Not bad. He is your bloodline of earthlings, but it's such a waste. The red-eyed Son Gohan laughed and let out a low growl. How can I get your power? Sun Wufan asked in a deep voice. He heard Qing say that because he is different from his father, he can quickly gain strength. This method is to stimulate his own Saiyan bloodline. The deeper he stimulates, the more powerful he can gain. If this time is successful, he will most likely directly step into the next step. Defeat me, you'll get my power. The red-eyed Son Gohan roared loudly. Then the next moment, his figure suddenly met him and attacked Son Gohan. In just a moment, the two were fighting together. The violent power makes the sea of consciousness surging, clouds and mists, and thunder and lightning rolling. The two of you came and went, and the qigong waves flew all over the sky, causing countless explosions. This guy has the same fighting power as me. Sun Wufan's face became serious. Haha, I am you, how can you defeat me? The red-eyed Sun Gohan laughed. And, because I'm a pure-blooded Saiyan, my power is stronger than yours. With a loud roar, the power of the red-eyed Sun Gohan skyrocketed again. After 3 breaths, Sun Gohan was crushed by the red-eyed Sun Gohan, causing him to keep retreating. This battle, it seems that Sun Gohan has lost. The black-haired Earthling Sun Gohan hid behind the hill in fear, looking at the two in the battle, his eyes kept shrinking. After fighting again for half an hour, Sun Wufan's face was ugly. He had no choice but to quit because he was exhausted. Outside, seeing Sun Wufan's breath stabilized and Yang Qing's hair turning black, he turned his eyes and looked at the latter. How is it? With a casual tone, Yang Qing asked. At this moment, Sun Gohan opened his eyes. I'm not yet his match. There was not much disappointment in his tone, Sun Wufan said calmly. Are you confident this time? Yang Qing asked again. It's all right, master. Sun Wufan laughed, paused, and said again. Yes, it will take a while. That's good. Yang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Among his previous apprentices, he was most satisfied with Sun Gohan. This kid is talented, has infinite potential, and has a good heart. He is a good seedling. As for Bidili, while cultivating herself, her eyes drifted to Sun Wufan from time to time. She found that this classmate really had a lot of mystery in her body that she didn't know. Ah, Biddy, how is your cultivation? Standing up, Gohan, who just found Bidili next to him, said in a panic. He just opened his eyes, because of the battle in the Sea of Consciousness, he forgot the existence of Bidili. Student Gohan. Bidili looked at Gohan with complicated eyes, and after a while, did. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Zanyan smiled and said, I feel that I have made great progress. Look, I've got this new power in my hands. While speaking, Bidili reintroduced the chi in her body into her palm. This time, the speed of its guidance is many times stronger than before. That's great, Bidili, you are really smart. Sun Gohan smiled and praised. Yang Qing looked at Sun Wufan's poor acting with a smile and shook his head. This kid, it's too fake, the way of flirting with girls is not good. Simple way of flirting. Fools can see that Sun Wufan likes Bidili, and Bidili also has a little interest in Sun Wufan. These two clearly like each other, but because of the shyness in their hearts, it is not easy to point out, which really makes him an outsider, a little embarrassed. An hour later, the practice was over, and the three were ready to go home. Bidli, gather the breaths you practiced in the afternoon around your body and command them to fly towards the sky. Yang Qing ordered softly. The latter is unknown, but still does. In the afternoon, she was already familiar with the practice of qi. It was just a call. After 2 seconds, the qi had spread all over the body, and then she controlled the qi to fly into the air. At the next moment, Bidili was surprised to find that she could fly, and she went to heaven. Gohan, I can fly, I can dance the sky. Bidili shouted excitedly. At this time, she was only 1 or 2 meters away from the ground. But the mastery of new skills still made her very excited. Chapter 876 I'm waiting for you. That's great, Bidli, you're amazing. Sun Wufan sincerely praised that the adolescent boy, the girl he likes feels good, and he feels good too. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Bidili seemed happier. That's it, fly back, Bidli. Yang Qing said with a smile. The talent is not high, and Yang Qing naturally does not expect to cultivate Bidili into any kind of master. Instructing Bidili was just a matter of interest. On the way back, Bidili was not proficient in the mastery of the air dance at first, and her breath was often chaotic and fell into the air, causing Sun Wufan to be in a hurry. Yang Qing looked at the two with a funny look. It's nice to be young. He sighed, and before he knew it, he was also an old man. When she returned to Sun Wufan's house, Biddy Lee had almost mastered the air dance, but because she was still short of breath, she couldn't fly for too long. Afterwards, she flew the aircraft home. In just 2 days, since she came into contact with Sun Gohan's life, she felt that her worldview had changed drastically. What I have to say is that she is even more curious about Yang Qing's group. On the 3rd day, Biddy Lee came again. This time she saw Sun Wukong up close. When she saw Wukong, who was almost as young as Sun Gohan and had the same appearance, her eyes were full of surprise. "Hello, uncle." Biddy Lee was a little nervous for some reason, and bent down very low. "Haha, Gohan, is this your classmate? What a lovely girl." Sun Wukong said nervously. "Hee hee, Dad, she's Biddy Lee." Gohan scratched his head stupidly and introduced. And Chi-Chi stood aside, just like watching her daughter-in-law, praising Biddy Lee for being better here and there. This family made by Dilly embarrassed. However, she is rarely disgusted by the way she sees herself as a family. "Gohan, do your best in today's practice." On the side, Yang Qing reminded with a smile. "Yes, Master." Sun Wufan said sternly. Yesterday, he saw what a new round of cultivation was, so he was very focused these days. "Are you doing some mysterious cultivation?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yang Qing naturally understood what Sun Wukong meant and said amusedly, "Wukong, his cultivation is not suitable for you." "Ah, hee hee." Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, then stepped back. "However, if Gohan successfully survives this training, his strength will catch up with you." Yang Qing laughed again. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he laughed. "That's great. Every time I fight with you, I lose my spirits." Yang Qing smiled and naturally understood that no one can stand being abused every time, right? Afterwards, Yang Qing took Sun Gohan Biddy Lee to the last training in the plains. Today, Yang Qing began to teach Biddy Lee how to stimulate the qi in her body. Control the Kai in your body and condense it in the palm of your hand. According to Yang Qing's words, Biddy Lee easily gathered in the palm of her hand to form a ball with scattered energy. Compress it with your mind. Yang Qing spoke again and looked at Sun Wufan. At this moment, the latter has entered the state of yesterday, and once again transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 2, it is obvious that he is fighting. Biddy Lee's compression this time seemed a bit difficult, and it took a full minute to barely succeed. "Is there any remaining Kai in the body?" Yang Qing asked casually. Also, Biddy Lee gritted her teeth. "Break out in a burst, let them rush into the energy of your palm, and imagine the impact of high-pressure water slugs." Yang Qing spoke up. Biddy Lee closed her eyes, and her robes began to move without wind. After more than 10 breaths, the energy group in her palm suddenly became large, shining brightly. Yang Qing's eyes moved, and she looked over. Then, the next second, boom! The air mass in Biddy Lee's hands exploded, extending a light blue streamer toward the front. The blue light extended forward for about 3 meters, and then the light group exploded. Boom! Like a grenade exploding, a pit of about 3 meters was blown out on the ground. Covering her mouth, Biddy Lee looked at the scene she had caused in shock. Her face was pale and her body was covered in sweat. However, she still couldn't believe that this was the result of her own making. "Your anger is still too weak." At this time, Yang Qing shook his head. Looking at the shallow pit, "This power, if you encounter a slightly stronger person, I am afraid that even the skin of others can't be blown off, and you can beat ordinary people." Biddy Lee, who still thought she was powerful, immediately lowered her head in shame. "According to the method I taught you, absorb the qi in nature and strengthen yourself," Yang Qing said again. Biddy Lee nodded. "This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading." Then she began to sit down with her knees crossed. This method of breathing and gathering qi is similar to Piccolo's method. It is a method of meditation to enhance one's power, but it doesn't require much physical exercise. It seems that Sun Wukong and others are working hard to make their bodies strong. In the process of exercising, due to the collision of huge kinetic energy, the qi rises rapidly. And absorbing the energy of nature can also improve. It's just that in this kind of cultivation, the energy is not so violent, it's just fast. Gradually, the air around Bidili's body was a little distorted, and the airflow began to scramble, and the tiny energy particles in all directions were moving towards her body. Nodding slightly, Yang Qing knew that the woman in front of her had already mastered this method. On the other hand, Sun Gohan fell into his own sea of consciousness again. Just like yesterday, he fought the red-eyed Sun Gohan again. But today, his battle was obviously much smoother than yesterday, and he was able to maintain an evenly matched situation with the opponent. You are much stronger than yesterday. The red-eyed Sun Gohan said solemnly. No, I was already familiar with your combat routine yesterday, and today is just for cracking your routine. I'm not much stronger myself. Sun Gohan explained aloud. So it is. The red-eyed Sun Wufan opened his mouth and paused. He looked at Sun Wufan and said again. However, you still can't beat me, go back. I admit that it is not your match yet. Sun Gohan laughed out loud. However, it won't take much time. The red-eyed Sun Gohan narrowed his eyes and sneered. Then I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 877_. In the second battle, Sun Gohan still did not win, but he was much stronger than the first time. The power of the red-eyed Sun Gohan is completely possessed by the pure-bred Saiyan, and his fighting style is more biased towards the Saiyan, which is obviously different from Sun Gohan. While fighting with the red-eyed Sun Gohan is also learning the opponent's battle. Opening his eyes, Sun Wufan saw that Yang Qing was squinting and seemed to be resting. He didn't bother, but walked in front of Bidili and observed it carefully. The young man's ignorant heart does not know what he likes and what love is. He just looked at Bidili's face, and felt that this face was getting better and better. I don't know how long I watched, and suddenly, Sun Wufan was stunned. Immediately afterwards, Bidili's eyes trembled and opened. The sudden opening of his eyes made Sun Wufan startled and took a few steps back. Gohan-san, what are you looking at? Bidili asked curiously. No, nothing. Sun Wufan hurriedly waved his hand, and his face turned red with a swoosh. Seeing Sun Gohan like this, Bidili also became shy. For a while, the two of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. At this moment, Yang Qing opened his eyes with a smile on his mouth. Have you finished practicing? Then go back today. After speaking, Yang Qing got up and flew into the sky. The two looked at each other, cheeks still flushed, and hurriedly chased after them. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, as usual, Yang Qing took Sun Wufan to practice. After half a month of training, Sun Gohan's power seems to be more and more concentrated. Compared with before, although his power has not increased, his combat power is even better. Sitting down cross-legged, Sun Gohan quickly entered his own blood world. You're here again. This time, have the confidence to beat me. Red Eyes said coldly, his body trembled, and he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 mode. Sun Wufan smiled, and then spoke lightly. With my current strength alone, I really cannot defeat you. Then are you still here? Red Eyes sneered. It's just useless work. That's not true. In the past half a month, I have thoroughly familiarized yourself with your power, and I have learned everything that I should learn. Sun Gohan said with a smile. So what? Red Eyes narrowed. So, I decided to beat you today. Sun Gohan was still smiling. Ha ha ha, you haven't beaten me for so long. What makes you confident? Say it now. Red Eyes shouted coldly. Sun Gohan, you are just a mixture of Saiyans and Earthlings. In terms of blood, you can't compare to a pure-blooded Saiyan like me. The latter didn't care, just silently transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and then assumed an attacking stance. Since you don't give up, then I'll let you know the gap between us today. The red eyes shouted loudly, the golden aura erupted all over the body, and the fine thunder and lightning surrounded the body, and the momentum was stronger than before. Sure enough, you still have hidden power. Sun Wufan's eyes narrowed, and he said calmly. I do, but what about you? The red eyes laughed loudly, and with a flick of the figure, he had already rushed over. Bang! Between the light and flint, the two have collided once. Sun Wuhan was directly knocked out by a powerful force. But it wasn't over yet. The red-eyed figure was like electricity, and he quickly attacked Sun Gohan again and again. The dull voice kept coming out, and the entire bloodline world was filled with muffled thunder. The figures of the two moved quickly in the sky, handing over again and again. But after half an hour, Sun Wufan was still at a disadvantage. Do you want to beat me with a power like yours? Red Eyes sneered loudly, and once again punched Sun Gohan into the sky. Boom! The violent force shattered the ground directly, and Sun Wuhan stretched out his right hand and stepped out. Red Eyes, let's fight here. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced to his left, where, behind a rock, the Earthling, who was trembling all over, was shivering. After a sentence, Sun Gohan closed his eyes. After 2 breaths, an incomparably vast force surged out from the depths of his body, and the violent airflow even formed a whirlwind and went high into the sky. In the air, the pupils of the red eyes shrank suddenly. How is it possible? The power of Sun Wufan's explosion at this time is more violent than before, and it is too powerful. From a young age, whenever I was angry, there would be a gigantic force that surged out. 7 years ago, I finally took control of this power, which is different from the Super Saiyan's boosting power. This power is my potential. In these 7 years, I have been constantly exercising my potential, trying to master more anger, more power. I succeeded. But, this power, I usually don't use it easily. Son. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Gohan slowly ascended the sky, and a flat voice spit out from his mouth. In those green eyes, deep down, there was anger soaring to the sky. The power surging under his anger was equally irritable, with thunder and lightning all around him, and the crackling sounded non-stop. However, if I beat you, I'm bound to win. Suddenly, Sun Wufan's tone became sharp. In the next second, his figure slammed forward, and in just a flash, he was already in front of Kai Yan. The terrifying speed swept through the air, and even the air was rubbed and rubbed with a crisp sound. So fast. The red eyes' pupils contracted, and they had to dodge. However, a tyrannical force had already hit his face firmly. Hit. Om. Unbelievable in his heart, he fell down with red eyes. In the sky, Sun Gohan's attack was not over yet. He has a fatal flaw in triggering the power deep within his body through anger, that is, he is cruel and ruthless. Moreover, the offensive is continuous and will never stop unless the enemy is killed. As the controlled anger became stronger and stronger, his power became stronger and stronger, but this ruthless state was also more violent. Bang! Once again, he punched the red-eyed face, directly knocking it to the ground, and the ground in the radius of 1,000 meters was completely shattered. Die! Sun Wufan roared, and countless qigong waves appeared in his hands. The next second, his hands were aimed at the ground and printed with a bang. Hush shish! A series of qigong waves rushed down the sky and directly bombarded Kai Ai's body. Chapter 878 Ah! Painful voices kept coming from Kai Ai's mouth, and it could be seen that Kai Ai had been injured under the attack of Sun Gohan, who was far beyond his power. A series of dense qigong waves bombarded for more than 10 breaths before slowing down. The red eyes are covered with scars, and the roar is repeated, and it is about to rise into the sky. But suddenly, his pupils shrank again. In front of him, just less than an inch in front of him, a face stared at him. This face he was very familiar with. It was Sun Wufan himself. Entering anger mode and fighting with all his strength, Son Gohan is simply not the same person as normal. Under normal circumstances, he is gentle and polite, like a well-informed student. But at this time, he turned into a ruthless warrior. Die! From Sun Wufan's mouth, a word faintly spit out. A fist slammed out again. Bang! The tyrannical force directly hit the belly of the red eye, and even burst out of the body, slamming into the hill behind it, directly causing a mountain to collapse. Ah! An unbelievable light flashed in his eyes, and the red eyes took a few steps back, completely unexpected. Under the attack of the other party, he was so vulnerable. Bang! One punch didn't knock him down. Sun Wufan moved forward indifferently, and punched again. PFF'd. The force of this fist penetrated the whole body, the red eyes trembled, and the blood had been spurted from the mouth. He felt that all the bones in his body were shattered. However, Son Gohan didn't stop. Bang! Take another step and hit it hard. PFF'd. The red-eyed eyes have begun to be empty, and a black light appears in front of him. His Yi-Shi was a little erratic, and his body began to shake. A powerful force has long been broken up by Son Gohan with 3 punches, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 has also collapsed. Slowly, Sun Wuhan raised one arm and aimed at the red eye. The light blue Qigong wave shone brightly, and after a breath, it burst out, directly drowning the red eyes. Watching the red eyes dissipate in front of him, Sun Wufan's eyes were indifferent. He inexplicably felt that a golden energy condensed and merged into his body. Is this the blood of the Saiyans? There was a flash of clarity in Sun Wufan's eyes, and he turned around. Behind the rock, the bloodline of the Earthman was still trembling, looking at Sun Wufan, full of fear and panic. After striding over, there was a bit of solemnity in Sun Wufan's icy eyes. You don't need to hide, my own blood, I know very well. The indifferent voice came out, and the bloodline of the Earthling who was trembling actually trembled, and then slowly stood up. It's really interesting. Earther blood, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he shook his head. Unfortunately, you found out. Compared to the blood of the Saiyans, the blood of the Earthlings, the potential is too high. Sun Wufan said indifferently. All, you want to destroy me too. The blood of the Earth people joked. Taking the third step, I must fuse my 2 bloodlines to raise 1 level. Sun Gohan said softly. I see. Earthman Blood nodded. But, I'm afraid you don't know where I'm at. I don't know, so I haven't used all my strength all along. Sun Gohan said calmly. The eyes of the Earthlings suddenly tightened, and then he said, you mean that your current power is not your full power? For more than half a month, I absorbed the fighting experience of Saiyan blood and fused with myself, in order to quickly fuse with him at the moment of defeating him. Therefore, obtain the power that can easily defeat you. Sun Wufan didn't answer, and began to explain lightly. From the time I made up my mind to destroy him, your fate was already doomed. The pupils of the bloodline of the Earthman shrank, and after a breath, he began to laugh up to the sky. Ridiculous, do you know that my potential is endless? Accompanied by the laughter, the blood of the Earthman trembled, and the violent aura directly collapsed the 3 mountains behind him, and the stones around his body were even more suspended, and dense lightning flashed around him. He didn't transform, and his hair was still pitch black, but at this moment, the power surging in his body had far surpassed the Saiyan blood Son Gohan. This Earthling bloodline, who has always been very timid and powerless, is the strongest in this bloodline world. Very powerful. Sun Wufan nodded and said that the energy shown by the other party at this moment is not much different from the power that burst out of his own anger at this time. Judging by such power, it may be difficult to defeat the opponent. Unless, in reality, he takes another step forward and becomes stronger. However, Sun Wuhan himself knew that it would be too difficult to move forward again in reality. I just entered this bloodline world just to improve again. So, this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. If so, it's stuck in a dead end. Outside, a huge light blue aura suddenly erupted from Sun Wufan, who was doing it cross-legged. Yang Qing opened his eyes and narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with him? Such anger burst out from his body, so terrifying. Bidili trembled aside and said. This power was far more terrifying than any aura that Sun Wuhan had burst out before. Compared to her, she was as small as an ant. This is the bloodline of the earthlings inside his body. Yang Qing explained softly, frowning slightly. I didn't expect that the blood of the earth people in his body would actually be pressed against the Saiyans. It's incredible. No wonder, since he was a child, his potential was so terrifying. However, in this case, it is not easy to handle. Hearing Yang Qing's last words, Bidili said worriedly. What's the matter? Gohan, will he be okay? No, just go a step further, I'm afraid it will be more difficult. Yang Qing sighed. In the bloodline world, Sun Wufan's expression was still cold, and he felt very calm when he felt the violent violence that was constantly emerging from the bloodline of the Earth people. Finally, the chi in the bloodline of the Earthlings has been raised to the limit. This is a terrifying force that has reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Whether it is Saru 7 years ago, or the blood of the Saiyans before, it cannot be compared with it. How is it? My strength, now, do you still have the confidence to defeat me? Do you think it's easy to gain power? Son Gohan. Ha 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 ha. The blood of the people on Earth laughed loudly. Chapter 879 A Different Super Competition 3. However, Sun Wufan's expression at the moment was still calm. He just fixedly stared at the Earthlings and let them laugh wildly. After a long time, Sun Wufan made a sound. Yes, it's easy for me to beat you now. The laughter of the bloodline of the Earthling stopped abruptly. What did you say? Maybe before the fusion of Saiyan blood, I was just on par with you, but now. I'm so much stronger than you. Sun Wufan's faint voice came out, and the breath in his body surged again, and it suddenly rose a little. Really, just so much. What are you kidding me about? The blood of the Earthman turned ashen, and he didn't think that just a little bit stronger would be able to defeat him. With a show of body shape, the blood of the Earthman launched an attack on Son Gohan. However, the ensuing battle made the faces of the blood of the people of the Earth more and more ugly. The two were in the void, and the ground kept colliding, but the scale of victory was constantly tilting towards Son Gohan. How is it possible? The Earthlings roared loudly. I said, just a little bit, and I'm enough to beat you. Sun Wufan's face was calm, and his subordinates kept attacking. Time passed slowly, and this battle lasted for a long time. It has been 3 hours since the two started fighting. As time went on, the scars on the Earth's body became more and more, and the breath began to become chaotic. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How is this possible? The blood of the Earthlings shouted in the sky. However, what greeted him was just an indifferent punch from Son Gohan. Boom. The fist came down, directly turning the blood of the Earthman over. Outside, Sun Wufan, who was doing it cross-legged, had a calm expression, but the aura on his body flickered. Gohan, what happened? Bidili said worriedly. He is going through the final battle. Whether he can succeed or not depends on today. Yang Qing said softly, his eyes were deep, as if through Sun Wufan's body, he directly saw the battle in his bloodline world. Hopefully, though. With a smile on his face, Son Gohan is indeed a martial artist with a brain. His fighting art, more inherited from Sun Wukong, is not only relying on brute force, but also brain. As time passed, gradually, the sun went down and the sky began to darken. At this time, in the bloodline world, the blood of the Earth people has been completely at a disadvantage, and was knocked to the ground by Sun Wuhan with his fists again and again. Damn it! He roared up to the sky, but in the next moment, he was punched again. After fighting for such a long time, the blood of the Earth people has reached its limit. He was covered in scars, and his mood was extremely manic. I can't believe that the other party actually defeated him with such a power that is so much higher than him. The heart of the bloodline of the Earth people is collapsed. After punching the Earther bloodline to the ground again, Sun Wukong also fell suddenly and rode directly on the Earther bloodline. Let go of me. The blood of the people on Earth was crushed and overwhelmed, and immediately roared. However, what greeted him was the cold fist of Sun Gohan. Bang 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 bang. With a punch, Sun Gohan struck indifferently. Gradually, blood splattered, the blood of the Earthman stopped, and his consciousness began to drift, unable to see the scene in front of him. Half an hour later, the bloodline of the Earthman lay there, motionless, as if dead. However, Sun Gohan could still feel the faint breath. He stopped beating and stood up. Die. Reach out and out with one hand, aiming at the bloodline of the Earthlings on the ground. Light blue light flickered, and a Qigong wave burst out. Boom. The ground exploded, and the blood of the Earthlings was directly evaporated by the high temperature of the flame in the face of such an attack, and disappeared. A trace of strange energy began to gather, and then merged into Sun Wuhan's body again. This kind of feeling is like after the death of the previous Red Eye. Sun Wufan knew instantly that this was the bloodline of the Earthlings, and he had begun to merge into his body. Woo! Success! Taking a long breath, a faint smile appeared on Sun Gohan's face. The state of anger was lifted by him. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the bloodline world began to collapse, and earth cracks and explosions occurred everywhere, sweeping the entire world. In a blink of an eye, Sun Gohan has opened his eyes in the real world. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was Yang Qing's curious eyes. How is it? I made it. Sun Wufan said with a smile, and then he realized himself. Feeling now. There is an explosive force, surging frantically in my body, trying to burst out. Try to lure him out. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Come. Yang Qing smiled. Sun Wufan nodded heavily, and then he jumped into the sky. In the next instant, there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the sky. Ah! Sun Wufan roared up to the sky, and dense golden thunder and lightning began to entangle and wrap around him, and a violent force was wandering around. The sky that was about to be dark suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds surged, and countless thunder and lightning were shuttled. It could be clearly seen that around Sun Wufan, the cracks that appeared and disappeared constantly appeared and disappeared. The power of Super Saiyan 3. Below, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. This power was very obvious. It had already crossed the Super Tournament 2 and entered the field of 3 directly. Very good. He smiled and said, happy for Sun Gohan's progress. At Sun Wukong's house, Sun Wukong, who was eating, suddenly raised his head. What a powerful air! Sun Wukong stopped eating and put the bowl on the table, his face dignified. This terrifying power is almost the same level as after he released it with all his strength. Upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong's expression was a little weird. Actually, it's actually Gohan's chi. He didn't know whether to be shocked or happy. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong smiled and pressed one hand between his eyebrows. After a flash, he had disappeared from the home. Obviously, the powerful power of Sun Wuhan's sudden burst made Sun Wukong's curious meal not in the mood to eat. When a teleportation came to Yang Qing's side, Sun Wukong also looked up at the Sun Wuhan who was transforming in the sky. What happened to Gohan's transformation? How is it different from mine? In the clouds, the figure was surrounded by golden lightning, and its aura exploded to the extreme. However, his hair is not golden. Chapter 880 Expectation. High in the sky, there was lightning and thunder, and the surging energy breath was mighty, causing cracks in the dimensions. This breath, Sun Wukong is very sure, is the terrifying energy fluctuation that he had in Super Race 3. But in the sky, Sun Gohan's transformation looks completely different from him. Black hair, black eyes, wearing a black martial arts uniform, is the appearance of Sun Gohan at this moment. Lightning is surrounded by his body, and the energy is so powerful that anyone can tell his insignificance, but he looks like an Earthman. I didn't expect that his transformation after breaking through was like this. Yang Qing had a smile on his face, thoughtful. Breaking through the limitations of blood, and merging the blood of Saiyans and Earthlings in the depths of the body, Sun Gohan's third stage has also changed. The state after the potential is drawn is actually the same as the state drawn through the ritual when fighting with the devil puppet in the original book. However, the power that Sun Gohan obtained at this moment is real. Instead of the vain strength as in the original work. The strength drawn from the old world king god, although it seemed extremely powerful at the time, but after a long time, if you don't practice, it will quickly degenerate and become weaker and weaker. If it is one's own strength, even if it is not cultivated, how can this strength retreat so powerfully? At this time, Sun Wukong didn't have that kind of trouble. After all the power in his body burst out, a smile appeared on Sun Gohan's face. Finally, his swollen breath began to shrink again, and gradually return to plane. In the sky, the lightning and thunder, and the vision shrouded in dark clouds quickly disappeared. Sun Gohan fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Thank you, Master Qing, I finally broke through. Yang Qing nodded. It was you who worked hard and succeeded. The master led the door and practiced himself. Compared with the guy in the original book who likes to read, this Sun Wukong has worked hard to some extent. Afterwards, everyone went home. In order to celebrate the progress of Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong went to hunt a few huge beasts, and then a few people gathered around the fire, found the seasoning, and began to barbecue. The main staff of this barbecue is the law library. A dignified devil, after coming to Earth, he slowly fell in love with this self-sufficient way of eating, which made people speechless. However, I have to say that Faku's craftsmanship is indeed very good after years of brewing. Wukong, after half a month, the world's #1 martial arts meeting, are you going to participate? While eating, Yang Qing suddenly raised his head with a smile and mentioned it. The world's first martial arts club. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, and then immediately laughed. Great, I'm going. Sun Wukong misses the martial arts club that he grew up with since he was a child. I still remember that when he was there, he met such formidable opponents as Teacher Wu Tian, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo. Seeing that Sun Wukong agreed so quickly, Yang Qing smiled and then looked at Sun Wukong. Gohan, you are going to participate this time too. Huh. Sun Gohan was taken aback. That's great, Gohan, Dad really wants to know how strong you were all these years. Sun Wukong patted his son on the shoulder, looking forward to it even more. He knew that Sun Wukong's power had caught up with him, and the two of them would not be able to tell the difference if they didn't really fight once. I'm going too. After being silent for a while, Faku, who was roasting meat silently, suddenly made a sound. Although he didn't know what the #1 martial arts in the world would be, it was enough to have Sun Wukong. In fact, Faku has been practicing with Sun Wukong all these years. The two have long established the foundation and affection behind them. Oh no, it's friendship. Faku, you have to go too, haha. Sun Wukong is even happier. It can be seen that the more strong there are, the more excited this belligerent guy is. So, the news spread quickly. At Bulma's house, Vegeta came out of the gravity room to practice, and took a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. Sun Wukong wants to participate in the world's first martial arts club. Hee, just to make him recognize the gap with me. Clenching her fists sharply, Vegeta's face showed a trace of excitement and hideousness. After the last battle with Xilu, Vegeta was ashamed because of his weakness. After that, he practiced harder and harder. 7 years later, his strength also increased greatly. Although he has not entered the field of Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta's power has also improved rapidly, reaching the realm of terror. In some respects, his combat power at the moment is only a line away from that of Sun Wukong and his son. Dad, I'm going to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. At this moment, Trunks ran over, excited. Oh, you also know the #1 martial arts club in the world? Vegeta raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. I heard it from Wushan. He said that he was going to participate in the world's first martial arts meeting, and he is practicing with his brother these days. Son Gohan. Vegeta's face became solemn, and after a breath, he showed a confident smile again. This time, let's show you who is the strongest Saiyan. Right. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Vegeta has always been brooding about his status as a prince. He is the prince of the Saiyans, but this group of low-level warriors surpassed themselves again and again, which made him humiliated to the extreme. Every time he wanted to prove that he was the strongest, someone would always slap him in the face. Who is stronger, you or Kakarot's son? In the blink of an eye, Vegeta asked again. Trunks was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head and said, as for me and Goten, I should be stronger. Good. With a smile on Vegeta's face, she nodded in satisfaction. This is the bloodline of the Saiyan. The pure bloodline is much stronger than that of the low-level warrior. You can practice with me these few days. But, Dad, I want to go to the amusement park. Trunks said embarrassingly. In cultivation, if you can hit me, I will accompany you. Vegeta said with a cold face. Really? Great. Trunks jumped for joy. Vegeta snorted and quickly left here. He felt that his body was very excited. After practicing for so many years, for the first time, he was so thirsty. I hope time flies faster, so that we can have a battle with Kakarot as soon as possible. At the same time, the Earth powerhouses scattered all over the world opened their eyes with a hint of anticipation on their faces. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 881-900. Chapter 881 Here comes. On the top of an unnamed snow-capped mountain, the bald man suddenly opened his eyes. What is terrifying is that there is still an eye on his forehead, but it is closed. Sun Wukong is going to participate in the world's first martial arts meeting. The bald man had a smile on his face. Beside him, a cute-looking, childlike person also spoke out. Yeah, I heard them say, Keelan and the others are clamoring to participate in this martial arts meeting. I'm going too. The bald man affirmed with a serious tone. Then, he looked into the distance with deep eyes. The wind was blowing, and the blood was falling. In this icy and snowy scene, the temperature is very low. But the bald man was naked, as if the cold outside would not cause him any harm at all. Tianjin Rice. Quote. Behind him, the low man murmured, his eyes full of anticipation. Only he knows how hard this bald man has practiced over the years and how cruelly he has practiced. Because of this, he also gained power that ordinary people can't imagine. So, he has the confidence to challenge that person again. Snowflakes fell, and the two figures, one tall and one short, gradually disappeared on the top of the snowy mountain. These two people are Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Meanwhile, on an island, the two voices collided with each other, but it was a man and a woman. Keelan, you have to work harder, or you won't be able to beat me. Number 18, with golden hair, said coldly. Krillin gave a wry smile. He naturally knew that number 18's power was so powerful that it completely crushed him. But it's not his fault, the two have completely different physiques. Haha, father can't beat mother. Dad is too weak. On the side, a little girl with braids in the sky laughed loudly. Krillin had more headaches, but there was obvious doting in his eyes. Eat my punch. The 18th punched, and Krillin, who was distracted, was smashed into the air. 3 seconds later, rubbing his flushed cheeks, he stood up and complained, you don't need to work so hard, number 18. Quote. You have to train hard, you have to live up to your expectations, win prizes, and if you don't work hard, this time the world's #1 martial arts club, you can only be soy sauce. Number 18 gave a serious lesson to Clint Road. Krillin scratched his head and said with a bitter expression, I just wanted to go and see the fun. Sun Wukong's group of Saiyans is too powerful, and Keelan has long given up his resistance. Young people today are so unmotivated, alas. At this time, an old man with a turtle shell walked out of the house and sighed. Krillin's face darkened immediately. You are so arrogant that you will be. The mountain wind was blowing, and the slightest wind blew the white robe behind him. Around his body, there are fast flashing thunder and lightning constantly on and off. Hidden power fluctuations surround his body, and the surrounding natural aura keeps gathering towards his body. The Namekian suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. Wukong, finally found the opportunity to fight you again. On weekdays, these separated Earth powerhouses are about to gather together again because of the first martial arts meeting in the world. In the center of Satan, in a villa manor. Bang! With a push and sweep, a sandbag weighing 300 pounds was directly kicked out. Next to him, the burly and sturdy-looking bodyguard was stunned and swallowed quietly. This is Mr. Satan's daughter, she is too strong. Another sandbag, this one is too fragile. Frowning her brows, Biddy Lee shouted. This is the 24th punching bag you've kicked. The bodyguard was speechless. Faintly, he felt that compared to Mr. Satan, the Savior's daughter seemed more powerful. Watching the bodyguard leave with the kicked sandbag, Biddy Lee had a thoughtful look in her eyes. The cultivation of chi during this period has made me a lot stronger. He clenched his fists, and since he came into contact with the group of Sun Wufan, he discovered that human beings can achieve such a state through cultivation. I need to be stronger. The #1 martial arts club in the world, I'm also going to participate. With a firm gaze, Biddy Lee continued to practice. Without a sandbag, she went down cross-legged, feeling the chi in her body, in nature. Everyone is working hard for the upcoming #1 martial arts club in the world, and everyone has not let up. Just when these people were immersed in further cultivation, an aircraft quietly landed on the earth. Is it here, Dapra? A high-pitched voice came from the mouth of a low, ugly-looking cosmos. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dapra replied with a flattering smile. What a weak planet. Babidi said disdainfully. Hurry up and find Majin Buu's egg, we have to summon him quickly. Yes. Dapra responded with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, 5 or 6 figures flew out from behind him and flew towards the distant sky. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. But within a quarter of an hour, these monsters or people from the demon world came back. Lord Babidi, according to the clues you provided, we have found the place where Majin Buu is. Dapra smiled as he reported. Oh, then take me there quickly. Babidi's eyes lit up, a little excited. Afterwards, this group of aliens, who were clearly different from the people on Earth, quickly left. They are not high profile, but according to the original, they established a low-key base on the Earth, and then bewitched the evil guys on the Earth, gave them power, and let them go to find the energy source. In front of the wooden house, Yang Qing, who was watering the flowers, was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. Finally, is it here? After his breakthrough, the physique of the gods, as well as some powerful abilities, had already made him aware of the existence of Babidi's group. However, he didn't have much action either. Compared to Char's ruthless character, who would do anything to make himself stronger, he was closer to a Saiyan, and he liked fighting. Majin Buu, what kind of power does he possess? In the original novel, Frieza's father once said to him that he was the most unprovoked in this world. One was the god of destruction, and the other was Majin Buu. It is conceivable that if you can put Majin Buu and the god of destruction together, how powerful is this Majin? Therefore, Yang Qing is also looking forward to it. Soon, it's coming. No hurry, no hurry. Continuing to water the flowers calmly, Yang Qing recovered his mind and stopped paying attention to Babidi's group. As for Dapra, this guy who was killed by his one move has long been ignored. Chapter 882 We have the same origin. Time passed slowly, and the warriors of the earth all entered the practice. On the contrary, Yang Qing was idle, and Sun Wufan went a step further. Recently, he has been consolidating new powers. Moreover, there was also a small oil bottle beside him. Sun Wuxian, who didn't want to lose to Trunks in the martial arts meeting, pestered Sun Wuhan to practice with the latter all day long. Sun Wuxian turned into a Super Saiyan directly, which surprised Sun Wuhan. You must know that at that time, they all went through hard training to transform into Chaosai, and when they got to Sun Wufan, it became so easy. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, it was the day when the 25th World's #1 Martial Arts Club began. It's still the island, full of people and lively. On the flat ground of the island, aircrafts fell from time to time, and then a group of pedestrians walked out. Or at the port, cruise ships approach, and many people board the island. Every session of the World #1 Martial Arts Club attracts people from all over the world, especially those who are curious about martial arts. Around noon, a group of people got off the aircraft. It's still so lively here. The short man walking in front folded his arms and said with a smile. I really miss the time when Wukong and I participated in the competition here when we were young. At that time, Wukong couldn't beat me. Okay, Keelan, now Wukong can't beat him with just one finger. What do you miss in the past? Yamcha complained, making everyone laugh. Krillin staggered and almost fell to the ground, with black lines all over his face. You don't do the same, and you call me, baseball player. Krillin turned his head and made a grimace, which made everyone laugh even more. Let's go sign up first. Sun Wukong smiled. Everyone nodded and walked towards the island together. I squeezed through the dense crowd, and it took 5 minutes before I squeezed into the registration area. There are so many people, it feels more lively than we were back then. Krillin sighed. Their group, including Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Sun Wuxian, Piccolo, Keelan, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Turtle Immortal, Yang Qing, and Faku, were considered the last team. Sign up now. Faku is cold and cold. People didn't care either, they were already familiar with Faku's icy look. After queuing up one by one to sign up, he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there was a smile in Yang Qing's eyes, and he also walked to the registration office. Qing, I'll sign up too. This scene shocked Sun Wukong and his group, but then, Sun Wukong became excited. Haha, Qing, that's great, I've always wanted to fight with you again, and finally I have a chance. Looking at your high nature, I will use 5% of my power to play with you. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. 5%. The corners of Keelan's mouth trembled, but in the end he held back from looking at Yang Qing, which was really shocking. In this world, how can there be a pervert like Yang Qing, who can compete with Sun Wukong with only 5%? I'm looking forward to fighting you, Master. Sun Gohan's eyes also lit up. He and Yang Qing practiced together for a long time, but after all, it was practice, and when it came to fighting, it was very rare. At this moment, a cold humming sound came from behind. Kakarot, you will definitely lose to me this time. It was Vegeta's voice. He held his arms in his arms and stood directly at the front, blocking the road of everyone, making it impossible for those who wanted to sign up later to pass. Many people wanted to push Vegeta away, but found that the latter was like a mountain, standing there motionless. Haha, Vegeta, I'm looking forward to fighting you too. Sun Wukong laughed. He was starting to get a little excited. This competition seems to be very interesting. And me, Wukong, I won't be merciful in this martial arts conference. One person stepped out, it was Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice. Quote. Everyone looked at the latter in surprise, who had not seen it for many years, and could clearly feel the change in the latter. The smile on Sun Wukong's face became more and more prosperous, and the Saiyan's blood was boiling. Son Gohan, Vegeta, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Ching, Faku, these people are all first-class players, and he is very much looking forward to the next battle. It was so good. Then, everyone gathered together and walked towards the resting place. The opening test has not yet started, but the #1 martial arts club in the world has set up a street for them to rest. Just as he was walking to a wide street, Sun Wukong's originally smiling face suddenly changed and became serious. What's wrong, Wukong? Krillin wondered. Sun Wukong didn't answer, and looked forward with a solemn expression, while Piccolo was a little shocked. Only then did everyone notice the changes in the two, and followed their gazes to the front. There, two figures came slowly. One was tall and burly, walking, while the other, slightly shorter, with a weird hairstyle, floated forward 3 inches off the ground. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sun Wukong. A slightly sharp voice came out, inexplicably giving people a kind of coercion, making everyone stop talking about the topic. You are. Sun Wukong looked at the two people in front of him curiously, but felt that they were unfamiliar. You'll soon find out who I am. The person said with a smile, but it made people feel a little gloomy. Hello. Seeing that the other party stretched out his right hand, Sun Wukong also stretched out his hand. Piccolo's eyes narrowed, only to feel that his whole body was frozen, as if being suppressed by an inexplicable divine might. He was flustered. After the two shook hands calmly, they slowly left. Suddenly, just after the two people who made everyone feel mysterious passed by them, the mysterious man spoke again. Wait a minute. Everyone stopped and turned around again. The mysterious man glanced at Sun Wukong, swept to everyone's faces one by one, and finally stopped on Yangqing. I have seen you. Inexplicably, the mysterious man's eyes were a little dignified. Yes, you have seen me. Yangqing chuckled lightly. Who the hell are you? You've become even more different from that time. The mysterious man asked curiously. I am. Yangqing paused, stared into the eyes of the person who came, and said in a low voice. King God. What? The visitor's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and his heart was filled with a huge inconceivable. It's impossible, who are you? Yangqing smiled slightly, his eyes flashed, a trace of divine power stretched out from his body, and the corners of his mouth pondered. Isn't it? We are of the same origin. Chapter 883 Identity. This trace of divine power was extended and transmitted to Zhuang God, and immediately made his face appear shocked. Because, he could feel that what the guy in front of him said was right, that divine power was really the same power as the realm. Who are you? The realm king's eyes became solemn. This time in the lower realm, even if he wanted to break his head, he never thought that he would encounter this mysterious guy. He can be sure that this guy is not the king god of other universes. The aura of the universe in that body cannot be changed at all. You can call me Ching. As for my identity, like you, I'm also a realm god. Yangqing smiled lightly. He used to be in the status of the World King God Reserve, but since he entered the state of Super Saigon, he has truly stepped into the realm of God, and he is no different from the real King God. Jia Wangshen's pupils shrank, and he took a deep look at Yangqing, trying to identify the exact identity of the person in front of him, but found nothing. Soon, we will meet again. Yangqing said indifferently. The words entered the ears of the realm king, making the latter startled. This sentence is exactly what he said to the group of people in front of him not long ago. Without waiting for him to react, Yangqing and his party walked away from here, and soon distanced themselves from him. This guy. Zhuangshen's eyes narrowed, staring at Yangqing's back. Lord Realm God, what kind of identity is this guy? Jabbat asked suspiciously. I don't know either. The Realm King shook his head, his eyes deep. But the aura on his body is indeed the aura of the Realm King God. A look of shock flashed across Jabbat's eyes. Come on, we have more important things to do. When the voice of Kaiwang came, Jabit reacted, calmed down, and followed Kaiwang to leave here quickly. Goku, who was that guy just now? Do you know him? Separating from Kaiwang God, Krillin immediately asked curiously. Wukong shook his head. I haven't seen him. That's weird, he seems to know you. Krillin wondered. The conversation between Yangqing and the realm god just now was deliberately blurred by the people present. Only Piccolo's eyes flashed with doubts, and he stared at Yangqing and glanced, but he was still a little confused. I seem to have forgotten something important. All the people present had forgotten the conversation between Yangqing and the realm god. This is the magic of divine power, the power that mortals cannot do, but God can easily accomplish. After a period of rest, everyone began to enter the preliminaries. Different from the usual number 1 martial arts club in the world, this one started to use boxing machines and judged according to the data. Next, as in the original, Vegeta broke several boxing machines, and everyone else touched it lightly. Soon, it was Yangqing's turn. Walking slowly, Yangqing had a smile on his face. Behind him, many people were watching him. Before, the group of them had achieved terrible results, and the onlookers were also wondering how this guy would surprise everyone. However, 3 seconds later, Yangqing disappointed everyone. Yangqing, who walked to the boxing machine, just reached out and touched the surface of the boxing machine lightly. When a crisp voice sounded, and a number appeared on the boxing machine. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help wiping their eyes. Compared with the results of the previous few people, the results of this red-haired young man are simply too normal. Many martial artists who have practiced for several years can also achieve it. Such a result is just enough to reach the qualifying line. After passing the preliminaries, the organizers soon began to group. During this period, the Realm King God never appeared again. Instead, it was a corner of the game that made Yangqing's eyes narrow. Hey, hey hey hey. Dark laughter kept coming out. 2 or 3 people gathered together and looked at the players present with evil eyes, as if they were looking at food, and even mouths and water flowed down from their mouths, making everyone a while. Aversion to cold. Hey, these people are so disgusting. Krillin shuddered and said in disgust. Yangqing retracted his eyes and smiled. These 3 people are Babiti's subordinates, the dog legs used to collect energy. After waiting for a while, the game finally started around the afternoon. Like the original, everyone played in order, and the opponents were easily defeated in front. Until it's time for Bidley. Come on, Bidley. Sun Wufan blushed and encouraged the latter. Bidley was also a little shy, and then she gathered up her courage, clenched her fists, and quickly bumped fists with Sun Gohan. I will win. Bidley said confidently. Seeing Bidley like this, Sun Wufan's eyes were infatuated, and he laughed. It's really worthless. Yangqing stood aside and shook his head. As the battle began, everyone's eyes became more and more solemn. At the beginning, Bidley had an absolute advantage, but this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After she kicked the opponent's head out of the way, her form changed drastically. It's over, the guy was kicked to death, and Bidley is going to be sentenced to the end. God, Bidley has murdered. How could this be? Bidley's friends and classmates were all stunned. They covered their mouths and couldn't believe this scene. But, next. Hey 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 hey. The opponent actually stood up with his head tilted. That weird smile and tilted head suddenly made everyone feel aroused. Quack. Bone rub. The sound of rubbing sounded, and the head that was twisted actually recovered. Once again, the opponent charged up. Bidley's eyes narrowed and she attacked again. After a few punches and kicks, the opponent fell down again. However, 3 seconds later, the opponent stood up again. Spobich, how can he be so powerful? Someone recognized the identity of this player and said in disbelief. In previous years, Spobich also participated in the martial arts club, but where did he perform like this? The King of God stood in the dark corner, watching this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Target appeared. Yang Qing looked at Zhuang Shen, and also grinned, and in his deep eyes, he didn't know what he was thinking. As in the original book, Biduli took off at the end, but was caught by the flying Spobich and hit the ground hard. In just a few strokes, Biduli was injured. Bidli. Son Gohan shouted worriedly from the side. Calm down, Gohan, if you can't control your anger, it's not just you who will be unlucky. Yang Qing reminded aloud. Damn it. Chapter 884 Invincible Lonely. Looking anxiously at Biduli, who was beaten with blood from his mouth, Sun Wufan was in a state of disarray. Don't worry, it's me too. Yang Qing patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder. Sun Wufan nodded absently, but his eyes were still fixed on the field. Glancing at Sun Wufan helplessly, Yang Qing's right hand slowly lifted. Following his movements, the king god standing in a remote corner also stared at him with a condensed gaze. If you want to determine Yang Qing's identity, watching him take action is undoubtedly a good way. Boom. In front of Yang Qing's fingers, there were ripples in the void, and circles of ripples appeared. These ripples were not big, but they were very violent. After a breath, a ripple distorted and began to shoot out. This target was exactly Spobich, who beat Biduli on the field. But at this moment, the right hand of Kai Wangshan also raised. Boom. An invisible wave also rippling, and the two have exactly the same way of outputting, and even the force is almost the same. Soon, the two ripples collided quickly, and then dissipated into nothing. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and everyone around was unaware. Don't shoot, I'll keep him in great use, that girl will be fine, I promise. The voice of the Realm King rang softly in Yang Qing's ear. I know what you're doing, but he's no longer needed. A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth, and the words rang in the ears of the realm. The next moment, his fingers were raised again, trembling slightly. This time, Kai Wangshan did not react, and the ripples from this finger had already hit Spobich in the field. The latter suddenly shook his entire body, as if he was hit by a huge force, and his entire body flew up. Then, it fell violently to the ground. At this time, it was already outside the field. Spobich out of bounds, Bidli wins. The referee host glanced at it, his eyes were a little dazed, and finally he reacted and shouted loudly. All the onlookers were a little stunned, they didn't even see how Spobich lost. Roar. Immediately afterwards, Spobich suddenly bounced off the ground, let out a low roar, and his face became much more hideous. At this moment, he seemed to be no longer human, and he was full of fierce aura. At this moment, the other two ran up, held him down, and quickly retreated. Don't mess around here, be careful to spoil the adults. The realm god let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Yang Qing. Fortunately, nothing bad. He wanted to wait for the target to be exposed, lead the way for him, and find the lair of the demon Boo, but before that, he must not be able to frighten the snake, otherwise, any random detail may attract Babiti's attention. Are you looking for Majin Buu? Suddenly, a voice rang in the ears of the Realm King, making him immediately alert. But soon, he realized that the voice was made by the red-haired boy. Who the hell are you? Once again, Kaiwang God asked. As I said, my name is Qing. Yang Qing was a little helpless. So, Qing, what's your purpose here? The Realm King asked solemnly. Only he knows about Majin Buu, how could this owl know such a thing? Why, you know Majin Buu. The demon Buu, who killed the 3 Realm Kings, is still very famous, of course I know it. Yang Qing smiled and paused before saying, as for what I'm doing here, I just want to find an opponent. That's all. Looking for an opponent. The Realm King's pupils shrank. He knows that as a god, there are actually many guys with different hobbies, some like flowers and plants, living a normal life, and some like fighting, and constantly cultivate themselves every day. God, there are strengths and weaknesses. He himself, although he has some strength, is not a fighting god after all. And this guy in front of him actually said that he came here to find an opponent. Here, are there any opponents that make you worth shooting? The king of the realm wondered. Earthlings are generally weak to Kaiwangshan. Even a cosmic emperor like Frieza is no match for a finger in his hand. The ones next to you have good strength. Yang Qing motioned to the realm king and looked behind him. Kaiwangshan was startled, and what he saw was Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan and Vegeta. Saiyan. Slightly stunned, Zhuang shook his head, but he didn't quite believe what Yang Qing said. I will help you find Majin Buu and deal with him, but I have a condition. Yang Qing's voice came again, making the realm god come to his senses. It is indeed very stressful and dangerous for him to face the realm king god alone, but if there is one more realm king god, especially the battle-type realm king god, this matter will be very promising. What conditions? Let me fight Majin Buu. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Field. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. However, in contrast to him, the realm king god's expression changed drastically. He gave him a horrified look, followed by direct objection. Impossible. Since you have heard his name, then you must know that the 5 realm gods fought against him and sacrificed 4 to seal him. Don't you know how powerful he is? I actually wanted to fight him one-on-one. I will never allow this to happen. Absolutely not. The reason why the realm is so excited is not only that Yang Qing is angry, but also because he is the only realm left in this world, so it's hard to find another one. Although the identity is mysterious, it belongs to him anyway, so naturally he can't let him die in vain. Jia Wangshen, have you ever thought that you don't know how strong my power is? Yang Qing's eyes became deep. His voice was a little lonely, and a little too cold at the heights. In this world, apart from the god of destruction, Majin Buu, I really can't find any opponents who can make my shot. Perhaps, the future Sun Wukong can do it, but it's still not enough. In this voice, there was an invincible loneliness, and the realm king was stunned. He could hear clearly, the words of this red-haired boy turned out to be serious. Actually, whether you agree or not, I'm going to fight Majin Buu. He is at his peak, he is really looking forward to it. There is a trace of desire in Yang Qing's eyes. This is the desire for his opponent. Chapter 885 is very strong. I absolutely won't allow this to happen. The voice of Kaiwang God is very certain. You don't even know the horror of Majin Buu. Yang Qing smiled and no longer responded to the realm king. The voices of the two sounded directly in each other's minds. This was a communication between gods and the people next to them didn't notice it. Soon, the game continued. When it came to the battle between Son Gohan and Spobich, everyone was interested. Gohan's turn, haha. Just now, Spobich beat Bidily badly. Thanks to the fairy bean, Bidily can recover quickly. Among them, Son Gohan is the most angry. This time, when they met Spobich, everyone could foresee Spobich's end. In the eyes of Earth's super warriors, no matter how powerful Spobich is, he is not the opponent of metamorphic and metamorphic Saiyans. The battle begins soon, and Son Gohan is still as in the original, showing a powerful force for Spobich. This is Super 1. It's 2. The violent light flickered, and Son Gohan's chi swelled to the extreme. On the side, the god of realm, who was observing silently, swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of incredulity. Actually, it's so powerful. It is unimaginable that he would not believe that there would be such a powerful guy without coming to the lower realm. Gohan, you've improved a lot. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction, his eyes very soft. Piccolo has the best relationship with Gohan. It can be said that Son Gohan was basically brought up by him. Watching the other party grow stronger and stronger step by step, to the age of raising children and starting a family now, Vic felt a lot in his heart. Energy, a lot of energy, great. In the dark corner, Four Eyes stared at Son Gohan excitedly, and Spobich's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. After absorbing his energy, our purpose of coming out this time has been achieved. Lord Dapra, you will definitely praise us. The eyes became more and more excited, and they held back their excitement, waiting for the opportunity to appear. Those guys will definitely take action. The Realm King was also nervous at the moment, and his sharp eyes glanced everywhere. With such a huge energy source, Babiti's subordinates will definitely be unable to bear it. Sure enough, 4 seconds later, Sun Gohan assumed an attacking stance and was about to prepare for battle. At this moment, a familiar voice made him stunned for a moment. Immediately after, a force of imprisonment enveloped his body, making him unable to move. Then, among the lightning and flint, 3 figures rushed towards him directly, crushing him to the ground in an instant. This sudden scene made the onlookers widen their eyes, and the host was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? It's illegal. Go off, Spobich, and these 2 players, all off. He shouted loudly, but the 3 people in the field ignored him, and even one person glanced at him with a ferocious smile, so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Fear, intimidate the referee. Gohan. Kaylin couldn't help but was about to shoot, but was pulled by Sun Wukong. Goku. Looking at Sun Wukong suspiciously, the latter gave him a solemn look and shook his head. Kaylin didn't understand, but he didn't take action. He knew that Wukong would not harm Sun Wufan. Soon, more than 10 seconds passed, and the eyes of the 3 people flashed with excitement, and gradually let go of Sun Wuhan. Then, they jumped and flew into the air. Fly! Seeing this scene, the crowd opened their mouths in shock again, unable to believe it. After that, Kai Wangshen and others just strode towards Sun Gohan. Jebet. Kai Wangshen let out a cry, and the latter immediately squatted down and put both hands on Sun Gohan's body. Boom! A faint halo appeared, and Sun Wufan's breath quickly recovered. However, Jabit's expression changed slightly. What a powerful chi! If you don't experience it personally, it's hard to understand the power of Sun Gohan. When Jabit regained the other party's anger, he realized how terrible Sun Gohan was. Lord Realm God, he is very strong. Kai Wangshen's eyes flashed and he glanced at Sun Wufan. Perhaps, you can contribute to defeating Majin Buu. Afterwards, Sun Gohan slowly stood up, felt his body, and found that there was no difference. Master, what's the matter? He asked suspiciously. The voice just now was passed on to him by Yang Qing. Otherwise, just relying on Spobich, he can turn the opponent into scum with a few tricks. What is difficult is the imprisoning force behind it, but it is only difficult. With his current strength, he can easily smash it. Follow him. Next, he will tell you the reason for the incident on the way. Yang Qing pointed at the Realm King God with a faint smile on his face. It's too late to explain. Everyone, come with me. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Bring it on. Kai Wangshen said quickly, and then he stood up. The others glanced at each other and couldn't understand the situation. They also moved their bodies and flew with the Kaiwang God. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and his party all left the arena. This scene made the host bewildered. On the way, people kept expressing their amazement. Majin Buu. Evil Archmage, Babidi. They, on Earth. The Earth will be destroyed by them. Are you the Kaiwang God? The highest God in the universe? For these guys who might be able to help him in the future, Kai Wangshen did not hide the truth. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Yang Qing. He also knows all this. However, I still don't recommend that you provoke Majin Buu. The plan this time is to reseal Majin Buu without awakening him. Yang Qing had a smile on his face, but he didn't care about the advice of the Realm King. How can you give up when you can fight a powerful opponent? At this time, Sun Wukong also touched his fists and laughed. Yeah, a guy like Majin Buu sounds so exciting. Kakarot, you guy, don't forget our first battle. Vegeta said coldly. Hey, Vegeta, yes, I'd love to know how you've improved over the years. Sun Wukong laughed. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Are you really not worried about Majin Buu at all? Kai Wangshan couldn't believe that this group of people didn't care about Majin Buu so much. Don't worry, Lord Realm God, Master Ching is very strong. Sun Gohan said with a smile. Chapter 886 Shadow. No matter how strong it is, there will be no Majin Buu strong. You don't know the horror of that guy at all. The Realm God gritted his teeth. He was really helpless to these people. Where did the confidence come from, actually believing that he could defeat that terrifying fellow Majin Buu? Hee, Realm King God, let's watch first. Yang Qing said with a smile. Majin Buu's strength, he is naturally clear. The strength of the guy who can fight hard with Vegeta, the combined warrior of Monkey King and Vegeta, is so terrifying that it is difficult to measure with the naked eye. In the original book, all the signs that involve the introduction of Majin Buu can roughly judge the horror of this guy. Demon Buu, who can easily smash a dimension and enter another dimension, can be called a super warrior in this universe, and he has far surpassed other races in the universe. Powerful magic, terrifying undead body, and inherently powerful strength, he can even absorb the opponent's strength and turn it into his own. Even at this moment, Yang Qing couldn't imagine how powerful this devil was in that era when the 5 realm kings and gods were all there. What is certain is that the Majin Buu in the original book must not be his peak or peak strength. So, where is his limit? Yang Qing was very curious. If his power at the moment burst into full force, it would be extremely terrifying. For the time being, it would be difficult to find an opponent in this universe. Soon, everyone followed behind Spobik and had reached their destination. Is it there? It's very mysterious. Krillin looked around curiously. In the basin in front, there were alien buildings that were obviously different from the Earth style. Several figures appeared from the door and joined Spobik and others. The excited Spobik hurried up to meet them, but after a few words, they were tragically silenced by Dapra. After easily destroying Spobik and the others, Dapra's gaze turned to Kai Wangshan and the others who were hiding aside. No, they found us. Piccolo whispered. Everyone immediately became alert, and in an instant, a gloomy smile appeared on Dapra's face, and then flew towards everyone quickly. Let me come. Sun Gohan rushed out immediately, and the Kaiwang god didn't even have time to stop him, and the latter had already arrived in front of Dapra. It's over, that's Dapra, the king of the demon world, Dapra. Kai Wangshan trembled, not believing that Sun Gohan would be the opponent's opponent at all. But in an instant, after the two had fought in the air for hundreds of rounds, they were in a similar situation. That guy, the level of Saru 7 years ago, is definitely not Gohan's opponent. Everyone can see clearly, and now they are relieved. They thought that what the King of God said was serious, and they were also very serious, but at the beginning of the battle, they easily discovered the strength of the other party. Gohan, get rid of him quickly. Krillin shouted with a look of indifference on his face. Okay, Krillin. Sun Wukong also put away his playful heart, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Then, he suddenly transformed into a state of Super Race 2. This transformation scene immediately changed Dapra's eyes. This is... The familiar appearance and state of Sun Wukong reminded him of the fear that he was unwilling to recall in his life. It was a daytime, the grass was green, the wind was light, and opposite him stood a guy with long blonde hair. Then, with just one punch, he was KO'd. You. With obvious panic in his eyes, Dapra actually started to retreat backwards. What's your relationship with that guy? Dapra roared loudly, and it could be seen that Yang Qing's battle cast a shadow on him. That guy, who is it? Sun Gohan was taken aback. Who are you? How can you transform? How can you be in this state? Dapra shouted, his body quickly retreated, and he came to Babidi in just a few breaths. Come in, Lord Babidi. With a hurried voice, Dapra quickly followed Babidi into the alien spaceship. Hungry? What's the matter? Sun Wukong flew among the crowd with a confused look on his face. The Realm King God was also stunned for a while, completely unable to react. A powerful warrior with similar strength to him, the king of the demon realm, what the hell is going on in this performance? I don't know either. He is outside the demon world, his name is Dapra, and he is very powerful. At this time, Yang Qing laughed. Perhaps, he was scared out of his head by me. Krillin and the others all looked at him. Qing, what's going on? Sun Wukong asked curiously. The dignified king of the devil world, why is he so cowardly? There must be a story in it. Before, I went to the devil world, maybe Dapra still remembers me. Yang Qing said with a light smile, but did not elaborate. Everyone was stunned, and then a clear look flashed in their eyes. They all know that Yang Qing is very powerful. Since he went to the demon world and did something, there is no need to ask. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. You've been to the demon world. On the side, the Realm King God was shocked. Yang Qing shook his head helplessly, but in his heart he was really speechless at the unseen appearance of Zhuangshan. Let's follow along and see. In a word, everyone got up and walked towards the place where Dapra disappeared. You guys have to be careful, their power is nothing to me and Wukong and others, but you guys. Yang Qing shook his head and didn't say much. But the others were clear. Krillin and the others laughed. We'll wait for you outside. Alas, no matter what, there will be no problem with you guys. For Yang Qing, Sun Wukong and others, they have great confidence. In fact, various battles in history have also proved the strength of Sun Wukong and others. Yang Qing, Zhuangshan, Sun Wukong and others came to the outside of the alien ship and looked at the strangely shaped spaceship in front of them, and they were amazed. In fact, Yang Qing only observed the spaceship from a distance, but did not look closely at the specifics. Now, standing in front of me, this spaceship looks like one body from top to bottom. For a time, outside, everyone could not find the entrance. They closed the hatch and we couldn't get in. Sun Gohan said in annoyance. Get out of the way. At this time, Vegeta snorted coldly. Everyone was curious to get out of the way, wanting to see what Vegeta could do. But in the next moment, the corners of their eyes trembled and they covered their foreheads. Chapter 887 Evil. You know, this guy won't think of a good way. Boom. A flame burst out, and everyone couldn't help covering their faces, with a wry smile on their faces. Vegeta sent out a Qigong wave with one hand, and actually blew a hole in the spaceship. Let's go. Lightly spit out 2 words, Vegeta strode forward and entered the space capsule directly. Sun Wukong spread his hands at Kaiwangshan, and then followed Vegeta helplessly in, and Kaiwangshan looked confused. Inside the space capsule. Dapra, what's the matter with you? There was anger in Babidi's shrill voice. What he saw just now, the dignified king of the demon world was actually scared, and ran away. Lord Babidi, that man. There was still a look of fear in Dapra's eyes. When he saw the appearance of Sun Gohan, deep in his heart, the fear that he thought had been forgotten, awakened again. What happened to that man? Babidi wondered. That person is very strong. After holding back for a long time, Dapra spit out this sentence, still with fear in his eyes. Babidi took a deep look at Dapra before uttering 2 words in a low voice. Trash. Dapra heard it, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face. Babidi's evil magic is very effective against people like him, and it has been completely controlled from the spiritual aspect. These guys have come in, but it's nothing. Arrange those opponents to let them fight. As long as they are in this spaceship, the energy they emit when fighting will be quickly absorbed. At that time, these energies will be the nourishment for Majin Buu's recovery. Babidi looked at the phantom in his hand, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. After slowly chanting a series of incantations, the aircraft that was pierced by a qigong wave from Vegeta slowly recombined again. And this scene, Vegeta and others did not see. They all jumped down along the door in the center of the spaceship. As in the original, Babidi has opponents for everyone. After walking down the road easily, Babidi's face became more and more ugly. In fact, as Dapra said, this group of people is extremely powerful. The Realm King God also stared at Sun Wukong and the others in a stunned manner. You guys, you actually possess such power. His voice trembled with excitement and excitement. Sun Wufan made a fuss about the back of his head, smiled, and said nothing. Vegeta snorted coldly and punched open the hatch on the next floor again. Kakarot, remember, after solving this monster Boo, there must be a battle between you and me. My cultivation all these years is to defeat you. Clenching his fists, Vegeta's face was a little grim. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed, and he noticed that Vegeta at the moment was a little different. The Realm God stood between the two of them, nervously smoothing out the field. These guys are all powerful players. If they really get together, maybe they can really defeat Majin Buu. In fact, he doesn't know how powerful Majin Buu is, but these guys in front of him are really strong. Far beyond his strength, he originally planned to be alone and invite some powerhouses in the universe to participate, but he never expected to meet such a powerful group of people, which was an unexpected gain. At this time, Babidi showed a sneer. He glanced at Dapra behind him and said in a low voice, compared to this guy, that short guy is obviously stronger. I am so lucky. I didn't expect that there would be such a guy among them. I didn't notice it at first. Babidi's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth curved, and a smug smile appeared again. Just create an opportunity for both of you to satisfy your desires and desires. So, when several people were stunned, the scene in front of them changed, and the figures of Vegeta and Sun Wukong had been lost. Where's Papa and Uncle Vegeta? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Kai Wangshan's expression also changed. He knew that there was an evil aura on Vegeta's body, and when he thought of Babidi's magic, his expression became even more ugly. Vegeta, it may be controlled by Babidi, damn it. The Realm King clenched his fist. Nervous in my heart, Vegeta's strength is very strong. If joining the opposite side, it will undoubtedly weaken their strength, but strengthen the other side. This is simply a big deal. Master, what should we do now? Sun Wufan was flustered when he saw the World King, and turned his attention to Yangqing. Go down and see Majin Buu. Yangqing smiled lightly, pointing out with one finger that the exit to the next floor opened immediately. Yeah, Sun Wufan nodded and followed behind Yangqing. He is very similar to Yangqing. They are both dressed in black martial arts uniforms with a big, green, on the back. Next, led by Yangqing, all the opponents they encountered were easily solved by Sun Wufan. Beside Babidi, this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But Pula's face became more and more frightened, and even at the end, her whole body trembled and trembled. It's him. It's really him. It's the guy. Babidi frowned, looking at Dapra with increasingly dissatisfied eyes. Dapra, what's the matter with you? Who is it? That red-haired guy, although his hair color is different and much younger, but with that kind of temperament, that kind of appearance, it must be him, it can't be wrong. Dapra trembled, his fear of Yangqing had reached a certain level. At this moment, Yangqing in the picture suddenly raised his head and looked towards the two of them. Those indifferent eyes seemed to stare at the two of them in an instant, and even Yangqing showed a casual smile. Bang! Babidi's hands trembled, and the phantom in front of him shattered directly. Who the hell is that red-haired guy? At this time, Babidi also realized the horror of Yangqing. At a glance, his magic collapsed. From this, it can be seen that the other party is terrifying. Also, there's that guy who can turn his hair blonde, and he's also very strong. His eyes became solemn, and Babidi clenched his hands subconsciously. But then, he glanced at the scale of Majin Buu dome again, and his face relaxed again. At this rate, with those two guys fighting, Majin Buu will soon be able to wake up. At that time, Majin Buu will wake up in a complete state. How powerful! Hey, he'll make the whole universe tremble. Chapter 888 Arrival. Dapra was still shivering in the corner, and the impression Yang Qing left on him made his spirit almost collapse. Looking at Dapra's appearance, Babidi snorted even more fiercely. The Demon King of the Demon Realm increasingly disappointed him. It's still this newly controlled guy, and he has a lot of promise. Looking at the picture, Vegeta waved 4 golden rings to control Sun Wukong. In addition to the sky-high power that burst out at this moment, Babidi's face showed an expression of joy. Under such energy fluctuations, it is believed that Majin Buu will be born soon. He nodded with satisfaction, then flicked his right hand, and a phantom scene appeared in the field again. Huh. Seeing this, Babidi's complexion immediately changed drastically. These guys. In the picture, Yang Qing and others are moving towards the bottom quickly. At this speed, it is clearly not far from here. No, they must be sent elsewhere. Glancing at the two Sun Wukong Vegeta who were fighting fiercely, Babidi's heart moved. Closing his eyes, Babidi chanted a spell toward the phantom. As he recited a series of strange spells, a strange wave in the void immediately radiated toward the outside world. In the aircraft, Yang Qing and others, who were only 3 floors away from Babidi, were walking slowly. Suddenly, Yang Qing and the team stopped. What's wrong, Master? Sun Wufan asked curiously when he saw this scene. It's kind of interesting. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he looked up again and looked at the void, as if he saw Babidi who was watching him directly through the air. Crack! Babidi's face changed, and the phantom in front of him dissipated again. And the mouth that was chanting the spell suddenly stopped. This guy is a little weird. His face became serious, and the red-haired guy flashed in Babidi's eyes. He glanced at Dapra again, and seemed to understand the reason why the other party was so frightened. Being able to crack his spell with ease, and discovering from a distance that this red-haired person is absolutely extraordinary. The scale is almost full. As long as these two guys fight again, increase the output. When Majin Buu is born, they will all have to die. Babidi swept to Vegeta's side, his eyes twinkling. Add some more strength to Vegeta, this power is still a little bit worse. Closing his eyes, Babidi recited the spell again, but this time the target was no longer Yang Qing's group, but Vegeta. Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Vegeta, changed his face immediately. Ah! Vegeta suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. As he shouted, Sun Wukong saw the other side's body, and a kind of dark blue flame that was close to black was strangely burning, and Vegeta's forehead there is also an M-shaped logo. Boom! The incomparably powerful power erupted from Vegeta's body. This power far exceeded the stage of Super Tournament 2 and had reached the edge of Super Tournament 3. With solemn eyes, Sun Wukong stared at Vegeta. Vegeta, calm down, you're being controlled by Barbidi. He shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, Kakarota, don't talk nonsense, fight me. Vegeta drank loudly, moving quickly towards Sun Wukong. Bang bang bang. A series of dull collision sounds came out, and the battle between the two quickly destroyed more than a dozen mountain ranges. Sun Wukong's face became more and more ugly. He was shocked to find that the energy of Vegeta was getting stronger and stronger. Kakarot, release all your power, otherwise, you will not be my opponent. Vegeta punched Sun Wukong to the ground and roared loudly. Calm down, if we fight like this again, Majin Buu will be born soon. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly. What Majin Buu? I don't care, I just want to fight you. Vegeta waved his hand, his face grim, and the momentum on his body became even heavier. Seeing such a scene, Babidi showed an excited smile on his face. Okay, a little more, and you fight more fiercely. He glanced at the scale, and the smile on his face grew even wider. It's coming, Majin Buu is about to be born, haha. At this moment, the ceiling on this floor suddenly exploded with a bang. Dapra, Babidi and others immediately raised their heads with shock in their eyes. Babidi, your conspiracy is over. After a long drink, Son Gohan and the others appeared in front of Babidi. Babidi stepped back quickly, stood behind Dapora, and pushed Dapora to the front. What are you doing? He shouted loudly, with a look of horror on his face. Babidi is powerful in magic, but his body is extremely fragile. It is simply impossible to fight against the group of guys in front of him. Seeing that Sun Wufan and the others appeared in front of him so quickly, his eyes became frightened. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Dapra, come on. After a sentence was finished, but the next moment, Babidi found that Dapra was shaking all over, and his eyes were fixed on the red-haired guy. It's him, it's really him. It's really him. Dapra's eyes were full of fear, and he almost shrank into a ball. Seeing Yangqing up close, he even confirmed both sides of the other side. Sure enough, he is the terrifying guy in the demon world. Punch, he sealed the #1 beast in the demon world. This guy's strength is unfathomable. Up to now, even the moment he saw the other party, all he had in his heart was fear. What a waste. Babidi's eyes trembled when he saw Dapra's scene, and he was also nervous. What are you going to do? Majin Buu is about to be born. If you take action against me, you will die miserably. How do I stop this? Son Gohan said curiously. You can try to see if a Qigong wave can blow it up. Yangqing smiled playfully. Try it. Sun Wufan was eager to try, and a light blue light lit up in his palm. Never. Kai Wangshen stood directly in front of Sun Wufan with a look of horror, and he said hurriedly. This guy will absorb all the energy, and you will use Qigong waves to make him born ahead of time. There was a flash of surprise in Sun Wufan's eyes, and then he stopped. What a strange egg. That's right, Majin Buu is just an egg in his eyes at the moment. Aside, Babidi blinked in disappointment when he saw this scene. Chapter 889. Are you beaten to death? If this guy, Son Gohan, blasted past with a Qigong wave, perhaps, the Devil Buu would be born. However, Babidi was not in a hurry, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Come on, it's getting closer and closer to full scale. Those two guys, they're amazing. The battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the energy overflows, and is transmitted through the unique device of the spaceship, like the egg of the Devil Buu, so that he is about to wake up. That arrow, at this moment, is only a tiny bit away from the end point. When King Kai saw Babidi, he was about to step forward and destroy this evil guy. He knew that Babidi's fighting ability was not high, but the magic was terrible. Now, with Sun Wufan, Yangqing and other masters, he doesn't need to care about Dapra. As long as Babidi is dead, if Majin Buu wants to seal it again, he can try again. You can't shoot at me. Seeing Kaio approaching him, Babidi immediately shouted in horror. Why? The Realm King didn't stop and asked in a cold voice. Only I can control Majin Buu. If you kill me, once he is born, he will immediately destroy the entire universe. Kaiwang God, a controlled Majin Buu, compared with your uncontrolled Majin Buu, you should be very clear about the benefits. Babidi shuddered. In the face of these guys, Babidi was really panicked, and it was difficult to determine whether the other party would suddenly kill him here. The Realm King stopped in his footsteps, his face very ugly. The fact is really as Babidi said, when Majin Buu was out of control, 4 kings of the gods died, and Babidi, this guy, the magic is terrible, can control any evil guy. It does have a restraining effect on Majin Buu. At this time, Yangqing smiled and put his hand on Majin Buu's egg. What a strange creature. His divine eyes are extremely penetrating, and he can easily see through this folded and wrinkled giant egg. Then, Yangqing was surprised to find that there was actually a tangle of purple mist inside the dome. A brilliance flickered in his eyes. Yangqing carefully sensed the dome. The energy in it was not very strong, but it gave people a very strong toughness. It's kind of interesting. Yangqing became curious, and light blue brilliance flickered in his hand. What are you doing? At this time, Babidi shouted loudly, and his eyes were a little panicked. As you can see, I'll see if I can really break this giant egg. The light blue radiance became more and more huge, and in just a short breath, an extremely huge amount of energy was gathered. No! The king of the gods shouted all his life, his face anxious. Sun Wukong scratched his head, but there was no worried look on his face. Buzz! The void began to tremble, and the light blue beam was released by Yangqing with one hand. In an instant, the giant egg that was so close at hand burst into a dazzling light, and then, a huge mass of energy exploded. The explosion was extremely grand, and the people standing around, including Babidi, Dapra, Kaiwangshan, and Sun Gohan, immediately changed color and flew up quickly. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud was released from the ground, and the entire spaceship was directly shattered. The flames soaring into the sky erupted, and the ground nearby 10,000 meters was shaking. You. Babidi, who was carried into the air by Dapra, had an ugly face and was speechless for a while. He could not have imagined that someone would actually dare to directly blast out qigong waves to fight the demon Boo. Kaiwangshan also looked anxious, his eyes fixed on the center of the explosive flame. Gohan, what's the matter with your master? How dare he? He hurriedly drank and asked Gohan. His heart was numb. I don't know either, but master, he is very powerful, Lord Zhuangshan, you can rest assured. Sun Gohan said with a smile. The flames gradually dissipated, and the energy fluctuations scattered everywhere disappeared. The trembling void returned to calm. Gradually, everyone could see a figure in the flames below. This figure is Yangqing. He is standing in the center of the energy explosion, but he is not hurt in the slightest. Everyone present just glanced at him, and immediately moved their eyes to the huge egg in front of him. But just at a glance, their faces changed. Babidi let out a sharp laughter. Ha ha ha, stupid guy, you really dare to take action on the devil Boo. See no, the scale is full. There was nothing in Majin Buu's dome, but the scale representing the stored energy was actually full during the bombardment. This scene also made Babidi secretly surprised. To know how long it took them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought for so long, and this scale value just increased. However, this red-haired boy was only able to fill up with one attack. Although it is only a little scale, the energy it represents is extremely terrifying. The King of Realms' expression was extremely serious, and he was ready to attack at any time. Hee. Yangqing smiled and stretched out one hand again. The giant egg in front of me is shaking violently, and it seems to be about to collapse. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The energy light group is also boiling, changing rapidly. The light blue light flashed out again, and this time the energy burst out of his hands, but Babidi's face turned blue. Kaiwangshan was shocked, and Sun Wukong was very surprised. With such a huge amount of energy, are you going to blow up the earth? Babidi roared angrily. The terrifying energy fluctuations actually caused cracks in filaments to appear in the void. Ching, he is so powerful. The qigong wave that erupted at will can fluctuate the surrounding void. The Realm King God knows very well that the opponent's strength has far exceeded his imagination. Lord Realm God, don't worry, as I said, Master is very powerful. Sun Gohan said with a smile. Look, he has gathered such a huge amount of energy now, maybe he can kill Majin Buu in one fell swoop. When the Realm King heard this sentence, his eyes moved. Yes, this kind of energy might really be able to blow up Majin Buu. Is Majin Buu scary? Of course, it was scary, but he had not yet been born, and the energy in Yangqing's hands at this time was terrifying and trembling, and even the dimension could burst into cracks. At this moment, Yang Qing smiled and the energy in his hands burst out. Majin Buu, let me see how strong you are. Chapter 890 Birth. The dazzling light bloomed, and cracks began to appear in the void around Yang Qing. The cracks were small and healed quickly, but they appeared again. Compared to the previous energy explosion, this time his attack was extremely restrained and condensed. The entire energy group condensed together, and then kept buzzing in front of him, and the trembling giant egg exploded. Buzz. This time, there was no fire, nor much damage to the ground around it. What was smashed by force was the void. Small, dense cracks appeared quickly. Then he rushed towards the giant egg that trembled, fluctuated, and reacted violently. Boom. In the limited space, an energy shock that swept through the dimension began. Dome kept buzzing, and the sound of woo 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 came out, causing everyone present to sweat. After 3 full breaths, the giant egg was still, and there was no response. This. The king of the realm widened his eyes and looked down. The dimensional cracks created in the space were rapidly healing. But that Majin Buu's dome didn't respond. Babidi clenched his fists even more, his face full of disbelief. What's the matter? Why didn't you respond? He glanced again at the scale representing the energy storage, which had long exceeded the limit it could hold. The pointer was soft and drooping aside, and it had collapsed. Did it work? Majin Buu was killed. At this time, the Realm King suddenly shouted, and an excited expression appeared on his face. With an ugly face, Babidi quietly took another step behind Dapra, ready to summon Vegeta. If Majin Buu really died, he would choose to escape without hesitation. However, Yang Qing, who was standing in front of the giant egg, revealed a trace of doubt. Under the gaze of his eyes, the purple energy group in the giant egg that fluctuated violently actually stopped under that attack. It's weird, but it's not like a dead silence, it is like the calm before the storm. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he took a step back. In the sky, everyone also noticed Yang Qing's abnormality, and they all mentioned God. Could it be that Majin Buu is not dead? Babidi was so excited that he even shouted down. Majin Buu, wake up and let the world witness your power. It was abrupt, as if responding to Babidi's shouting. Woo-hoo. Several small holes suddenly appeared in the sky above the dome, followed by filled holes all over its body. Like a pressure cooker, a lot of purple aerosol quickly surged out of this hole, and in an instant, it filled the entire sky. This purple fog covered the sky with a radius of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, like a layer of purple clouds. Crack. The Majin Buu dome was shattered, but there was not a terrifying figure of Majin in it as everyone thought, but nothing. What's going on? The crowd was amazed, puzzled, and completely clueless. Where's Majin Buu? Kaiwang God asked, and Babidi asked again. But no one knows where Majin Buu is. Could it be that he was really killed? Ha ha ha. The Realm King laughed again, and at this start, he was about to have a heart attack. Below, Yang Qing, who was standing on the ground, was looking up at the sky, the purple clouds that were changing drastically. He knew very well that these clouds were the real Majin Buu. Compared with the original work, the clouds and fog here are obviously denser and more numerous. In it, there is a faint evil, ominous feeling. It's coming out. Muttering, Yang Qing's eyes were even more curious. From these clouds, he could not feel any powerful energy aura, but could only faintly perceive the evil power opposite to the gods. At this time, everyone in the sky also began to notice the abnormality above their heads. There's something wrong with this purple cloud. What a depressing breath. Sun Wufan's face suddenly became solemn, and he also looked up into the air. Such an evil breath. It's Majin Buu. Babidi looked up at the purple cloud suddenly, and his heart trembled. The people present were all dignified. Facing an unknown guy, their minds were united and they carefully watched the changes in the sky. As time passed slowly, in the purple clouds in the sky, the ominous and evil aura became heavier and heavier. Everyone's hearts are heavy, as if they were pressed against a mountain. So depressing. Son Gohan clenched his fists. This is a big deal. I didn't expect this to kill Demon Boo. The Realm King's face was ugly. Hey hey hey. In the purple cloud, a dark laughter suddenly came out, some sharp, some hoarse. It seemed that it had no effect for a long time. As soon as this laughter came out, the presence. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. People are all serious. Immediately afterwards, they saw all the purple clouds move quickly in the air, gather together, and then form a round, fat face. Very cute, and even a little funny. The sudden appearance of the face made everyone stunned. Could this be Majin Buu? Isn't the legendary Majin Buu supposed to be very ferocious and fierce? How could it be like this? It seems that there is no threat at all. Everyone was thinking that the purple clouds in the sky gathered together again, and then condensed together and began to solidify, forming a chubby dwarf. Majin Buu. This is Majin Buu. Look, it's a bit funny. The purple clouds in the sky disappeared, and the depressing breath disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a dumb, cute, and stupid purple fat man. Ah, is this Majin Buu? Babidi was stunned for a while, unable to believe that he had given everything and worked so hard to summon such a stupid guy. However, he didn't give up. He ordered Dapra to fly forward, and in a blink of an eye, Babidi came to Majin Buu. Magic Buu, I'm Babidi, I woke you up, you have to obey my orders. Huh? Why should I listen to you? Majin Buu's ears, above his head, let out a purple cloud with a beep, and asked sharply. His voice was not so eerie or threatening, but the strange thing was that it made Babidi tremble. Chapter 891 Buu. The amiable-looking fat man in front of him had an inexplicable aura on his body, which made his whole body tense. Majin Buu, I lifted your seal and rescued you. If you don't listen to me, I will seal you again. Babidi said fiercely. He was very afraid of others, but he was confident enough to control the other party when it came to Majin Buu. Seal me. Majin Buu rolled his eyes, as if remembering his past memories, his eyes narrowed. Then I will listen to you. Squinting his eyes, Majin Buu looked at the dwarf in front of him and agreed. When the Realm King God saw this scene, his expression suddenly became flustered. The big thing is bad, get ready to fight. With a loud shout, he flew towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu, the first task I give you is kill all the people in front of me. Babidi shouted when he saw Kaiwang Shen rushing towards him. Majin Buu rolled his eyes, then grinned and turned to look at Kaiwang Shen and the others. Suddenly, the figure of the Realm King rushed forward, and in front of them, a figure surging with a violent energy aura blocked there. Vegeta. Realm King's expression tightened. Having seen the opponent's shot, he naturally knew how powerful the guy in front of him was. And Babidi saw the person coming, and his face was even more happy. Haha, Vegeta, it's so nice of you to come, along with Majin Buu, destroy this group of guys for me. No creature with evil thoughts can escape the control of his Babidi. Vegeta is powerful, but he has to become his puppet. But the next moment, Babidi's happy expression paused and became ashen. Go away, little dwarf. Vegeta said coldly. Uncle Vegeta, where's my dad? Son Gohan asked. He'll be all right. After a while of silence, Vegeta said lightly. Then, he turned to face the chubby Majin Buu. Are you Majin Buu? It doesn't look like much. The disdainful words made Majin Buu's casual expression immediately turn cold. However, that fat figure really can't give people any deterrence. Do. The pores on Buu's body began to emit mist, and even the mist was purple. On the side, Yang Qing, who was always observing here, narrowed his eyes. His eyes narrowed, and the mist turned purple, and according to his guess, this purple mist was the manifestation of the energy of Majin Buu. Even the energy can show a gaseous state and be excreted from the body, which is enough to see how terrifying the energy accumulation of the demon Ubu at this moment is. I heard that this guy appeared because I fought Kakarot. The crowd shook their heads, but said nothing. They naturally knew that if these two guys hadn't been fighting with all their horsepower, Majin Buu might not have woken up so quickly. Yes, Vegeta, thank you for Buu's awakening. Babidi said with a smile. Vegeta's eyes turned cold, and she glanced at Babidi. I'll take care of you when I kill him, and now, get out of my way. Being scolded by Vegeta, Babidi's face was extremely ugly. With a cold look in his eyes, Babidi began to chant a spell. His spell was silent, invisible, and silent. Vegeta's expression suddenly changed, showing a hint of pain, but after a breath, he turned sharply to look at Babidi. Your spell doesn't work for me, get out of here. With a loud shout, Babidi was shocked by Vegeta's cold aura, and even took a few steps back, his face full of horror. How is this possible? This guy. Even Dapra, the king of the demon world, can easily control him, but Vegeta is actually useless. Immediately following, Babidi became angry. Boo, this guy, kill me too. With Boo around, Vegeta doesn't obey, so kill him. Although Babidi felt a pity in his heart to lose a general, it was nothing. Humpty Dumpty, I'll kill you. Vegeta pointed at Majin Buu coldly and arrogantly. Oh. Buu rolled his eyes and grinned. Just as Buu was laughing, Vegeta burst out, and terrifying energy fluctuations burst out from his body, and then his speed became very fast, and in just a flash, he was already in front of Buu. Immediately swept away. Bang! The chunky Buu didn't seem to have time to react at all. His belly was kicked down immediately, his mouth opened exaggeratedly, and a cloud of purple mist spewed out, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. Boom! He hit the ground with his head and shook the ground into a big crater, and a crack in the ground appeared. But this is not over yet. Vegeta's attack at this moment is unimaginable. Defeating Vegeta and borrowing Babidi's evil power, he has already exceeded his original limit, and his power is extremely terrifying. In just a flash, he was already above Buu, and then his hands connected. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Verb. Move. Hush shish. A series of Qigong waves slammed towards the bottom, but in an instant, I don't know how many Qigong waves hit Buu's body. Everyone could see that Buu's squat body, hit by this Qigong wave, immediately began to dent and shatter. The Realm King was excited, he was very excited. It's amazing. Vegeta, it's amazing. Just at the beginning, Vegeta crushed the opponent with all his strength. In the face of Vegeta's violent attack, Buu seemed unable to resist at all, and could only passively endure it. With a blink of an eye, Vegeta came to Buu again. Bang 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 bang. His fists and feet rained down on Buu's body, shaking the opponent's body and his expression constantly changing. For more than 10 seconds, Vegeta was frantically attacking Buu, who seemed to be unable to resist at all. Anxiety appeared on Babidi's face. He didn't expect that after the battle between the two, Buu was actually suppressed by Vegeta. How is this possible? But at this moment, Dapra, who had been shrinking at Yangqing, spoke in a low voice. Sir Babidi, you don't have to panic. Buu's breath has not been panic at all until now. It's Vegeta, his breathing has begun to be rapid and rapid. Babidi was startled, then said happily. Really? Yeah. Dapra nodded affirmatively. As the king of the demon world, he still has some eyesight. At this time, Kai Wangshen, Sun Wufan's face became tense. Chapter 892 Fiasco. The situation on the field looked like a one-sided crush. But those who are discerning can see that after Vegeta's violent attack, the energy in his body has dropped a lot, and his chi has begun to become chaotic. Bang! With the last punch, Majin Buu's face was sunk hard, and Vegeta's attack finally stopped, and he began to take a deep breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his face turned pale. Boom! Majin Buu slammed into the ground heavily, and the dust rose, but the next moment, he flew up again. Vegeta's heavy punch dented his face, but soon, his face swelled up again, like a balloon, was pushed down, and swelled up again. Looking at it, Majin Buu didn't take any damage. Do. A purple mist sprayed out from the vents on Majin Buu's body, and his expression looked more sinister at this moment. Anger was clearly expressed from Majin Buu's expression and momentum. The legendary powerhouse in the universe, who killed the 4 realm gods and almost destroyed the entire universe, was furious at this moment. Immediately the next moment, the purple mist spewed down, and in an instant he was like a long arrow shot out, whoosh, in front of Vegeta. Then, he threw a punch. Bang! This punch, simply and neatly, hit Vegeta's face heavily. Everyone could hear the faint, click, sound. Vegeta's face, at this moment, began to deform rapidly, his eyes bulged, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. The whole body, like a cannonball, slammed out fiercely and hit the ground. Bang! Vegeta's body seemed to be twisted, slammed hard, and then suddenly ejected again, throwing it farther. In this way, after a few bounces, Vegeta fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. The blow from Majin Buu was more terrifying than he imagined. That punch directly knocked out his consciousness, and his cheekbones seemed to be shattered. After a full 5 seconds, Vegeta's body moved, and then slowly got up. His body was shaky, as if he would fall down again at any moment, but after 3 seconds, he still stood up. There were scars everywhere on the broken body, and the cheeks were slightly distorted, but Vegeta stood there steadily, as if telling the world about his pride, the pride and pride of Saiyans. Boo! Majin Buu uttered strange syllables in anger, and the air vents all over his body sent out purple mist again. Seeing that one move did not solve Vegeta, he seemed to be angry. His body moved, and it was terrifyingly fast, but in an instant, he came to the top of Vegeta's head again. Hands together, and then slammed down. Bang! A cannon hammer directly hit the back of Vegeta's head, and the latter immediately landed on the ground face first, slamming the ground hard, smashing the ground into pieces. This time, it just looks dizzying. Uncle Vegeta! Sun Wukong even shouted, his face changed. Kai Wangshan's whole body shuddered, and the sight of Majin Buu killing Vegeta in one strike made him terrified. In Kai Wang God's heart, Vegeta's power is very powerful, and it can be said that it steadily surpasses him. But it is such a guy, after hitting Majin Buu so many times, he couldn't even withstand the opponent's blow. Fighting ability, and strength, are simply not in the same realm. The gap between these two people is too great. And according to this judgment, Son Gohan next to him, and Ao not far away, how much chance did they have against Demon Buu? After falling down this time, Vegeta didn't get up again, and the bright red blood seeped from the ground, making people's eyes change instantly, and it was not clear whether Vegeta was alive or dead at the moment. Hey. Looking at Vegeta lying in front of him, Majin Buu's expression was gloomy, and he let out a sharp laugh, indicating that he was in a good mood. Uncle Vegeta! Son Gohan was in a hurry, and immediately flew towards Vegeta. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Majin Buu, and then pulled Vegeta out of the ground. After looking at the other party carefully for a while, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. The injury was very serious, and the bones of the whole body were almost shattered by the punch, but he still didn't die. It has to be said that the vitality of Saiyans is tenacity. Boy, who are you? At this time, Majin Buu spoke in dissatisfaction. Someone dared to act so recklessly in front of him, completely ignoring him. Slowly putting down Vegeta, Son Gohan stood up, his face instantly became extremely serious, and his eyes became even colder. In the blink of an eye, a completely different Son Gohan appeared. His eyes were extremely serious, and his whole body revealed the solemn, powerful, and solid momentum that only a martial Taoist has. Gohan, come back, you are not his opponent. The Kai Wangshan shouted from behind worriedly. The previous battles were basically solved by Son Gohan. In the heart of Kai Wang God, Son Gohan also dealt with the devil cloth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. O is the strongest main force. Vegeta has failed, and if Gohan fails again, then there is little hope. As for Yangqing, although in his heart, it is very mysterious, but his judgment of his strength is a little more than his own. Moreover, the most important thing is that Son Gohan is young enough, so young, he has such strength. Even if he is not the opponent of Majin Buu at present, then he will practice for a few more years, and there will be great hope. But Son Gohan didn't respond to his cry. At this moment, Sun Wufan's attention was all focused on the purple fat man in front of him. I can't feel the powerful chi at all, but strangely, when standing in front of the other party, there will be incomparable depression and enormous pressure. Son Gohan finally understood why Vegeta's previous state was so abnormal. It is this kind of strange pressure, as if facing an opponent that no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat it, as if there is no hope of defeating it at all. This is a kind of terrifying psychological pressure, and this kind of pressure is also very familiar to Sun Wuhan. Master Qing. When his master released some strength, Son Gohan would also feel this way. This point, he has experienced in countless battles. Chapter 893 Interesting Things. This is a kind of coercion caused by the fact that the strength completely crushes the opponent, and when the gap is too large, because the upper limit of the opponent's strength cannot be felt, and because the strength of the enemy is too strong. Feeling this momentum from Majin Buu's body, Son Gohan also instantly understood that the other party was far more terrifying than it looked. Scary guy. Glancing at Vegeta next to him, as long as he saw the unconscious person at his feet, Sun Wuhan knew in his heart how powerful the opponent was. My name is Son Gohan. Next, let me be your opponent. With serious eyes and serious words, Son Gohan slowly assumed a fighting stance. Are you going to fight me? Majin Buu's eyes narrowed together, and he looked rather cute. Buu, kill the kid in front of you. Just then, Babiti's voice came. Gohan, come back, don't be impulsive. Kaiwang Shen shouted nervously, and as soon as he moved, he was going to stop Son Gohan from fighting Buu. But at this moment, Yangqing moved and stood beside him. Don't stop him, Realm King, just watch it quietly. But he won't be Buu's opponent, Gohan will be killed. The Realm King said excitedly. My apprentice, I know it myself, just watch it quietly. Faced with the shouting of Zhuangshan, Yangqing just said lightly. With Yangqing's appearance, the Realm King didn't know what to say, so he could only squeeze his fists and look nervously at the field. Majin Buu stared at the black-haired boy in front of him. He looked very young, and his aura was not that tyrannical, which was much worse than the powerful appearance of Vegeta just now. Then, he smiled sarcastically. You will be killed by me. A sharp voice came out quickly. Sun Wufan narrowed his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly shot. Bang! This punch was quicker than Majin Buu expected. The close distance made it difficult for him to dodge, but with just one blow, he was smashed and flew out. The King of the Realm widened his eyes from the side, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Gohan hasn't used his full strength all this time, though. Saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Yangqing's mouth. I think, facing Majin Buu this time, he may have to do his best. Isn't that Super Saiyan from before, still his full strength? The King God was shocked. Super Saiyan is in stages, look at it. Yangqing shook his head. The Realm King didn't know what to say, so he could only listen to Yangqing's words and stared straight into the field. Majin Buu, who was punched with one punch, only retreated a few dozen meters this time, before forcing himself to stop. Then, purple mist sprayed out from his body, and his face became angry. As soon as his figure moved, Majin Buu was about to rush forward to fight, but was stopped by Son Gohan shaking his head. Buu, let me show you something interesting. Well. The moving body stopped abruptly, and I had to admit that Buu was still curious about the baby. Hearing Son Gohan's words, he immediately stopped attacking. What fun stuff. His voice was sharp, and it sounded a little gloomy. Don't do it yet, I'll show it to you, and after reading it, we'll fight again. Son Gohan took a few steps forward, closing the distance with Boo. Gohan, what are you doing? The king of the realm said suspiciously. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. First of all, with my current strength, I can't be your opponent at all. So, I need to transform. Under the gazes of everyone, Sun Wukong gradually opened his mouth. Transformation? Majin Buu asked curiously. Look, Buu, this transformation can increase my strength and allow me to reach the ability to fight you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said loudly. In the next second, a golden flame burst into flames, surrounding Sun Wuhan's body, and a powerful wave of energy spread in all directions, hitting the ground directly into a big pit. His black hair turned blonde, and his pupils turned green. Suddenly, it seemed that he had changed into another person, which made Boo blink his eyes, feeling very interesting. He's going to be a Super Saiyan. Seeing this scene, the realm god said in surprise. In a blink of an eye, he frowned again. Not even a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's Super Saiyan, so powerful, but still not Boo's opponent. Gohan, will there be a way? Yang Qing's expression was indifferent, just watching silently. Of course, such power is still not your opponent, so I still need to go a step further. At this time, Son Gohan said again. He suddenly squeezed his fist again, and the energy in his body became even more violent. The fine golden lightning flashed non-stop, and a terrifying aura swept out. This momentum surpassed the limit of the power that Vegeta had just released in just a blink of an eye, and was still climbing higher. Gust of wind. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Moving, Majin Buu's cheeks were stinged by the wind, and the scarf in front of his neck shook. Feeling this amazing momentum, Boo seemed a little stunned, as if he didn't expect it. Boo, how is this power? Son Gohan asked. Boo was startled, then shook his head, without speaking, but the contempt in his eyes was clearly visible to Son Gohan. It turns out that you are really scary, no wonder the Lord of the Kings is so afraid of you. This sentence made the old god of the realm, who heard it not far away, blushed. But then, the king of the realm clenched his fists and got excited. I didn't expect Gohan's power to be stronger than Vegeta. No, you are wrong. At this time, Gohan's power is only similar to Vegeta, or even slightly inferior. When Yang Qing heard the words of the Realm King, he immediately became the Tao. How could it be? The Realm King didn't believe it. From the feeling, Son Gohan's gas is obviously much stronger than Vegeta just now. Vegeta fought with Sun Wukong before. He was already too exhausted and injured. Naturally, he is not as good as Gohan, who is in a perfect state at the moment. Only then did Kaiwang Shen understand, and he looked at Vegeta's expression with regret again. If Vegeta was there just now, then maybe it would be more certain to deal with Majin Buu. At this time, Sun Wukong's expression also became solemn. Then, I will use all my strength to fight you. Suddenly, the next moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and his face became hideous. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly began to cover, and there was a strong wind blowing in the air, blowing the whole world. Chapter 894 The Shock of the Realm King. The dense lightning began to swim on Son Gohan's body, and he was wearing a black martial arts uniform, hunting and shaking. His eyes became sharp, his golden hair began to change, and after a breath, it turned black, and the color of his pupils also changed rapidly. 3 seconds later, he changed into his original appearance, a black martial arts uniform with black hair and black eyes. It's just that at this moment, his eyes are shining and extremely fierce, and the momentum around him is also surging, and the violent golden lightning is endlessly surrounding, as if it can tear apart the void. The powerful aura on his body made the Realm King God widen his eyes and open his mouth, unable to close his eyes for a long time. Good, so strong. The energy fluctuations that are as vast as the sea, and the unstable and terrifying aura that even the space fluctuates, suddenly makes the heart of the king god tremble. He never imagined that Sun Wukong could reach such a state. At this moment, the strength of the opponent has far exceeded his imagination. The strong wind and the terrifying energy fluctuations made even Majin Buu seem a little stunned at this moment. He blinked, looked at Sun Gohan, and shook his head again. Sun Wukong was stunned, and then said solemnly, "Isn't this kind of power enough?" "Not enough, not enough, still weak, still weak," Buu said in a high-pitched voice, but it was serious in the ears of others. "I don't believe it. Gohan's power is already so terrifying, it's impossible not to be the logarithm of Kaiwang God. He must have a chance against Majin Buu," the king god said excitedly. In this state of transformation, the half of the sky above Sun Wukong's head has almost turned dark, completely shrouded in dark clouds, and golden lightning flashes constantly in the void, illuminating the sky. Yang Qing's eyes became firm, thinking of the state of the demon Buu before his last blow. He was not sure in his heart. Only he himself knew the huge energy of that blow, and it was absolutely enough to wipe out the entire earth in one breath. However, when it penetrated to the dome, it was strangely absorbed. This also means that Majin Buu's energy has already surpassed the original, and he has become stronger. Maybe in the original work, Super Saiyan 3 can still fight him, but now, it's really not necessarily. Is it still weak? Then I have no choice but to try my best. Sun Wukong shook his head, a little helpless. As for the demon Buu, he didn't doubt that he could still be alive under Yang Qing's attack, and the guy who didn't disappear would naturally know in his heart that the other party was terrible, even though his master only shot less than 3%. The power of 4. With sharp eyes, Sun Wukong's whole body was full of energy, and in the moment when everyone's eyes flashed, he was already in front of Majin Buu. Bang! With an uppercut, Majin Buu's squat body flew straight up. After a short while, Sun Gohan reached the top of Demon Buu's head again and slashed with one foot. Bang! This kick directly smashed the head of Majin Buu into the neck. If it was an ordinary person, it would be directly kicked to death by Sun Gohan with just one kick. The mighty terrifying energy, potential energy, and kinetic energy in it can destroy all matter in an instant. But after 3 breaths, Majin Buu jumped out, his neck bulged, and it returned to its original state. You got me a little intrigued. Buu's shrill voice came out, and the sound of beep beep sounded at the same time, and his short and fat figure began to speed up. At first, ordinary people could still see it clearly, but after a short while, Buu's figure had disappeared from the eyes of Kaioshin. So fast. A figure that even he can't see clearly, so how strong is Buu? And what will happen when he faces Buu? This is not a question at all. Bang! In front of Sun Wukong's void, a fist appeared, his expression changed, and he raised his fist to block it. At the moment when the two were deadlocked, strips of golden lightning struck out, surrounding his body. It was only then that Buu's figure seemed to be pulled and gradually appeared in the eyes of everyone. Crack! The lightning struck, and the void seemed to be distorted by the powerful energy on the two bodies. Bang! Suddenly, the two of them slammed back together and collided again. The sound was as dull as thunder, and the fluctuation of the impact caused a gust of wind, causing a sandstorm to sweep across the desert thousands of miles away. Sun Gohan's face was solemn. At the beginning of the battle, he felt the terrifying power of Majin Buu. Such power reveals that it is evil, strange, violent, and an extremely explosive output. At the moment of the attack, there was no sound and no fireworks, but when it collided, a terrifying energy erupted, which could blow up everything. Boom 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 boom. A series of collisions, one after another. The attacks of the two are not very dense, but each time they collide, the fluctuations caused are enough to overturn several buildings. Standing on the ground, everyone looked at the battle of purple and gold in the sky, and their eyes were full of shock. So strong. A mouth, there is only such a word. Apart from these adjectives, they could no longer find words to praise. The Kaiwang god was even more shocked and inexplicable. He did not expect that Majin Buu would have such power, and he did not expect that there are. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Humans can really fight Majin Buu just by relying on the strength of one person. Gohan, that's amazing. Jabit sighed. The king god nodded excitedly. According to this situation, even if Gohan is not Majin Buu's opponent now, it is only a matter of time if he wants to defeat Majin Buu as long as the opponent is alive and continues to cultivate. Great, we finally have hope. The Realm King clenched his fists. Recalling the past, it took 4 real gods to get on board to seal the Demon Buu, but at this time, he found a way to defeat or kill the Demon Buu. Babidi was terrified. The strength of any person in the sky was enough to kill tens of millions of Dapras in seconds. Before seeing this terrifying power, he thought that Dapra was already very strong. But only then did he know that there were such terrifying powerhouses in this universe. Fortunately I have Majin Buu. Letting out a breath, Babidi's face was still in shock. It is unimaginable, if there is no Majin Buu, how can he avoid the attack of this group of terrifying guys in front of him? Once you encounter it, you will surely die. Chapter 895 _ For a time, the battle between Son Gohan and Majin Buu turned out to be evenly matched. This scene made the Kaiwang god excited, and made Babidi fearful, but fortunate. Boom 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 boom. The two figures in the sky, like gods, collided fiercely. Each time they were separated by tens of meters and then slammed together again. A series of circular ripples rolled out, alarming the void. At this moment, their attack made the air feel like a lake. Do. After a long battle, Majin Buu seemed to be angry, and the purple high-temperature steam smoke gushed out again from his exhaust hole. Ah, you're so annoying. The words were a little childish, but Sun Wufan's eyes tightened. The next moment, the moment his pupils shrank, Majin Buu was already in front of him, and he threw a punch. Bang! This punch directly hit Son Gohan on the cheek, and his whole body was shaken, and the whole body was hit by the force of this punch, and it actually slanted towards the left. Gohan! The king god was startled and cried out in worry. Ha ha ha, Buu really is the strongest. Babidi laughed. However, in the next second, Sun Wufan just crooked out less than an inch away, and his right leg was swept out fiercely. Bang! Majin Buu's neck was directly swept by Son Gohan's calf, and his face was instantly shriveled when he hit it. That noodle-like neck was pulled straight out to the left. The enormous power seemed to separate Majin Buu's head from his body in an instant. Clearly, at this moment, Majin Buu's expression was full of shock and disbelief. Boom! Buu was swept directly to the ground by one leg, and rolled nearly a kilometer from the ground before he stopped. Ah! The purple mist erupted even more, and Buu rolled over and stood up. His expression looked a little embarrassed, his fists clenched tightly, staring at Son Gohan. It can be seen that Son Gohan at this moment is a little threatening to Buu. I'm going to kill you, you boy. The childish voice came out again, and the momentum on Buu's body suddenly swelled, the ground around him began to crack, and a large tract of land began to turn around and move towards the sky. In an instant, the sky was full of dust. Buu shouted, and the exhaust hole on his body was exhausted again. The whole person stepped on the ground in an instant, and sprang directly from the clods in front of him. The figure was almost less than 1/1000th of a second, and then it was in front of Son Gohan. Ha! The punch went straight up from the bottom, and the speed was like a thunderbolt. The shock flashed in Sun Wufan's eyes, and in the next instant, he was hit in the chin by this punch, and the whole person rushed into the air. But his will was terrifyingly strong, and he just flew out less than a meter, so he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, grabbed his hands down, and actually grabbed the tentacles and horns on the top of Buu's head. Then, Son Gohan roared loudly. With both hands, he grabbed Buu's tentacles directly, and swung it vigorously. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind blew past Buu's ears, and when he realized that he had fallen into the hands of the other party, Bu's heart was even more angry. Okay, well done, Gohan, that's amazing. Kai Wangshen was simply too excited, and Son Gohan's strength exceeded his expectations by too much. Ah! Roaring loudly, Son Gohan loosened his hand after swaying Bu more than 300 times and threw Bu out fiercely. The gust of wind whistled in Bu's ears, and his eyes were spinning in a series of non-stop circles at the moment. For a while, Bu was actually dazed by the whole circle of Son Gohan. Die, Bu! The light blue light soaring to the sky was suddenly released, and a little blue light in Sun Wufan's hand expanded, and soon it became an energy air mass about 1 meter in diameter. Turtle School Qigong Wave. With another expansion, the Qigong wave suddenly became bigger again, followed by a push by Son Gohan, and the huge spherical energy wave rushed towards Bu. The pupils shrank suddenly, and Bona's body that was pushed out suddenly stagnated. Boom! The dazzling light instantly drowned his sight, and in less than a second, the huge energy wave directly hit Bu's body, covering him entirely. Immediately after, the high temperature and explosive shock energy continuously burned Bu's body, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! Son Gohan was close at hand, and when he saw that Bu could be injured by his own energy wave, he immediately let out a loud roar. The energy gathered in his hands is also more violent, and the steady stream of energy is madly outputting towards the front. Zhawangshan and others looked at the field, and could even see the fine space cracks that were hit by the violent energy. Such an energy level can already break the dimension. One after another terrifying energy ripped apart the space, forming a harsh whistling sound, which was introduced into the ears of everyone present, making them inexplicably excited. In the end, this soaring energy drew an arc, directly wiping out a mountain on the ground, and moving towards the universe. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The sky away. Majin Buu made a sharp cry, and under the bath of this energy beam, his body seemed to be separated, torn, and burned. After 10 seconds of effort, the dazzling light blue light slowly faded away. Woohoo! Son Gohan bent over and began to gasp and breathe violently. This Qigong wave attack consumed too much energy and physical strength in his body, and even made his forehead covered with sweat. The battle with Majin Buu was so stressful that he had never imagined it before. Each of his attacks was enough to knock over a mountain, and it was difficult for ordinary people, even Uncle Vegeta, to bear it. But the other party, being hit so many times by him, he didn't even sense the decline in the other party's breath. Such a powerful force was completely unexpected to him. After this blow, Kai Wangshan and the others looked up at the sky. After 5 seconds, they still did not see the figure of Majin Buu. Could it be that Majin Buu is dead? Did he just get wiped out by Gohan's shockwave? Looking at each other in disbelief, Kaiwang God's mood is no longer exciting enough to describe. Jabbit even trembled all over, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Amazing. Gohan is really amazing. Chapter 896 The Last Rage. Woohoo. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange sound came to mind in the sky, and purple clouds appeared again, covering a kilometer range in the blink of an eye. Moreover, these purple clouds are rapidly combining, creeping and moving every second, and strange and mysterious changes are produced inside. This phenomenon made the Kaiwang God's originally happy mood suddenly fall to the bottom of the valley. He's not dead yet. Trembling and trembling, the Realm King couldn't believe that he was directly hit by such a powerful blow, and he still hadn't died. Of course he didn't die. At the moment of birth, he completely merged the power I released in that moment. Therefore, the current Demon Buu is stronger than the strength he had when he was born. Yang Qing said lightly. What? The Realm King said loudly. Ha ha ha, that's great, Buu, it's really amazing, it's really worthy of being Buu. Kai Wangshan, when Buu kills that kid, I'll let him send you all to hell. Babidi secretly touched the sweat on his forehead and laughed loudly. He can be said to be very cool at the moment. He didn't expect Buu to have such a powerful power, which was beyond his expectations. Majin Buu is much stronger than the sloppy Dapra around him. Woohoo! The purple aerosol erupted a few times, and soon began to squirm and move quickly. After only 5 or 6 breaths, the original chubby figure of Majin Buu appeared in their eyes. Buu is resurrected. Jabbat said in shock. No one would have imagined that after suffering such a huge attack, he would be able to be resurrected. Moreover, seeing that Buu was rapidly absorbing the purple mist that filled the sky, his breath was even stronger, even more frightening than before. This guy is too strong. Everyone was shocked, watching the purple mist in the sky gradually disappear, and Buu appeared, trembling in his heart. Beep beep. The unique exhaust sound sounded again, and Buu finally appeared completely in the eyes of everyone. He was standing high in the sky, looking down at Sun Wukong. His round eyes narrowed into slits at this moment, and his eyes flashed with monstrous anger. His body was completely destroyed, and the flames in his heart were already burning. The sharp eyes gave people an invisible pressure, and Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly tightened. He could feel that the demon Buu at this moment was even more terrifying than before. In the next instant, Sun Gohan's expression suddenly changed color. The Majin Buu, who had been staring at him closely, disappeared. He was shocked, and his eyes searched everywhere. But in an instant, he didn't even see anyone clearly, and he was punched hard on the cheek. Immediately after, Sun Wukong's mind fell into a blank space. 2 fists appeared alternately in front of his eyes, reincarnation boxing. Bang 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 bang. With a series of dull voices, the quaking void was about to shatter, and Sun Gohan was completely caught up in the continuous attacks of Demon Buu. Gradually, under this intensive boxing, blood began to flow from the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, and his consciousness became blurred. Woo! Taking a breath, Majin Buu's squinted eyes became round again, and his expression seemed to be a lot more comfortable. A violent blow to Sun Wukong made him feel at ease, and seemed to express his previous grievances. Puff! Being hit so violently, Sun Wukong's nose was blue and his face was swollen, and his body suddenly fell limply to the ground. Gohan! Kai Wangshan's expression changed greatly, and Jabit became nervous. Prepare at any time, save Gohan. Gohan must not be in trouble. Yeah. The two had a quick conversation and made a decision. Gohan must be rescued, even if they have any risks and sacrifices in the middle, it is worth it. As long as Gohan is there, the universe will be saved. Majin Buu stretched and looked at Gohan on the ground. Before he got up, he seemed to be bored, so he turned his eyes to Kai Wangshan and the others. This look immediately made them change color. Only Yang Qing, his eyes are still indifferent, but there is something strange in the depths of his eyes. Watching Buu fight for so long, the opponent's fighting style surprised him. Buu can be said to be a natural warrior. The opponent's style is not random, but has a very obvious feature, that is, everything is going for victory. He can use every advantage of his body perfectly, and can reasonably exert his greatest talent. Buu couldn't even evade an attack that did no harm to him at all, he just endured it abruptly. And once he gets angry, his power will explode instantly, directly knocking the opponent down. Sun Gohan was beaten by Buu's weird style. He was out of physical strength in the early stages of the fight, and at the back, it was difficult to withstand Buu's blow. Suddenly, Buu's eyes changed, he withdrew his gaze from Kai Wangshan and the others, and turned to Sun Gohan again. Not dead yet. His sharp voice came out, making the eyes of the Realm King tremble. Then, they saw Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, slowly get up. His cheeks and body were injured in many places, and he was breathing heavily. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It is also very heavy, but his eyes are sharper. Angry, angry, angry. In the heart, a grand voice continued to sound, and Sun Wukong's external momentum gradually began to expand again. This breath suddenly swelled up, suddenly burst into air, and immediately made Buu fly up, and a look of surprise flashed in Sun Gohan's eyes. He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful force. But in the blink of an eye, Boo smiled again. That's good, if you thought you were down, the game would be too boring. Ah. Sun Wufan's black hair rose directly into the sky due to the impact of the powerful airflow, and the powerful energy fluctuations on his body scattered and shook the sky. At this moment, Sun Wuhan's powerful aura made Kai Wangshan and others excited again. Gohan can actually become stronger. Yang Qing's eyes were calm, watching the exploding Sun Wufan, but he knew in his heart that in this state, Sun Wufan was afraid that it was going to be bad. With the help of anger to drive the power, it is only powerful for a while, but it will become weaker afterward. Coupled with the state of Super Race 3, the energy consumed and physical strength are very huge. In this state, Sun Gohan won't last long. Chapter 897 2 verses 1. With a low roar, Sun Wufan's aura surpassed that before. Although he was injured at the moment, the terrifying aura on his body was unparalleled and terrifying. Majin Buu looked at Sun Gohan's changes. His eyes were a little surprised, but then it turned into a mockery. Whoosh! The sound of skimming sounded, and Sun Wufan's figure suddenly disappeared. Buu also exhausted the exhaust holes all over his body, and his figure disappeared. The speed of the two at this moment has completely surpassed the visual limit of the people present. It was just a flickering effort, and a huge ripple appeared in the high-altitude air. Boom! The shock wave swayed, and the wind was blowing. The figures of the two appeared at the same time, but after an instant, they disappeared. Collision again and again, constantly ringing in the air. Centered on the two of them, shock waves spread out in all directions. The turbulent shock wave scattered and drifted, scraping layers of dust on the ground. Kai Wangshan and the others looked at the sky in horror, and put their arms in front of them to block the constantly blowing wind and dust. The collision between the two was extremely violent, and the turbulent airflow became more and more fierce. Standing on the ground, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. His vision was not affected in any way, and the battle between the two people above the sky was clearly transmitted to his mind. Gohan, it's not good. In such a violent state, the energy consumed every second is huge. Add the gas consumed in the previous battle, as well as the injuries suffered. By now, Sun Wuhan's anger has been reduced to the minimum. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and Sun Wufan's eyes became more and more solemn. With each collision, he began to back away slightly. Boy, you've reached your limit. An evil smile appeared on Boo's plump face. But I haven't used my full strength yet. Suddenly, Boo threw a punch. The speed and strength of this punch were actually twice as powerful as before. What? Sun Wufan's pupils shrank and his heart trembled violently. Bang! The punch hit Gohan hard on the cheek, causing him to fall to the ground in an instant, kicking up dust. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Yang Qing's eyes were not surprised. Majin Buu's strength is almost inexhaustible, and his body is also immortal. If you can't directly destroy the opponent with extremely explosive means, you can't defeat it at all. Gohan. A voice came from afar, followed by the golden figure to Sun Gohan. Dad. Sun Wufan opened his eyes and said weakly, the powerful aura he had just now disappeared from his body. There are wounds all over the body, and the breath is even more vague. Being hit by Majin Buu's punch, all the aura he had left behind was dissipated. Don't talk. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something, took out a bag from his pocket, and put a bean into Sun Wufan's mouth. Yang Qing smiled. The person who came was Sun Wukong. I saw the latter, and after feeding the fairy beans to Sun Gohan, he turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, even you. His eyes changed and he looked at Vegeta lying on the ground in a coma. For the first time, Sun Wukong felt that Majin Buu might be more difficult to deal with than he thought. Prying open Vegeta's mouth, Sun Wukong fed the latter a fairy bean again. Such a serious injury, if not treated, will die. After helping Vegeta to crush the fairy bean and swallow it, Sun Wukong just stood up and looked solemnly at Majin Buu who was standing not far ahead. Dad, he's Majin Buu. Sun Wukong stood up at this time. His injuries had almost recovered, and his eyes were solemn. Well, I can feel that this guy is very powerful. Sun Wukong nodded. Vegeta groaned and groaned, also waking up. After seeing Sun Wukong, his expression changed slightly, followed by a cold snort. Kakarot, you are here. Well, Vegeta, this guy is very powerful. Maybe this time, the two of us have to join forces. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Who wants to join forces with you? Hearing this sentence, Vegeta immediately turned pale. I'm afraid it's up to you this time. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Gohan, ow, didn't he shoot? Then, he turned to ask Gohan again. No, the master is just watching quietly, but I see his expression is also very serious. Sun Wukong said. I get it, this guy is tougher than we thought. Sun Wukong nodded, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Looks like you have to fight with all your strength. Glancing at Vegeta again, the latter snorted coldly and had no intention of cooperating with him. With helplessness flashing in his eyes, Sun Wukong said to Gohan. Gohan, can you still fight? No problem, Dad. Okay, this time our father and son will cooperate once. Sun Wukong's eyes are solemn, facing the devil Buu. Seeing the appearance of Sun Wuhan just now, he naturally knows in his heart that even if it is. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With all your strength, you will not be the opponent's opponent. His son's fighting power is almost the same as his. He is already like that. If he goes up alone, I am afraid it will not be much better. Yeah. Sun Wukong nodded heavily, and after a low drink, the aura of his whole body erupted again, restoring the terrifying aura of Super Tournament 3. Seeing the breath bursting from Sun Wukong's body, Sun Wukong clenched his hands tightly, and the fine golden lightnings all over his body began to swim. A lot of indifference. Vegeta looked at the state of Sun Wukong at the moment, and his eyes were shocked. Kakarot, didn't you use all your strength in the battle just now? His heart was very complicated. He thought that he had already defeated the opponent, but suddenly he realized that the battle with him just now was not the real strength of the opponent. When his heart was violently active, Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong had joined hands to launch an attack on Demon Buu. The two looked dignified, and when they shot, they went all out, one left and one right, rushing towards Majin Buu. When Majin Buu saw such a posture, his eyes tightened, and a purple mist was expelled from his body. Come on. With a low voice, Majin Buu didn't have any fear in his eyes, instead he looked very interested. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided fiercely. Fuck, beat. Sun Wukong was drinking loudly, and attacked the Demon Buu on the road. Sun Wukong attacked the bottom road, and the two cooperated to attack, and it was impenetrable, like a torrential rain. For a time, the attack launched by the two directly pressed Majin Buu. Chapter 898 _ A thunderous sound resounded throughout the void. The fight between the three caused the void to oscillate, thunderous thunder, and even the aftermath of their fight had golden lightning entangling and entangling. The intensity of this battle is even more intense than before. The power of the father and son of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong is very terrifying. The combat power between the two teamed up is no longer 1 + 1 greater than 2, but a step further, reaching 1 + 1 greater than 3, greater than 4, resulting in a qualitative change. Majin Buu's fat body, at this moment, showed a completely different flexibility from its original appearance. This is a nimble fat man. He used his hands and feet to completely take over the attacks of the two Sun Wukong. Hey, it's not enough. Hee, there was a hint of mockery in Majin Buu's eyes. At this moment, Buu burst out with a powerful force that shocked everyone present. He was 1-2, and until now, he was only overwhelmed by the attacks of the other two, but he was not hit by a punch and suffered any damage. This terrifying strength made Sun Wukong's father and son's eyes even more solemn. What a formidable opponent. The two looked at each other and attacked again. But as time passed, Majin Buu responded more and more calmly. It was as if the attacks of the two of them kept Buu escalating. After half an hour, the faces of Sun Wukong and the two had become ugly, and the pressure in their hearts was very great. So far, the two still haven't hit Buu once. Such a phenomenon was not at all like the dullness that Buu showed at the beginning. He can flexibly and quickly dodge any powerful attack. Moreover, until now, when the two of Sun Wukong retreated and rested, he could still pose a grimace to provoke the two of them. Is that enough power? Not enough, not enough. Hee hee. This innocent look made Sun Wukong look at each other with extreme dignified eyes. The more you fight, the easier it seems for the opponent. On the contrary, because of a series of attacks, they have lost a lot of energy and feel exhausted. You fat bastard, you are too arrogant. Vegeta flew over with a cold face. He was in the air and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and his strength reached the limit. Immediately after a flash, he reached Buu's face and threw a punch. Well. Buu seemed to react at this moment, turning to face Vegeta. This punch quickly magnified in front of his eyes, and the speed was unparalleled. At close range, it was difficult to dodge. But after a punch, it was empty. The punch went through Buu's body, but missed. How is that possible? Disbelief flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He had fought with Buu, and at that time, the other party couldn't dodge any of his attacks at all. But now, he didn't even see the trajectory of the other party's movement. How the hell did you escape? His heart was full of doubts, and Vegeta couldn't understand. Be careful. Vegeta. At this moment, the loud shouts of Sun Wukong and the two suddenly came over. Vegeta's pupils contracted, and her body couldn't help but turn back. You are too slow. A low, sharp voice came from behind, followed closely, and before he turned around, a punch had already hit him in the back. Bang! The punch was heavy, and Vegeta's body was immediately knocked out. A mouthful of blood spurted out in the air, and a second later, Vegeta hit the ground, splashing all over the sky with dust. It's scary. It was only then that Vegeta felt the terrifying power of Majin Buu. When not moving, this purple fat man looks harmless to humans and animals, but once it moves, that destructive power is like the collapse of the world, making people desperate. He was about to get up again, but he couldn't help but feel the pain behind him, and he froze in place, unable to move. Vegeta. At this time, Kai Wangshan and others also came over, and Jabit quickly healed Vegeta. Son Goku, father and son, once again fought against Demon Buu. Boom 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 boom. Qigong waves flew around, splashing on the ground, causing a circle of explosions. The battle again made Sun Wukong's eyes more and more solemn. No, Dad, he's getting stronger. What the hell is going on? Sun Wufan said in a low voice. He could clearly feel that more and more heavy force was coming from the opponent's fist. Incomparably huge energy fluctuations are lurking in his body. At this time, this energy just detonated, and in the battle with us, it began to be continuously pulled out. Sun Wukong said solemnly. With the battle, his understanding of the opponent deepened. No one can make progress so fast. Inside the body of Majin Buu, there must be this huge energy lurking in the beginning. At the beginning, he had just woken up, and this energy was not all triggered, but only a part of it. This is also the beginning. Majin Buu can be injured by Vegeta, and his body is dented. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Reason. At this time, Majin Buu, even if Sun Wukong was dispatched with all his strength, it was difficult to hit the opponent. The more you fight, the more powerful the power generated in Majin Buu's body, and the more difficult it will be to deal with. Something is wrong. Sun Wukong's forehead was full of sweat, staring at Majin Buu. The same goes for Sun Gohan. Now, both of them feel more pressure. As long as you fight, it will trigger the bottomless energy inside the opponent's body. If you don't fight, it is impossible to get things. Hey, are you afraid? Majin Buu smiled. His chubby figure jumped and came directly in front of the two of them. Two fists, one to the left and one to the right, punched the two of them in front of each other, and punched them out fiercely. Bang! The two of Sun Wukong immediately responded in a hurry and collided with Majin Buu. But the result changed their faces slightly. With this punch, the two of them actually took a small step back. The huge power, at this moment, they are fighting with their own strength, and they can no longer maintain the balance. The mighty power of Majin Buu has now reached the limit that the two of them can fight against. Something's wrong. At this moment, Majin Buu let out an evil laugh and attacked again. Chapter 899 Bang! The speed and power of this punch surpassed that before. The faces of Sun Wukong changed greatly, and they hurriedly attacked. But with one punch, the two stepped back again, this time in 2 steps. Hee hee. Majin Buu let out a laugh and threw another punch. Now, it's my time to attack. His power surged, and in an instant he launched another attack. The terrifying power, driving the strong wind, was in front of Sun Wukong and the two in the blink of an eye. So fast. The color of the two changed, and they hurriedly raised their arms to block in front of them. But, bang! The dull voice sounded again, this time the bodies of the two were directly knocked out. It's too powerful. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore arm, and there was a light blue-purple trace where Buu hit. But still, Dad. Sun Gohan worked hard and took a deep breath. The pressure on the opposite Majin Buu is too great. The next moment, the three fought together again. Majin Buu is very powerful. One person fights 2 Saiyans in Super Saiyan 3, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. He felt the power that was constantly aroused in his body. Although he didn't know what was going on, his expression became more and more excited. Bang 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 bang. Every time the dull voice came out, the two of Sun Wukong stepped back a lot, and there was a trace of pain on their faces. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Finally, the two stepped back dozens of meters, both hands gathered in front of them, and a huge light blue energy group gathered in an instant, and blasted towards Demon Buu. At this moment, the movements and expressions of the father and son were surprisingly consistent, and the energy fluctuations exploded, and in an instant they arrived in front of Majin Buu. Well. Buu blinked and reacted quickly, and his eyes flashed suddenly at the moment. In the next second, 2 red beams of light shot out from his eyes, and in just an instant, they reached the air and collided with the two people's turtle Qigong. Buzz. The energy fluctuations made the void tremble, and the 4 thick energy columns began to cancel each other, merge, and explode. Circles of void ripples spread around, and the ground that was affected, even if it was just a little bit, would explode violently, burning flames soaring into the sky. This energy is so terrifying. These 3 guys, as long as they don't pay attention, the whole earth will be shattered. The king of the realm said nervously. Vegeta watched the battle of the 3, her eyes flashing with desire and hope, but after thinking about it, she was unwilling to give up. He had to admit, he was falling behind again. Sun Wukong and his son have surpassed him and reached a realm that he could not imagine. He was knocked away by Buu with just 1 punch, but these two were able to fight each other for so long. Just from the breath of the 2 people he felt at the moment, made him tremble, and there was some inexplicable fear. Damn it! Clenching his fists, Vegeta was unwilling. The battle in the field is getting more and more intense, and the energy confrontation is the most dangerous. If one is not good, the energy will explode, and it will explode directly and blow up the entire earth. The energy in the bodies of these 3 people is more than capable of destroying the earth. I am afraid that even destroying a solar system is an easy task. At this time, the collision of these 4 energy pillars made Kaiwang Shen tremble with fear, and both of them were trembling and shaking. They are afraid of being affected. It is conceivable that as long as one of this energy is not good, everyone present will have to finish the game. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, and the energy in his hand erupted again, and Sun Wuhan also burst out at this moment. Demon Buu's expression changed slightly, and he saw that the other party's energy column was actually moving towards him. Humph. With a cold drink, Bu also increased the output of energy. For a while, a faint scorching smell appeared in the void, as if the space was scorched by the energy waves of these three people. After a full 10 breaths, this energy showdown has reached its limit. Gohan! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, sending all the remaining energy into his hands, and his expression became extremely hideous. Ah! The same is true for Sun Wuhan. The veins in his hands burst out, and all the remaining energy in his body exploded. What? Majin Buu saw the sudden increase in the energy column, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Immediately after that, the suddenly increased energy was quickly suppressed in front of him. In just a few seconds, it was already in front of him, and then swallowed him in one bite, making him fly fast in the direction of space. Two long light blue energy pillars completely bombarded Buu's body directly, causing him to scream. Damn it! Under this powerful impact, Bu was completely unable to do any resistance at this time. He couldn't even exert his strength, and could only be forced to shout. Even, when he saw his body, in under this powerful energy, it began to dissolve again. Even if he is much stronger again, in such pure energy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Under the attack, the body still couldn't bear it. Soon, these two energy pillars completely pushed Buu's body out of the atmosphere, turning the latter into a black spot, followed by a brilliant light and then disappeared. Woohoo! Sun Wukong and the two looked at Bu who was blasted into outer space. At this moment, Chuan, who had just snorted, became angry, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Did it work? Gohan asked. I don't know. Sun Wukong's face was still a little dignified, and subconsciously he felt that the other party was not so easy to deal with. Bu was blasted into outer space. Kai Wangshen said excitedly, but he reacted after him, his figure flashed, and he immediately came to Babiti's side. You must die. The king's voice was cold and decisive. This evil sorcerer, can't let him live anymore, must deal with it quickly. Majin Buu has found a way to deal with it, but Kaioshin is very afraid of Babiti's magic. Dapra. Seeing that Kaiwang God found him, Babiti immediately shouted in horror. Although Dapra was afraid of Yang Qing, he had no scruples about the Kaiwang God. Zhuang Shen, don't think about it, hurry up and retreat. At this time, Yang Qing was looking up at the sky. His eyes seemed to faintly see the demon Bu, who was constantly reacting and quickly merging again in the explosion in outer space. Really, what a noise. Muttering, Yang Qing waved his finger, and two red rays of light shot out. Chapter 902 Weak. The crimson beam reached Dapra in the blink of an eye, causing his pupils to shrink, and an unspeakable fear swept over his head, making him unable to think of avoiding or blocking the blow at this moment. Fast, too fast. Hey! An instant, the beam of light pierced through his mouth, and Dapra was shocked, and at the same time he had lost the breath of life. Followed by another beam. The beam came to Babiti's eyes, and the latter didn't even have a chance to resist, so it was directly penetrated through his forehead, and he couldn't die any longer. Just for a moment, Dapra and Babiti were lying on the ground. This scene shocked Kai Wangshen, made Vegeta stunned, and made Sun Wukong and his son a little puzzled. In their eyes, especially Sun Wufan, Yang Qing has always looked like a master outside the world. He rarely shoots against powerful enemies, let alone kills anyone deliberately. In the hearts of Sun Wukong and others, Master Qing is unfathomable, his strength is bottomless, and it is terrifying. But at this moment, he actually shot. And, as soon as a shot is made, there are two lives. What? I'll help you kill them, is there a problem? Yang Qing smiled at the stunned World King Shinto. No, no. The Realm King shook his head quickly, and he was shocked. In his imagination, Dapra, who was very powerful and difficult to deal with, was instantly killed in an instant. How powerful is this man named Qing in front of him? Like him, The other party is also a realm god, but he has never heard of it. If you need it, Majin Buu, I can kill you too. Contrary to the expectations of the realm king, Yang Qing's next sentence shocked him again. How is this possible? Kai Wangshan said incredulously, but immediately thought that the other party was Gohan's master. Can you really kill Majin Buu? The realm king asked carefully. The strength of the other party shocked him to the extreme. Yes. Yang Qing nodded, his voice very affirmative. The conversation between the two did not deliberately hide anyone. These words were also heard by Sun Wukong and others. Is Majin Buu still alive? Sun Wukong's eyes immediately became solemn, and they looked up at the sky. There, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly, and there was no sign of Buu at all. There were doubts in the eyes of everyone, and there was some doubt about Yang Qing's words. With such a huge amount of energy, how could Buu not die? They clearly saw that in the energy column, the opponent's body was shattered inch by inch. But just as time passed slowly, after a dozen breaths passed by the breeze, a figure reappeared in the sky, short and fat, covered in purple, with anger surging on his face. It was Majin Buu. He was completely intact, as if he had not suffered any damage. Such a scene made the hearts of everyone present tremble, and the fear of Majin Buu had penetrated deep into their hearts. This guy can't be killed or injured, but he has a huge amount of energy. How to deal with it? Qing, can you really kill him? Kyojin looked at Majin Buu, who was condescending in the sky, and said with a trembling voice. This guy called Buu really made Kai Wangshan worry to the extreme. Yes. Yang Qing replied again. Well. Standing in the sky, Buu, who was originally staring at Sun Wukong, immediately narrowed his eyes, his face became cold, and he glanced at Yang Qing. Buu couldn't be happier talking about people who could kill him in front of him. It's rude. Buu was very angry, and the purple mist above his head kept spraying and blowing. Qing, don't take action yet. This guy, I haven't fought enough with Gohan yet. At this time, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Since you are so interested, let's keep fighting. But don't get killed. The last sentence, like a joke, is a warning. This battle is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may not even be able to leave dust on your body. Sun Wukong and the two naturally heard Yang Qing's meaning, their eyes dignified, and they looked at Majin Buu again in an attacking posture. Don't mess with Wukong, let Qing shang. At this time, Kai Wangshan finally believed that Qing's power was going to surpass that of Sun Wukong. Kai Wangshan-sama, Buu, make his father and son very excited. A smile suddenly appeared on Sun Wukong's indifferent face. Such a strange smile caused the Realm King to be stunned for a moment. At this moment, the two of Sun Wukong acted, their knees bent, and the two of them rose from the ground almost at the same time, rushing towards Buu. Bang bang bang. This dull crash sounded when the two of them got off the ground. Their speed has reached an unbelievable level. The two of them madly punched Buu, trying to crush Buu directly with an absolutely powerful and fast punch. But after 3 breaths, Buu dodged countless punches from them expressionlessly, and took them both head-on. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After punching at the same time, the faces of the two changed. You guys, make me angry. Standing face to face, Sun Wukong and the two could clearly feel the surging anger and coldness on each other's icy faces. Boom. 2 fists appeared in front of their stomachs at some point, and hit them hard. PFF'd. In an instant, the two of Sun Wukong vomited blood, and their faces became sluggish. Too weak. Buu's indifferent voice came, followed by 2 fists slamming into the back of their heads. Boom. The two were smashed to the ground with a punch, and in a short period of time, they even lost consciousness. After a full 5 seconds, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan trembled and wanted to stand up. But at this time, they found that their strength was exhausted, and they could only maintain their normal state, and they couldn't help but look ugly. "You too, you have to die." Boo's indifferent voice sounded from behind, followed by the sound of "Boo," and the father and son froze and looked extremely ugly. That is the light of the energy group, the sound of the gathering, and even the violent energy, they can clearly perceive it with their backs to it. "Hey!" The red light shone, and two Qigong waves rushed towards the two of them. "Gohan, Goku, Kakarot." Two loud roars sounded, and the voices were full of worry and anxiety. After a breath, the explosion came out loudly, and the flames soaring into the sky burned.